Bring the drums in.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of the ESL National Championships. Game, record, stream without compromise.
Nobody likes being left out. That's why Special Effect are helping people with physical disabilities to play video games. But this isn't just about having fun. The gaming setups we create are personalized, so people can play to the very best of their abilities. And that opens the door to inclusion and independence, confidence and creativity. Help us level the playing field and create more magical gaming moments. Because it's everyone's turn to play.
You don't mess around when it comes to your play. So don't play games with your hardware. Get serious with Intel. 4 out of 5 gamers on Steam play on an Intel-powered PC. Because Intel delivers you the power needed to game like the pros. And gives you elite gaming performance on your favorite titles. So you can be game ready at any level. Intel, don't play games.
Hello guys and welcome to the NSC Spring Championship Finals. My name is Tun and I'm here with Wonderboy to guide you through the FIFA Finals, Xbox and PlayStation 4. Harry, how's things going, mate? We haven't actually seen each other for a little while now, just due to this whole carry-on that everyone's been having to go through. But how are things, mate?
We're sort of cooped up in quarantine at the moment, which is why we're doing this from home. But thankfully, NSE have got us on board to still bring you guys the finals of the FIFA, of the CS:GO, of everything of the NSE Spring Championship, which is fantastic. The fact we can still do this, it's the beauty of esports. We can do this from wherever. I'm surviving quarantine just about. Video games are getting me through it. Excited to see some FIFA 20 here in the culmination, the grand finals and the Spring Championships for FIFA 20.
Yes, and a little bit of a different format for you guys than you maybe used to if you're watching FIFA Esports. We are going to be doing a best out of 3 format for both 2 finals. We'll guide you through as we go, but basically first to win 2 games goes on to win the championship, of course. And as said, it is going to be across both consoles as well. We are actually going to have the Xbox one coming up first here, Harry. There's going to be some undoubted bias on my part as Newcastle University have a representative of Matt Krask, of course. Joshua from Nottingham Trent going up against him. It should be an interesting one as well, and just something else to touch on, guys, for you at home. An 86 overall rating cap for these teams before we do get into the game, so it's not going to be your typical esports type of mode where you've got like 15 billion icons across the board. They're relatively meta teams, but of course they are very, very good teams as well. Some good players to look out for in there. We'll guide you through them when we do get into the game. But yes, as said, there's undoubtedly going to be bias on my part, and I do apologize for it already. But you know, Newcastle's trying to have some positive times right now. Yeah. And I'm just going to hopefully add to that here today with a win for Matt Krask. It can only be that way. You were speaking to me before about how Newcastle are getting a bit of a vilification in the media, so to speak. So yeah, maybe a bit of positivity for the team today. Like you said, you know, the 86 rating cap makes things very interesting. Both squads have elected to just go without subs and just go 75, which is the minimum you have to have on the bench, which means we probably won't be seeing any substitutes. I'll be surprised to see if either of these 2 players here in the final bring on any subs.
If they do, they'll be, considerably lower rated than the starting 11. But just taking a look over some of the stats and well, some of the routes that these players took to get here. Obviously, Matt Krask topping qualification, topping the groups to get here as well. Both players obviously, making it to the final, so they have some form of substance about them. But just taking a look at some of the squads we have before us, I feel like an early favourite might be heading towards the Newcastle side of things with Matt Krask. So for me, Joshua has got a bit of an interesting task ahead of him, but both of these lineups look pretty good. Again, would probably tip my cap to Matt Krask if I had to at this point in time. But I mean, this is the finals. It's a best of 3. Anything can happen.
Yeah, when I was having a look through, I would agree that Matt's team is maybe a little bit more meta as well. There wasn't a cap for icons as well, only 3 per team, but neither one of those these players has actually went forward and went to that point, of course. Yeah. But just to walk through, a lot of FUT birthdays coming through for both guys. Not a surprise, really. We're seeing them a lot in Weekend League. If you guys are participating in Weekend League, like myself, halfway through my games right now, then you will notice there is a lot of them going on right now. The main one that I do want to point out that is in the team here from Matt is that 92 FUT birthday Griezmann with a 5-star weak foot is going to be deadly. I mean, me and you both used Griezmann on FIFA before, and that 3-star weak foot is always letting down a little bit. Yeah. It's similar to the Gareth Bale card as well, which I was fortunate enough to pack untradeable. We'll not talk about my pack luck too much. It's sort of nearly getting there, the Dan Gaskins level, but not quite.
Not quite.
That 5-star weak foot for any player, it just elevates their status on the pitch immediately. So we'll keep an eye on those, especially Sissoko's in there for him as well. Another card that is just a phenomenal. I mean, his 81's good, Harry. Never mind the 88th FUT birthday.
Yeah, you think back to his Futmas card. I mean, it was pretty deadly anyway, and then they just go ahead and give him another card. It's almost unfair to see Musa Sissoko, who in real life probably isn't the top tier player that we're seeing sort of in the meta squad here in FIFA 20, but I mean, as a Spurs fan myself, I'm not going to be complaining whatsoever.
No, not complaining at all. But here we go. We are going to get into it. And from left to right will, of course, be Matt from Newcastle University. And from right to left in the white kit, we will indeed have Joshua from Nottingham. And expect a slow start. And this is obviously going to be online as well. Different to LAN environment, of course. So bearing in mind that, let's see how the servers are playing out. They felt good this morning, Harry, which is a good thing.
That's always a good thing. That's what you want when you're approaching a grand finals like we are here. Again, this has been such a long route for all of these players, and as a previous university esports competitor myself, I know how long and grueling the season can be. So it's good to see, hopefully the servers are going to be acting up, and despite these guys being depraved, I suppose you could say, of a live final, that at least they get to showcase their skills here on display.
Right now it is Matt in possession of the ball. Theo Hernandez being used at left back, high up as well. You do see a lot of players try to drop their fullbacks back as much as they can, but not off the initial. But here we go, Mbappe inside the box looking for the cutback. Neymar with that 5-star weak foot, somebody to look out for. This one will be cleared away though, nice and easily by Joshua, trying to get some time on the ball. And the pressure coming in from Matt, but this ball will be played down the line to João Cancelo, getting himself away down this right hand side, and those 5-star skills on his birthday card, so crucial to try and break down these wings. Bakayoko trying the ball inside, but Ousmane Dembele, one of the lowest rated cards we actually have on both these two teams. Well, that 5-star skill move and weak foot from him makes him valuable, Harry. Yeah,
just the base gold card for Dembele, and it's interesting to see where both of these players have decided to sort of spread out their stats when you consider just 86 overall these squads have to be.
Vidal into Sissoko. That's a good ball into Griezmann. He may well have been offside, but it was a really good chance either way. Not quite finished how he would have liked, and that will give Joshua some confidence. None of the offside trap was there, but the first big chance, Harry.
Yeah, first big chance, and coming back to my point, it's interesting to see where some of the weaknesses are in these squads. You think to that Hernandez card at left back, Theo Hernandez, for Matt Krask. I feel like maybe that Dembele card out on the right wing as well might be a bit of a weakness, just 84 rated, but like you said, 5-star sort of makes up for it. So again, considering the permutations for these squads, it's interesting to see where the weaknesses will be.
He's using Dembele quite a lot. He's going to play it into Neymar. Big opportunity here. Tried to turn, but couldn't make it come off with a flare pass. And eventually, Joshua is going to be able to get this one away, but he has been put under the cosh so far, Harry. Not much of the ball, maybe rushing that one out a little bit. It's going to be another opportunity here from Matt. Mbappe Another strong standard goal item is going to be intercepted on that SAR objectives card, the FUT birthday one. The French centre-back has been fantastic for a lot of players and a relatively easy one to get a hold of as well. A free player being used by him and just showing that these free objective players are very, very useful. But right now, Joshua trying to get in. That will be offside. But a bit more of the ball from him, but definitely it seems to be Matt the one in charge here.
Yeah, certainly. That's a bit of a mistake, though. But coming back to that Malang Sarr card, I mean, pretty decent card to be using in this sort of situation and this kind of tournament where you have that 86 soft cap as a pretty much a requirement for your squad. 5-star skill moves, 4-star weak foot for a centre-back. I mean, what more could you want?
Oh, Neymar here. A really good opportunity trying to get away from the defender. The drag back nearly gets it away. That little ball roll just before the shot sometimes does dislodge the keeper, but well defended here by Joshua. He will get this one away. Sane moving down the right-hand side as well. Bakayoko, another fantastic item you guys could have picked up in objectives during the FUT birthday promo, which has been the best promo for me so far this year in FIFA 20. Has been very, very good. Plenty of good players, plenty of meta players being injected into the game. Kante now into Bakayoko. Quite a CDM pair, and he's got there, Harry, but into Neymar now. Can't quite get past that fill on Mendicott, who I believe is playing at right back. It is his shapeshifter centre mid card, but he will do a job at fullback. But still, two very, very good teams here, Harry, and neither are able to break the deadlock yet.
Neither, but if you're going to bank on one team breaking the deadlock, it would probably be the man in possession at the moment, Matt Trask from Newcastle. He's looked very solid with his skill moves, just looks a little bit crisper with the ball. Joshua, though, has defended fairly well so far, but just watch out for this attack coming up for Matt.
Chooses to play it on. It'll be an opportunity for a free kick, but maybe a little bit far to benefit from that. Ousmane Dembele now. Back to Mendy and Vidal. A little bit of a rushed pass there, and Kante will lap that up all day long. Sane now can stretch his legs, but will go back. Just a little bit of possession here for Joshua is probably what he needs. He has rushed a couple of times, and he's done it just there as well. Neymar now into the feet of Dembele and back to Griezmann, to Neymar. This is a really well-worked move now. Dembele work for the pass inside, and once again, great defending by Joshua. But both players rushing a little bit, it feels, in the final third, Harry. We haven't seen much of that build-up play that we so often do see at the highest level. Seems to be a little bit rushed in that final pass.
And that might just come down to these 86 rated squads. Obviously, at the highest level, we get to see the team of the year cards, these really high-rated icons. Just, again, 86 rated squads here.
Oh, Henry using his strength onto his left foot and back onto his right, that 4-star weak foot. Could have come into play with the left, but chooses to go back to the right with the drag back, and in the end, this will be a chance for Matt to get that out. But another good opportunity here for Joshua, who seems to be growing into the game, and that was a card that I wanted to talk about, was that Moments Thierry Henry, 95 rated. A very, very strong card. His balance does let him down. I have his 93, and it is the thing that lets him down. He's a little bit clunky, but you give him an opportunity, he ain't missing. Right now, though, he needs to defend. Griezmann inside the box is something always dangerous, but that's good defending once again. The defender's just about blocking the shot. I think that was Sarr once again, providing to be invaluable to Joshua so far as we're about to go in extra time in the first half.
Yeah, Sarr and Ferdinand doing a job at the moment. That's the centre-half pairing, as you said. Half-time rapidly approaching. Can Joshua from Nottingham Trent get anything on the board here?
Maradona. Back into Henry. Now Maradona in a really good position. Sergio Ramos there once again. That right back Moments item being used at centre back by literally everybody who doesn't have a hold of him. But there we go. The first half is done. A tight affair between these two, but definitely Joshua, the one on the back foot. Matt seems to be one that is developing a couple more chances, but Joshua definitely growing into it, Harry.
Yeah, certainly. He had a couple of chances. You think back to that one, sort of a half chance. Didn't get a shot off in the end and really didn't benefit from it, but just before half-time, you know, putting that kind of pressure on and really letting Matt Trask know that he's in for a game here is going to be important for Joshua. Obviously, Matt Trask representing Newcastle and Joshua representing Nottingham Trent University.
That will be Joshua from left to right in the white kit, of course, and then the French national kit, Matt, from right to left. Dalbert now, somebody we haven't seen on the ball at all for Joshua. Ball into Neymar, though. The step over is not quite good enough to get past Sergio Ramos. Such a good item in this game. So strong as well. And here goes Ousmane Dembele, threatening to stretch his legs down the right-hand side. Maybe able to get on his bike now with the defender out of position, but not quite. Recycling the ball is Matt. Mbappe now. Back to Sissoko. Sissoko. Obviously, the value of a lot of players has dropped this weekend as the market has pretty much crashed. So if you're going to be picking up any of these guys and you're enjoying the way that they seem to be playing, now is the time. The spare coins, Neymar though, the La Croqueta into Griezmann. Neymar looking for the cross over towards Dembele on the right-hand side, not able to quite get it going. That final pass once again just seems to be eluding both players.
I just love how salty you are about the market crashing. Your value of your team has gone straight to
it's dropped so
bottom.
far. It's dropped so far.
You're quite salty about it.
Sarr once again defending so well. Back into Sane. And for all that Martin's had probably more of the ball and more chances, I don't think he's really had any clean chances, to be honest with you, Harry. Joshua's defended very, very well.
Yeah, he has. Both sides have, actually, thinking about it. You're absolutely right in saying there's been no real clear-cut chance. You think back to maybe the Griezmann chance back in the first half, but that's a sloppy mistake from him in midfield. And if he doesn't capitalise on the possession and territory he has, he can constantly find himself under pressure from Joshua on the counter-attack, just like he is here.
Good defending that. Virgil getting in the way of that one. Thierry Henry just moving into an offside position there. Matt now seeing if he can get this one away. Theo Hernandez. Going to give that one away. Sane now back inside to Kante. Once again, though, both these players making a couple of mistakes here. Maybe just trying to settle into it. Not quite going their way right now.
Yeah,
Mbappe is such a threat down this left-hand side. Keep an eye on this one.
Obviously worth noting, Chris, again, we can't harp on about it enough. This is the grand finals. This is the culmination of a spring season that these guys have been playing and qualifying towards. So it's unsurprising to see a mistake here and there. This is a best of 3 in the Xbox finals, so plenty of FIFA still to be played and time to settle in for both players.
Now an opportunity for Joshua once again, looking for that ball inside. Sissoko, so good in those positions. Never going to give it away. And you know, we talked about his 81 being strong, never mind the birthday one, but here we go with Dembele down this right hand side. The lowest rated card in both these two teams, the 84 Ousmane Dembele, a little bit tired now after that run and will get tackled fairly easily. Ferdinand should get this one away. Not many icons being used by either one of these two, but Ferdinand and Henry sitting in Joshua's team looking to stand out. Neymar now has the good run from Henry as well. Can he get past Ramos? Not able to get past there, Harry. Just a little bit too weak, but Sergio Ramos likely to outstrengthen most.
Yeah, as he often does. Sergio Ramos really a linchpin at the back there for Matt Krass, but Joshua, as this game goes on, we're approaching the last 20 or so minutes now. He's really starting to make a name for himself, and he's certainly grown into this game as time has gone on. So we'll see if he can sort of harvest any fruits of his labour here late on in game 1 of this best of 3 series.
Bakayoko into Henry. It's a good move. Neymar trying to get it off. Not going to happen. Virgil van Dijk getting in the way as he so often does. 73 minutes gone though. You're very, very right. We are getting to that moment where if you do want to find a goal, this would be a crucial time to do so. We will go to extra time and penalties, and each game, if it is a draw, I said it is a best out of 3 format. So we need to find a winner, either be it at the end of 90 or 120 minutes. Sissoko back inside now to Vidal. Neymar looking for a little bit of room. The ball rolls. And the roulette in the box. It's the first big save coming in. Areola just about gets to that one. It's the first big chance, Harry. And you just feel as if Joshua could have stuck that one away. Or Matt just could have stuck that one away, sorry.
Yeah, Matt continuing to show how silky he is in possession with these 5-star skillers. Lovely bit of skill to beat his man in the box, but it's a tough angle to convert from. Areola well positioned there, and now Joshua has a chance to come up the other end and maybe make Matt pay for it.
Drop back from Neymar into Henry. The defenders too strong once again. A lot of stock being put in the defenders on this team, of course, with that A6 rating cap. Plenty of solid players here, but Mbappe now trying to get away down this left-hand side. He is going to get the better of Cancelo, who will track back well. That foot birthday Cancelo. Strong option at right back. Not too expensive either. You can pick him up for around 150k or something like that. He's a very, very good option.
You're just a market hive mind, aren't you?
Mate, honestly, it's only because I've got Cancelo. That's on reason.
Love a bit of trading.
I've got him untradeable, unfortunately. he doesn't even get in the team, Harry. He doesn't even get in the team.
But speaking about the defences, you're right, there's been a lot of stock. I mean, we've spoke about Sarr and Ferdinand for Joshua, but on the other side for Matt, I mean, Ramos, Van Dijk, Mendy, it's a tremendous back line. It really is. You can certainly tell that a lot of investment in the ratings has gone towards the back line for both teams. And it honestly might be a big contributing factor as why this first leg might just end 0-0 after 90 minutes. We could be going to extra time.
Well, we do know how strong the defenders are in FIFA 20 anyway, so I think the fact that, you know, they've put so much into it, the defenses are very, very strong from both teams. It's not a surprise to see us potentially heading to extra time here, or will we? Sissoko now here for Matt. Vidal into the feet of Dembele, trying those 1-2 passes between the CDM and the attackers. Just about getting away with it here. Last opportunity is going to come. Neymar back to Mbappe, looking for the pass into Griezmann. Not going to happen. That will be 0-0 after 90 minutes, so we will go to extra time. Close affair between these two. Not many shots between either of them as well, but it is definitely Matt with the advantage. Seems to be the one that is pressing just that little bit more. But as said, after 90 minutes of FIFA, we're struggling to separate them in this first game. And we go to extra time.
Just 4 shots between the 2 university players here in this Xbox Grand Finals. It's, again, unsurprising when you consider the back line of both players. It's really, really stacked in the defensive side of things. We'll just have to see who has that spark of creativity to maybe break the deadlock here in extra time.
Maybe it's Mbappe now for Matt, looking for the cutback. Not going to happen. Good defending once again. Both these players just getting plenty of men back when they need to, such as the men are in FIFA 20. You can really stack these defenders back if you need to. But now can Joshua get going? Sane into Henry. We've barely seen some of these attacking players on the ball. I think we've only mentioned Henry's name a couple of times. Sarr now looking for the pass inside. It's a good one to Neymar. Maybe building something here, Joshua.
And that Henry is eating up quite a lot of rating in the midfield for Joshua. 95 rated, so certainly you'd be expecting him to put in a shift. He's been quite quiet though over the 90 minutes.
He has, but it just takes one good chance. And Thierry Henry, very much somebody you need to put in front of the goal and get the ball through to him. You know, he's not somebody who is going to run through a few defenders. He just looks for that one opportunity. Ferdinand, great defending, gets across. Really well defended by Joshua this time around once again. He's had to do most of the defending in this game, and just a little bit of a moment there with Sarr as well. The reaction's not quite there, but does get it away, and maybe an opportunity for an attack. But both these two players defending very, very well in this game.
You can tell Joshua is just happy to play the short game and not willing to look for Henry running beyond. I was just taking a look at Thierry Henry, and well, the reason Joshua didn't play the ball over the top, Henry was making a nice run. He was covered by Virgil van Dijk, and anyone who's played FIFA 20 knows how strong he can be in Ultimate Team.
Joshua here though with an attack towards the end of the first half of extra time. Bakayoko into Neymar, not somebody you want in this position if you're trying to defend against them. The drag back to Alisson, the rebound! And the first goal comes in. It is going to be Bakayoko. At the end of the first half of extra time, it's against the grain. But Joshua has the lead here in the first game.
It's Bakayoko from Monaco who stabs it home in the 106th minute of play. Nottingham Trent into the lead. Newcastle now. Matt Krask has just 15 minutes of extra time to try and level up the scores.
In the end, it's a good goal. I know the rebound comes, but he worked it well up to the point of that moment and does force the save out of Alisson. And now we can see the tactics already being edited, and it will be a very attacking formation coming out now from Matt. Newcastle find themselves behind here. I found myself saying that quite often over the years, unfortunately. No. Tough, isn't it?
So sad.
Yeah. We'll hopefully not be talking about that too much in the next few years, but that's maybe a conversation for the rest of the broadcast. Only if Newcastle lose, I can cling on to something. Dalbert here now, though, for Joshua. Maradona's got away here. He's going to have to put players up, Matt, and this is going to leave him susceptible to goals, but he needs the one back here. Sergio Ramos with some fantastic defending.
Just watch out.
There's a pass on him as well.
Yeah, he has so many players forward.
Dembele down this right-hand side, just about breaking away from the defender. He's going to look for the cutback as well. A little bit of a delay. Bakayoko Both ends of the pitch getting it done. Good defensive work. Oh, but it's being given away. Griezmann on the edge. A foul comes through. And that is fortunate. If you are Joshua, you can't be giving that away.
Yeah, Griezmann just a little bit too physical, I think, in his efforts to try and get to the ball. But just watch out if Matt ever wins the ball as he does just then. There's plenty of players pouring forward for him thanks to his tactical change, but just 9 minutes left on the clock.
Mbappe down the left-hand side. The Cucurella is going to get past, and the drag back isn't quite there. Neymar not able to reach it. Areola will grasp it. And now Joshua will have a chance to get out as well. Can't pass around the back either. It's one of those things, if you do start doing that, you start giving it away like that. Plenty of pressure coming in. Dembele, the ball is poor. And Neymar will not get there. Areola will clear. And Dalbert will send it down the line towards Maradona. This could be it. Joshua now in. It's a 3v2 scenario. Looking for the cutback if he can, but he just needs to waste time. The cutback into Henry is not quite there. Virgil in the way, but Bakayoko recovers the ball. Vidal will get in the way though. Maybe there's an opportunity for Joshua. Not going to happen though. Matt has to defend here. The ball into Neymar isn't quite there. The rebound is though, and it's 2 rebound goals, and Joshua will take those all day long. He will be taking the first game in this best out of 3 here, Harry.
Well, you feel for Matt Trask, for all his hard work in regular time. It's come undone in extra time. 2 goals from Joshua Rowe and 2 goals for Nottingham Trent University. Puts him up 1-0 in the series now in this best of 3. And only 1 game of FIFA 20 away from being crowned the Xbox champion.
He's defended well. He soaked up the pressure. And as said, he will have a lead in this series. He could have a third here as well. Henry trying to turn. That will be a penalty. Insult to injury, you feel, coming here from Neymar. It is actually going to be Maradona to take the penalty. It is just a formality at this point. He will stick it away. It will be 3-0. This one is done. This one is dusted. And it's going to need to be 2 in a row for Matt, who just crumbled in extra time, unfortunately.
Well, there we have it. And you feel like the 3-0 scoreline for Matt was a little bit harsh. He played well in regular time. In the first 90 minutes of the match, he was playing fantastic. He looked the more likely of the 2 universities to score because his skill moves are on point. He was really playing well. He looked a lot more crisp than Joshua, but Joshua's defending was just so solid. And it's the risk that you run with, if we take a look at the replays, most of the attacking play, you think back to that Griezmann chance just 15 minutes gone, was in favour of Matt. But you always give yourself that chance. When you keep it 0-0, you go to extra time, FIFA 20, anything can happen. Chances were few and far between really for Joshua, just half chances in the first 90 or so minutes, but in extra time he came alive and puts himself in the driver's seat in this series. It's just what can happen with FIFA 20.
Yeah, it's just one of those things. Unfortunately, the players can soak up a lot of pressure, and it just takes one chance, and then suddenly you have to move forward. You have to find that goal. Seeing the highlights of the first 90 minutes, honestly, I didn't think there would be that many of them. But in the end, here we are, going through them, and it really was Matt, the one doing the most. That was the one. That was the big chance for him in the 77th minute with Neymar. The roulette in the box was phenomenal.
Yeah. Just
couldn't quite get it there, though. The finish not quite on point, as the rest of the skill moves in Mbappe trying to force that pass at the end of regular time. And this was a big chance at the beginning as well. Mbappe trying to get it across the box, just can't quite get it there. Great defending by Joshua. I do believe this is the goal as well. Neymar, great scoop turn, the drag back, the fake. Alisson saves it well, but into the path of Bakayoko, nobody there. And I think if you're screaming where on the midfielders, watching his CDM push up in that position, but Bakayoko is never going to miss from there. And from that moment, he has to send everything forward, gets caught out in possession. And this is where the game was sealed. That's unfortunate, it has to be said, but I think Matt will still be confident, though. He knows he probably had the better of the play throughout most of the game. Yeah. Until the moment where he went behind, really. So going into the second game, the confidence will be there, I think.
Well, this is it. We're going to see one of 2 things happen here for Matt, whether or not he's going to return in the second game with a chip on his shoulder saying, you know what, the game was a little bit against me in the first. I had great chances. I had opportunities. You think to Griezmann's sort of half chance on the half volley. You think to that Neymar roulette where he was effectively 1-on-1 with Areola.
Yeah.
It could have been 2-0 by the time it got to the 90th minute. Instead, Joshua scores, 1 turns into 2, turns into 3. We're either going to see him turn around and say, you know what, the game is against me, or he's just going to continue with that mental block, and it's going to be like, what do I have to do to score against Joshua? And Joshua might try and use that to his advantage, maybe try and frustrate Matt here in the second game. And, Joshua will be hoping for his university's sake that he'll be able to seal it out in 2 and be crowned the Xbox champion of the Spring Championship here in the NSE.
Yep, just to confirm for everybody in the chat, I see a couple of people asking, yes, it is a best out of 3. We're not doing the standard format. It is going to be best out of 3. You win the game, you obviously get a point in the series, first to 2. So now Joshua's in a really good spot. Just needs to close out this game and he will be crowned champion here on the Xbox side of things in the NSE FIFA 20 finals. I'm not too sure which way this one's going now, honestly. I think you're right. It's a case of whether Matt can overcome what Joshua had put in front of him. It's argued to say that, he probably did a little bit more on the attacking front in that game. So if he can do that again and find a goal, I think he'd be fine. I think we'll see a final game. But if he does let it get to him, if he does think to himself, how am I supposed to break this guy down? Then maybe, you can't let it get to you too much. But we're going to get into the second game very, very shortly. Which side are you going here, Harry? Because I am going to blindly have confidence in Matt because of Newcastle. Obviously. Well,
I'm trying to be unbiased here, and I hate when people ask me as a commentator for predictions, because it's like, you know what, I just want to see some good FIFA. I want to see close games. But if you're going Newcastle, I'm going Nottingham Trent. I'm going with Joshua. I feel like, the narrative we're sort of building up here is whether or not Matt can seal it out and bounce back from his woes in the first game. But for me, an alternative storyline we could be pushing here is whether or not Joshua can really stamp his authority on this final after winning the first game 3-0. And I know we're saying this is a tough scoreline to put against Matt and Newcastle, but 3-0 is a convincing scoreline when you look at it on paper. Obviously, again, we know we're saying this is harsh on Matt, but you still have to score the 3 goals in extra time, and Joshua took his chances when they came. So if he's able to fashion some chances here in this second game, Joshua, I fancy him probably the more likely to put them away after what we saw in the first game from Matt's finishing. So, again, it depends how Matt's going to approach this second game.
Yeah, I think you're very right. It's interesting to see how he will approach it. I think just play the same game. He had his chances. That's the thing as well. For all that he was really, limited to how they were, coming to him. He didn't have many, but he did actually have some. He had some good chances to score. He put some of them away, and then it's a completely different game. So the fact that he is getting the chances will be a positive for him, I feel. But here we go. Into the second game. Could be the last now. Joshua 1-0 up in this series. From left to right is going to be Matt from Newcastle in the French kit. And from right to left, it will be Joshua from Nottingham Trent. He's 1-0 up in this series. Can he get it done in 2 games here?
We'll expect to see very similar styles of play from both players. Joshua defending stoutly in game 1. I think he'll have to do the same here in game 2, as Matt Krass will try and use his 5-star skillers as much as possible. You have Vidal, you have Dembele on this right-hand side, Neymar in there as well. So certainly plenty of skill move opportunities here. We'll just have to see if Matt is able to convert at least one chance that he wasn't able to in the first game.
They might have one here. Neymar will actually just dink the ball up a little bit there, trying to create some room. Griezmann back to Sissoko. This is a bit more like at the high tempo in between your CDMs and your attackers. Sissoko can find a pass, finds Neymar. The scoop turn, not quite enough to get through, and once again, Joshua, very well defended.
Just a statement of intent, really, isn't it, from Joshua? Yeah. From Matt as well. Attacking within the first 10 minutes, really setting himself up and just letting Joshua know that, hey, I'm going to come at you here. I know I'm 1-0 down in this series. I know I have to score goals. Certainly stamping his authority early on. We'll have to see, once again, though, whether or not he's able to fashion a bit more of a clear-cut chance than that. We haven't really seen, apart from those 2, you think back to the Griezmann and the Neymar chances in the first game, a real clear-cut one-on-one opportunity for Matt. It's certainly been from acute angles, and that's really credit to Joshua pushing him out to those sort of areas and really defending to the best of his ability.
It's a good ball by Matt, though. You will send Mbappe down this left-hand side. Has to slow it down and went on a little bit of support, but has gained a lot of ground very, very quickly. This flashback Vidal, by the way. Still available if you do want to complete it. So good. Absolutely incredible item. Vidal into Sissoko now. Plenty of 5-star weak foots being available here. Sissoko looking for the drag back into Griezmann. Has a right foot now. Have to be careful of this foot birthday Griezmann. Which way is he going to go? It's read by Sarr either way. And the two Frenchmen in the middle of the park combining well. Sarr and Bakayoko to defend there for Joshua, who once again just looks so strong defensively. So strong.
Again, you can look at that chance for Matt and say, yeah, it's in a good position. It's not too far away from goal. But you look at the bodies in between Griezmann and the goal. It just seems, again, more like a half chance than an actual chance for Matt. So, granted, he can only give what the defence is giving to him. Excuse me, he can only take what the defence is giving and offering up to him. But Joshua so far playing patient, playing well. And he looks set so far to at least force extra time again. I know we're only in the 22nd minute, but it's certainly an opportunity for him.
Attack was on the horizon there for Joshua, but good defending once again by Matt. Vidal now trying to get things going. Neymar dropping back to receive the ball, clearly playing him in that cam roll. Griezmann up top with a 5-star weak foot does make sense. Neymar though, the dribbling ability is just so strong in the middle of the park. You put him in a position where he has to maybe turn a couple of players. He can do that very easily. Griezmann now turning towards goal. We'll give it back to Dembele though. Plenty of options here on the right hand side. Dembele will give it back to Ferland Mendy into Vidal. This is a well worked move. Neymar now looking for his right foot, sends Griezmann through, looks for the cut back to Neymar. Can't quite get there, but Kante will. Great defending by Joshua once again, but Matt continuously knocking on the door.
That's better though from Matt. That's more like the type of chances that will secure goals in this matchup, I feel. Good drag back from Neymar and a chance to blast it across the box.
Dembele trying to get there, but Leroy Sané coming back to do some defensive work. Ramos down, back to Vidal and into Neymar. Roulette not getting him much further, but Vidal trying to drag back, going down the line. He wants to look for that cutback. It seems to be something Matt's looking for quite a lot. It is an effective tool, don't get me wrong, but maybe something a little bit more direct will get past this Areola. Sissoko now to Vidal, looking for a breakthrough. Just controlling his CDM so well here, Joshua. Covering all the passes where he can. Not even his CDMs. Dalbert getting in the way. And that's the league at SBC. Dalbert, 84 rated. Very strong card as well. Not really a bad player in any of these teams, is there, Harry?
No, certainly not. When you consider Dalbert one of the lowest rated in both lineups, as Joshua gives the ball away in a risky position. A tremendous card to have at left back. 84 rated, but
it's the pace.
Really, yeah, it's the pace, it's the work rates. He can push up the pitch. High, medium, I believe his work rates are. So it's good in both attack and defence. But something that Matt will look out for is when Joshua is forced to use Sarr or Ferdinand at the back, to see how far he brings them out. There was a chance, if you think back, I know this is asking you to think back a few minutes now, but towards the 85th, 90th minute in the first game of this best of three, where I just thought that Joshua might throw it away as he brought Sarr out so far from the centre-back position. Those are the sorts of chances that Matt Matt is going to try and look for and really try and exploit when those defenders are out of position. That's where Matt has a chance to strike with his silky skill moves. So we'll have to see if the chance will present itself here in the 90 minutes.
Joshua now getting a little bit of room in the final third. Kante into Neymar. He has actually just about got that ball in towards Henry. Look for the drag back onto the right foot. That 4-star weak foot is strong, but you'd rather have it on his right back. Bakayoko into Neymar. This is well worked. The run from Henry is chosen not to be taken. Mendy will get in the way of that one. Ousmane Dembele will get this one away. Pass inside is on. He will find Neymar. Back to Vidal. Dembele's made a cracking run here though. Down this right hand side. Griezmann currently free in the middle. Which way does Dembele go? The croqueta goes back inside. Vidal to Sissoko to Neymar and Mbappe lingering in the middle. But the attack, for all it had venom, he had time. It has been broken down by Dembele inside the box now, causing problems. Which way is he going to go? The drag back now into Neymar. First big chance of the game. Great save, Areola. And that will be the end of the first half. A massive opportunity for Matt there.
Huge opportunities really at both ends. The bigger one certainly falling to Matt from Newcastle, but just seems to be a little hesitant really from from both sides to take a little bit of a risk. We saw at one end Henry making a good run just on the overlap inside almost the 6-yard box, unwilling to give the ball away or pass the ball off to Henry. And then Matt up the other end again had Griezmann waiting in the centre, just a little hesitant to pull the trigger, Matt, and I wonder whether or not that might just be the nerves of playing in this grand finals and being 1-0 down and knowing he has to fashion a clear-cut opportunity to at least score a goal here in the grand finals. But he certainly has a game plan, Matt. You can certainly tell that much. Wants to try and break players down with his skill moves, and so far it hasn't worked.
Joshua with a good opportunity here though with Neymar. I think you're right, it really hasn't worked for Matt. Seems to just be that end product not quite working for him. Bakayoko looking for the direct pass into Sane. Can't quite find it, and Mendy will get rid of this one. Mbappe now does actually have Griezmann making the run ahead of him, and he will choose to use him. Griezmann does maybe lack a little bit of pace, and that would probably be the only argument against him, but a great cam. Has a wicked shot and a fantastic pass on him. Theo Hernandez now into Griezmann. Sissoko. Vidal. A little bit of room here for him to play with. Sissoko has Griezmann in front of him as well. Which way is he going to go? He chooses to go back to Sissoko. I'd love to see a shot from Griezmann there, though. You just feel as if they're trying to just make sure that that final pass is going to go so they can definitely get a goal rather than just take a shot. These keepers, 87 Areola, 89 Alisson, they're not the best in the game. I need to maybe see some more shots from both players here.
You just need to see Matt pull the trigger, and these chances are going to come back to haunt him when he goes back and watches the VOD. If he doesn't come out on top, he might start ruining some of these. As you said, Griezmann with a little bit of space, and I say a little bit, it was quite a lot, certainly more than the player he was trying to pass off to. I'd just like to see him take a shot and just throw caution to the wind a little bit here. He's fashioning the space where he needs to, just trying to be a little too intricate with it in the final third.
And that's it, just trying to do maybe a little bit too much. I said you're against 87 Areola, who is a good keeper, but it's not like you're going against Van der Sar or Ter Stegen, you know, it's somebody who can be susceptible to having the ball put past him, no doubt. Dembele now to Vidal, and it's not like you have bad attackers either. Ousmane Dembele inside the box now as well with a little bit of room to play with. The pass isn't on though, all of the players running towards the back post. Oh, and he has actually given this one away now, Joshua. Is this a big opportunity for Matt? Looking for the drag back once again. It's been well defended, goes for the shot that time around where it's really not on. But will get a corner out of it. Matt now to take this one. I'd imagine it's going to go short. It does. Griezmann trying to find the feet. Sergio Ramos, actually Virgil's won this one back. Neymar now. Back to Dembele and back to Vidal in turn. Looking for this pass forward. Sissoko. To Vidal. Once again, can't quite find that final pass. And great defending by Joshua with those CDMs once again.
Yeah, great covering. All that time I wasn't watching Matt in possession of the ball. I was watching Joshua and his jockeying. It's been really on point across these two games so far. And if Matt doesn't find a goal in the next 20 or so in-game minutes that we have left in regulation time, and we're going to be going to extra time again, and it could be a case of Joshua maybe stealing a goal, and Matt might just be thinking deja vu.
Could steal a goal here. Cancelo getting away, 5-star skills on him as well, so have to be careful of those. Sane will join the party. Back to Cancelo now. Looking to be a bit more direct with his play. It's a great ball inside to Kante. He's got Bakayoko to his left-hand side. Shifts it onto his right and then into his left. Back to Kante. Has the pass forward. Sissoko is there. Good defending once again by Matt, but Joshua, an opportunity there, has to be said.
Yeah, I can't really fault Joshua there, though. Matt did some tremendous jockeying with this man, Vidal. Just covering so many angles. Bakayoko just could not get the ball out of his feet into a decent shooting position. So credit the pressure there from Vidal. And that turning defence into attack now.
Mbappe down this left-hand side, just looking to get away from these defenders if he can. He will cut this back to Theo Hernandez. Sissoko now. Did have the pass on to Vidal on his right-hand side. Chose to go back left. Sissoko now will find Vidal. Looking for a little bit of room to develop in front of him. Ousmane Dembele can't find the pass backwards. Bakayoko there once again. And Joshua, these CDMs, you said, the jockey has just worked out so well for him. He gives it away there, but can he hold on once again? That's a big push out by, I do believe, Sart. Vidal can't go anywhere either. Sane gets the tackle in. It just seems as if Joshua is in survival mode once again, but it's working for him. It's working perfectly fine. Can Matt find a way through? Great ball out to Mbappe. Cancelo chasing down. Now has Ferdinand coming across as well, who's just so hard to get past, and that will be a corner. 84th minute. Matt needs a goal. And we're heading to extra time once again. We know what happened last time we got there, Harry. Short one to Griezmann. Into Ramos, looking for the pass back to Mbappe. Not going to happen. Well defended once again by Matt.
Yeah, good defending from Joshua, actually.
From Joshua, yeah, sorry, yeah.
It's, again, Matt just failing to break down the man from Nottingham Trent so far. And if you're wondering at home why no substitutions have been made, the regulations are 86 rated squads. Both of these players have gone for 75 rated players on their bench to just free up a few ratings in their starting 11. So we won't see any man-made substitutions, so to speak. We won't see any personnel changes, just tactics, just formations. We might see that here in extra time unless we can see Matt score a goal from this attack.
Oh, Mbappe whacks it inside, but it's actually going to be Griezmann with a little bit of room. The heel to heel, the back heel to Mbappe. Fantastic save, Areola, once again, and you just would like to see Mbappe stick that in the corner. He's hit it straight at him. It was a huge chance in the final moments. Corner to come. Griezmann now. Back to Dembele. Can't go back much more. Dembele trying to get past Sane. Can't get anywhere. No pass options on either. Everyone offside. We're surely heading extra time. And that we are. That's a huge opportunity at the end, Harry.
Oh, it really is. It really, really is. I mean, credit this Areola for Josh. And Matt here just highlighting 0 shots from Joshua in the first 90 minutes. If I remember correctly, he only had 1 in the first game. And that ended up 3-0 in Joshua's favour. So if I'm Matt here, I keep my wits about me. I keep the concentration levels high. And make sure I don't concede first. Penalties might be his best opportunity here, Matt.
It might be. He really cannot get a goal here. Huge opportunities have fallen his way. It has to be said. If he could have just put one of those away, it's a very different story to now, but it's do or die in extra time for Matt specifically. Joshua has another chance, but it just takes one goal. But that's a good ball into Sissoko, into Neymar. This is surely it. Sarr gets in the way. Sissoko now back to Vidal. The pressure building. Matt now trying to get a goal here in extra time. It's a good ball to Dembele. Can't get the pass back though. Really good defending by Joshua once again, and he will get this one out, or will he? No, he won't. Sissoko into Vidal to Griezmann to Mbappe. The pass forward is wayward though, and Joshua will get this one out.
Yeah, you
can't catch a break, Matt. Can't catch a break.
You might be thinking that one extra pass from Sissoko was a little too much, but I actually like that play from Matt. Good defending here to cut out the passes. Joshua's trying to build something with Sane, but the one extra pass into Neymar, I think, was the good choice. Sissoko had a lot of room to maybe ping a shot away, but Neymar was making a good run. I don't fault him whatsoever for trying to pick him out.
The Xbox finals have been a tight affair so far. It's 1-0 in games to Joshua. It's a best out of 3. Matt now needs to get something going. Cannot. Kante will defend this well. It has been tight, but it's been very defensive. Specifically from Joshua, but he's the one in the lead. He can sit back on this. He knows Matt has to come to him. He knows that he stole a goal away in extra time last time round. Can he do it once again and be crowned the Xbox champions here at the NSE Championships? A good ball into Neymar. Henry now can't quite get anything going. Vidal easily cleaning that one up. Maybe one more opportunity here from that in the first half of extra time. Penalties is beckoning. You said it in the 22nd minute, Harry. It's looking likely. Dembele can't get there. That will be the end of the first half of extra time.
Yeah, one of the reasons I called it so early for Matt, one of the best chances he might have is to go to extra time and maybe penalties, is purely because he just cannot break down Joshua. I mean, he's had half chances, he's had some chances. You can see here Joshua's attacking gameplay really hasn't been on point. No shots created whatsoever in
I think Matt's trying to
105
highlight
minutes
that.
so far. Yeah, you can tell this is Matt's feed that we are looking at. But really, those 6 shots, all of which on target, most of which have been blocked from Joshua, just having good defensive positioning from the likes of Sav, the likes of Ferdinand, the likes of Kante, just protecting the back four and making sure that he's getting in the way of any shots that are heading towards that goal. And Matt really has struggled to try and adapt with how tightly his men are being marked and how good Joshua's covering has been with the jockeying of the likes of Sav, the likes of Kante, who we just mentioned. So we'll have to see 15 in-game minutes for a goal to happen at least, or we are going to penalties.
Matt choosing to go a little bit attacking with his tactics here. Wants a goal. Does not want to have to see penalties. You go into the roulette of that, and then it really could be the end of your championship run. But Mbappe in the middle here, he wants that pass to Neymar, doesn't he? It locks onto Dembele. And Joshua will have a chance to survive and potentially counter-attack. Dalbert now, down this left-hand side, does find Maradona, who will get going down this left-hand side. The pass to Neymar is what is found. Bakayoko had the pass inside to Sane, chooses not to go with it, just playing possession here if you're Joshua. Back to Dalbert and then back to Maradona. It's good work by Joshua here. Bakayoko into Neymar, building slowly, but he knows he just needs to find one goal. He may be able to find it here. The pass from Bakayoko is slightly wayward. Theo Hernandez just about gets in the way Jose Henry was in. Sissoko now moving forward here for Matt. Look for the goal that he probably does deserve. Dembele into Griezmann, looking for the pass back. It's not on. Bakayoko has to defend, but he has been hurried down. Griezmann in the front post, and it's a mistake that's led to a goal for Matt. Newcastle may be back into this one. 115 minutes gone, and it's a deserved lead for Matt, it has to be said.
Well, it took almost 240 minutes, in-game minutes, for him to find a goal. But alas, he's got it. It's a defensive mistake, as you said, from Joshua. But you'll take him any way, shape or form they come. If you are Matt, for all the good attacking work he's done over the last 2 games, he's really struggled to find the back of the net. In the end, he'll take that one all day with just 5 in-game minutes left. You can see the tactical switches that have to come in, as no doubt Joshua will be throwing the kitchen sink at this last 5 minutes of extra time. But you can't say that's not deserved from Matt.
Gets the goal that you feel has been coming for quite some time, and it looks like we're heading to a 3rd game. Unless there's drama at the end. It is FIFA. It's bound to happen. Neymar to Bakayoko. Joshua trying to find a goal. Can't quite find the pass. Neymar will get this one away from Matt. We'll just take the time down. It's a great ball out to Dembele, who really is on his last legs now down that right-hand side, the Frenchman. The ball roll, just keeping a hold. That's all he needs to do. We are surely heading towards a 3rd match in this game. Dembele now just playing with the ball. He doesn't need to do anything if you're Matt. Maybe a 2nd goal, a cherry on top of this game would probably be deserved. Neymar now inside the box. The rainbow flick not quite there. But that should be it, and that will be it. That will be a win for Matt. And we will head to a 3rd game here, Harry. And it has to be said, it feels as if Matt deserves it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like maybe we were not so much being a little harsh towards Matt in his lack of chances created, but more praising Joshua for his defensive capabilities. Yeah. But realistically, people want to see attacking gameplay. People want to see, these silky skill moves. They want to see chances being created. And I mean, no shots for Joshua after the first 90 minutes of play here in game 2. It's a little negative. It's a little lacking ideas and unimaginative. It screams lack of invention, really. And it's good to see Matt get his rewards finally, as I said, after almost 240 in-game minutes. He gets his goal, albeit from a mistake from Josh, but it's good to see. We're going to a game 3. We're going to a decider.
We do indeed. Here's the replay, and that was just the Griezmann chance that we seen there. That could have really put it to bed in 90. But we seen him go for that extra pass. And it does seem to be the case here for Matt. He's obviously a very, very good player, but on odd occasions, it's just that extra pass he's always looking for, and sometimes a shot would do. But on occasion, Areola was making some great saves, it has to be said. But at the same time, as I said, it's not Yashin, it's not a Van der Sar prime moments. You know, it's a win to refresh Areola. You need to be having a couple of pop shots on occasion if you can. That's another good save there, though, as Mbappe couldn't quite bend it around. But as I said, I think, you know, Matt is the one playing with a little bit more risk. He is going forward, and we've seen that come to haunt him in the end of the first game. But then that one mistake that Joshua makes in the final few minutes of that extra time is what led to a goal from Matt. Newcastle back into this one apiece in this series. We will go to the third and final game. And if it's anything to go by, we'll probably go to extra time as well.
Yeah, I mean, we've had 2 extra times already. Looking back at that goal, it was actually a mistake from both Matt and Joshua. Matt from Newcastle gives the ball away. Joshua from representing Nottingham Trent University then gives the ball right back. It was actually good pressuring from Matt, who actually used both Dembele and Griezmann to win the ball back, both double pressuring the ball, which is a smart thing to do, you know, 115th minute. You know, the ball's in the very final third, about as close to the goal as you can get it without it going in. Why not put 2 men pressuring the ball and hedge your bets at maybe Joshua making a mistake, which he did. So hopefully that lets the shackles off Matt a little bit here in game 3. That's what I want to see. You know, maybe that monkey's off his back. Maybe we're going to see, you know, more creative, free-flowing gameplay. Maybe we're going to see, you know, more of those pop shots, maybe some more risks taken as we head into the decider of this best of 3.
Well, into it we go, the final game. And can one of these players find a goal in normal time? That would be lovely. It has to be said.
Imagine.
Let's get a 4-4 on the go for the final game, boys. But that's a cracking ball out to Dembele straight away here from Matt. Good defending though by Ferdinand. Gets across once again, and he's just so trusty, isn't he, Rio Ferdinand, in the game? I do believe he's mid, he's 88. Very, very good card. I'm double checking. I have to check.
Ferdinand's 88.
Can't be wrong, yeah, he's 88, he's mid. 500,000 coins it sits at. I think it's actually less than his baby. Yeah, it is. His baby card's actually 710, so...
Foot market trader.
You love me. You love it, mate. Come on, I'm just here with the stats, but I tell you what, this is a big opportunity for Joshua Neymar with a fantastic shot. It's a great save from Alisson. What a ball that was by Henry. And Joshua, with his first shot in quite some time, Neymar goes where he knows. And that's great to see from Joshua, some direct play. The ball whipped in, Alisson will get away from that corner, but shots coming in from Joshua, not looking for that final pass, which you sometimes feel you need in FIFA 20, but these keepers are not exactly what you'd be going up against harder keepers in Weekend League at times, it has to be said. If I was looking at a Weekend League game and I saw 89 Alisson in nets, I'd be licking my lips, but it's a great save once again. Neymar with a massive opportunity. Alisson will get it into his hands, and it is going to be an opportunity for Matt to just about calm this one down, but Joshua, straight after it, straight out of the gates.
Yeah, you can tell where the investment has been put in these squads. I'll come back to my point, as it looks like Mbappe's in here.
Mbappe does have a bit of strength to get away. Areola will get in the way. Neymar couldn't quite get there in time. But both these two seem to be going for it a little bit more now. Mbappe into Neymar. Look for that pass to Griezmann. Can't quite find it. Saar there once again.
This is what we wanted to see. You can tell where the investment's been put in. Certainly not in the goalkeeping. 87 Areola, 89 Alisson, as you said. Certainly the investment's been put into the defensive mids, the centre-backs, with the likes of Van Dijk and Ramos being a pairing for Matt, and Ferdinand and Saar for Joshua. So certainly looking to protect the goalkeeper rather than investing in the keeper themselves.
Joshua with a big opportunity. Sergio Ramos gets across in front of Henry. And honestly, this has been mostly Joshua inside the first 17 minutes of play here. Ball out towards Kante. There's a slow pass from the resulting corner. Can't quite get anything done in that scenario though, but Joshua definitely seemingly here to play this time round. Sane now. We'll give it back to João Cancelo. Saar looking for the pass inside, but much more like it from Joshua, it has to be said.
Certainly more positive.
Oh, Neymar trying to get past Sergio Ramos. The defenders will just about get there in time. I believe it was Ferland Mendy who got himself in front of that one.
Yeah, definitely more positive from Joshua, and I think he had to be. When you think of Matt's mindset after winning that second game, so much momentum coming into the decider, game 3, especially when your opponent failed to register a shot in regular time in that second game. He really was, I mean, it's fair to use the word dominant really in game 2, Matt. So Joshua knew he had to sort of rattle the cage early, and that he has done. He's looked certainly a formidable opponent, and we're set up perfectly for the rest of this game 3.
Good defending by Joshua once again. Plays it forward to Neymar. The run from Maradona down this left-hand side is a good one. The dribbling skills of the Argentinian, the legend. So effective in this game. Very, very meta. Saw now out to João Cancelo. Into Henry. We haven't really seen that prime moments Henry shine as much as we would have liked. It's a lot of investment, especially in an 86 squad, to have a 95 rated player in there. You really want him to be pulling his weight. I think as a Spurs fan, Harry, you wouldn't mind giving him some stick, in fairness.
Yeah, I'm trying to not be biased here.
Well, one of us has to. Dembele cuts it back to Neymar. It's a good shot. Ferdinand getting in the way. Small opportunity there for Matt to come out with, but nothing coming of it. Sissoko now will try and cut it back. And Henry back doing defensive duties. That is one thing he is good at, Thierry Henry. He does like to get in front of the ball. In FIFA 20 at least, anyway.
Yeah, it's certainly the best work he's done so far across all 3 games that we've seen between these two players.
Fan. There we go.
It had to come out. I held it in for a couple of games, but here we are in game 3. The toxicity rules, but certainly more open, despite it being 0-0. You know, half-time rapidly approaching. More attacking gameplay from both sides. This is what we want to see in a deciding game of FIFA. I think both players have thrown caution to the wind here. And I feel like the next goal, or the first goal in this game, is going to be crucial.
Kante does give it to Bakayoko, who trades passes with Neymar. Looking for a moment here, Joshua. Not able to quite find it. That final pass eluding him. That's a couple of risky ones from Matt at the back, but we'll get it away. Theo Hernandez now stretching his legs down this left-hand side. Will be hurried down by Henry, but keeping possession of the ball is paramount here for Matt. He hasn't really had as many opportunities as he would have liked. I'd argue Joshua has been the better player in this first 45 so far. Vidal now. Looking for the pass forward. No options really on. Good CDM work. And jockeying by Joshua to try and defend here. Sissoko now into the feet of Neymar, speeding up the play a little bit. Vidal back to Sissoko, to Neymar, the heel to heel, the shot to Areola. Just stings the palms of him. Not really a big threat, but good shot nonetheless, and it's that front post that does so often go in. Short corner now to Griezmann. The end of the first half of the final game here of the Xbox Finals. Griezmann is onside, but João Cancelo will get there for the following pass. And will get this one away. Plenty of pace about him, as does Sane. Man City teammates combining here to get it away down this right-hand side for Joshua. Turning back inside, nearly there past Sissoko, but that will be the end of the first half, 0-0. But a much more open game here. Joshua with 4 shots, had none in the last game. He's had 4 in the first 45.
Certainly much more open. Thinking back to that chance that led to that corner towards the end of the first half, I mean, again, it's a half chance for Matt, but you can see that he's switched up his mentality now. You can see he's starting to take those risks and like you said, go for that front post power, the near post power. Oftentimes you might see a low-rated goalkeeper like Areola, I say low-rated, he's 87, but push them into his own net purely because of the power and the pace on the shot from Neymar. So that's what you want to see. We want to see more risks being taken from Matt, and he's beating his man here.
Never quite get anything going, and will just be halted by Joshua, but he is going to give this one away. Dembele, it's a good run by Griezmann. It's a good one from Neymar as well out wide. The pass inside to Dembele. The drag back, a little bit of room here. Good defending by Joshua once again, covering off the passes. Dembele just looking for that opportune moment to go for the pass. Ferland Mendy will send it back towards Vidal. Doesn't mind a shot himself. Does have the ability to stick one in the top corner, but Neymar Definitely somebody who can be susceptible to doing that a little bit better. Vidal now, back to Sissoko, recycling the play consistently here, Matt. Vidal now back to Sissoko, just as said, keeping a hold of the ball. Matt looking for that opportune moment. It maybe is now. Neymar can't quite break away from the CDM at all. You'd love to see the Brazilian make a run, but isn't able to quite get anything going. Joshua will counter-attack with intent here. Maradona, a big run down that right-hand side. Neymar is there as well. Back out to Maradona. Pass to Neymar on the inside was on. Will just about bundle his way through. Bakayoko now to Neymar. The drag back. The shot as well. Easy pickings for Alisson, but a good opportunity there for Joshua.
Yeah, good play from both sides, really, it has to be said. I like how Matt is trying to maintain possession as best as he can as he looks to try and get in down this right-hand side with Dembele. It's taken away by Ferdinand, but I like how he's trying to maintain possession and really try and drain the concentration of Joshua away as long as he has to watch for Matt's, you know, potential runners, potential passing recipients. That concentration level was so difficult to maintain for such extended periods of time. So for Matt, it might just be about trying to drain Joshua, and then up the other end, we're seeing Joshua again go for that near post shot with Neymar, I believe it was. So again, it's good to see both these players starting to take those risks that we didn't see in the first two matches.
Kante now looking for the pass inside to Bakayoko. Henry manages to get it back here as well on the edge of the box. That's an opportunity. It's one that goes begging, goes for the front post shot. Alisson scrambling over but couldn't quite get there, but he will not matter. It will go to the right-hand side of the right post. Fortunately for Matt, and that's a cracking ball forward, I tell you what. Mbappe will happily run onto that one. The Frenchman has pace for days. Looking for the ball roll to get inside, but good defending by João Cancelo once again, and Joshua will hold on. 0-0 after 60 minutes is quite surprising, but I tell you what, he's given it away. Dembele, edge of the box, look for the pass inside. It's on for Neymar, but goes back to Mendy. Into Mbappe, the heel-to-heel, inside the box, the drag, the shot, under Areola, and in from Matt. Newcastle lead in the final game. It's 1-0. Kylian Mbappe is the man that does the damage.
Well, Areola just didn't get his body down quick enough. Had to rely on the left arm. And unfortunately, I think it might have just bounced off of one of his fingers right underneath his body and straight into the goal. Perfect time to score. Time still left on the clock to maybe even get more, as Joshua has to start committing bodies forward and maybe switch up his tactics anytime soon. Wouldn't be surprised to see in the next 5 or 10, maybe even sooner, in-game minutes, Joshua start to throw more players forward as he knows he needs to chase a goal to force extra time at the very least.
Let's see what he's made of. Started this game very, very well, and he did come out attacking, but we're going to need to see him send it forward. And this might now open things up for Matt. The man from Newcastle University trying to get this one done. He's in a good spot to do so now. Lost the first game, won the second in the final few minutes of extra time, just before we got sent to penalties. He's now up with only 15 in-game minutes remaining. Joshua needs to bring some attacking intent to the game. Neymar sends it out wide towards Maradona. You can't even make the subs as well. Both these players choosing to go with a better starting lineup and sacrificing some good substitutes. Maradona though into Neymar, good defending. Sissoko in the way. Mbappe will get it away down this left-hand side for Matt.
I think Neymar had the beating of Sissoko there. If he hadn't gone for the pass or maybe went for the touch inside towards goal, he could have got a shot away, but instead went for the man that was marked by Sissoko. And, well, here comes Matt once again. We could see more opportunities, but it's given away.
Neymar now. Bakayoko, and I think if you're Joshua, you take your time with these chances. Do not rush them. You do have time. Bakayoko into Neymar, though the touch is not quite there. And that's got to be heartbreaking. It would have been a really good opportunity for Joshua to get something going, but can't quite find that final pass. And look at the room that he has to play with in the opposition half. Neymar not going to be able to get away from Sarr. The pace and the power far too much. Joshua still hanging on, still has an opportunity to come back in this final. Henry And the opposition third. Can't quite find anything. Will get it back. Matt potentially living dangerously, but Dembele grasps onto it. Griezmann was making the run. The pass wasn't there in time. Neymar will just run this one down if he needs to. 88th minute and counting. Joshua needs to get the ball back. There's nothing more frustrating when you're 1 goal behind and it's just good possession play by the opponent. Could this be the NSC finals win going towards Newcastle University? Theo Hernandez down this left-hand side for Matt now. The ball inside to Mbappe. Could this be the final nail, the final dagger? Mbappe inside to Neymar, to Griezmann. That's it, done. Griezmann locks it up. Newcastle University and Matt will be your NSE champions yet. The shush comes out as well. It's a bitter pill to swallow if you're Joshua, but it has to be said, Matt deserves it over 3.
And that, I think, celebration would have come from pure relief from Matt Krast after losing the first game, despite arguably dominating and having the better chances, losing it 3-0 in the end, to then scoring in, well, I believe it was the 115th minute in game number 2 to prevent penalties. Now solidifying the win in the deciding game 3 to win and be crowned the champion of the Xbox console here in the NSE Spring Championships for FIFA 20. That was pure relief after staring down the face of defeat to come back and score. Well, I mean, again, the goal that seals it at 2-0 was again just pure relief in that celebration, and I think Matt will be celebrating tonight.
I just think it was maybe just, let him know. It's weekend league. It gets to you sometimes as well. It's that time of the week. We'll give him the shush after the 2-0. I'd have done it. I don't care. But I mean, look, Joshua came out and he played in the first half, especially. Really good opportunities, especially that first one with Neymar. Not able to get the second one going, but he really did come to play in the third leg. And it frustrates me because I would like to see it throughout the three games we've seen. Yeah, in that second leg, he didn't have a single shot.
Oh, this is it. The second leg, he went missing, Joshua. I mean, again, we praised him constantly for his defensive work rate, but that's all he really had in that second game. We never really saw anything attacking-wise. It was much, much better here in game 3, and I feel like he realised it as well. I mean, it's always a little embarrassing after not registering a shot after 90 minutes, but he certainly turned around his attacking fortunes in game number 3. But that goal, I mean, yeah, it's unfortunate. It takes an unfortunate deflection off Areola, goes underneath him essentially. But that goal, so well worked as Joshua was pouring bodies forward. We said there might be chances for more goals for Matt as Joshua had to try and chase the game and push more bodies up the pitch. There it was, and he took it with both hands and a little shush to go with it as well.
So Matt will get it done for Newcastle University in the Xbox FIFA 20 finals here at the NSC Spring Championship. But don't go anywhere. We've got the PlayStation finals coming up after this short break.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of the ESL National Championships. Game, record, stream without compromise.
Nobody likes being left out. That's why Special Effect are helping people with physical disabilities to play video games. But this isn't just about having fun. The gaming setups we create are personalized, so people can play to the very best of their abilities. And that opens the door to inclusion and independence, confidence and creativity. Help us level the playing field and create more magical gaming moments. Because it's everyone's turn to play.
You don't mess around when it comes to your play. So don't play games with your hardware. Get serious with Intel. 4 out of 5 gamers on Steam play on an Intel-powered PC. Because Intel delivers you the power needed to game like the pros. And gives you elite gaming performance on your favorite titles. So you can be game ready at any level. Intel, don't play games.
Hello guys and welcome back to the NSC Spring Championship Finals. My name is Turner and I am here with Haru. We've got FIFA 20 coming at you live here on twitch.tv. We just seen the Xbox finals, and it was in the end a very, very close affair. Maybe not the most entertaining at times, but in the end it was Newcastle University. It was Matt getting it done for them. Now we move over to the PlayStation side, and this one should be very, very interesting. We've got two slightly polarizing teams. We do have Aaron Kelly from Chichester University going up against Khalid Moyo from Nottingham University. This one should be good, Harry. PlayStation, we're moving over to my console, as we said.
Yep.
So I've got representatives in the Xbox final with Matt from Newcastle, and
right.
I'm claiming just the PlayStation final in general.
The entire console. Right,
yep.
Fair enough. We've been taking a look at some of these lineups. Obviously, we still are under the same restrictions. You can only have a maximum of 3 icons.
Yeah.
You're stuck to an 86 rated team overall. No doubt we're going to be seeing more 75 rated players on the bench just to bolster up that starting 11. But just taking a look at some of the starting 11s that we're seeing, we're certainly seeing the University of Nottingham Mans being the favoured lineup of both you and I, Chris, purely based on how top heavy it is. I mean, you look at the likes of Messi and Mane in there. Those are 2 players that we see at the highest level from Khalid. No doubt we're going to be seeing lots of attacking gameplay, arguably more than we're going to have seen from the Xbox final, which we just saw, which was a little bit more attritional. I fully expect more attacking gameplay from both sides, looking at both of these lineups, because certainly some very top heavy attacks. I mean, Messi on both sides of the pitch, actually, that 96 rated Messi for his opponent Aaron Kelly of the University of Chichester, which is just a stone's throw away from where I went to university in Southampton. So a little bit of a local,
you can latch on to
rivalry. Yeah, I'll latch onto him. I mean, it's not quite Hampshire. It's on the Hampshire border over there in West Sussex, but I grew up in East Sussex, went to university in Hampshire, so it's sort of like an amalgamation of where I'm from. So you know what?
See, anywhere past Durham just turns into a blur for me.
It's just the south.
It's just the south, yeah. Looking at Aaron Kelly's team, though, definitely weaker on paper, I would say. For no doubt for me, I think it's still a good team. But the difference between these two is that, of course, on the side of Khaled's team, he's went with the full 75 substitution bench, so I can't imagine we're going to see any subs being made. But the difference is Aaron has actually went with a decent subs bench here. He's got players like, he's got Saint Maximin on there, he's got Ryan Kent in there, who, if anybody plays FIFA, especially Weekend League, you're terrified of. There's good players on the bench, specifically there for Aaron Kelly. So look towards the latter stages of the game where you might try and change some things up. It honestly wouldn't surprise me, but there's a couple of players I would look at in there that maybe are left wanting just a little bit. The Messi at right wing, of course, is probably going to be his focus. He does have Del Piero in there too, who's very, very strong. But then you look towards 81 rated Ndombele. You look at Eric Bailly, 80 centre-back there. These are places where if I was Khaled, I would really be looking to target.
Right. When we look back to the Xbox final, which we just saw, obviously a lot of the defensive work came down to shielding the centre-backs and really using those CDMs. When you look at the likes of the midfield, I mean Guardiola and Ndombele for Aaron, it's a little weak in front of the back four. So we'll just have to see whether or not his bench can come into fruition and he can keep it close enough to a point where those subs can start to maybe make the difference late on in the games.
Well, here we go then, into the PlayStation final. And it will be Khaled from the University of Nottingham, attacking from right to left in the blue kit, and from left to right in the red. It will indeed be Aaron Kelly from Chichester. This one's starting off mostly with Khaled here, trying to get some attack going, and really, you look at the teams, and as we've just discussed, it definitely looks stronger on the side of Khaled. And if he can get something going early on, it will be difficult, but Ndombele here, and this is for Aaron Kelly, can't get anything going. Ferdinand will be there to clean things up, but as I said, Khaled's team, above and beyond the better team on paper, at least anyway.
Yeah, but we all know FIFA isn't played on paper. I mean, if we were looking at stats from the Xbox final, we would have said that based on shots alone that, we really should have seen it being a 2-0 in favour of the man who won in the end. So, we can't really count out FIFA 20 in terms of how, not random it can be, but certainly unpredictable. So wouldn't be surprised to see some shocks and surprises.
Aaron trying to get this one away, but Socrates will get in the way. Khaled trying to attack here, not going to happen this time around. But, you know, and for all, as you said, as I was talking about on paper teams, you still look at Aaron Kelly's team, you look at that front line. Trossard on the left wing is nothing to really raise too many eyebrows at. He's very, very fast, very, very good meta dribbling player. But that Del Piero, that Messi, they can score. It doesn't matter what defense you got in front of them, those two players will bury it.
Just don't let Brandon Smith hear you talking trash about Trossard, because
oh, I know he's in there. I've seen him. Fan. And also, lecturer at Chichester, I do believe. Actually,
yeah,
I think he said he knows Aaron.
Lecturer, of course.
Yeah. So he knows Aaron. He was already telling me about it. So he'll be in here to support him. But Aaron right now under the cosh. Khaled trying to get something going now with his team. But here we go. Trossard is going to give it to Messi. It's a cracking ball over the top of Del Piero to Stegen. We'll get there. Gets clattered for his troubles. But still, Aaron looks like he is threatening here.
Certainly both sides looking willing to attack. I mean, we saw in the Xbox final, the two universities, Newcastle and Nottingham Trent, just again, just a bit more of an attritional affair, but we're seeing much more open here in the PS4 final.
Oh, Messi with an opportunity. The step over is not able to quite get him through. And Marvi will get this away down this left-hand side. This foot birthday, you see him everywhere. So many teams picking up on Marvi. A really, really good option. Balak now solid in the middle. Can't quite send Socrates, and Aaron will get this one away, and it has to be said, Khaled's sitting quite far forward, and he's going to leave himself open to counter-attacks like this. Del Piero drags it wide to Stegen. Good save. I think the defender was there to cover, but either way, Aaron Kelly threatening. Gomez in the middle trying to go into it, cannot. And then Marvi will get this away for Khaled.
Yeah, good chance there to Stegen, though, using his legs well. And again, to Stegen, one of those keepers that's going to be difficult to beat. We saw Areola in the Xbox final. Only 87 rated, but pulled off some tremendous saves.
Oh, Del Piero's in here again. He's beat the offside trap into Stegen. There once again. It's a good header towards the back post. To Stegen has to be there once again. And I tell you what, Aaron Kelly is really threatening here. The German just about keeping Khaled in this one. In Dombele, into Zaha. Can't quite bundle through Marvi with a risky pass, though. Going to give it to Del Piero. Zaha! And he will put it away. Bottom right corner. It will be Chichester, and it will be Aaron Kelly taking the lead in the first game. That's 1-0 after 30 minutes gone.
How has Wilfried Zaha stayed on side here? Such fortune, I suppose you could say. He makes such almost a shadow run at the back and really just deceives the entire defensive line. Was it Semedo, you said, maybe just playing him on? I mean, tremendous goal. And it's the University of Chichester that take the advantage.
We'll have an open game here then. Both players seemingly want to attack, and we have our first goal. Sissoko now into Mane, team of the air as well, but Son. A venomous shot towards the top left, can't quite find the top right corner though. Oh, top left corner I should say, but that was a good opportunity there, and both these players happy to take shots, and a good opportunity for Khaled. Can he get one going here? Socrates down this right hand side sends it towards Messi. Son was looking for the run of Sadio Mane. Backwards and forwards here though, Harry.
Defense into attack constantly. This is certainly what we want to see. It's good to see as well some really high rated players in the attacking sides of both of these universities. We spoke about the likes of Messi for both sides, but we haven't really touched about that Son Heung-min card. I mean, we saw it often in the E-Premier League qualifying that we were able to cover, I should say. And Son was really a prominent figure in that competition. No doubt we'll see him crop up here in the NSE PS4 finals.
I do believe that's Son's most recent upgrade as well. Socrates can't quite get through, but Son will in the back for Khaled here. Sissoko trying to find Socrates once again. And Socrates on FIFA 19 was a player a lot of players wanted to use. A great item, but in this game maybe not as proficient as you would have liked to see. Of course, in FIFA 19, the power, the height was definitely an advantage, but not so much in FIFA 20.
Certainly not. Certainly a chance for Khaled here, maybe to get one back though with Son, and it's in. It's offside though. That'll give him a bit of confidence going forward, but that Son finish into the back of the net, ruled out by the linesman's flag.
Maybe Aaron here to collect back. Messi The Berber spin on the edge of the box, not able to find anything. It's Sissoko will get this one out. But that's the threat there from Khaled. Aaron Kelly may be up in this one, but Khaled definitely has threat, and that's a fantastic ball through to Socrates, and what a goal that is! The Brazilian sticks it in the back of the net. We said that maybe he's not the most meta card in this game, but a 93 prime rated Socrates buries it just before half time. And we go into the half at one apiece. What a goal, Harry.
What a goal it was indeed. The ball to find that man right there was on a sixpence. And you felt for Khaled just moments before when Son stuck it in the back of the net. It was ruled out by the linesman's flag. Well, he got his rewards just moments later, and almost on the very next attack, he equalises for Nottingham. So we have a final on the cards here.
A great first half between these two. A stark contrast maybe from the Xbox side of things. Both players looking to attack and go forward. Socrates now the man that got that goal, did play it back. Eventually it finds its way to Mane. Sissoko into the feet of Son, that 5-star weak foot, so dangerous. Choosing to snap at it, but the defenders are there. And Ndombele will probably get onto this one as well. He will do. Messi now trying to send Del Piero, but Diego Carlos is there to clean it up.
Shout out to the city of Nottingham, having two players in either or both finals, I should say, with Joshua Rowe representing Nottingham Trent University in the Xbox finals. Unfortunately, he was beaten by Matt Trask just moments ago. We now have the University of Nottingham represented here as well by Khaled.
Del Piero looking at that pass inside, will not find it.
What's in the water in Nottingham though, Chris? That's the question.
I hear your water down south's quite hard, mate. That's what I hear.
You need a filter, Brita filter.
Don't need any of that up the north.
Is Nottingham the north? I don't know if we count the north as anything north of Birmingham's pretty much north to me. So
right, okay, you take that back. Anything south of the Tyne is the south.
Let's not get into this.
Sunderland's the south at this point, mate. Let's not get into this argument, or we'll be here all day. Khaled now, trying to go forward here. Socrates into Messi, choosing to shoot from there is ambitious to say the least. Aaron Kelly maybe will get this one away, though. Trossard is on his bike and he has plenty of pace. Semedo, though, will be able to clean this one up. Messi gives it away. Guardiola wins it back, and a couple of wayward passes from both players here. Messi can't quite get past Ferdinand. Baby Ferdinand, even at this stage in the game, an absolute cracking centre-back to have. Providing the final touch to get it away there. The ball back to Mane, needed to be a little bit earlier from Son there. I thought Khaled, but potential counter-attacking opportunity here from Aaron Kelly. Messi, the Berber spin works out this time. Del Piero, the run in there. The centre from Zaha cannot quite get this one for another goal for Aaron, but Khaled is living dangerously here in Ndombele. Zaha. Back to Messi, edge of the box. You know where that's going. Oh. Top left corner is wanting.
Unfortunately,
Messi just about missing that one.
Went straight
that was a big opportunity.
Straight into Rose Ed there, Chris. But you're right. Often times you'll see that one nestle in the back of the net.
Del Piero and Messi combining beautifully here. That final pass maybe a little bit too much. Zaha drags it back. Del Piero now. Great defender from Diego Carlos, who will get this one away. Mane now looking for the run of Messi down the right-hand side. Can't quite get it going. Aaron Kelly, the better of the two here, it feels. And he actually is a player who has that sub-bench to look towards as well. So if he feels his players are getting tired, he has options on the bench, whereas Khaled does not. Messi trying to get this one away for Aaron now. But it is cleaned up by Diego Carlos. Socrates, we've seen it, only takes one opportunity for Khaled to try and find a goal. Team in the air, Mane not able to quite get his shot away there.
Yeah, one of the best players on the pitch. Best cards on the pitch, certainly. Team of the year, Mane. Unfortunate not to find the back of the net there. It's a bit of an acute angle, but here comes the pause.
Piero to Messi. Look for the drag back towards Zaha. Ferdinand will get in the way. And that will be the pause being lined up. And you do feel as if it's going to be Aaron surely the one making the substitutions. I mean, look at the options. I've used that Saint-Maximin card, a fantastic option, of course. I mean, that's not even just bias from me. But Ryan Kent, I mean, everybody who will play FIFA on a decent basis, you will come up against that Ryan Kent coming off the bench quite a lot. And he is so difficult to defend against with that 5-star weak foot.
Yeah, he will torment your back line.
Got upgraded as well, didn't he?
Yeah,
recently?
he did, which is just absolutely agonising when you come up against him. So Khaled needs to be very wary here of the subs bench. Saint-Maximin and Kent on for Aaron Kelly here representing Chichester.
Two very meta players coming on with fresh legs. There's always something to be concerned about. Saint-Maximin now. Inside to Messi. Del Piero, this attack just become a little bit more threatening, didn't it? Saint-Maximin looking for the route through, can't quite find it. Going up against the Sogo here, and he does have the dribbling stats to get past. Ndombele will probably go back, but he goes forward. Del Piero's onside. It's a ball inside to Ryan Kent. Will be offside. And this time round, Khaled will survive.
Del Piero just not able to hold his run long enough there, but Aaron Kelly certainly in the ascendancy here. Khaled needs to have something in response, but just seems a little rushed in his attacks. Doesn't seem to want to try and find the extra pass around the man. Wants to try and go a little bit too direct. Needs to slow things down as he's doing right here to find that crucial pass into the feet of one of his strikers. And so far, Aaron Kelly's done well in covering. It's been a little more sloppy and more open than you would suggest the Xbox final was, but here comes Aaron maybe in with Messi to Stegen across quickly.
Just about to get across there, but those long over-the-top balls is what Aaron is trying to utilise right now. He has the pace in behind. Ryan Kent and Alan Saint-Maximin very much a threat. Heung-min Son now can't quite find Socrates, and maybe that little bit of stamina that you would gain from having these substitutes is not quite there for Khaled. Diego Carlos will get back and cover that one fairly easily as Messi can't quite get to it. Mane heads it back and will be offside, unfortunately, for his team. That header had went wayward and a potential counter-attack was on the card. Saint-Maximin now. Into Pep Guardiola, has a pass on him. Back to Messi, into Kent, to Messi. It's a well-worked opportunity. It's a fantastic, fantastic goal by Aaron Kelly in the 90th minute of the first leg. He's going to be up in this best out of 3 series. That is a fantastic goal, so well worked. Messi, edge of the box, player of the month, top left corner. Thank you very much. It has to be said, Harry, I feel like it deserves it.
Yeah, Khaled for Nottingham just has not settled into this first game of this best of 3 whatsoever. Worth reminding you all, as the first game finishes in Aaron Kelly's favour, this is a best of 3 games, so no aggregate score, no legs, no away goals, nothing like that to consider, just straight up games of FIFA. And it's advantage University of Chichester going into game 2. And yeah, you could say it's deserved, certainly. We'll look over some of the replays and the majority of it will be in Aaron's favour, but you'd have to say Khaled just never really settled into that first game. He never really took that extra bit of time to try and find the extra pass around the man. It just never really happened.
And I think as well, you look at Khaled's goal, and it was one moment of brilliance is all that's really come from him. And it was a defensive mistake for the first goal there, as we see Zaha stick that one in the bottom right corner. But there's been a couple of potential opportunities. That one from Son was one of them. Another from Son shortly after, offside. But that's a cracking ball from the South Korean there. Socrates, a belter finish, it has to be said. 95 shooting stats on the Brazilian. Don't want to give him any room. He has plenty of power. But it really was Aaron Kelly mostly, wasn't it? That was one that wasn't wanting from Messi. Outside of that, that was maybe the main opportunity with Mane from Khaled in the second half, but it was mostly Aaron Kelly. I think those subs make a difference,
Absolutely.
I really do.
When you think about the 1-2s that were being played, often they were telegraphed between Kent and Messi. But those two really, we see the combination here for the goal in the 91st minute. the introduction of Ryan Kent really, I mean, it's given people in Weekend League nightmares. It's giving Khaled here nightmares in the NSE PS4 final of FIFA 20.
It's giving me nightmares because I didn't do Kent when the
this is
SBC
it.
was
If
up.
you didn't do it, you're a fool. But
Yeah,
this
an
is
idiot.
the thing. We have to consider between these two sides, reminding everyone who might be just joining us that there is a cap on an 86 rated squad, which is why you're seeing no substitutions from Khaled. He's gone for a 75 rated bench to free up some higher rated players in his first 11. On the other side for Aaron, he's gone for a slightly weakened, I suppose you could say, first 11, but he has those subs, those 85 rated subs. He has the likes of Martial, I believe I saw on his bench. He brought on Saint Maximin. He brought on Ryan Kent, who in the end set up Messi and combined with him several times in the second half. It might just be the difference maker, in this final. I mean, we've already seen Aaron Kelly go up 1-0 in games. All it takes is another super sub to come on, maybe another Kent substitutions combining with Messi. That could be the difference maker. If you're asking me what I would like to see more from Khaled, getting Mane involved more. I mean, we've seen him at the top level. He was a little silent, a little invisible for me in that first game. You need to get him combining with Messi. You need to get him on the counter-attack. You need to get him in those attacking positions. We only really saw the half chance where he was smothered by Ter Stegen, I believe it was. He is a meta player. He is one of those players that is used at the top level often. We need to see him in more attacking positions for Khaled if he has any chance in this second game.
Especially you look at, you're very, very right. You need to see more Mane. There's so much investment put into that player, and I can imagine, I mean, you'll talk about me. You're looking at the market once again, but look, sitting at about 1.9 million coins, you need to be using it. Yeah, I'm just trying. People like to know. They like to know. If they don't know, they should know.
How many coins? Come on, how many coins does he?
Nearly 1.9 million, and that's with a crash as well. What was he yesterday? He was sitting at 2.1, 2.2, 2.3. So I mean, look,
it just sat there with your calculator out, your calculus.
Well, no, I'm just on Footbin, mate, and it tells me what it was yesterday. Don't try. Right, no, don't stop. Okay. But I think you're right in your point anyway, is the fact that this Mane needs to be in a lot more. But realistically, I think if you're Aaron Kelly in this situation, if you're holding on till around the 65th, 70th minute when those subs typically come in, you're looking great. You're playing with fresh players who are good players.
Yeah.
Against very, very good players, but they're depleted. They don't have much energy left. So I mean, it's a big thing to have towards the latter stages of the game. If he can keep it tight until then, it has to be advantage him in the last stage. And
the funny thing was, if you remember before game one, we were saying, looking at these first 11s, it's advantage Khaled. And now I
absolutely, if you were to tell me you can play on Weekend League with one of these two teams, I would choose that team from Khaled.
100% you would. But now that we're sitting here after game one, we may be giving the tactical genius to Aaron Kelly of the University of Chichester, representing West Sussex. Is here with a star-studded bench. Maybe, again, we're talking about maybe a slightly weakened first 11. It's the subs that really made the difference, because no one could keep up with Kent, and no one could really get a hold of Messi when Kent was feeding him in. So we'll have to see if any adjustment can come in. I'm not sure if formation-wise there's something you can change on Khaled's side, but something needs to change here in game two. Otherwise, he is looking at an early exit from the PS4 finals, and we could be looking at our spring champion.
For all that it took a lot of minutes of FIFA in the Xbox final, it could be a short one here on the PlayStation side. Aaron Kelly left to right in the red, and choosing to change up kits. Looks like the PSG black from right to left is going to be Khaled. Zaha now looking for the pass in towards Del Piero. Sissoko will get this one away for Khaled, who's trying to get things done here for Nottingham. Really didn't have much to shout about in that first game. It was definitely mostly Aaron's leg.
Well, you think back to that sort of a triple hitter he had towards the end of the first half, where he had that Son goal ruled out for offside and then hit back immediately afterwards. Other than that, not too much to shout about. You're right, after the first game of FIFA. So we just need to see him settle down, maybe stop giving the ball away as he did just then. Otherwise, Aaron Kelly's going to be able to come forward with these players that he has in the attacking sense.
Oh, my word. Oh, my God, what a ball. Oh, and it's fortunate. It is fortunate that it lands to Del Piero's feet, but the initial build-up play was beautiful from Aaron Kelly. The ball for Del Piero over the top. Found its way to Messi. The rebound as it so often does in FIFA. Land at the opposition's feet as well. That's a tough one to take if you're Khaled, but you have to fight back now.
You have to, but think back though, Chris, just moments before, it was Khaled who gave the ball away and really allowed Aaron Kelly to just be on his feet and go for the counter-attack straight away. Almost fed in Son there, but needs to keep care of the ball a little bit more, otherwise Aaron Kelly's going to put together these counter-attacks.
And Messi has the pace to burn here. Ferdinand trying to get back. The front post shot is there. The rebound. Oh my God, everything is falling Aaron Kelly's way right now. And Khaled Moyo goes down 2-0, 12 minutes in, and he will be cursing his game. He's given the opportunities to Aaron, though, it has to be said, but the rub of the green very much with the man from Chichester, who's 2-0 up in the second game, 1-0 up in the series. Khaled Moyo needs to turn this one on for his University of Nottingham. That's a tough one to take again.
I'm not going to lie to you, I'm glad we didn't see a replay for Khaled's sake, or at least Khaled's controller's sake, because I feel like that one might have just been going into the wall. That's a tough goal to concede, especially early on. The benefit of it, I suppose, that he still has time to play here in this second game. Time to maybe stage a comeback and get some goals on the board. He's attacking well.
Balak here in the centre of the park. Guardiola hurrying him as he so often does. It's a ball out wide towards Messi. Ferdinand will get there and will play the safe pass, but after 20 minutes gone, 2-0 to Aaron Kelly, as said, and it's got to be hard to bet. It's a good ball over to the top towards Mane, and nothing falling for Khaled right now.
It'll be interesting to see what kind of maybe defensive-minded substitutions Aaron Kelly actually has. We saw his attacking options in Kent and St. Maximin, whether or not he has any midfielders he can bring on to maybe shore up this 2-0 lead should it come to it later on in the second half.
He did have one, but I can't quite remember who it was. Let's have a look. Hold on, I do actually have the... All right, so he's got Diogo Carlos on the bench, the 86 centre-back, the Europa Live card, the same as Kent, but obviously for, I do believe it's Valencia or somebody, one of those two teams. Either way, he does have defensive options, is what we're saying. But Socrates now, took a ball into Son. Oh, you need to say it, go in. If you're Khaled, Heung-min Son, that 91 rated team of the year moments, or team of the week moments, sorry, I should say. Team of the year's on the brain, mate, sorry.
That's all right, he'll get a team of the year one year.
Maybe.
Don't say maybe. Come on, he will. But that's
sorry,
a better
chance. For the
though.
tune in a couple of years, mate.
That's a good one.
Del Piero with a great chance here for Aaron Kelly, well blocked.
Tell another joke, funny man.
Messi now into Zaha. Aaron Kelly seemingly playing with his spoon here. Del Piero might make it three. It's a fantastic save, but it is a penalty. This could be the final nail in the coffin. Sends it down the middle to Stegen, or hits for it. And that could be a crucial moment. Well, Khaled sends Mane away down this left-hand side. Potential opportunity to counter-attack here. Socrates. Back to Mane. Back to Socrates. The turn from Son could be there. Sticks on his left foot, and Gomez will just about get there. Aaron Kelly could have put that one to bed. This could have been done and dusted. Ferdinand's trying to give Messi an opportunity here. Khaled will be screaming in the centre-backs to try and tighten up, but this one is still to play for. Son on the edge of the box can't quite get it going, but backwards and forwards here, Harry.
The Panenka penalty is always a risky one to try and pull off, and almost deceived the goalkeeper, but did not dive. And, well, just think back to that one. If we start to see a Khaled comeback, maybe you'll look back on that one if you're Aaron Kelly and think, maybe I should have just blasted it top corner.
It is very much a mental game, isn't it, with the penalties? Trying to sell them a fake of which way you're going to go, and it is just an absolute roulette at times. But can Khaled get anything going here? He has been threatening a little bit more recently. Son with the heel to heel, back onto his left to Sissoko, back to Son. And I'd like to see him kept moving with the South Korean there. Oh, bless me. Oh, God. That's a dangerous thing to do in this climate.
I've almost had a sneeze a couple of times throughout this broadcast, so maybe there's something in the air. A bit too much pollen, maybe, but...
Well, there is something in the air.
We're now approaching the end of the first half, and we've seen a fair few chances, actually, as ter Stegen comes across, heads it out of play. for Son, and those were the sort of chances with Son that we saw for Khaled really come off towards the end of the first half in the first game. So if he's going to stage this comeback at 2-0 down, he needs more of those chances for sure.
Oh, Messi, this could be 3 on his left foot. I think he was expecting the player just to commit to that left-hand side. Didn't go for it, and this is a counter-attacking opportunity. Heung-min-Son breaks away. He has the pass inside to Messi, and Socrates is there. It's a big challenge in the back. No red card coming out.
Wow.
We've seen them be given in FIFA 20, it has to be said. But this is a big opportunity in the final moments of the first half. Messi will step up. Thought he'd send it here the wrong way, but not going to happen. That should be the end of the first half. That should be Aaron Kelly taking a lead for the University of Chichester into the second half of the second game. Best out of 3 series. Aaron's up 1-0 in that. Up 2-0 in the second game. He's in the driving seat, Harry.
He is. It was a naughty one from Eric Bailly, I believe it was. I'm surprised to see...
It was needed. It was needed.
Certainly needed. Certainly professional, I suppose we could call it. Surprised to see it not...
I've seen red cards given like that.
I'm surprised to see it's not punished. And for Khaled, he might just think, well, that's just the way the game's going. Has to bounce back here in this second half. This is a big, big half of FIFA for him. Don't forget about those subs that Aaron has to bring on as well. But for Khaled, he needs to get within touching distance before those subs come on. Otherwise, for me, it might just be a toss. Too much for the man from the University of Nottingham to come back from.
Needs some goals early. Can he find one here through the Tottenham man? Heung-min-Son to Mane. You'd like to see him just run with it. Good defending by Aaron once again, no. Diogo Carlos now into Messi. Now to Ballack. To Messi, who is going to find Mane down this right-hand side. The step overs can't quite get past 80-rated Eric Bailly, who's been putting an absolute shift in for Aaron Kelly.
I wonder whether or not he was just looking for a croqueta there rather than a step over. Maybe a mistimed skill move, but either way, Bailly, who really shouldn't even be on the pitch at this point, stepping up there for Aaron.
Doing a solid job, Potter, next to the final Joe Gomez, I do believe. So at least one of his centre-back pairings is very, very meta, a card that you will see very often in Weekend League. Eric Bailly, not so much.
It's one of those that you use maybe within the first 12 hours of the game being out.
Yeah.
Until you have enough coins to upgrade him, but yeah, a bit of a strange option.
Of course, these teams having the 86 rated and under, choosing to go in that direction.
It might be the reason he has such a strong bench is because he's sacrificing ratings at the centre-back position.
He has better centre-backs on the bench, but of course it's a question of chemistry as well. So just choosing to go with that Premier League link. That Footmister here in nets as well as something that he's obviously trying to link towards, and you never know what might be untradeable in his squad, but I tell you what, that's a fantastic ball through to Del Piero. This should be it. He's not going to be able to get it across, but it's another penalty. And you'd argue ter Stegen should be off.
Top bins.
But can he do it this time round?
Oh, he saved it!
What a save by ter Stegen! Somehow Khaled is still in this game. 2 goals down, 2 penalties later. And he's still within a shout of coming back into this one.
Oh, what do you say? What do you say? Tries the Palinka down the middle, doesn't work, gets saved. I tell him to stick it top bins. He does just that, and then ter Stegen with the fingertip save. It'll be a corner, but wow. 2 penalties saved. If Khaled comes back, unbelievable.
It will be quite the feat. Saint-Maximin on the edge of the box is going to go for the finesse. Not going to work out from there. Shooting stats not the highest on the Newcastle man. Should be higher, but
don't be
there
bitter.
we are. Del Piero now into Kent. Aaron looking for a goal to finally seal this one. Can he get it here? It's Lionel Messi on the edge of the box to Saint-Maximin. And it is just a little bit too much, it has to be said. I would love to see him pull the trigger with Messi on the edge of the box. The ball over the top here for Son is not going to get through. We're really getting to the time where we need to see a goal from Khaled. He is holding on by the skin of his teeth. Messi now out towards Saint-Maximin. The flyer pass is beautiful. The rainbow flick up is not going to quite get past Ferdinand. But Khaled still with an opportunity here. His players will start to dwindle as time does go on. whereas energy will be flowing through the attack of Aaron Kelly. The man from Chichester is very much in the driving seat here. Balak moving forward. It will find its way to Son. A goal here would be massive for Khaled, but he can't quite get it done. The counter-attack is on here for Aaron Kelly as well.
We said that Khaled needs to be within touching distance by the time these subs come on. Otherwise, you might just see Aaron Kelly run away with it. He has a chance here, though.
It's that final pass every single time from Khaled. Aaron Kelly has defended so well. And he hasn't had to send so many men back. He hasn't played so defensively either. He's just defended well with what he's got. Ryan Kent looking for the final pass into Messi. He will get a free kick for all his troubles. It's the back line for Khaled not necessarily being the most... What's the word I'm looking for? Disciplined. But the free kick about to come in here. 24 yards out, it is strikeable. Roberto Carlos will give it back to Guardiola. Roberto Carlos into Saint-Maximin, can't release it away. It's a third penalty.
Surely not.
Surely, third time's the charm. It will be the charm, and Del Piero will seal it. And surely Aaron Kelly now will win this game.
Oh, if you're just joining us and are wondering why we're laughing, that's the penalty scored at the third time of asking in this second game of the PS4 NSE Spring Championship Finals in the FIFA 20. It's you can't write it. You give away 3 penalties, you save 2, and unfortunately you get deceived for the final one, which puts you 3-0 down. But you're right. Surely now we should see Aaron Kelly really stretch his legs and celebrate his win for the University of Chichester. Stranger things have happened than a University of Nottingham comeback here for Khaled, but I mean, the way that Aaron Kelly has played so far and the distinct lack of clear-cut chances for Khaled here in this second game, I think this one is done and dusted, and I think we have our PS4 champion.
Hats off to Aaron Kelly as well. We said at the beginning of the broadcast of the PlayStation Finals that his team was significantly weaker, but he had it in his back pocket that he had those subs. He had that option when it came to it. It helped him win the first game. The second, a touch of fortune with the first 2 goals, and his third, a penalty at the third time of asking. Admittedly, he absolutely probably does deserve it. Those first 2 goals were very lucky in the second leg, but we'll not get it twisted. But 3 penalties, this could be a cricket score at this point. And Khaled just hasn't produced enough. Considering the team he has, considering the defence he's going to go up against, you definitely expect him to put at least one away again. We've seen that one big moment that he had in the first game, and he made him pay. This may be another moment here. Messi is through. That's a chip. That may just be a consolation goal. It's a nice one from Khaled. It has to be said, a really good finish by the Argentinian. Really well-worked goal. But then you've got red picks like that, by the way. 95 Messi in your team. Yeah, it must be nice.
Well, like you
John
said.
Steen last week.
Oh, nice. Very nice.
Yeah.
Very solid.
No.
Might just be a consolation for Khaled here. He's got a goal to his name, but they needed to come much earlier on in the game. And for now, it's a victory parade for Aaron Kelly, unless Son can muscle his way through here, which he can't. Later on today in the NSE, we have, following this, the Overwatch Spring Finals. Rocket League following after that as well, and Rainbow Six Siege later on tonight as well. So we have lots of esports action to come later on. It's a good time to be an esports fan here in quarantine.
Yeah, if there's one positive in being an esports fan, there's plenty to watch, it has to be said. And these NSC finals and FIFA 20 have been fantastic. Thank you very much for joining me, Harry.
It's been a
It's not
pleasure.
very often we get to commentate online. It's not very often we get to commentate together anymore. They don't want us to shine, mate. Here you go, though. Aaron Kelly for... Is that another penalty? No, it is not.
It's gone the other way.
It is the end of the game. Aaron Kelly will take it away for Chichester with a 2-0 final series win, going up against Khaled from the University of Nottingham, and then he will walk away as the PlayStation final here at the NSE Spring Championships for FIFA 20. That was a bit more like it, wasn't it? It has to be said. The Xbox final was a war of attrition, wasn't it? It was backwards and forwards. Neither player wanted to take too many risks, whereas that one was just all-out attack in FIFA, especially from Aaron's side of things. He will, of course, walk away as winner of the PlayStation side.
Yeah, the Xbox final, very, very nervy. The PlayStation 4 final seemed very, very much more relaxed. A little bit too relaxed in Khaled's favour. Here is the goal that, honestly, I wanted to shut my eyes for. Thank goodness there wasn't a replay in the game. Unfortunately, production making us watch it here once again. But Aaron Kelly won't mind whatsoever. There's the, what was it, the first of the 3 penalties? Tries to go down the middle with the Panenka penalty. Doesn't work out. But overall, Aaron Kelly, certainly a stroke of genius to save some substitutions. Eric Bailly should have been off for that tackle. Stayed on the pitch and did a job for the rest of the second game, which was all Aaron Kelly needed. And there was the second of 3 penalties.
This is a cracking save, by the way.
Yeah, what to say that was. Full stretch.
Another couple of opportunities came, and the final penalty, the third one, was indeed the charm. And Del Piero sealed it. Of course, we did see a consolation goal coming in from Lionel Messi. And that was for Khaled, who got his only goal of the second leg. He only got one in the first leg as well, but very, very much deserved for Aaron Kelly. I mean, the fact that he got 3 penalties is ridiculous, and the fact that he missed 2 of them, phenomenal. But that will be the end of FIFA 20 here for the NEC Spring Championship. We have our Xbox champion from Newcastle with Matt, and of course we have Aaron Kelly from Chichester being the PlayStation final winner. Thank you very much for joining me, Harry. As said, it's not very often we get together anymore.
It's been a pleasure.
Hopefully we can hang out a little bit more. I miss you. You don't text me back.
I text you all the time. What do you
it's
play
a lie.
games with me?
He absolutely doesn't. Oh, okay, we'll agree to disagree.
When quarantine's over, we'll grab a beer and we'll go out.
Yeah, go on then. I'll treat you. I'll treat you to me presents. But either way, thank you very much for joining us, guys. We've got Overwatch coming up next. Don't go anywhere. That's coming up after the short break.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of the ESL National Championships. Game, record, stream without compromise.
Nobody likes being left out. That's why Special Effect are helping people with physical disabilities to play video games. But this isn't just about having fun. The gaming setups we create are personalized, so people can play to the very best of their abilities. And that opens the door to inclusion and independence, confidence and creativity. Help us level the playing field and create more magical gaming moments. Because it's everyone's turn to play.
You don't mess around when it comes to your play. So don't play games with your hardware. Get serious with Intel. 4 out of 5 gamers on Steam play on an Intel-powered PC. Because Intel delivers you the power needed to game like the pros. And gives you elite gaming performance on your favorite titles. So you can be game ready at any level. Intel, don't play games.
Poetics, bring the drums in.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of the ESL National Championships. Game, record, Stream without compromise.
Nobody likes being left out. That's why Special Effect are helping people with physical disabilities to play video games. But this isn't just about having fun. The gaming setups we create are personalized, so people can play to the very best of their abilities. And that opens the door to inclusion and independence, confidence and creativity. Help us level the playing field and create more magical gaming moments. Because it's everyone's turn to play.
You don't mess around when it comes to your play. So don't play games with your hardware. Get serious with Intel. 4 out of 5 gamers on Steam play on an Intel-powered PC. Because Intel delivers you the power needed to game like the pros. And gives you elite gaming performance on your favorite titles. So you can be game ready at any level. Intel, don't play games.
What's up, guys? Welcome to the British University Esports Championship Finals. I'm Blake Day, joined for the first time ever by Moxie, and we've got a wonderful matchup for you guys today. It's going to be a best of 5.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing both of these teams in action. No hero bans, but no Echo like Day, so no hero Freddy 2 currently in play.
Yeah, there's going to be no duplication. It's going to be all about what we've seen in the game for the last couple of months, and at the moment, both of these teams have been grinding away at Overwatch. I noticed that we have seen Team Buster play a little bit of a Torbjorn, which at the moment is an incredibly powerful character. You got to kind of disregard what you thought you knew about Torbjorn in a more casual setting. He's no longer just the defense hero. He's now a little bit more versatile. His overload ability is incredibly powerful, bringing in a little bit of extra HP and a fire rate. So I expect to see a lot more Torbjorn from Busted with how some would say busted he is at this moment.
I mean, Torbjorn is absolutely, and I find it very strange to be saying this, viable in 2020. He's also really viable on so many maps. You think about places like King's Row and Hanamura, where you need to lock down those open spaces like Courtyard or Point A. Just plunk down a Torbjorn turret and instantly it just takes so much aggression away from your team. But no hero bans means that Reinhardt is still very much going to be an option for everybody involved, and I'm really hoping that we get to see that Reinhardt getting speed boosted straight into the face of the action.
As you can see on your screens right now, it's going to be the University of York and the University of Bournemouth being represented by our teams, respectively. I believe it is Fuzzy Ducks who are representing the University of York and Busted, of course, for the Bournemouth Barbarians. And they have been playing elsewhere in some collegiate scenes. These guys have a pretty well-established rivalry now, and Busted currently one of the teams that are on top. These guys are looking very dominant across a lot of UK competition.
Yeah, Busted actually are just coming off a win of the new Overwatch Campus Clash, which actually took place on Monday. It was a very close fought series though, like they could have gone either way, but did eventually tip into their favor at 3-2. But my goodness, we got to see so much play coming from them, and I have to say, this team, they can play absolutely everything. The tank lineup, they were running the Hammond, they were running the Diva, they were running a Reinhardt, Arista, Sigma, absolutely everything they threw at the wall, and pretty much all of it stuck.
Yeah, versatility is an incredibly powerful little bit of kit that is available. We have had our first map picked by Busted from Bournemouth. It is going to be Busan. So we're keeping up with the BU kind of meta here that is across all of these team names. And you can expect to see that versatility come out on these 3 different stages of Busan. I'd expect maybe if we go over to Mecha Base, you'd see a little bit more of a Ryan Zaya there. It's a lot more close quarters. You can get close to people very easily while making use of cover so you don't get poked out too easily.
Yeah, and likely May on the DPS. We have to talk about it. She's unfortunately, with Echo not currently in play, going to be one of the stronger DPS that you can go for. And you think about the utility and versatility that's open and available for May players. Getting that separating wall is an absolute push killer if you're going to be able to use it to separate the tank. But it is actually going to be Sanctuary, not Mecha Base, so a whole lot more of an open map, which means the flankers, the Farahs, they actually get their way through the spawn doors occasionally. Like, we might get to see some aerial dogfights.
Yeah, we have seen a couple of the snipers getting some use on Sanctuary as well, with the ability to split up your team quite effectively, and it's quite hard to path yourself through here as a diving tank without getting realized quite early in terms of where you're going, so the snipers can preemptively move out of the way or rejoin the team. Fuzzy Duck going to be on the blue side, and of course Busted on the red. Going to be assembling our heroes, and we can have a little look at what may be rolling out a spawn. We know Strebber and Cloud on the side of Busted are a very well-oiled supporting machine, and I look forward to seeing more of Strebber on this aggressive support with the Zenyatta.
Yeah, but if they're going for this play of Strebber on the Zenyatta and Cloud on the Lucio, it means that they have to go super aggressively. This is 2 off supports. You can't afford Fuzzy Duck to be able to walk into your front line, because everything is just going to fall apart when it comes to that battle of sustainability. Riz is going to be an absolute monster on this Doomfist, though no McCree on the side of Fuzzy Duck to try to shut that flanking Doomfist down.
Already, I'm interested with Fuzzy Duck. They're combining the Wrecking Ball with the Zai. This is going to make for a very well-protected engagement for Jimbo, but not a huge amount of sustain in that frontline battle. It's going to be quite difficult to keep control of a midway fight. Going to have a little bit of a power drive here. Jimbo's taking some damage already. It's going to be chased out by those dual diving tanks here of Demir and Jam Jam.
Busted aren't running that fire counter, but they do manage to get the fire out of the way, so a huge amount of damage out of the way for Fuzzy Duck.
Jam Jam going to be looking around the edge. Right now, eyes on Tracer, not able to close the distance so to put down the damage that's needed. We'll be able to peel away, try and duel away with this Wrecking Ball, but Busted already have control of a point. That is absolutely critical for them. They couldn't give it away early. Tracer looking to put down a pulse bomb early right here onto the Brigitte. Would be ideal. There it is. Express delivery. Cloud turned into just that, turned into gaseous remains.
Busted, they are still gonna have control of this point though. Like, they should be very short-lived though. Fuzzy Duck moving in to get that flip going.
So all blue in the kill feed right now. Riz is going to keep himself on that point for a couple of seconds to gain those percentage points, but no one will remain from Busted when all is said and done. And Tracer already 6% of the way to those next pulse bombs. Very much a fan of what we've seen so far from him. Great usage of a pulse bomb. Brigitta's one of your primary sticky targets. Quite a easy hitbox on that support with the width that Brigitta has to be able to stick onto him. Instantly removes that support as long as they've not used Rally just yet, and means that everyone else is a lot more vulnerable.
Yeah, but Solus has a pulse bomb of their own and no Brigitta to try to dissuade them from Fuzzy Duck's backline. Yuriko is going to be looking like a very juicy target.
Exactly so. They're getting all over Mia right now. Trying to take down that Zarya. No personal shield is available. Look to the right and Tracer's right there. Gone in an instant. It's going to force out the Transcendence on the other side. Jimbo used the minefield. That's going to be swept away by an invincible Strebor. Tracer, using this cover, gets back into the fight. Anna starts to use a barrage, but, well, I'm afraid you didn't quite have the range right there. Taken down by the 3. Tracer still darting around. The rally is used, but it's only going to be affecting 3. That's another stick. Cloud, the dual recipient. They use that delivery twice in a row, and you know what? It works out every single time, 100% of the time. Mia stays strong, on the point, and Busted are back to the drawing board.
Well, they might be back to the drawing board again because, like, they're going to be walking into Mia's Graviton and they've got nothing really to deal with it. No Transcendence, no Rally. Jam Jam is sitting on that self-destruct, so might have to pop it defensively to try to keep Fuzzy Duck away from collapsing in on the vulnerable forms of Busted.
Well, the big tool is available for Mia. We have a Graviton Surge ready to go. Could be eaten up by Jans, but look at that. Self-destruct is used. No one gets picked off by that. Will scatter Fuzzy Duck to the 4 wins, but Demir's already down. Anna getting the early pick.
Fuzzy Duck going to be holding on to this Graviton, though, could really send Busted packing.
Early pick on the Tracer. Will Varese be able to come through from Pink? For now, it's just going to be all about dueling out on that point. Tracer has returned to the fray. Once again, has that pulse bomb ready to go, and you can see so much pressure is put down onto Yodoku. Tracer lets loose with a pulse bomb. Not going to be picking up anyone this time, but Mia still around here. Has used that Graviton off screen, and everyone else caught within the minefield. Fuzzy Duck going to be striking back with the help of Jimbo's explosive instruments. Jam Jam's going to be the last one to fall, and Fuzzy Duck already taking the first point here of Busan with some amazing Tracer play. Very impressive.
It's actually even more impressive that the Tracer was able to stick the Brigitta twice. That's not something that you normally see coming up in the kill feed. In fact, normally, like, the tables are completely flipped. The Brigitta should be absolutely eating the Tracer for breakfast, but they're just not able to pin Tracer down, even with Riz going off the Doomfist and onto the McCree. They still weren't able to do it. Busted, though, gonna be moving into Mecha Base now. Might want to rethink that tank lineup. Winston is not really known for being able to jump around those ceilings, and Demir will be swapping onto the Reinhardt, so they want to try going for a little bit more of a death ball composition, which means Fuzzy Duck might be playing Ring Around the Rosie. Jimbo on that Orisa, means that they're going to want to try and keep that distance for as long as possible.
Busted here, going to be lacking in the healing in the middle with only the Brigitta and the Lucia. They want a quick engagement, cannot have a protracted fight with the Brigitta as their only healing, and that's why they got the Reinhardt. They want to smash into the front line of Fuzzy Duck. Got to be careful. Tracer can wall them off. Using that May wall if needed. Demir for now, going to be looking to make his incision. Got the charge ready to go. That's an early force of the ice block, and now that May's going to be super vulnerable. Everybody halted in. The damage isn't really there to follow it up, though. Solus is frozen, but it's still the shield of Reinhardt standing strong in front. Cloud shield not so strong, though. Only 250 HP. Demir going to be charging in, joined by the Doomfist. A lot of damage being done here by Riz, but Demir has already fallen. Going to be Busted, retreating to a point as Riz tries to get a couple of frags off the offside, and Anna's going to be taking him down using that McCree Peacemaker. Just a couple of these early frags really bringing out the value late in the fight right here as Fuzzy Duck win out the engagement, and Jimbo has had enough. He's going to move over from that Orisa onto the Reinhardt instead.
So now we're going to have the absolute slugfest, but Demir is going to have a little bit of advantage when it comes to building up that shadow. First, in fact, Busted are going to have a huge advantage when it comes to ultimate. Straver having this Samurai is going to be absolutely clutch for when Fuzzy Duck try to put this Blizzard in.
Not the greatest Blizzard right there. We'll catch Riz, and that's a great little bit of peel right there from Cloud. Jimbo could be caught out alone right here. Everybody going to be moving forward, using the speed boost to overwhelm that Reinhardt. Doesn't last for long, but Jam Jam is taken out in that trade. Riz looking for the punch. Can't quite get the burst damage onto Mia, but they do have control of the point once again. Solus duel with Anna, who's going to be able to lay down a piece. Unfortunately, Justice didn't come quite fairly that time. Solace did have the help of 2 supports, and Ana couldn't stand up to such a torrent of Busted power. It's going to be the flip over here for Busted.
He's going to have the help of his team as well to try to set this Deadeye up, but it's going to be so hard, especially with Mia having that defense matrix immediately there, so the Mercury might just want to use that as a zone.
Coalescence in the back. They're going to layer over support ultimates as well. Very invincible right now, but they're smart disengage from Busted. They don't want to take that fight at all. Riz uses the Meteor Strike to get out to safety after making quite a deep engagement. From the side over Deadeye, ready to go. Ana's going to be channeling that. No one in their sights, no frags picked up, but they have gained themselves entrance to the point. And now we're going to start to try and flip that over. Self-destruct put into the middle. Cloud, oh no! Cloud actually managed to stop that one in midway, and guess who was trading out? Mia sent his own in. Strebber and Jam Jam were not prepared. The mech wasn't ready for Jam Jam as his own was flying through the air towards the enemy. Quickly evaporated and eviscerated.
That Diva Bomb was actually perfect. Force Busted off the high ground and into the waiting arms of Fuzzy Duck, and now Busted are going to have to try and break that way through this choke. Solace is still having this Deadeye, and he wants to use it as a follow-up to diminish Shadow, but you have to get through Jimbo's shield first.
Jimbo looking to get a big slam right here. Straight into the shield of the enemy Reinhardt, though. Solace strikes on back. Deadeye picks up 1. Riz goes in deep, and Demir manages to claim the space that is gained with the life of his ally. Gonna need to move on to a point as quickly as possible, though. Don't want to give away any of those valuable percentage points. Busted very quickly managing it to do that. 74% in favor of Fuzzy Duck.
And it may be immediately flipping back into Fuzzy Duck's favor. You can see that Tracer has this Blizzard ready, so it's going to be up to Jam Jam to get that defense matrix going through. Fuzzy Duck have to start initiating now, though, because Tracer is so close to that Sand Barrier. That could be the spanner in the works of the plan.
Oh, that's a rally ready to go, but Ana was going straight in onto that. Wasn't going to allow for Brigitte to escape with anything left. And now you can see both of the DPS are busted right now. Isolated on the backside. They're going to need to try and get themselves onto the point, or may decide to escape with their lives. No, Riz going straight in. Doesn't want to mess around. Pink finds the people's elbow delivered quite quickly to them. Unfortunately, nothing more is going to be gained by Riz, and Fuzzy Duck, as quickly as they lost the point, gain it back.
Yeah, but Busted do have Straber's Sound Bar. They didn't have to use it in that Blizzard, which means they can use it to go so aggressively. Gonna have to be very quick, though. That's why they're going below Leg Day. They can't break their way through Choke. They need to brute force their way onto point, because it is that final fight territory.
Decide to go to high ground. Sound Barrier could be used right here if Strebber wants to. It is going to be used. Demira manages to get it. Frozen. Not going to be taken down, though. Still surviving just about. Overtime is ticking over. And Mia makes a beeline onto the point, trying to keep that contested. Still, Riz going to be up and about, trying to get his business done. Goes in for a punch. Manages to get Jimbo. And Jimbo gets a big slam. That's 5 on the floor. That's all you can look for. And a little bit more from Reinhardt as well. They will get the flip over, though. Solace has taken matters into his own hands. He's blinking away with the Peacemaker. The man knows nothing but the justice of Busan. And Busted keep themselves alive on this map.
No matter how big the slam is, if you can't get that follow-up immediately flooding on through, there's just so much sustainability up for Busted that the kills just don't stick, and now they can try to hold Fuzzy Duck at this choke. They've got a Diva Bomb ready to just put straight down that corridor.
No one taken out by the Diva Bomb this time, but Reinhardt's going to be exchanging with charges. There's for Blizzard onto Demir. But guess what, boys? You can freeze up Demir if you want, but you're not on the point. And that's the main thing. Busted going to be tying it up here 1-1 as we head over to City Center, Moxie.
Yeah, so this is going to be a very interesting play because there are so many different ways that you can play Busan, right? And every single composition changes up based on the map that you're sitting in. And I'm going to admit it, Downtown is one of my favorites of Busan because you get to see the Farer in the sky, you get to see the Widow on the high ground, and it's all down to the DPS to clutch fights out to get that early frag up and open the door for their team.
Once again, I'm going to be looking for Tracer to be the real carry here. Huge amounts of potential that we saw earlier on Sanctuary, consistently hitting the sticks onto Cloud. Busted are going to be once again running this support line of the Lucio and the Brigitte. It's all about taking quick fights, as we talked about before. It doesn't give you a huge amount of in-fight sustain. It's all about using that speed boost, getting onto one target, removing them, and then leveraging the 5 versus 6. Now, Tracer going to be plinking away with that bow. Riz, a little bit low on health, is going to be forced to get out dodge, but they do have the self-sustain of the offenses for best defense passive, giving them shields every time they hit an ability. Busted will gain control of the point right here. Jimbo's looking for a point of ingress, can use that power driver to knock up multiple people and facilitate the DPS getting something thereafter. Anna takes out their main counter and Solus, and now guess what? You're free to play around. Losing out on the healing of the Baptiste may not matter too much for that Pharah, but it does mean that Pink's now going to have to democratically spread around that Mercy healing you usually account the Pharah for.
Yeah, Busted, actually, they're seeing the problem of just running 2 off supports. Like, they Cloud immediately swapping off to the Batista, and this is huge. This means that you get so much more healing on the side of your team, but you also get a second counter to Anna, who's already pulled up the barrage, especially with Riz actually going to be swapping onto the Pharah. So Busted, they know what's really causing them some problems, and they're going to immediately try to deal with it.
Okay, Pharmacy duel in the air. This is getting interesting. You got to think, though, Solus is going to be adding a lot to this Pharah duel. Already taking out Tracer. That's a sniper down. Could be rezzed up if it's in a safe position. May well have been denied right there with Concussive Blast. Demir's going to be moving up over onto the high ground. Going to try and pressure this point as early as possible. And Jam, great defensive matrix. You thought you had from dead to rights with the barrage, but guess what? It was all just eaten. It was a snack for D.Va and nothing more. But Dragon Strike leaves everyone inside this narrow corridor at the mercy of the Reinhardt, who slams them on down. The point going to be filled with the mines of Jimbo, but guess what? Jam's still up ahead, still using that baby D.Va pistol. That's a lot of damage, surprisingly, and Pink's gone in with a Mercy pistol as well. Everyone's got their Glocks out, but guess what? Fuzzy Duck have been sent out of the point. Busted going to regain control. Cloud up. Okay, just catching a couple of those mines. It's all good fun, just allowing the res. He's just padding Strebel's res stats. You know how it is.
Yeah, and Bolding back up as well, so you're going to have so much damage boost up and available for Busted. But Fuzzy Duck, they're going to have some real problems now because it's really hard to push in with a Pharah, especially with 2 of your counters already set up in perfect position to lop off your head.
Well, Cloud catching an early rocket, not ideal. In comes the self-destruct. Will anyone get caught? But he will actually catch Jams. Leaves Solus low as well. Demir's already in the midst of some damage. Requires Strebel's attention. And guess what? While Demir is getting healed up by Strebel, well, it's not going to be able to heal up Riz either. That quickly fell apart there for the side of Busted. That was an incredibly fast cap there from Fuzzy Duck. Great self-destruct usage from Mia.
Yeah, but Busted, they kept a hold of pretty much all of the ultimates like this, so they can properly try and push this. They will have to worry, though, about Jimbo, who is going to be hitting that minefield, and that's going to be so much spatial denial on that point that Busted, they're going to have to move in very quickly, otherwise they could find the ground swept out of their feet.
Early pick onto Tracer. That's a huge advantage. Solus is just taking out both the DPS. He doesn't care. He's going to try and take them all out. Anna falling low. Pink manages to catch a direct rocket, but will avoid the second one and save their own life. Strebel for now just to try and get a little bit more of that pressure onto the point, and Riz is left to reign free in the skies of this Pharah. Pink takes a little bit of time, but not enough. And now it is all just the stall on the point. Fuzzy Duck are in a position where one fight will win them this map.
And Busted can't afford really to leave the point because Fuzzy Duck, they've got this minefield ready to spread all the way across. So if Busted go a little bit too far away, they risk getting evicted by all of those nades. Risk waiting in the wings with that barrage, wants to drop it in onto Fuzzy Duck, but they're going to be looking for that barrage head.
Jam for now, all about trying to get the pressure onto Jimbo. Down goes the minefield, and goes that pile driver as well, CCing people within the field. Riz looking for a good barrage, but guess what? He's taken out midair by Mia. Solus now trying to avoid the Deadeye on the side, but he won't gonna do it. Tracer may not be the namesake to be on the McCree, but it's gonna be just enough to make this work. A fantastic fight there from Fuzzy Duck, leveraging the ultimate bank that they had. We'll be able to flip this over. 4 seconds now for Busted to even try and touch a point. Demir's going to move over onto the wrecking ball to try and make it so. You can see Strebel is getting onto a point as well. Instantly slept by Yodoku. Put on down. Demir's arrived, but it's 1 versus 6. You've got to look out for Riz on the backside. But guess what? Anna was already looking out. Very aware of what may be coming that way. Here comes Jazz, but guess what? He's just walking into the self-destruct. It's not a great time for you, mate. Fuzzy Duck. They're going to be able to take this one rather easily. It's just the stalls that are keeping them off, but they will not be denied. Moving up 1-0 over Busted in our first map.
And Busted, they played a little bit too passively in that last fight. Riz had the barrage, was ready and waiting to drop it in, but unfortunately, they let Fuzzy Duck make the opening move. They let those mines go down, and as soon as those mines go down, Fuzzy Duck just sweep in and swarm all over downtown, and you just don't have space. Barrage, Deadeye, these are ultimates that take a lot of time, a lot of careful positioning to set up so that you actually survive pulling the trigger.
Yeah, we've got our replays taking us back to Sanctuary now. For me, this one was definitely punctuated by those dual pulse bombs from Tracer onto the Brigitte. Removing that secondary support meant that basically Busted were forced to rely only on the Harmony Orb of Strebel. That's only 30 HPS. That isn't going to keep a team up for a long time, I'm afraid. Felt like Tracer was running circles around this team. And the same thing could be said, of course, on City Center or downtown as well. I was a fan of Rizz's Doomfist here, but it seems like in these more enclosed maps like the Mecha Base, where you can really leverage Demir on the Reinhardt and Riz on the Doomfist, that's where you're going to see the best play come out of Busted.
I mean, you've got so much frontline aggression, but we get to see Mia's bomb coming in, the backline assassination, and instantly Fuzzy Duck just getting all of that clear up. So many highlights, actually. The really beautiful place that I saw coming from Busted was that setup, Demir's Shadow followed by Solus's Deadeye. They know what they're doing, and they know where they should be doing it. They just sometimes fall apart in the spawn room. We've got to talk about it, we've got to touch on it. Running off supports. And continuously running off supports. They were on the back foot from the very beginning of Downtown when they came out with 2 off supports and then had to swap halfway through to the Batiste. You were just so far behind in your ultimate economy with that amplification matrix.
Yeah, potentially. I'm not sure if they should have swapped up their entire comp alongside those supports. Like, when you have a Brigitte and the Lucio, you're focused on making that spearheaded engage with the speed and the extra armor on the Reinhardts, just try and get onto one person. But when the enemy are running such a mobile composition, like a Pharmacy, that you can't really hit in the air, the Diva and the Wrecking Ball, the second they get aggressive, they can just get out of dodge. It's very hard to be able to leverage that against a composition that thrives so heavily on poke, and then when you're low, they can make their dive afterwards.
Yeah, dive is something where you want a whole amount of people to jump on one person, but you pointed it out perfectly. There was just so much mobility up a Fuzzy Duck that they could just, you know, meander to the left or to the right, or even if you're the Farah, up into the sky. Gonna be very interesting to see, though, how it actually affects the teams in their next couple of compositions, because one thing that really stood out for me watching Busted on that Monday performance up against, well, sort of Fuzzy Duck, sort of hybrid between Fuzzy Duck and Team Underwatch, actually, was that Busted sometimes misread the situation. They thought that they were running into something like a Pharmacy, and so they put an Ashe into play on their defense, and then they were stuck with that Ashe and immediately lost point because of it. They do swap things up as soon as they know that they're in the wrong, but sometimes when you go for the brain play, you shoot yourself a little bit in the foot.
Well, we're going to take a moment to bandage up our shot feet, I'm afraid. We're going to be going over to a quick break, but don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. The rest of this Best of 5 will be coming right back to you very soon.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of the ESL National Championships. Game, record, stream without compromise.
Nobody likes being left out. That's why Special Effect are helping people with physical disabilities to play video games. But this isn't just about having fun. The gaming setups we create are personalized, so people can play to the very best of their abilities. And that opens the door to inclusion and independence, confidence and creativity. Help us level the playing field and create more magical gaming moments. Because it's everyone's turn to play.
You don't mess around when it comes to your play. So don't play games with your hardware. Get serious with Intel. 4 out of 5 gamers on Steam play on an Intel-powered PC. Because Intel delivers you the power needed to game like the pros. And gives you elite gaming performance on your favorite titles. So you can be game ready at any level. Intel, don't play games.
Ladies, gentlemen, and people of all identities, welcome back to the British University Esports Championship Finals, brought to you by NSE, Belong, Noble, Shares, Special Effects, and a lot of wonderful, wonderful people. I am Leg Day, joined by Moxie. Right now, busted 1-0 up, looking pretty good today.
Yeah, pretty good.
I busted 1-0 up.
Fuzzy duck.
Fuzzy duck 1-0 up. I just completely blanked on the team names. That one's on me. That one's on me.
Well, I mean, you can't really blank on the plays that we've seen because, my goodness, it's been an absolute smorgasbord of just beautiful play coming out from absolutely everyone. And really, no one made any fatal mistakes. I think so often casters end up talking about like supports were in the wrong positioning, tanks went in when the rest of the team wanted to get away. But really, at the moment, it's just been who gets that early pick off first that's just flung it in the favor of their team. And so it's really nice to see that both of these teams are just pushing everybody to their full potential.
Yeah, it feels like when we look at early picks, there have been two major heroes that I want to look at. Solace on one side and Anna on the other. Anna usually picking up for Farah, just cosplaying the daughter, of course. And Solace on for McCree, often laying down a lot of long-range fire. McCree's a very good hero because he has both the long-range dueling capacity and can be a short-range brawler with the combination of the fan, the hammer, and the flashbang to stun any people who would dive in. And we've seen that there has been a fair amount of Wrecking Ball played, and McCree can deal with that quite well with that flashbang.
Yeah, and that's not even going into the fact that Deadeye, while yes, it doesn't always secure the kills, it does do something a whole lot more important. Burns out a D.Va's defense matrix. If you've got a Mei who wants to put a Blizzard down and you're worried about the D.Va getting the eat on, well, you just have your McCree pop that trigger, pulls out defense matrix, and bam, there you go. Free Blizzard, free teamfight win.
Yeah, you can also go for primary fire freeze on the D.Va, so there's a lot of potential mitigation that can be used. We haven't seen any Blizzards eaten, but we haven't seen that much Mei at all. We just saw a little bit of Mei, I believe, also from Anna on, oh no, it was actually from Tracer. on the mecha-based portion. And that's where I think we've seen Busted at their best, in these close-range battles. So they probably want to go over to a map where they don't have to deal with longer sightlines, where they're not going to be suffering as much from the Hanzos, from the Pharahs, where they can get in close and use the Doomfist and the Maid to the best of their ability.
Yeah, honestly, I would say this is actually your best chance. It looks like they're going to be taking us over to Dorado, and this is something that I absolutely love to see, Lexi, because Dorado, dive. Everybody adores to see it. The Winston, the D.Va on point B, just yanking that high ground, taking up so much position on the map and allowing the payload freely to move.
I'm actually quite surprised that they picked Dorado right here. I suppose that they could have a dive composition within their arsenal that could be incredibly potent, but this is going to be a great placer, a great place for Tracer to really try and roam around. An early first point hold here from the side of Buzzy Ducks could be absolutely deadly. It's one of the points, Dorado first, right outside the attacker spawn, where you can play with dive regardless of what meta's happening. The high grounds that surround the path of the payload are so powerful that things like a Tracer, like an Ana, as in Yada, a Lucio, a Winston, and a D.Va, they can drain so much of your time bank straight away.
And you talk about draining time bank, choke, Dorado, point A, choke, everybody knows it, everybody's been full held at it at some point in the Overwatch
Flashbacks
career.
to my comp games.
Every single time I go into Dorado, it feels like there's just a Bastion and a Torbjorn sucked up on that high ground behind an Orisa and a Sigma shield, and everybody calls, go on the Bastion, go on the Bastion, and nobody goes on it, and we just get absolutely annihilated. But it's not our game, so we're getting to cast over, and I think everybody's breathing a big sigh of relief over that one. It would be very, very short, but no, choke is someplace that the payload can just absolutely come to a grinding stop, not just for a couple of seconds, but sometimes the entirety of the map.
Buzzy Duck have opted to defend first. This is exactly what I want to see. I want to see Jimbo. Oh, instantly we have ourselves a pause. Maybe a little bit of additional time needed by our teams to strategize around this first little area of Dorado. Dorado can be a very defensively favored map just because there's so much power in the inherent high ground the defenders hold that we've talked about before, not just on point A, but on point B and point C as well. And if you want to access the high ground on point C, you have to go through tiny little choke points as well, which are very difficult to try and move yourself through safely, especially if you're against someone like a Reinhardt who can just fire strike to one of those doorways, still like 600 damage. It ain't no biggie. That's just a free Earth Shatter.
I mean, high ground is always on the defender's favor, honestly, on all of Dorado. Think about it. Point A, they get a stairs up to it. What do the attackers get? A jump pack if you're a Winston, and if not, tough luck. You gotta be looking up into the face of death. And then on point B, the only way the attackers are gonna be able to get onto the high ground first is if they win out that payload contest at that checkpoint. So it's going to be very interesting to see whether or not everyone's going to be sticking with these compositions. Jimbo on this Orisa, Maya on this D.Va, you're going to have a little bit of a bunker going, but a little bit of a portable frontline as well. So you do actually account for a whole lot that Busted can throw at you, particularly that Pharah. You're going to have Ana there to immediately counter Riz, and Mia if you need a little bit of extra backup to boost into their face and just pepper them with rocket spray.
Does look like they are going to be opting for the high ground defense you talked about before, rather than the middle of the road defense that I was alluding to with the Winston. Mia's going to be able to have a little bit of a scout early, eats up the Holt. It's going to make sure that early Holt hook combo can't come out. Jam likely going to swap over onto the D.Va. And I know it's going to be the Sigma. Double shield from Busted, but Fuzzy Duck are going to be more than capable of carving through that. They've got what we call a hard poke composition. Tracer and Ana can easily plink away at this shield from long range. Neither suffers from damage drop off. Moving through this choke here could be incredibly deadly going up against these two long range poking DPS. But the same can be said of Busted's DPS line as well, and Jimbo's shield is only 600 HP, will not last very long at all. Fuzzy Duck's going to be taking a lot of damage in these fights.
A lot of damage and a lot of space already given up. Busted through that choke pretty much for free.
Exactly so. The cart's still moving. Mia trying to take out Solace right here, but guess what? There's going to be a little bit of save coming through from Busted. For now, Mia going to be operating with about 400 HP. Eyes on the Baptiste. If you can get rid of that Baptiste, it would be incredibly useful. Going to move in now onto Solace. The defense matrix will escort himself out. Needs to be able to get some healing, though. Right now, the Baptiste isn't really concentrating on healing up the tanks. The Immortality Field comes down. It's not going to last for very long. Strebor's already down. But will Riz be able to get on without this Mercy? The Immortality Field plays down onto the floor. Anna linking away with those rockets, but no one's even touched the cart. Moxie, they just let it go for free. It's going to be a first point claim for Spawn moving up. And Fuzzy Duck have to be on the retreat.
I mean, you say no one's even touched the cart. No one touched the cart the entirety of that round, pretty much. And now Busted are going to get such a beautiful setup already on this high ground. Fuzzy Duck, do you actually have Jimbo onto the Wrecking Ball? That was probably trying to get that touch on, but now you're stuck with it. And that means you are just a massive HP target. Solid gets Yuriko out, and that should be the sign for Busted to keep on pushing ahead.
Looking for that res as well. This is a well-placed window right here to try and pressure out the pharmacy. It's a trade of windows right now, actually. Both the amplification matrices laid down on that high ground. Both of them going to be abandoned for the moment. Solace looking for a place to put this Dragon Strike. And oh, Tracer's face. That's going to be a good start for a place to really locate one of those arrows. Riz on the back foot once again. The pharmacy duel going to be centralized around this high ground right here. Looking for a place to lay down this barrage, but needs to think about all the cover that is required.
Hannah's actually on that sideline. They know he's there, though, halted out of it. So no back barrage coming out from Fuzzy Duck. Busted really wants that one up of their own boat.
Tale of two barrages. Dragon Strike comes out. Not going to really catch anyone, though. They do trade it for the Immortality Field. Jamjam's going to try and frag out. Both of Baptiste have been taken down. There's room for Resis. Strebel's going to bring up Cloud. And for now, Jimbo going to try and rotate around this payload. Caught up in the Gravitic Flux. Slammed down onto the floor. Barrage is going to be laid down as well. Justice being delivered in a beautiful fashion right here by both of these Farahs. And Trace is going to try and keep themselves alive around this payload. But with only a Mercy to heal them up, they couldn't last long against the searching arrows of Solace. Going to be this payload rolling into second right now.
And Fuzzy Duck rolling into spawn, rolling back the composition entirely. Jimbo's got the minefield, so doesn't want to swap off just yet. You can maybe try and keep him on the wrecking ball to get a little bit of a crosshair going. You have him rolling on through the backline, Maya on the front line trying to keep the tanks at bay. But it's going to be very hard to actually be able to set this one up without losing Jimbo in the process.
Feel like Jimbo making a very early engage here. That cart will move through the doorway regardless of whether it's contested or not. Only now that the doorway behind it has shut can it be contested. Cloud trying to divvy up the attention of this Baptiste. Make sure that they can heal everyone up in good time. Amplification Matrix is ready to go. Solace is dragged back up. Mia's like, where you going, son? Come on back. We've got a party up here. Immortality Field laid down just to save some lives. Everyone's kind of needing some healing right now. Maybe not well advised to poke through here at this moment, especially with Demir down. I think Busted need to try and give us what they actually use the Amplification Matrix. They're feeling very good about this fight. I don't think they really should be, though, Moxie.
Oh,
we'll keep the cart moving, though.
Too late. They wanted to try to separate them so that they couldn't retreat away from the amplification matrix, but unfortunately, Tracer's wall comes through first, and all it does is throws Cloud's amplification matrix completely off a cliff. No use for it at all. They are going to be coming into the superchargers though with this next fight, which means that you're going to have so much aggression up for Busted. Fuzzy Duck might have to sign the retreat and try to live it out.
Well, the Hulk going to be used early, but that's a great block on the rock coming in from the enemy Sigma. Both the shields of Busted incredibly low right now, and both the tanks have been anti-healed. Anna manages to take out Solace. The winner of the Hanzo door is going to give a huge surplus of damage over to the defensive side of Fuzzy Duck. We've also got that nano boost ready to go if they need it as well. Another huge grenade. Strebor and Riz put on notice. Going to have to be very careful right now as well. Strebor, is he going to break? Is he going to use the Transcendence? Is the question. For now, he's just feeding in. No point trying to take this fight. Busted. Back to spawn.
Yeah, Fuzzy Duck having Yuriko on this Ana has been an absolute killer, an absolute pain for Busted to deal with because they're not running that Diva, so you can't defense matrix. Jam can try to get the shifted onto it, but that's such a long cooldown ability for something as simple as an anti-nade. Well, yes, Cloud has Immortality Field. He doesn't want to commit it, especially with the slew of ultimates that Fuzzy Duck are going to have on this defense. Ana's got this Dragon Strike, and here on that Orisa could mean that they get halted into it with nothing really to keep the pain away at bay besides that field.
Oh, that's a good catch right there from Jam. Daddy's not going to be proud of that one, I'm afraid. Yudoku looking for a place to put this nano boost. Both of the DPS going to have to rotate through. The Blizzard has been used. One won't be caught within it. Jimbo's going to be frozen up. A lot of capacity to try and keep him alive. Oh, he's given the nano boost as well. All the resources right now going into Jimbo for trying to keep the boy on the Sigma alive. He's going to have the damage reduction. He's got the big heal coming through as well. Mia caught up in this corridor. Can they get healed up before the supercharger is taken down? No, they cannot. Pink is going to remain. Yudoku the same. But can anyone even touch the payload? Lucio is going to return to the fray, give him the Discord orb, going to try and survive, but Cloud's the one who claims that kill. Jam punching down the Ana. So it's going to be an easy complete here for Buster unless a miracle comes through on the side of Tracer. That's going to be the Transcendence, keeping everyone topped up. 300 HP, going to be very difficult to carve through. That's a Dragon Strike as well. You can't stay in the middle of that. Does a huge amount of damage. Tracer keeps himself alive. Going to be looking for one clip. Strebel's down. Not quite as winnable as you would have hoped, though. The Pile Driver not going to be getting anything except a little bit of auxiliary damage. And that's going to be 1 minute and 1 second on the clock here for Busted.
The strangest play that Fuzzy Duck made on their defense wasn't, to me, giving up A, because, yeah, that definitely cost them. Wasn't their giving up space on B either. It was swapping Ana off the Mei and onto the Doomfist when you were 78% to a Blizzard. Like, if there's one thing that can immediately halt a payload in its tracks, it's a Blizzard, and that was the ult that Straber was keeping a hold of that Transcendence for. So many people on the side of Busted go down to that Dragon, to those Superchargers, but Straber keeps firmly a hold of that Transcendence, knowing Ana's going to be coming up into Blizzard. And yeah, Fuzzy Duck, they just throw all of that charge away to try to get that touch a little bit faster onto the Doomfist. But if they'd kept a hold of it, if they just trusted in the fact that Lucio and Wrecking Ball were able to bleed onto the payload, maybe they would have been able to actually beat Busted off.
When the pressure hits, that's when it's most difficult to make the right decision. Unfortunately, Fuzzy Duck in this case, not able to do that. The Doomfist does bring a lot to the table as well in terms of those one-hit kills. Tracer was fairly evasive, managing to keep that cart locked down for at least 5 seconds.
Yeah, and
maybe
that's
not
why
enough to
it
build up the
pains
Blizzard.
me so much that you put 3 mobile heroes, 4 if you count the Wrecking Ball, into play, and you think you're still going to need a Doomfist, but Busted, they're going to need some high ground at the moment. That's exactly where they're going to be staying. Jam going to be going for that scout on the Diva. Pretty similar actually to how Fuzzy Duck played their defense on A. Hopefully Busted put a little bit more value with that choke.
Oh, Pink taken out early. Solace. Okay, I see you, buddy. Nice bow you've got right there. Taking out the Angel. Good shot. Ana, for now, going to be forced to play a little bit more reservedly without that pocket mercy the Pharah often relies on. Can't really take the Pharmacy duel, of course. Demir needs to decide when to rotate. Actually puts down the shield. They're trying to stay in here for long haul, but guess what? That cart's already moving through the choke latch. Can't give that one away for free, or that's going to be bad news bears.
Oh, that might be bad news, but you just lost your main tank too. The Pharah, and Pink is still very much up and alive this time, so Fuzzy Duck should be able to move through this one.
Pink going to be keeping the damage boost here onto Ana. They do have the advantage of the enemy not having Demir available. No shield in this case. Solace looking for a place to put down this Dragon Strike. Can lock down that entrance should it be required. And now you can see on the bottom right of your screen, Immortality Field has been used, and Immortality Field just as quickly is destroyed. Demir has returned, though, so now, once again, control of the choke can be given over to Busted. They do have the advantage of that Orisa Shield, and they have used the Amplification Matrix as well. Not been able to secure any picks, but guess what? You don't need the kills if you're draining the time.
Yeah, draining the time and not allowing Fuzzy Duck to intrude for that choke, but the Dragon Strike should be able to allow the team to push through.
He's killed midway through his Dragon Strike. Solace is going to be able to send that one out at all. The interruption, so rude from Ana, but still so beautiful. Riz ready to Sparage. Knows that he has to try and take advantage of this narrow choke everyone moves through, but still very risky against the Hanzo and the Pharah to try and make that one work. Demir is going to be quickly run over. You can see Jimbo just pops a Fortify, rolls on forward, goes in for the melee kill on their fellow tank, and that's going to be Fuzzy Duck running through the first area. Not quite as fast as Busted did, but it's still the complete.
And that's going to be Busted needing to watch every single angle available on this map because Ana has this barrage, and you can bet that they're waiting to just drop that one in Cloud is going to be that on that Batista with the immortality build. You need to bleed that one out before it goes through, because it's so hard to actually confirm a kill, not just through a shield, but through that horrible frisbee that just keeps everybody up and alive.
Aggressive positioning here from the side of Fuzzy Duck, trying to make sure that Busted cannot commandeer the entirety of the high ground. But with Solus moving over onto McCree, that's a little bit more reliable damage that can be applied over to Anna on that Barra. Demand Hole will bring in Pink, and that is what I would call a greedy amplification matrix right there, zoned away by the Dragon Strike. Gonna make sure that no one can stand in the way of that. Still, Busted getting themselves a couple of kills right here. Anna trying to stay away from that self-destruct, looking for a place to put down this barrage, but with that D.Va active, you've got to be consistently worried about that defense matrix messing with your plans.
You're gonna have to be worried about Solus though, because there goes Busted's back line.
Anna taken down midway through that barrage. Oh no, they're trying to raise. We did look above him. Riz gets himself both of the supports. That's about as good as it gets for a barrage right there. They just were not looking in the right direction. You've got to listen for those jump jets. They're kind of loud if you actually have an ear out for them. Tracer looking for an early pick right here. This is going to be an undermanned fight from Fuzzy Duck if they choose to take it. They're still missing both of their supports. Will be forced to back away right here. They have got a significant amount of push to the cart. And guess what? Demir's used his supercharger in a fight where Fuzzy Duck were like, we're not going to take this anyway. So thanks for the free ult, boys. We're very happy with this one.
With Jimbo having a superchargers of their own, this is absolutely going to be the time that Fuzzy Duck wants to try and push in.
Going to be taken down here by Demir. Couldn't be shielded up for long, but Strebel's already down. The same could be said of Riz. Solus not able to put out that Deadeye, as of course he has been taken out by Anna as well. Demir versus the World. I'm afraid to say that the World wins. Second point will be run through right now, and 3 minutes and 30 seconds will be on the clock here for Fuzzy Duck to move forward.
But Busted may not be haunted by that superchargers for long, because Solus and Cloud both have two ultimates ready and waiting, and you can combo those up. Deadeye behind Amplification Matrix is absolutely devastating. Even if Jimbo's on that Orisa with that shield, it's gonna break within seconds.
Yeah, absolutely right. That would be a great combination for Cloud and Solus to be able to get onto, especially if someone's given a Discord Orb as well. Could be out there a quick victim of being told for time right here. Jam Jam going to control the high ground. He is the master of his domain. He's going to be forced off though. The duel between these divas is very important, but guess what else is important? Keeping your McCree alive. Tracer making sure that wasn't a easy feat. Another headshot as well, taking down Jam Jam. And look at this time bank. They're moving forward so quickly. There are no breaks on the payload. They've got a Dragon Strike as well. It's going to be able to lock down this doorway where everyone's going to try and move through. Demir's already low. There's the Amplification Matrix. Oh, it's a slaughter. Someone have mercy. Moxie, make him stop. I don't know if we're going to be able to touch the car. Only Jam Jam can. But he's caught in a rain of rockets. And the same can be said of Riz. Solus can only survive for but a few more milliseconds. And Fuzzy Duck, what a complete.
Well, your wish is my command. I stopped the clock with 2 minutes 29 seconds left and remaining, and Busted were just absolutely stopped in their tracks on point C. I wanted to see the McCree try to use that Deadeye behind Amplification Matrix, but the thing was they weren't in position to use it. That McCree was too far away from the Batiste, and really, if you're Busted, those were the two things that you were going to be trying to throw at Fuzzy Duck, because they didn't initiate. And because they didn't initiate, Fuzzy Duck were just able to take it. It's free real estate. Like, they had a Fire on one side, they had a D.Va up on the high ground, the rest of the team just behind Tailored, slowly pushing it towards that finish line. Busted weren't able to look at all of the angles that Fuzzy Duck just had absolutely locked down.
I love how Fuzzy Duck also supported Mia in that D.Va duel on that central island. Provides not only so much covering fire from a D.Va, but also so much intel. You can report back all the positions of the enemy team. Very difficult to break line of sight from that central island. Means that you're always revealed, and when your positions are revealed, that's when you can really inform the ultimate decisions of your team. Like, are we going to have to use a Dragon Strike here? No, because I have an angle on killing Solus and have an angle on killing Cloud. Those two hit scan heroes were removed incredibly early.
Yeah, Mia gonna be once again on that D.Va, and we're seeing Fuzzy Duck really put some value behind everything that they think is gonna find them a reward. Anna on that Pharah was able to stick on Pharah on Dorado Point C. I cannot stress how bizarre that is. Pharah is countered by a ceiling nearly 9 times out of 10 times as soon as payload rolls into C. That Pharah is dead every time she boosts up, but because Fuzzy Duck's supports were just able to constantly pump that Pharah full of healing, they didn't have to swap. They were just able to keep pushing and putting down such a beautiful crossfire. The hands of the Pharah, you just got caught in the middle if you were busted.
Yeah, Devil's Pact between the support line and Ana on that Pharah. Like, we'll keep you up, but only until you use that barrage. After that, you got to swap. Like, they had the barrage ready, so they're like, okay, we'll just support you until you get this out. Like,
and then they were just able to keep
your barrage and you have to move.
But it's going to be Ana once again on this Pharah, proving to be a real pain for Busted. Solid's going to be on that hand side, trying to take them out of the sky, but Riz has to start opening things up. You need to pressure Fuzzy Duck's backline before you move into the front.
Preemptive rotation here from Jimbo. They want to lock down in this choke point. They have the Soldier 76, which can put down quite a bit of shield damage, but a little bit less good at being able to secure kills, as the burst damage isn't really available. Of course, those Helix rockets are now on a lower cooldown. For now, Mia going to get stunned up, hit with the rock. He's going to try and survive right here. You can see that Jam Jam is just Wing into this Diva, not going to give anything away. Managing to punch down the pilot as well. Coming in from this off angle right here is going to be dueling with Jimbo. Gets halted in, needs a lot of support right here. But guess what? You haven't found out Ana behind you. You've already used that kinetic grasp. 1 second remains. Needs to remain on this point. The immortality field used on the Baptiste as well, but somehow it gets broken down already. Cloud is down, Jams is down, Riz is down as well. The barrage coming from the top and it's raining down hell. Fuzzy Duck stopping this car early with only 63 meters gained by Busted.
And Fuzzy Duck, you can see the target focus. How many people does it take to get Demir out of the fight on that Arista? 4. Apparently, all of Fuzzy Duck have just got the absolute murder goggles on for that tank line up on Busted. And unfortunately, Busted, they're so taken trying to keep their front line up and alive that they can't really target anyone on the side of Fuzzy Duck. They just have to take the scraps that come their way. And that means that Mercy, that Ana, they get free reign. They get to keep everybody up and alive on the side of Fuzzy Duck.
Jam Jam caught out alone on that Sigma as well. Won the duel with Mia, but was unfortunately quickly rounded upon by Fuzzy Duck. I wouldn't mind to see Tracer come out here on this Widowmaker to begin with. Likely expecting that Busted would once again play that defensive pharmacy, which served him so well the first time. Of course, we here in a spectator view, we have a privileged information, Moxie. We know that Busted aren't going to be rolling out with that defensive pharmacy. Instead, they're putting Riz over onto a May. This is going to be all about locking down that central choke point.
Yeah, but Fuzzy Duck are in attacker's spawn, remember? So while they don't know that pharmacy is there, Tracer can just take a little bit of a peek, see if there's anyone who's poking their head side a little bit too preemptively, and then immediately swap off onto what they actually want to come out with, and that is going to be the shield break. There is going to be so much poke damage coming out from Fuzzy Duck. Busted, they do have 2 shields to hide behind, but well, with those shields being what they are now HP-wise, might be shattering pretty quickly.
I really favor Fuzzy Duck in this matchup. Both Tracer and Ana can take these off angles on the Hanzo and Pharah respectively. It's going to make it very difficult for Riz to duel with them, of course. Riz doesn't suffer from damage drop-off, so can take those duels, but oh no, Jam Jam's already dead. This is a terrible play. Maya's cleaned that one upwards. Demir forced to use this shield, but look how long it will last for. Already a third of her health is gone. It's going to be instantly decimated now. Demir has been given the attention. Riz moves on forward. The wall comes down, but the freezers aren't there. Cart going to continue moving. Demir, you're up. You've got to try and keep this contested. Riz is going to be the same. Has that ice block if it's needed, and Solus is on the flank. Almost has himself with Deadeye already. 94% of the way forward. Could try and take out Ana with this one, potentially. Good use of the immortality field. Riz is down. That's going to be one of her main sources of CC gone. The window's put down as well from the side of Fuzzy Duck. Double damage coming through there. Jam Jam's returned on the Wrecking Ball. The counter amplification matrix. Jimbo needs to get out of dodge as soon as possible, but Demir isn't really using the amplification matrix right now. Solace potentially giving the nano right there. Looking a little bit weird on the side. Cloud keeps everyone alive for the time being. Not able to get the power drive. They actually will with quirk of a physics right there. Ana taken down, but still a minute on the clock here for Fuzzy Duck. They need to touch your cart. Keep it down, boys. 1 minute or rather 1 meter, 0.19 is what stands between Fuzzy Duck and victory, but also a 6K would work as well. Coalescing so beautifully, Fuzzy Duck put themselves on match point in our spring finals.
Oh, that dragon coming through straight from payload. Unfortunately, if you were at the side of Busted, you couldn't step off the payload. It was so close to the finish line. You had to just take the damage to the face, and unfortunately, it hurt. It hurt a heck of a lot. And that scoreboard is going to hurt a heck of a lot too. So looking at match point, we are getting to see a couple of replays from what really were actually some stellar moments from absolutely everybody involved. Solace just buffing up and taking the Batiste Yodaku's head clean off was such a beautiful start for that push for Busted.
Yeah, we've seen quite a bit from Solace on this Hanzo. Really good aim, especially with a new projectile speed. It isn't quite the Hanzo that a lot of people have been used to over the last couple of years. A little bit refreshed. I think that this choke point right here, not the best friend of Busted. I think they used quite a bit of time in that choke point that could have been dedicated elsewhere. Yudoku as well. Really good Ana play. Some fantastic Bardic grenades, especially on point C of Dorado, that really slowed down the advance of the enemy.
And I think we've seen Jam Jam be on the D.Va very consistently, but when the anti-nades were the real problem for the team, they had them on the Sigma. If you'd slot the D.Va in, you would have defense matrix, you would be able to try and take that away, because not only does it hamstring your team, it charges up a nano boost, and a nano boosted team is a team that's going to just absolutely wash over you in terms of that aggressive play. You're just going to have to try and run away and give grind, and on point C, there's not a whole lot of grind to give until you hit that finish line.
Very impressed with this last point attack here as well by the University of York team Fuzzy Duck. Doing a really good job of just locking that one down with the usage of the amplification matrix, and the Dragon Strike as well. It was so hard to get through that choke point without suffering mortal fire. And Tracer and Mia popping off at the end there as well. Incredibly impressive.
Yeah, and I think Busted can absolutely try and claw it back, but we're gonna have to see the team switch up how they play. I pointed out a little bit on Dorado that they're not really able to get the backline that's currently keeping Fuzzy Duck up and alive. And think of a team's composition like a body, a walking person, right? We've got the DPS, who are the arms, we've got the tanks, who are the chest, the supports are the legs. And you need to take the legs out if you want that body to start toppling over.
Well, speaking of taking legs out, this leg is going to go for a quick break. Stay exactly where you are. Could be the final map coming up, but maybe we will see a reverse sweep here at our spring finals.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of the ESL National Championships. Game, record, stream without compromise.
Nobody likes being left out. That's why Special Effect are helping people with physical disabilities to play video games. But this isn't just about having fun. The gaming setups we create are personalized, so people can play to the very best of their abilities. And that opens the door to inclusion and independence, confidence and creativity. Help us level the playing field and create more magical gaming moments. Because it's everyone's turn to play.
You don't mess around when it comes to your play. So don't play games with your hardware. Get serious with Intel. 4 out of 5 gamers on Steam play on an Intel-powered PC. Because Intel delivers you the power needed to game like the pros. And gives you elite gaming performance on your favorite titles. So you can be game ready at any level. Intel, don't play games.
Welcome back to the British University Esports Championship Finals. I'm Leg Day, joined by Mox, and you are watching Overwatch Spring Finals this time around. And, well, at the moment, Fluffy Duck are looking incredibly dominant, 2-0 after taking both Busan and Dorado.
Yeah, unfortunately, Busted are having some real problems when it comes to accessing Fuzzy Duck's backline, and with the backline surviving, the front line is gonna be breathing pretty nicely as well, so they can absolutely try to turn this around. But what I really want to see from this team is backline assassins. Lock them in. You've got all of the heroes available to play, barring Echo, of course. I'm not saying go for the Sombra, maybe, but absolutely.
I wouldn't mind seeing how Solus's Tracer is.
Yeah, I would really like to see Solus again on the Tracer, maybe even the Widowmaker. Think about how airborne Fuzzy Duck's composition is currently with that Pharmacy, normally having that Mercy up there in the sky. Everybody will tell you how to deal with the Pharmacy is you hit the Mercy where it hurts first, and then you go for the DPS second.
Could even see something like a Torbjorn using that the increased rate of fire and the turret that can be incredibly annoying for a Pharah up in the air. Can be destroyed in 2 shots with a damage boost from the Mercy on those rockets, but occasionally it's going to be protected by a double shield. There are a lot of different ways to try and deal with this Pharmacy, but it seems like thus far they're quite happy to try and go for the mirror, with Riz picking up the Pharah in relation to Anna, who is playing it on the other side. And it seems like at the moment, Anna is occasionally getting the better of that duel. And like you said, it's because of a backline, really. The backline for Fuzzy Ducks is staying alive for far longer in a lot of these engagements.
Yeah, and Fuzzy Duck, they're not only helping out their DPS, they're going after the backline, they're harassing all of Busted's backline, so the resources that is there for Anna on that far is just simply not there for the other side of the opposition. And so I really do want to see Busted try to pin them down and then maybe start actually turning tables. Looks like we're headed off to Volskaya, and I'm really happy that we get to go to Volskaya, because Busted have a very strange approach to this map, which I'm actually seeing from a lot of teams coming out at the moment on defense. You lock a soldier up onto the high ground to keep that contested, and then you go for a very defensive dive with that Winston, with that Diva and Tracer. So you take choke control away And that's something that I think we're seeing emerging ever since Mei got hit with that wall nerf, where suddenly, if you hit it hard enough, you can actually save your tank who's actually been trapped by it.
Yeah, and it seems like there's also been that nerf to a Mei where every tank, regardless of their size, can actually fit through the single pillar destruction rather than needing two, which was previously required for something like a Reinhardt or a Wrecking Ball to move between those wall pillars. So if you do, like you said, focus really hard as a team, you can rescue a tank who has been walled off. But yeah, like the Soldier here is quite good because there's a high ground around about 270 degrees of the point. On all of the backside, there is the high ground available for the Soldier, can reposition fairly quickly using the sprint as well. Wouldn't be surprised to see too much of that on the defense, but I wouldn't mind also seeing something like a Sombra Tracer dive coming out from an attacking side, especially if there's a defensive pharmacy, and obviously Pharah here also quite a viable attack hero. Not a huge amount of cover available in terms of on the point dueling, but there are multiple paths of aggression available to an attacking Pharah.
Absolutely, and there are so many ways you can attack Volskaya. One of my favorites actually is just you straight up rush the point. You just force the defending side into one of those tiny little claustrophobic side rooms and it becomes a coffin. There's absolutely nowhere that they can move, and if they try to get out like well, you've already established presence on the point, and so you're going to make them pay for it in blood. But it looks as if we're going to get to see both the Soldier and the Pharah coming out from Fuzzy Duck, so keep your eye out for Tracer. Going to be trying to keep Yodaku safe because Pink is going to be up in the sky, which leaves that Ana double healing duty. If that main support goes down, Busted might be able to just swing Volskaya in their favor immediately.
Large amounts of shield break here from Fuzzy Duck with both the Soldier and the Pharah, but they may have trouble confirming kills on low health targets if Ana is staying quite far away while playing that Pharah. Of course, Tracer going to be lacking that burst damage on the Soldier 76 this time around. Busted. Moving on forward, they have the double shield now, so they are going to be potentially able to save themselves from a fair amount of this poke for a long while. Mia's been gifted with Discord, all going to force them to give away that high ground and give away the intel gaining position that was previously acquired right there. Jimbo, early home.
Busted trying to make their way to the high ground so that they can go for a little bit of a drop down hello greeting on Fuzzy Duck's heads, but they're not going to allow that with Jimbo on that. Orisa just holding everybody back.
Tracer having to use that Bardic Field to try and keep themselves alive. Poking up over the top. Hello, hello, hello. Enjoying my bullets. There's a nice hold. That's going to bring the Sigma down to the ground now. Tracer's in a very safe position to freely plink away. Anna taken down by Cloud. Gotta always be careful of those Baptistes. They do a surprising amount of damage. An early rock as well takes down Mia. He stuns him for a moment. Now it's going to be down to Demir to try and catch that one out. There's going to be a duel on the high ground here between both of these tanks. Where's the Baptiste gone? Cloud taken out through the amplification matrix by Tracer. That's a huge clutch from the Soldier player here. Cloud was left alive. Mia likely would have lost her mech right there. Demir standing still, accepting their fate. Send me back to spawn, they say. I can't be bothered to walk that far.
Cloud might not be accepting where they put that ultimate in though, like they, because now you're walking into a nano attack visor, and if there's one thing that's immediately going to discourage a Soldier from trying to cloud something in your team, it's an amplification matrix. You have nothing to try to negate the damage other than Jam Jam with that shift ability and diminished shield, because Tracer is 15% away from the Transcendence.
Solus now mirroring. Oh, two people, one rocket. They clump on up, they get put down. Solus and Cloud, the double hit scan. What counter, says Ana? Oh, there it is. Strebor is going to be supplying that one, but this should be a fairly easy raise. Pink's going to bring Ana back into the fight. And Busted once again have to get their players together and try and come up with a new plan.
Yodaku's lining up for a little bit of a yeet on that anti-nade, but there's a silver lining currently available for Busted. It took them so long to actually get in on this next fight. Tracer is going to have Transcendence up for when that nano attack visor comes through, so Fuzzy Duck might just want to put that one in to pull it away from the Zen.
So for now, Tracer going to be up on this high ground once again. I love the crossfire that's been set up here by Tracer and Ana. 6 ultimates available for Fuzzy Duck. This may have to be an economy push from Buster with only a couple of moments left. Big eat here from Jam Jam. Look how much health he's got. Ana gets taken out. May be able to be rezzed if Pink can give that the attention that it deserves. There's the nano boost. It's already been spent. Tracer might be able to combine that with the tactical visor, I'm afraid. For now, they just take cover. Riz has got a huge position on top, and they also has the pocket of that amplification matrix. Mia will not last for a single second. And it's going to be the solo jams on the point who starts to cab up towards that first tick before being contested by Jimbo. High Noon being channeled. Will anyone dare to peek into it? Doesn't think that's going to be the case. For now, the usage of the supercharge is going to be that Jam Jam goes down. This could have been a terrible misplay from Buster. They could not have taken out anyone who was there with the time that they had. The control that was available. That's a good start from Tracer, taking out Solace. To get onto a point, though. Strebel's trying to lock everything down, looking for Mia, who's coming on in. Could get an assassination here with the Diva, but no. The mech taken out too early. They found Yudoku in the side as well. Going to be summarily executing that, but with just a couple of seconds remaining. Buster are going to squeak on through and capture point A.
Fuzzy Duck have actually dropped Tracer off the Soldier and onto the Junkrat. So this is a spam composition. They know exactly what Buster are going to be trying to work through. There's only 3 real lanes that you can go on, and it's absolute field day. The Junkrat, who's going to be trying to build up that tire to just drag Cloud's Immortality Field out and into the open, should allow Mia to go in with that Diva Bomb and actually find a kill rather than just a shield.
Those damage boosted Junkrat bombs do a huge amount of damage as well. Jimbo taking a little bit of poke, but Trace's already taken out that hardy tank. That's going to be busted straight away. Going to be low on these resources, low on players, low on damage. And soon enough, they will be low on time. Cloud's going to have to spend that Immortality Field just for safe passage out of a point at this juncture. Solace, will he be able to get out? Looks like it may be a body block as well. Good job from Jimbo. Will get himself removed, though. Will remove himself from the danger. Fuzzy Duck maybe dropping the ball there a little bit on that one.
That was a serpentine and a half. Just straight, left, right. Manages to actually make it out, and Busted are going to be going in with some pretty heavy hitting ultimates. They've got Straber with this Transcendence, which should be able to see themselves through whoever Yodaku puts that Nano Boost onto. But that Diva Bomb, Mia can really screw these plans.
Looking for the big Gorilla Close, gets 4 up in there. That's a huge play right here. Solace, he only sees himself a shield, but with the amplification matrix, there's a huge amount of damage. Tracer and Pink absolutely eviscerated in the path of that matrix. A nice pick there onto Strebor, but Mia's just presented to the Deadeye. Jimbo's going to try and get himself onto a point. With a minute left, though, if they can get this before it ticks over to a minute, that would be incredibly important. Pink's returned on the Moira, fading on in, not going to have that defensive cooldown available anymore. As this Lucio is going to just try and keep the point down. 1 minute and 12 seconds for 112 here from Busted. Does mean that this is a critical juncture at which to try and turn this series around. It means that if Fuzzy Duck cap in overtime, they won't get a second attack.
Yeah, but if you manage to take any part of Volskaya point B, you're clapping yourself on the back, honestly. It's so hard to actually find your way through these lanes and onto the point, and even then set up presence and manage to pull ticks off the point because that defender's spawn point is just so much closer than your own. But Fuzzy Duck, they're definitely going to be looking to try to get such a faster time back, because 1 minute 12 seconds, you think about that on the next round of Volskaya attack. That's what, 1 decent attack to board ultimates, 1 push with ultimates, and then you're looking at that overtime slugfest.
Yeah, and we've got to remember that Buster didn't exactly do much of their first 112. They took the entire 4 minutes to cap that first point.
Well, like you'll be happy to see that. Look at what Riz is on. It's the Torbjorn. You've been talking about it all day.
The Ashe and the Torbjorn. Maximum dishonesty here from Busted, trying to set up that 8 versus 6. You got the Bob, the Robert, as some would call him, of Solace. So it's the 7th man, and then of course the turret of
Mercy
Riz.
As well. So it's gonna be a 9 versus 6.
Finally, 9 versus 6.
Versus 6. The
fully dishonest matchup right here. They've brought reinforcements.
But Fuzzy Duck, if they just swap Ana off this Pharah and onto something that doesn't get countered by an Ashe or a Torbjorn, you're looking at a very easy push with 2 of Busted's key DPS and damage dealers instantly just becoming insignificant.
Exactly so. For now, Solace going to be the recipient of that Mercy boost. The damage boost does a huge amount to the Ana. Does allow them to one-shot 200 HP heroes with a headshot. The damage boost is applied. There's just over 200 damage. Jam Jam for now, going to be given over that pocket shield onto this Ash. The crossfire has been set up from Busted. Fuzzy Duck going to be looking to make their point of ingress through the high ground here to clear off those who would try and fire on down to the point. Jimbo is on a different angle though. It feels like right now Fuzzy Duck need to try and figure out what rotation they are making and then cohesively move there as a team.
That looks like it's going to be some cohesive movement as a team. Unfortunately, it's just a D.Va getting demacked.
It's cohesive movement back to spawn, you could call it that. Jimbo, for now, shooting away with a fusion driver. Great cover from Jam Jam with that Sigma shield to keep everyone in good health. Yudoku just allowing people to catch this poke. Use it to try and build up towards that nano boost. And you can see there's a huge bunker that's been formed on the side here by Bust. It includes the Tourbillon turret. It's going to really help to break down the shields in this particular war. There's a big halt. We'll bring Riz up into the air, but there's no one who can really keep that one put down. Solace, caught out, is going to survive with the help of Strebel on the Mercy. Trace is on a big flank, but you can see they're just ducking in and out of this doorway. Keeps them from taking any fatal poke for now. Speaking of fatal poke, Solace catches himself an arrow. This is the opening that Fuzzy Duck have been looking for.
Oh, and it pulls out that immortality field as well, because Solace has the bob. That's what Buster wants to try to keep a hold of on the point, so Fuzzy Duck can actually push in.
Now, Nano D.Va instantly demagged. That's going to be a wasted Nano right there. Unable to keep everyone alive. Bob's on the point, keeping it contested. And Pink has fallen off the map. An unexpected turn of events here for the Baptiste. Maybe not using those moon boots as well as you would like. Tracer down to 20 HP. Is going to be taken down by Demir. And now Jam Jam's just punching down the baby D.Va. Some terrible boxing going on right here. I'm pretty sure you guys are in supremely different weight classes. That's a waste of a Gravitic Flux if I've ever seen one. Doesn't catch anybody. Wasn't necessary. Tracer over on to a Widowmaker. What in the world is happening right now, Moxie?
Well, Ana manages to get Straver out of the fight, so Rez and some support away from Busted, which means Fuzzy Duck can actually try to push through Tracer actually onto the Tracer and off the Widowmaker, because Fuzzy Duck knows the window of opportunity is there, but it's going to be closing so quickly.
Dragon Strike up onto the high ground, holds it in, is Jam Jam, unable to get out of there very quickly. Molten Core will be bunched up on the backside of a point, and Riz just going to keep trying to get something done with that. Supercharge is going to keep everyone in hugely damaging conditions. Will they be able to take out Tracer, though, in the back? It's a very annoying little bit of Tracer poke coming through. Riz plinking away. Overload gives him extra health, gives him the extra fire rate. Still, the first stick has been acquired now by the Tracer. Yudoku goes down, burnt away by the dynamite, and Tracer's in the back. Goes to the stick, hits it onto Strebel, manages to almost take out the Tourbillon as well, but the Hulk's going to not be there in time. Mia and the other tank caught here. They're basically in prison right now. They're just awaiting execution. They're on death row. They just try to hide away. With only 23 seconds remaining, you guys need to reset as fast as possible.
That's not a reset, though. That's an amplification matrix. And Ana swinging things in Fuzzy Duck's favor. Might be the absolute hero of the hour.
Maybe so. 2 headshots already. It's going to be Jimbo who has to move in onto the point. Still the bomb. Bob is doing something. Jimbo's taken down, but Ana is on the point. You guys have to get onto his hands very quickly. Don't let him headshot you. Overtime's going to start ticking down. This could be what was needed. Busted. The reverse sweep had to start here, and it absolutely may well do. 2-1 after the Volskaya full hold, even with the best efforts of Ana.
Fuzzy Duck, what was that positioning where you had those 2 tanks just sectioned up on that room off a point? You needed to reset. You don't want to be cooped up in there, and that's exactly what Busted. They've gotten you exactly where they want. They can just afford all of the time burn off. They can just chuck in dynamite. They can just spam Tourbillon all the way in, building up your ultimates, and unfortunately, you can't do anything. You can't push because you're lacking your entire front line. Your support, they're not going to be safe. They need the Arista shield. They need that peel that the D.Va is there for, but unfortunately, they just got crammed up, and they just got immediately shredded and cremated.
I'm fairly sure that's the first time across all the Overwatch matches I've casted that I've seen a team take prisoners. they were just chilling out.
You've got to spend a couple of time in jail. Like, Overwatch, it's a concept that's very familiar. Every DPS player will know the pain of being put on break in that standard free composition. Every support main will know the pain of having to go through 2 months of a Moira meta, because Ana is just immediately countered by the fact that there's double shielding to block you from your Reinhardt. And, well, Aussie Duck, now they're gonna know the pain of having two of their tanks just cooped up, penned up in that side room of Sky Point A.
Tracer and Anna were both looking for some very heroic plays. It almost came through in the form of a couple of headshots from Anna, taking out both the Torbjorn and the Baptiste, but too much meat was on the point to carve through with puny arrows, I'm afraid. Well, if Bastard are going to reverse sweep, it had to start here, and it has begun potentially. No clean sweep allowed here for Fluffy Duck. You can find out who's going to win after the break.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of the ESL National Championships. Game, record, stream without compromise.
Nobody likes being left out. That's why Special Effect are helping people with physical disabilities to play video games. But this isn't just about having fun. The gaming setups we create are personalized, so people can play to the very best of their abilities. And that opens the door to inclusion and independence, confidence and creativity. Help us level the playing field and create more magical gaming moments. Because it's everyone's turn to play.
You don't mess around when it comes to your play. So don't play games with your hardware. Get serious with Intel. 4 out of 5 gamers on Steam play on an Intel-powered PC. Because Intel delivers you the power needed to game like the pros. And gives you elite gaming performance on your favorite titles. So you can be game ready at any level. Intel, don't play games.
Welcome back to British University Esports Championship Finals. It's the Overwatch one. I'm Leg Day, this is Moxie, and what you just saw was Torbjorn.
just Torbjorn in a nutshell. You plonk a turret down, you lock a team up, and you just spam damage. But we do actually have to talk about it. Mia managed to eat the turbo, and that denied a whole amount of space that Busted could have tried to take, so they knew what they were doing right up until the moment that they walked into that off room. That's when things fell apart.
Walled in on three sides by impenetrable building, and
just
on one side,
you know,
a
2
huge
meters
amount of
away
damage.
from absolutely everybody, including the spawn room and your own support lineup.
Yeah, they were very heavily cut off. And I'd like to see more Torbjorn Ashe. Torbjorn Ashe right now, quite powerful in that it can generate that kind of 8 versus 6 scenario with the usage of the Bob and with the turret as well. And you often play the Ashe with a Mercy, so you get sort of like that mathematical like 9 versus 6 when you've got the Resurrection in play as well. You can also get one-shot headshots onto squishies using the damage-boosted Ashe, which means that she can sort of trade poke with a Hanzo quite effectively, because both of them are equally worried about those one-shot headshots.
Yeah, honestly, a damage-boosted Ashe, I think I called it when it first came out mashed potatoes, because the tank lineup, if they dropped that shield, was just mashed potatoes. Is something to be absolutely terrified of. It's just a faster shooting Widowmaker, and arguably has a much more impactful ultimate. Yes, Bob can be shut down by a whole amount of things, that Sleep Dart being one of them. But Sleep Dart is such a valuable resource in an Anna's kit. If you communicate with your team and you send a Bob and point, and that pulls out a Sleep Dart, it's going to pave the way for your tanks to go immediately into the front line aggro, because they know that they're not going to be getting stopped in their tracks by Tranquilizer.
Yeah, exactly. So, and spying our map pick, I'm incredibly interested that after having lost to Torbjorn Ashe, that York would take us to Hollywood, because Hollywood A is one of the points where Torbjorn has always been powerful, regardless of how powerful he is in the overall context of Overwatch, which right now is incredibly powerful. Numbani and Hollywood A have always been a mainstay of Torbjorn play, and Ashe is also incredibly good here as well. I think it could be an incredibly powerful defense from Busted.
Bastion bunker. Come on, I've got my fingers crossed for it. I want to see it. The Bastion bunker behind point A. It takes so long to dislodge. You really have to wait for an EMP to actually come up before you can try to crack that defense wide open. And so even if it doesn't work, even if you give point A up, you burn so much time off the bank, time that you can immediately just get more off of on point B, because point B, high grounds, you talked about it on Dorado, it's just as important, if not more so, on Hollywood.
You could also see some manner of Symmetra play to try and break up a Bastion bunker. Teleporting around can try and mitigate the usage of those Bastion sight lines, but I want the talk. Like,
We want the cheese. We both want the cheese. Let's be honest. We want Gorgonzola. We want cheddar. I'm hungry.
I want hard poke on the attack, though. The Hanzo and the Pharah can be very difficult to deny, especially with the ability of Pharah to fly over the terrace where security sits and quite freely put down poke. Don't really have to pay any way in terms of a health loss. You may duel up with a Torbjorn turret, but when you've got a Mercy on you, that's not really a huge amount of concern for a Pharah. And Hanzo can very easily duel off of the high ground that we occasionally call soda, because of the big gallons of soda that they've got up there on the tables. It could even be filled with Monster Energy, one of the sponsors of this event. And hey, I wouldn't mind. I drink that much Monster.
I mean, yeah, just all of the energy drinks, please. And that's definitely what Busted are going to be needing, because they're still currently up against it. Fuzzy Duck's sitting on the brink of that match point. If they take this map, they take the series, so Busted a little bit of a ways to go before fully getting that reverse sweep going. Looks like we're not gonna get to see the Torbjorn or the Bastion, but what we are going to get to see, it's the Junkrat. Gonna be Tracer sitting again on the spam composition, and the entire idea behind this is you build up tires so quickly. It's essentially something you can build up within half of a team fight if Busted plays super close together, and with Demir on the Sarissa and Jab Jam on the Sigma, that's exactly what's going to happen. So even if Tide doesn't manage to get that pick of Clyde on the Batiste, So gonna pull out Immortality Field, and that's got a hefty punishable cooldown of 25 seconds. Since Blizzard actually listened to the forums and nerfed it into the ground.
Junkrat has a lot of use here when it comes to shield break, but I do feel that when you're expecting a Pharah, as I would out of these two teams on the offense, not only is Pharah incredibly well suited to Hollywood A, but both of these teams have shown a propensity to play this particular character. Tracer doesn't really have a great duel with Pharah when it comes to the Junkrat, I can tell you that much. Going up against a double shield, that break will be incredibly important. There it is, the damage booster's headshot. You can see the Mercy assist in the side. Cloud instantly removed. Will be brought back by Strebor, but now that resurrection is not going to be available for a while.
Yeah, Ana on that Ashe means that you don't need to worry about the Junkrat countering the Pharah because you've just got Ashe pumping damage every single time Riz tries to boost into the
Trying to round that corner, handling not the best trait the Orisa has for now. Going to be sending out the Halt. Will anyone be able to combine with this? Does not look like that's going to be the case. Yudoku's getting quite aggressive right here. This could be Punisher trying to keep Mia alive throughout this dive. Going to be a team backup right here, just trying to keep everyone in their best place. Riz is going to be taken down with the assist of the Mercy once again. Ana keeping that damage boost. Combined so well with the Ashe. Yudoku needs to get back to a team though. Keep Mia alive. You can see that that amplification matrix is now available and Trace has been taken down. There's room for a resurrection here. Immortality Field is used. And it is going to be everyone just trying to stay alive for now. Just try and batten down the hatches. They can make their exit once again once Solace has been dealt with.
They are going to be trying to aggress, but Riz getting Ana out of the fight means that you really want to try to silence a little bit of a retreat. If you're the defense, give up space.
Room for Ana to have been resurrected. Riz still plinking away. Solace with a double damage boost for Supercharger. The Hull, the damage boost from the Mercy. You know they're just doing a huge amount of damage. The double sniper right here really winning out in these duels. Feel like the Junkrat has been a failed experiment. Only just managed to get a little bit of time towards that Riptire. Trace is going to move over now onto the Widowmaker. This will have an advantage, of course, against Solace in that duel because Solace is going to suffer from a little bit of damage drop off, but already Tracer taken so low that Pink is going to have to be giving over that tender loving carer for Mercy.
Yeah, and honestly, even if you've got advantage when it comes to normal bullets, Solace is going to have the Ashes traveling up to the high ground, wants to drop it right where Fuzzy Duck tries to get that tank set up, but first they're going to just claw Tracer's corpse into the spawn room.
Well, I said that he had the advantage in the duel, but it doesn't really count if you just can't aim as well as the Ashe. In this case, Solace really coming out on top. That Bob is already available. Riz going to be taken down. That's a huge amount of pressure that's been relieved. Jimbo uses the Gravitic Flux along with a Fortify to place himself up onto high ground with relative ease, but is going to give that up quite quickly. Bob is sent in. Tracer taken low. Going to have to hide away in the constabulary for now. The Sheriff's Office going to be gaining itself a new prisoner before Tracer breaks out, breaks free, breaks down Solace as well. A well-placed shield right here is going to defend Busted from that self-destruct, and Mia's going to suffer while out of mech as well. Jam Jam taken low, and it goes in for the melee, but guess what? With the double pocket right here, it's quite easy for Jam Jam to really take that duel. Tracer not really getting much off of this. Oh, never mind. Cloud suffers a headshot. That's going to be 2 picks coming through, and despite the resurrection right now, that's no longer going to be available. Jimbo caught up within the Dragon Strike, eaten up, nommed away, and Riz getting incredibly aggressive, faced with 3 people. Looking for Baptiste for now. That's going to be one of the primary recipients of those arrows, and is going to be claimed. Solace has somehow managed to decide, you know what, I'll come out of the Genji. Could be resurrected potentially, but this is a bit of a messy fight, and it seems like over time, Fuzzy Duck, with the attrition bonus they have from their respawns, will regain control of the car.
And could be holding onto that car for just a little bit longer because Ana is the only one currently in possession with an ultimate. And yes, it's a Dragon Strike. That's something that you normally use typically to split a team, but you've got Jimbo on this Orisa, so it might actually pull Clyde's Immortality Field out early, and that should allow Fuzzy Duck's frontline to just go straight in for the Brutes.
What I want to see here is Cloud's Immortality Field used, then a halt into a Dragon Strike from Jimbo and Ana. Tracer already taken down. Cloud's going to be able to claim that kill. They cannot interrupt Perez. Actually, yeah, they can. It's going to be Pink tracked down using the Pistols of Solace, and now a huge advantage in favor of the attackers of Busted. Riz takes down the Baptiste. Jimbo going to be absolutely destroyed, I'm afraid. And that's going to be rolling in to the third point now for this payload. Mia left alone for a second, waiting for those doors to open. You can get a little bit of stagger on that baby diva even while they do contest the cart. It's going to send them onto a further back spawn. Doesn't mean they're going to be able to catch anyone out, though. Seems like all of Fuzzy Duck, thankfully, got the spawn in the back right here. So no one's going to be caught out. Solace looking for an early bomb.
Yeah, but you do see that Fuzzy Duck, they've actually switched up their composition pretty majorly. In CC, we trust, and there is going to be so much CC available Tracer onto this May. It's going to be a real pain for Solace to get past. Doesn't want to put that sticky bomb in. Waits until the Sigma lifts them all up, but unfortunately no one gets lifted up near enough.
Could be looking for a halt right here to put people into a very less than ideal position. Tracer managing to use that ice block already, going to be very vulnerable. It's going to be Riz who's just chasing forward, though, catches Jimbo unawares. All of the cooldowns have been used. Trying to get now onto this May. There it is, quick headshot from Riz. Wallaby taken on down quite quickly in this case. Now we can just dance around in this immortality field. Pink has the charge shot of a Zenyatta, but 1 versus 6. I don't think it's going to work out very well. Busted. What a pace they have achieved. 2 minutes still on the clock with the full completion. Fuzzy Duck, despite a fantastic start in this series, seem to have been given a right hook and looking to go to the hospital with quite the concussion.
Yeah, Fuzzy Duck, the composition that they all swapped off to is absolutely something that needed to happen. It's something that slows the payload down, but the time that they had to do it in and the distance that the payload had left to cover, you weren't going to be building up ultimates. And ultimates, with the composition a team that's Busted were running, they've been running those heroes for so long, they already had access to so much. Fuzzy Duck just had access to so little. Tracer going into that make could have been huge if Blizzard had been able to build up, but you waited so long on it that you just didn't get the chance and it slipped through their fingers.
Feel like things need to be a little bit cleaner in conjunction with these halts here for Fuzzy Duck's tank line. Whether it's Mia or Jimbo who plays it in this case, it looks like they're going to be swapping around. Mia usually playing the off tank with the Diva. Will be the one playing the Orisa in this case, and Jimbo, primarily their main tank who plays the Orisa, picking up the Sigma. Reminiscent of some Overwatch League teams like the London Spitfire in our Season 2 playoff run, where they did put Gesture onto that Sigma, usually playing their main tank. They had Fury play the Orisa. We'll see if it works out for Fuzzy Duck this time. Busted looking to defend here with exactly what I was hoping for. The Ashe and the Torbjorn. It's going to put a lot of pressure onto Anna, who's playing this Pharah.
Very reminiscent of their Volsky defense. In fact, pretty much the exact same thing. So Anna is going to have such a struggle. Sport lineup trying to keep them alive, but you gotta go with that Batiste. It's going to be very hard to actually connect your shots with your DPS.
Wow, in the time that resurrection was occurring, Anna didn't get the memo that Pink wasn't with him. Cloud managing to poke on down with that Pharah. It's going to be the first point already, or at least the first fight not going ideally. Cloud catching a little bit too much poke. I think Strebel there got hit with a wayward accretion, stunning that Mercy for a couple of seconds. Cloud needs to be careful this time. Can't afford to get picked off again. No second chances now for Busted, as Fuzzy Duck are going to continuously move forward. Break on down, shot by shot. That's an early amplification matrix, but it leaves everyone in the path of danger. Yodoku's going to be doing so much damage through that. People are going to move on forward, onto the point. Still, Busted can afford to give away a little bit of tick towards this point. Riz puts down a brand new fresh turret. Hulk comes through, but there's no follow-up right there. Would have rather to have seen some damage, potentially from Anna. It's going to be the Hanzo, caught up with the Gravitic Flux, and Janjan's going to go for a manual kill on that one before being taken away, captured, and executed by the attacking forces of Fuzzy Duck.
That was a little bit of an overcommitment, to be honest. Jam putting that Sigma Flux in after so many of Busted had already fallen. That's something that he could have tried to combine with Solace's Bob, with all of Fuzzy Duck into the air so that they would be prone and then just easy pickings for the Omnic, but it's not going to happen, and that's allowed Fuzzy Duck so much presence already onto the high ground as Busted. They're going to have some real trouble actually getting back to the payload before it even manages to go halfway for B.
Big Dynamite. Anna now put on notice. It's going to go low, but does have the healing available of Pink and Yodoku to keep them alive. Yodoku already looking to bring out that second amplification matrix, but Cloud's going to be looking to bring one out as well. Could be combined with Bob. No long-term stun to really keep Bob down if he does get called upon to do something. A long-range rock, though! Don't catch those, Ana. The accretion cannot be hitting the Pharaoh like that, especially unassisted without a hole. May force for resurrection to be used. Two very dangerous individuals behind the amplification matrix do a lot of damage, but guess what? You can just focus instead on the down low nitty-gritty. Mia gets broken down by a damage-boosted Torbjorn. Second they pop that overload, you get that damage boost. A lot of damage is going to come out of that scrap gun. Ana now looking for a safe area from which the barrage could combine this potentially with an immortality field if they do fly low enough to be within the grasping tendrils of the immortality. Down goes the supercharger, but it's easily penetrated that shield with the molten core. Bob's come out to try and do something as well. Mia's going to be reversing that it does. And now Demir looking to hold people in towards the range of Bob, but he will be taken down in due course. Still, kept that cart contested. Now it can be Demir who tags in, the next person to keep this cart on notice. Riz getting a little bit frisky, but without that overload, has to play a little bit more safe now.
Boston Tapestry play very safe. They put in a Bob, a Dog, and a Torbjorn ultimate into that last fight. But look at how much damage spam that Solus has been able to do. Just put in the Bob. Last fight already passed halfway up to the next one. Ana's gone on to the Ashe. Wants to try to contest, but Solus has the high ground, has the Sigma shield to hide behind.
Oh, Jam taken down very quickly. Great immortality field, though, from Cloud. Using the amplification matrix, still, Duck have the option not to actually take this fight. They're going to send him a Dragon Strike regardless. They know that immortality field is no longer available. A lot of them caught up in the gravitic flux, though. Taking a half health, but still, there's enough to keep them all in the living realm for now. Demir's taken down. Jam low on utility. A good catch with that accretion. It's going to be sent out the other way as well. Both of the Sigmas catching their fellow tanks accretions in this case. Still, the cart not moving. Solus to Bob, taken down. Jam's trying to stay alive, but guess what? Without that Orisa, the Sigma becomes a lot more squishy, and Mia can just press on forward right here. The Gravitic Flux is going to be used. Riz taken up into the air. He's going to be slammed down, losing half the health. Going to use the Molten Core as well. Thinks they can try and rescue this. Buster want to try and take this fight. Anna's taken down by Solus for counter. Ashe is going to win out this time. But still, everyone's stepping over into a Molten Core. You can't step in the lava, lads. The floor is lava, and it's incredibly deadly. Despite Fuzzy Duck looking great for so long in this fight, they just could not take down the members of Busted who were planting themselves down on the payload. They needed to be more aggressive, Moxie.
They just rolled out the red carpet, did Busted and Fuzzy Duck. They didn't have the D.Va. They couldn't defense matrix any of it. So now they will be trying to aggress in with an amplification matrix. A whole lot of damage gonna be available to get outputted. But Busted, they know that this is their game. They're playing up on the high ground, so the amplification matrix doesn't connect with any of them.
And now there's a huge danger of the cart not making it through second point. Ana taken down, but quickly raised up as well. Pink is going to pay the price for that one. Going to win out the Ashe door right now. For now, Fuzzy Duck. They are low on players, low on time, low on ultimates as well. We'll be looking for this final fight. These guys shouldn't be in here for now. Can't afford to catch any poke or get early picks. They need to wait for their Ashe to return. Doesn't look like Anna's going to have got back to the payload. Looking for the usage of that Bob.
They need to know that Solus is the only one with an ultimate though, so you need to try and target that Ashe.
Great hold. Brought people into the crosshairs of Solus. It's going to be Ana who falls this time. Still, huge investment right here. May well be that Buster could give up this fight and then take that final engagement outside the big door. Still, Dimir's brought back into the fray. You can't allow the Mercy to res up the Orisa that easily. Mia keeps himself alive on the cart. Bob's going to be the one who is keeping the cart contested as well and putting down a lot of damage, but straight in front of the crosshairs. The Cloud will not be lasting for long. There's the amplification matrix as well. You can't stand in front of that, but your only option is to stand on the cart. Looks like no one's going to be able to get here in overtime. Still, maybe Jimbo's going to make it. Overtime is triggered once again, but still into the raging fists of the Doom. Riz takes him away, and Busted gonna bring themselves up to 2-2 here. After Hollywood, Fuzzy Duck was spent forever on match point, it feels like, but the reverse sweep is a real danger as we're going to head over onto our final map 5 very soon.
Yeah, Fuzzy Duck, they tried and they died by the high ground. You could see what they were wrangling for. They had amplification matrix. But all of Busted, I played them. They positioned themselves perfectly. A couple on the right high ground, a couple on the left high ground. You don't want to drop amplification matrix until you see a whole majority of the team clustered around it. And so Yodaku has to keep a hold of it. And Fuzzy Duck, they just can't find any actual use for it at any point of the map.
Once again, Solace really getting a lot of value out of this Ashe. I'm a huge fan of a Solace Ashe right now. I think it might be one of the better heroes that's in the repertoire for this player. Figured out the correct sense, figured out the correct timings on that Dynamite as well. Really does seem like if they bring this out on the next control map, it could be a deciding factor. The Ashe isn't as well suited to control in some cases. Needs some time to set up, needs to be up on high ground, needs to be able to catch people on rotation with those Dynamites to get the maximum throughput of ultimate charge.
Yeah, where Ashe thrives on control point is if you manage to take that first fight win, set yourself up, and then find a choke to just spam your shots through. Your ultimate can put up so quickly if you're able to get a couple of Fuzzy Duck just burning alive with that Dynamite. I think it's a really actually understated ability. The amount of damage that it does, and really teams, they should start treating it sort of how you see anti-nades. It's the sentence of death. Every single time that you see someone burning alive, you send the rest of the team in to finish the job.
Well, there's other burning that can be contested as well. You've got to think about those molten cores as well. This comp is almost like the fire and the flames comp. You got to worry about the fire from the sky and the fire from down below as well, because your feet are burning as you're standing in that molten core. Incredibly dangerous circumstances here. Fuzzy Duck fumbled a 2-0 lead, and now both teams are going to sit on match point. It's going to go down to the decider. You don't want to miss it. It's going to be coming right your way towards your eyeballs and your ear holes just after this break.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of the ESL National Championships. Game, record, stream without compromise.
Nobody likes being left out. That's why Special Effect are helping people with physical disabilities to play video games. But this isn't just about having fun. The gaming setups we create are personalized, so people can play to the very best of their abilities. And that opens the door to inclusion and independence, confidence and creativity. Help us level the playing field and create more magical gaming moments. Because it's everyone's turn to play.
You don't mess around when it comes to your play. So don't play games with your hardware. Get serious with Intel. 4 out of 5 gamers on Steam play on an Intel-powered PC. Because Intel delivers you the power needed to game like the pros. And gives you elite gaming performance on your favorite titles. So you can be game ready at any level. Intel, don't play games.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the British University Esports Championship Finals. 2 maps apiece to both Fuzzy Duck and Busted, representing Bournemouth and York, respectively. Fuzzy Duck, they had match points since map 2. They fumbled the lead, I think it's safe to say. Busted trying to pull off a reverse sweep here, and it's all going to come down to our last control map. I'm Leg Day, and that's Moxie.
Yeah, and we've been discussing in the break what map we want to see coming up, and I think both of us actually agreed it's Lijiang. If you are Fuzzy Duck, you've lost Hollywood because of an Ashe. You've lost Dorado, I believe, because of an Ashe, and if you can't deal with an Ashe, Oasis is not a place that you want to be.
Yeah, Oasis Gardens and Oasis City Center, both very good for Ashe, and the inherent high ground available on University's right-hand side as well, or left-hand, depending on which spawn you come out of, is also incredibly fruitful ground for an Ashe to play with that health pack, and also allows for the Mercy as well. One of the main times when we may see Ashe be a little bit weaker is when they're running both the Ashe and the Pharah, because the Mercy has to divvy up their attention between the Pharah and the Ashe. You don't have that perma damage boost, which really makes Ashe an incredibly oppressive character to play against. We are going to be heading over to Lijiang Tower. I think this is the better choice out of the 2 in what we agreed in the break. We may even get to see some Reinhardt on Control Center.
Yeah, I'm honestly hoping that Control Center just pops up immediately, because so many people that I know, it's their favorite map, because you just have the Reinhardt, and every single time you get control of that first point, you hold a team at choke. You just hold it like a guillotine above their heads. Every time that they try to check over it, you turn that push into a conga line straight back into your spawn room.
I'm also interested to see if on Night Market we see the almost ubiquitous Symmetra that is really pervaded some of the top tiers of Overwatch competitive play in both Contenders and Overwatch League. Often you see people teleporting right out of the end of the market stalls and spawn over onto the high ground of the point, run in through the windows, set up the turrets, and then it's incredibly difficult to attack into that Symmetra. Symmetra, however, not so good on the retake. You really got to be able to have her ultimate available if you want to try and retake with a Symmetra. She's not like Torbjorn, where she's equally viable on both attack and defense now. She's a lot more viable when you have got that setup ready to go.
I mean, we should just change the title to 101 Reasons Why You Should Pick Torbjorn. Currently in
Overwatch right now is really that. He is the most powerful character in the game without a doubt in my mind.
Oh my goodness, can you believe that it's 2020 and we're saying teams should pick Torbjorn and attack and defense, but he can be, and you talk about Control Center and how you want that Reinhardt to be coming through. A couple of times actually I've seen teams go for the Torbjorn pick on Control Center purely because it forces the opposite Reinhardt to hold his shield up so much, and if he's holding his shield up, he isn't doing damage, and that allows your Reinhardt to just race ahead in the trying to get that Shadow online first, because mind games with Reinhardts on Control Center, that's the name of the game.
There's also a potential that if the teams bring out for Reinhardt skin, we may see this rush support comp that we saw on Busan as well, with both the Brigitte and the Lucio. And the Torbjorn doesn't suffer so much when the Brigitte and the Lucio are about, because there is a little bit of self-sustain available to Torbjorn in the form of the Overload. Like if they start taking too much poke, they can pop the Overload, get that 100 extra armor, makes them very hardy in the face of danger and quite difficult to dislodge. And you can also have your turret body block for you as well if you really need to. It's very useful versus a Doomfist and a Reinhardt, because obviously the turret will interact with both the Doomfist punch and charge and stop it in its tracks and take all the damage for you. So you can often win duels with Doomfist as for Torbjorn.
I think every meta has just an absolute nightmare scenario that no one wants to run into, and at the moment, picture it, or rather don't picture it if you are very weak-hearted. Nano boosted, rallied up, overloaded Torbjorn.
Yeah, the full raid boss Torbjorn, like the Dwarven Lord Torbjorn. And he can often be combined with a Mei as well, and what I like to call the Comp of Ice and Fire. where you have the continual you get walled up, of course, the second you engage, you get someone isolated, and then instantly Torvian just runs into you with overload and starts plinking away with that shotgun at double fire rate, just an insane amount of damage.
And then for the ultimate BM, switches to the hammer in the last millisecond before it comes up on the kill feed. Not a place that you want to be, but we haven't really, we talked about Night Market, we've talked about Control Center. Very strange, we haven't touched on Gardens, because Gardens is actually quite a lot of people that I talk to. It's their favorite part of Lijiang purely because of the dogfight. Armacy on Lijiang is just ubiquitous with Gardens at the moment.
Yeah, you got to expect that Riz and Ana are going to be clashing in the sky, Pharah versus Pharah in that particular matchup. But in this case, I want Solace to be the third party to the matchup.
You want to cheat? Is this what you want? You want to put one
just get Solace to go on the Ashe again and basically cheat your way through the Pharah 1 versus 1. There's no honor amongst thieves when you've got the championship on the line. You just got to take every single opportunity that you can get.
Absolutely filthy tactics, but one that I also kind of admittedly do want to see. We're just terrible people. Like, they're hoping to see some poor Pharah get absolutely trounced by 2 DPS who have it in for her. But another thing that I really want to see is the front line getting helped out by the DPS. At the moment, it feels like everybody besides the DPS and the support lineup, the tanks are getting not a lot of love. We saw on Dorado the Divas getting pumped so much by that Ana with so much healing when they went to the contest on the high ground. That has seemed to just sort of peter out as the maps have continued, and I think that really trying to give a little bit of resources to your tank lineup would benefit them quite a lot, especially going over to Gardens, because there's a couple of big no-nos on this map, and no-no number 1 is walking over bridge if there's a Pharah with a concussive blast ready to tip you off the edge.
Yeah, that's first day of Overwatch mistakes. On your first day of Overwatch school, you learn to look out for that one. And if you don't, then you get reported, you get avoided. It's only fair, ladies and gentlemen. It's only fair if you skive on your first day of Overwatch school. Then how are you going to make it to some university finals?
Look at the composition Busted has currently got. So you say you want the Symmetra strat on Night Market? Busted look like they're gonna go for that horrible, filthy Symmetra strat, where you put the teleporter down and it gets you right into the window of that point and allows you so much time to set up, especially with Riz being on this Torbjorn. Gonna be a real problem for Fizzly Duck to try to evict.
The double building, the Busted engineering core has placed themselves on the point right now. Jimbo's already caught himself a quick Symmetra. Those do a staggering amount of damage. Can almost one-shot a Tracer. Tracer's unlucky enough to catch one of those. Mia is just sped upon. This is one of the things that having one of those Lucios really gets you. When you see a Zarya but doesn't have the assistance of a Lucio, and you are 6 people, you're like, you know what? That Zarya is dead. Mia's going to swap over now onto the Hog. Okay, they're going to go for the Hog and the Ball. An interesting combination. I would have expected maybe they would have gone for a full dive here or potentially moved over onto an Orisa Sigma.
Yeah, that Hog is going to have such a hard time getting through not just 1 but 2 shields. So the idea is you try and play catch, you hook Cloud away from his team so that the Batista is gone, the rest of the team moves in, but it's going to be so hard to actually connect the hook onto that Bat's head.
Okay, they're bringing in the Reinhardt now. They're going back to the Zarya for Mia as well. So
this is just a roulette of compositions. Ana's off the Pharah onto the McCree. So, you know, just pick a number, any number, and that DPS is what you're going to be. But they are going to have to try to dislodge Busted, who are really nicely set up on this point, very spread out at the moment. It's all going to change though as soon as Cloud dumps down that amplification matrix.
Jam needs to be careful here. He could be very easily run over, but already so low is Jimbo. Trace has gone down as well. A huge amount of poke is coming through this choke point, and Jimbo's shield doesn't last for long at all. Mia forced to reset. Anna's off the map, courtesy of Strebel, already 50% in favor of Busted. The death ball that Busted have right here. They can't really go over the bridge as well to avoid looking for those turrets, because they could easily be halted off, they could easily be booped off. They can't afford any of these environmental deaths.
Looks like they're taking the long road around. Tracer is getting very close to that Blizzard, and that's what Fuzzy Duck really need. Win conditions to come onto point, but Riz is going to have the molten core. It's not going to be cold. It's going to be very, very hard.
Excellent coverage there from Riz, catching out 2 people already. And you know what? Just bring out the gun as well. We'll take down Udoku as a bonus. 20% remains right here for Busted for Fuzzy Duck. If they want to win Gardens, it's now or never.
Yeah, Fuzzy Duck haven't even been able to come into a fight properly with ultimates. That should hopefully change in just a couple of seconds. Pink will be hitting that coalescence, but look at what Busted have available to them. It's an absolute armory of ultimates for this team.
Well, the armory's been cracked open. They've already used the Symmetra shield as well. Tracer's placed himself upon the point, but Riz is more than ready to execute upon that. Breaking down. Tracer's down, Anna's down, Jimbo's down too. The rest of Fuzzy Duck, they rumble onto a point, but guess what? If your duck is fuzzy and not feathery, they're only a duckling. And the duckling can't bring anything to this party. It's just not enough of an apex predator, really, to deal with the full engineering core. The double builder Busted.
I mean, how do you deal with it? You saw that Fuzzy Duck really struggled so many times. They went back to that spawn room, they looked at the heroes, and they tried to come in with so many different things, but time and time and time again, they just weren't able to get past that point. And now we're going to see that they're going for this different strategy. I think that they're going to put Mia on to the Winston. And this, honestly, is the play that I wanted to see. You put that Winston in, you try to get Salsa's turrets down with the Tesla cannon, but as I say that, away it goes. And you know if you're Fuzzy Duck, you're walking into sim turrets. Busted find that strategy to be working so far in their favor. It's Night Market. You're absolutely going to run it again. Fuzzy Duck, they're going to put a Reaper into play. Reaper can't hit turrets. Reaper can't get anything done, really.
The random mat selectors in cahoots. Jam's already dead, though. Fed himself over to the death pool. You've got to be very careful when you position yourself with a Sigma. Right now, Mia trying to bring everyone into range. That's a big fire strike into Holt as well. A lot of ult charge gained, and that's a good wall too. Solace actually pokes out. Full Hardy in this case should have just hid away and converged the rest of the team. Great usage of a death ball here. Anna coming in with that Reaper. They're like, oh, you want to fight up close? We'll fight you up close. Busted instantly. Have to move away from the Symmetra. We talked before about how Symmetra is poorly equipped for the retake. And Busted go for almost a mirror comp, but they are going to be playing, instead of a Moira, for Brigitte instead. I'm not sure if I prefer the Brigitte here. I don't think there's anyone who really benefits from the armor as much as a Tracer would.
Yeah, and honestly, you're going to be on such a back foot when it comes to healing, because Pink's already got that coalescence packaged and parceled and ready to pop as soon as Fuzzy Duck will have been pressed on.
Already, the 2 walls put up. Anna's already claimed 2. Cloud and Demir, the Knight and the Squire, burnt down by the Demon. I'm afraid you failed this quest, Slash. You're going to have to go back to the quest giver, pick up that golden exclamation mark and give it a second try. The raid team has been disassembled and Busted are sent back to the spawn room.
And now, honestly, they're facing the same problem that Fuzzy Duck were on the previous map. How do you get onto point when you're so far behind in terms of ultimates because of the swaps that you were forced to make? Fuzzy Duck Mia has already got their Shadow online, so it's going to be up to Mia to block that one the traditional way with a shield. Otherwise, Fuzzy Duck are just going to completely aggress onto Busted, and they'll be sent back to spawn yet again.
No wall available now. No defense matrix is not available. The Blizzard is put down. That's going to be multiple people frozen right here. Cloud is already taken down. Demir is frozen up. Mia smashes him into the wall. See you later, kids. You're not going to be winning out in this mirror matchup today, I'm afraid. I may be fresh to the Reinhardt. It isn't Jimbo who is playing it before, but trust me, I ain't fresh when it comes to the experience. A veteran Reinhardt catches Demir in the corner, instantly applies the burst damage. Fuzzy Duck, just as easily as they were defeated on Garden, they appear to be striking back here on Night Market.
They have to keep an eye out though for Busted. Anna coming in with the death button from behind.
Mia's popping off, swing after swing. They managed to use the sound barrier, but it's only on 2. Solace and Strobel versus the World. There's with Death Blossom instantly creamed, caramelized, broken down by the hammer of Mia. No one's able to touch. 100-0 the other way this time. Both of these teams simultaneously exploding and imploding. Just as we saw in this matchup, this is a microcosm, this control map, Moxie, for the entire series.
And honestly, there's no better way to finish it. Both of these teams are so aggressive with their tanks. going to Control Center is just going to be the cherry on the top. You managed to take that first fight, and you're going to have such a huge leg up as well in the entirety of this map. So each of these sides are going to be fighting absolutely tooth and nail to get that first tick on the board so that they can try and hold the other side at the choke for the entirety of the rest of the map.
This time, Busted rolling out with a primary healer. Cloud's going to be fulfilling that role on the Baptiste, and Solus moving everyone to McCree. Oh my goodness, Cloud's already been destroyed. That is not the start that Busted want. Get back to spawn, lads. Get out of there. Oh no, there's no chance here. They got to break it down. Will they be able to rescue their Reinhardt? Looks like they will be able to. Demir just about will escape with their life. Cloud rejoins the team, but this is going to give Fuzzy Duck a significant advantage in this first cap, and, well, if they can move up and control the choke after this, it's going to be very dangerous for Busted to move through there.
But Fuzzy Duck had to go to the point 2 cap, which has allowed Busted free passage through that infernal choke, and now onto the point.
Big Hulk coming through, no follow-up though in this case. Cloud just spamming down with this healing. He's going to use the Immortality Fields, taken down, but Mia goes down simultaneously. Coalescence is deployed here. It's going to provide a lot of penetration through the shields, and Solus is more than able to take out Tracer. The Immortality Field, or the Amplification Matrix in this case used, but not a huge amount of the team are going to position themselves behind that. Still, Busted coming through, using their utility in the most proficient of ways. Managed to win out the duel against the Coalescence, and the Immortality Field there seemed to prove invaluable, as well as Fuzzy Duck really dropping the ball on combining with that Holt. You can see the Holts are consistently coming through and getting multiple people, but where is the Firestrike?
Well, where the Blizzard is going to be the name of the game for this push. Fuzzy Duck's going to have nothing to try to survive the freeze.
Nia frozen up, will not survive through this one. Anna also taken down. The counter blizzard coming through may have actually caught out Demir midway through the shatter as well. That is a wasted shatter from Demir, but even with that wasted, that's just a little bit of good news for Busted. It's the consolation prize. They couldn't get anything out of that fight. They are going to be able to potentially move in now. Mia caught out alone, but a little bit far away for everyone to take advantage of that Jam. Can put down the Amplification Matrix, or the Supercharger in this case. The Amplification Matrix has already been put down. That's a lot of damage that's going to be going through there. Mia peeks out for just a second, instantly vaporized. Can't hold a candle to those double amps, I'm afraid. Everyone's stuck in with the wall. We are trapped in here with me. I'm trapped in here with you, I'm afraid. Solus still got this Deadeye ready to go. People coalesce behind one of these shields. That's a lot of targets available as the Supercharger is used for the attacking Fuzzy Duck team. Still, this could be their last chance to move on to a point. It's already 75%. Jimbo's fallen down low. Solus doesn't get anything with that Deadeye. This is an overcommitment of a Death Blossom if ever I've seen one, but when it's last fight for the entire tournament, you know what? I'm not going to blame you.
Honestly, I'm gonna blame you. I'm gonna hold you up on that one. You just managed to take control of the point, and it's currently 89% on the board for Busted. Riz has this Blizzard. Fuzzy Duck needed something to try to keep themselves alive, to try to keep Busted away from just moving on to the point with that speed boost, dropping Blizzard and calling it a day. And well, Fuzzy Duck, they're just gonna have to open things up with a Blizzard of their own and hope and pray that it's going to be enough to force Busted back.
Could counter Blizzard right here, but Tracer's going to be in deep trouble. Oh, we get stunned out of a Blizzard! That is not acceptable. Maybe I think he could have got potentially flashbang there. Solus could have saved this entire series right here for Busted. They now have the advantage that they need. The Hulk comes in again, but there's no follow-up, and guess who's moving forward? It's Demir! And he's got himself a big slam. Jimbo, Mia, Anna, get on the floor, get back to spawn, get off my point, say Busted. They've already capped it up. Can anyone even come in touch? And maybe Tracer, who could manage to get the angle right here. There's 1% left for triple blink onto a point. We're going to try and survive. Solus is channeling with Deadeye, so no one can come in and touch. Overtime's going to start ticking down. Tracer just about manages to refresh it, and here is Velucio to try and keep their hopes alive. Anna has returned on the Doomfist, faced with so much danger. Those Streb was popping off already. The Immortality Field is down. The Hulk into the Firestrike. Demir swinging through. He's turning all Fuzzy Duck into jelly. It's a beautiful dish, and Busted will complete the reverse sweep.
I mean, it's beautiful positioning from Busted as well in that final fight. Look at where Cloud was, away from the fight, on the sidelines, on the high ground, spamming so much healing into his team, and no one on the side of Fuzzy Duck can turn their attention to him because everybody's got to keep piling onto point. Busted! They walk away with the win!
And Solace there, the big play. The flashbang interrupting the Blizzard. A risky play by Tracer. Incredibly risky. Did not come out in the end in their favor. That was a very, very intense round of Lijiang Tower, and Busted have completed the full reverse sweep. Fuzzy Duck looked to finish this off in 3. It could have been easy clap for the boys from York. But Busted, using that halftime break very effectively, some great coalescence here of strategy to make sure that they knew how to play against what Fuzzy Duck were bringing to the table.
Yeah, Fuzzy Duck, things fell apart in the tiniest little bits, and Buster just cracked those wide open, getting stunned out of putting your Blizzard in, overcommitting your Death Blossom when you know that you need to. Honestly, you could push every single team fight with the amount of time that you needed to keep a hold of that point. They overcommit, and unfortunately, well, they just can't commit anything to that overtime push. They don't have any power behind them when they try to go in for that contest, and so Busted walk away with a win underneath the belt.
I think one of the things that really was a huge boon for Busted as well was the combination so often of the Halt and the Fire Strike. What you give up when you go over onto the Orisa instead of a D.Va is that you can no longer eat the enemy Reinhardt's Fire Strikes, but when we saw Fluffy Ducks trying to combine that Halt with anything, there was never any follow-up. Regardless of whether there was a shield available, they needed to be combining those two, because not only does it give ultimate charge over to your Reinhardt, it strains the healing resources of your enemy, and that was the main sort of difference that I noticed between these two teams when they both played the Orisa and the Reinhardt. Demir doing a lot when it came to following up on those Halts.
I mean, Busted, they honestly played against those Halts pretty much perfectly. They made sure that not a lot of them would be clumped up, so not a lot of them would actually be halted in. If one person was cut out, it was only really one, sometimes very rarely two, and so if the Fire Strike does come through, not a lot of ult charge going the way of the Reinhardt. They played around the natural cover as well, so it doesn't put strain on your supports to make sure that everybody's in that position. And also, it meant that they were already in the perfect place to just pincer in and swarm all over Fuzzy Duck when they try to move in for those chokes.
Absolutely right, Moxie. Well, you all saw it here, the reverse sweep from Busted. They will be your champions right here, because stay tuned on this channel. Rocket League is coming up next. I've been Leg Day, joined as, for the first time really, by the wonderful Moxie. Thank you very much for watching us. Go grab yourself a drink, and then come on back for some more esports action later on in the day. Goodbye.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of the ESL National Championships. Game, record, stream without compromise.
Nobody likes being left out. That's why Special Effect are helping people with physical disabilities to play video games. But this isn't just about having fun. The gaming setups we create are personalized, so people can play to the very best of their abilities. And that opens the door to inclusion and independence, confidence and creativity. Help us level the playing field and create more magical gaming moments. Because it's everyone's turn to play.
You don't mess around when it comes to your play. So don't play games with your hardware. Get serious with Intel. 4 out of 5 gamers on Steam play on an Intel-powered PC. Because Intel delivers you the power needed to game like the pros. And gives you elite gaming performance on your favorite titles. So you can be game ready at any level. Intel, don't play games.
Athletics, bring the drums in.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of the ESL National Championships. Game, record, stream without compromise.
Nobody likes being left out. That's why Special Effect are helping people with physical disabilities to play video games. But this isn't just about having fun. The gaming setups we create are personalized, so people can play to the very best of their abilities. And that opens the door to inclusion and independence, confidence and creativity. Help us level the playing field and create more magical gaming moments. Because it's everyone's turn to play.
You don't mess around when it comes to your play. So don't play games with your hardware. Get serious with Intel. 4 out of 5 gamers on Steam play on an Intel-powered PC. Because Intel delivers you the power needed to game like the pros. And gives you elite gaming performance on your favorite titles. So you can be game ready at any level. Intel, don't play games.
Hello everybody and welcome to the British University Esports Championships finals for Rocket League. We're here to watch the Portsmouth Paladins face off against Lancaster A. I'm one of your casters for today. I'm at the Kill Sync and I am joined by Drumsels. How are you today, Drums? I'm absolutely incredible. These are two teams that I've been wanting to watch match up against each other for quite a while. We only saw them once, obviously, throughout the season, so it'll be good to see what these two teams can bring. But you're here, give us some information. Like, what do we expect to see from these two teams? What do they bring to the table?
Well, these two teams are two of the most storied teams there are in the league. Portsmouth, obviously, last season's smash hit winners. They went to they really brought it. They came out of nowhere last season with that lineup of Psycho, Jordan, and they took it to that thrilling Game 7.
So we're just having a few technical issues with Drumsel's mic here. We're just going to get that fixed. But I'll just kind of glance over some of the information that we have available for Portsmouth and Lancasters. Now, obviously, this was going to be Drumsel's job to just give us a little bit of information, but with those errors, I'll just say Portsmouth have one of the highest assist ratios here in Rocket League throughout this entire season so far, with in particular reference to Psycho having the highest assist per game out of any other player, any other teams that we've seen go through so far. Lancers A, in kind of, shall we say, challenge to that, they have the best defense that we've seen throughout any other team. That shows, and this isn't something that is just statistics thrown around. When you get into the game, we'll see the rotations on defense coming through from Lancasters that you just don't see from any other team. Tylacto is noted for his highest average points that he has per game. And again, Tylacto, throughout a lot of the games that we've seen, he doesn't even look like sometimes that he's the best player on the team. But when you actually take note of the positioning, when you take note of the passes he's making, the shots he's taking, what he's actually doing in the game, that's when you really start to break down the finer details of why Tylacto is and has been an RLCS player. He's been at that top level. He knows what to do. It's not as simple as what we see from a lot of the teams, which is just hoofing the ball down the field. This is a player that is calm, calculated, and consistent in every area of the pitch. But I think we might have Dramzor's back now. So with that, I'll pass over the mic to him, and hopefully we'll get a little bit more information.
Testing. 1, 2, 3, testing. Can anybody hear me? Hopefully you can.
Well, I definitely can. I'm hoping those back home can.
Yeah, hopefully. But yeah, as I was saying in the middle of this one, we got our previous winners of last season, which is Portsmouth, and they came out of nowhere with that roster. But then Lancaster, they've had a very consistent lineup pretty much from the beginning of UK University Rocket League. It's always been that back two of Tylacto, who you mentioned, and Deleterious Mac, D-Mac, as he is commonly known. And they started off with Orion, and they were the first NSC winners back in winter 2018. And since then, they've swapped out Orion for Films 3, who I think took a bit of time to find his place within the team. But since his debut, he has come along leaps and bounds, and it really shows in their #1 league play finish this season. I think they had the highest finishing points of any team in National League so far. So yeah, two teams that really, it's going to be neck and neck, Kilsink.
Yeah, it really is. And as we get into the first game, starting off immediately, Deleterious Mac, that D-Mac, the passing play coming out straight off at the start there. Tylacto with a pass in and D-Mac with a follow-up. And that's just from the kickoff. 5 seconds in, and we've already got 1 goal going the way of Portsmouth Paladins. That's, I think it's fair to say, is a little bit surprising. But I actually think, if I'm not mistaken, it should be 1 goal to Lancasters.
Yeah, it should be. That's Deleterious Mac.
Yeah.
The Lancaster player. There we go. Sorted out the teams at the top. But a bit of pressure back and forth between the two teams at the moment. And I would be expecting probably a bit more of an aggressive start coming out from Portsmouth, as they always seem to start off quick and then try and slow themselves down before they catch themselves out. Whereas Lancaster, they've always been that cool, calm, and collected team. So I think Portsmouth's biggest issue at the moment, just in general gameplay, it's only been less than a minute in this series, is starting off a little bit too fast. Good attempt there for Psycho, though.
Yeah, Psycho coming out with a demo, and Geordie trying to keep this play alive. Blocked out by D-Mac as Esper tries to challenge in the midfield, but a good redirect coming through. Cleared off of the backboard by Psycho there, straight towards Films. However, going to look to try and keep this play alive. Looking for that pinch off onto the corner. Can't find it. Psycho with a great block, but blocked straight into the path of Esper. Geordie clearing the lines as well, picking up that 100 boost pad. And Geordie here looking to try and get a whip in. Manages to find the sidewall. He's going to look to put it back into center, but challenged early by Films as the ball is just trying to be kept alive by Psycho, but with 0 boost is going to be forced to rotate out, using that corner, going high off the backboard. Esper needs to get a good clear, does so, pushing it straight over to the sidewall, and a bad clear there. Psycho's dropped it back down, but the patience coming through from D-Mac as Tylacto positions himself back towards that goal area. As we said, their defense best in the league, and they're showing it so far.
That they certainly are, but I mean, the more times you have to be on defense, then that's not a situation you want to keep yourself in, as Geordie puts one just off the crossbar. Little bit too high. Good chance there for Portsmouth. But a lot of those passing plays are what you would expect to see coming out from Portsmouth, as not only are they have the highest percentage of assisted goals in the entire league, but they have Psycho, again, this key player that we keep talking about, has the most assists per game of anybody in the entire National League. So you can tell that they're trying to string some of these passes together so far, and I think it's just a matter of time before one connects.
Yeah, they are. What we're also seeing as well is a lot of demos coming through from Psycho early on in the game. As another shot comes through, good 50. Films picking up, just trying to boost starve their opposition in the corner there. Portsmouth now playing with very limited boosters. Films is going to be able to get the read, but back flips, and that is going to leave a relatively open goal, but a good challenge in the midfield, popping it over to the side. Esper's there waiting, however, manages to get the backflip round 1. Films there to follow up, going to look to get this center, so that's Tylacto. Still looking for the bump in midair, might get the follow, but Psycho there with a simple save save coming out. The boost starve not taken, so Psycho is going to be credited with that 100 now. Is going to have the time to follow up. Might look to get the read from this, but just allows the defense to take it. Respects the defensive capabilities of this Lancasters team and does not want to overcommit.
But I think there's going to be a lot of testing out between the two teams at the moment. It's been a little while since they've played each other. I don't know if they've scrimmed at all during the the end of the season and the beginning of these finals. But always the first game is just going to be fishing to see what you can get away with, but without sort of overextending too much and opening yourself up too open to a counter-attack. So while I can see a lot of these players are going to be looking for slightly more defensive plays, still in favor of Lankers at the moment, with just a minute and a half left on the clock. Portsmouth need to find a pushback.
Yeah, neither team has actually started particularly strong, should we say. The goal coming through wasn't really anything too great. Kickoff goals are what can tear down absolutely any team. But as we've seen it go, both defenses holding up quite well. A Psycho gets dunked over and the miss coming through, but two players in defense is going to allow for an easy clear. Tylato challenging in the midfield, and it's going to still be going the way of Portsmouth Paladin. Tylato with zero boost, struggling to get back. The double commit coming through, and this is going to be relatively difficult to get control of, as Tylato looking for the 50 and the pinch play off of the wall there. And we're seeing Esper now take control. Doesn't do anything with it. It's going to leave his team in a difficult position to save this. But fortunately for Geordie, Psycho there just to get a slight clear on the ball. Ball's going to be dropped into center. A good pass coming through. Tylato with the block. And now with two players on the Lancers team trying to track back onto defense, it's going to be a little bit more of a struggle for them. Almost tripping each other up as the shot comes through. Can't squeeze it under that crossbar, and Tylato is going to be allowed to clear this ball out, but instead drops it straight onto his roof, and Psycho coming through with a dunk. Not the greatest defensive display we've seen so far.
Oh, look at that. All three players just bunched up in front of the Lancers net. You need somebody to just be patient in that situation, but you can't have that person on the ball just slowly dribbling it. You need to get that ball away from the net as soon as possible. 21 seconds were left on the clock, and now Portsmouth, they're back on the offense again. This is looking bad for game one of the Lancers.
Yeah, it is looking bad, but obviously we need to give a little bit of note to the fact that they have reverse swept in the semi-finals, so they are not opposed to going down, shall we say, but trying to keep that play alive. Esper there, just managing to hit it high. Attempted drop down from his teammate, but instead it looks like it's going to be dropped straight onto the floor as we see an overtime in the first game of the day.
And I wouldn't expect this to be the last overtime of the day either. As I said, these teams neck and neck, both at the top of their games at the moment. And I think whoever takes this, it's not going to matter too much, but it's going to be great for morale as a brilliant drop down from Esper finds a keeper in net, but with no chance of getting the save. Portsmouth take game number one.
Yeah, this is definitely the passing plays that we were talking about beforehand. This is exactly why they have the highest assists per game. That first pass coming off onto the backboard, dropping straight down, absolutely perfect for Esper to take the shot there. And that's just what they do, infield to the backboard to the goal. And they use all of their team at almost every point in time when they're looking for plays. That's something that maybe I think it's fair to say Lancasters don't do too much of. They tend to favour more of the keeping two players back and finding the pass up to that last man who's already pushing up for attack, already trusting that his teammate is going to be able to get the clear. But both times there, we saw all of Lancaster's defence, all three players in probably what you could say a non-favourable position, especially with that first goal, the dunk off of Tylacto's roof. That's something we almost never see. Tylacto almost never wastes time keeping the ball in his half. He can usually find those plays upfield very, very quickly. But the miscommunication coming out quite early is something you do see in the first game of the day, but it really is something I don't want to see going forward.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's defensive mistakes you're always going to see those in game one of a series, especially a best of seven, when you don't want to be throwing everything at game one and then being a little bit caught out for the rest of the series. But at the same time, you kind of want to put in just enough to win. So Tylacto, again, like you say, not something that we're used to seeing from him. A little bit of a whiff in defense, but I don't think. Yeah, I think
it's fair to say Tylacto is normally their powerhouse player in defense, and in fact, I think what was most rare to see in that game in particular, Tylacto didn't spend much time on the backboard in defense. Now, that's just something we very rarely see from Tylacto. He is normally the backboard defender. The reason being is because he is capable of reaching down to the ground to get to floor level and still managing to correct his card to get the save anyway. So he is normally that player that sits up there. But this time we're seeing him favor the back post more than the wall. And I think that's really what's tripping them up, is because I don't even think DMAC and Films are quite used to this. This is something that is uncharacteristic for them, is a little bit out of the ordinary. And yeah, like we say, really something that I don't expect to see going forward, shall we say. Now, credit to Portsmouth, though, because throughout that game, I think it's fair to say they did almost nothing wrong. They made very few mistakes. The kickoff goal can't even be credited to a mistake. That is just who is better on that particular kickoff. When you see a goal scored 5 seconds in, DMAC reading the ball immediately, and then getting that shot coming through so powerfully, you can't stop those. You just can't.
No, within the first 5 seconds of the game as well, that's pretty much nothing can be done about that. And like you say, Portsmouth did really well to keep a bit of composure, and then to get that 20 seconds on the clock left goal from Psycho. It's important that in Rocket League to be able to play from behind, because you can go down, like you say, just like that, snap of a finger, and to be able to try and push through the slightly more defensive team, then that is key for a team.
Yeah, it really is key. But like we gave a little bit of a nod to during the game, Lancasters aren't opposed to going down at all in a series. They pulled back a complete reverse sweep in the semi-finals this year. And that's to say, this isn't even uncommon in Rocket League altogether, because in the previous semi-finals that we had for the Winter Championship, there was also another reverse sweep. Now, to have 2 reverse sweeps in 2 semi-finals is not unheard of, actually. I mean, we've gone to show that. We've had it back-to-back. So regardless of what this score starts at, regardless of what it is midway through the series, if a team goes 3-0 up, the other team still has the opportunity to pull that back 4-3. I will be honest in saying Portsmouth are normally the team that would be most likely to pull it back, because once Lancaster's heads start to drop, it tends to be a problem for them. And before I even get a chance to finish that, the first goal, Drumsaws, what's happened here?
Psycho returns the favor from last game. 6 seconds, though, as opposed to the 5 last game. He's slacking. But that's exactly the mirrored situation that we saw last game. A favorable kickoff for Portsmouth finds Psycho, the one player that you don't want to have time in the air. And that's just immediately 1-0 up for Portsmouth.
Yeah, and I think we need to mention, though, with regards to the first goal that was scored in that first game, there wasn't really much defensive mistakes coming out. There, however, the lack of speed to the challenge, the lack of commitment from the defense is just something that they are going to need to fix, because they're not showing us why they're currently the best defense in the UK. But saying that, Film's getting a good pass out, the bump coming through. Esper a little bit slow to react to that, but the shot not on target. So Esper has all the time in the world just to take it out, even with the 0 boost. Gets it past 1, manages to block off the second. Films is left now with a difficult position, trying to pop it up to Deleterious Mac, as Esper is going to look for the shot, baits out both defenders. The double commit, Films needs to get a clear on here. Instead, gets the whiff as Psycho repositioning his car, gets it over Tylacto. He's going to look for the flip, gets it over DMAC, and it's going to be 2-0 going the way of Portsmouth Paladins.
Again, slightly scrambling defense from Lancaster. They had a couple of clear opportunities that they just couldn't connect with, and DMAC caught way off the line by Psycho there on the wall. Probably a little bit of an unpredictable hit, a nice little flip from underneath from Psycho. But if you're DMAC in that situation, you have to be staying back and respecting the fact that he could be doing anything. This is awkward now from Lancers, and Films is going to capitalize straight away after that.
Yeah, and this is actually quite rare. The bump coming through from Tylacto onto Esper. Esper still managing to get that initial save, but because Geordie had just committed to that jump, wasn't prepared to get the next save from the follow-up from Films there, and 2-1 going the way of Portsmouth Paladin, and Lancers just managed to claw back that goal within, I think, about 15 seconds. And this is something that this Lancers team knows how to do. So we're really not too surprised at seeing it, but we are surprised, I think it's fair to say, at seeing the defensive capabilities of both of these sides so far, because they are just not showing us what they're capable of doing. But saying that, Geordie looking to take it centre, Deleterious Mac with the demo. Films looking to put it into the middle. Instead, bad hit sends it straight into the way of Psycho. Geordie gets it over 1, and it's going to be awkward for Tylacto to save, but that's why he sticks on the sidewall. Absolutely fantastic repositioning there. Looked almost set to be 3-1, but gets that crucial save as Esper following up, gets it onto the backboard. Films there with the clear. Jordy is going to be left, probably leaving this to Psycho. Does Psycho coming in, looking for Esper into the center now, but Tylacto on that back wall again, exactly where we expect to see him. And Esper trying to put it back center, finds Jordy looking for the double touch, can't get it, and Films is going to be able to take it out. It's going to be practically a 1v1, but Psycho the winner of that one, pushing it off into his own corner. However, in the attempted bump, Jordy left clearing his lines and can get the ball away.
Slightly more back and forth at the moment, but still overwhelming pressure coming out from Portsmouth. It's a good attempt there from Films, but just slightly high. And I've noticed Portsmouth there, they're pushing up probably the two more aggressive players. They're always keeping Psycho and Esper, always at least one of them up the field. Jordy playing that third man role at the back. And it's working out for them so far, but Lankers have caught them out on the counter-attack opportunities once or twice. So Portsmouth just have to be careful not to overextend themselves too much, or to put some shots away like Esper almost did there.
Yeah, Esper almost finding the inside of the corner post there. Psycho just playing it off onto the side. We've seen a few uncharacteristic hits here from Psycho, not really playing it to anybody of massive importance really in the game so far. Shot coming through from Esper. Tylacto there to save the day. Manages to get the flick, but straight into the path of Jordy as DMAC looks to take it over. Psycho gets it over one. Tylacto there early, manages to play it into the sidewall, off onto the corner, but Psycho will be able to get the clear. Gets demoed for the efforts, however, and Jordy with a follow, just a boomer, hoping to cause a little bit of a problem in defense. Does so. DMAC opting to come back down, allowing Tylacto the chance to clear the ball away as Psycho looks to put it into center. He's going to be able to get a second touch as well, looking for the bump on his way down, but DMAC can get the clear as Jordy looks to drop it, gets the fake, and Psycho might be here to get the shot back, but instead there's nothing to it. Jordy with a simple shot and DMAC with the backflip save, no problem for him. Films with limited boost, just going to fake out one, playing the slow game, needs to pick up some boost along his way back, rotation into defense here. Jordy in the midfield, drops it to Esper. Esper's going to look for the shot now. DMAC with the miss, the potential double touch, and can't find it under the crossbar.
Esper definitely playing probably the most aggressive role at the moment. He is instantaneous on some of these balls that are being played even close to him. Reactions have really come a long way since last season, but
yeah, nothing
yet materializing.
We talk about players coming a long way from last season, and obviously Films coming an unbelievable distance, coming from Champ 2 to, I think he was 1700 last season, and that is just in a single season playing consistently with players like DMAC and Tylacto, and it just goes to show what you can do when you play with players like that. And a miss from Psycho, uncharacteristic from him, but Esper able to get the save, pushes it over into the corner, and Films is looking for the pass back into midfield, but DMAC just waiting patiently, not willing to risk himself too early, letting Esper get the clear. Jordy again with the second follow-up on that, but with zero boost, is not in the best place there, but fortunately the 100 in the corner left for him, and the demo blocks the line of sight, and DMAC ties up the game with 10 seconds left.
Fantastic pinch there from Films off the wall, sends it up the field, and DMAC, no one can get even close to that. He equalizes once again. 10 seconds left in the game, another late game equalizer, and it's looking certain that we're going to go to our second OT.
Yeah, and the game really has just started exactly the same way it started last game. We saw the kickoff goal early, credited to Lankers, and they go on and lose in overtime. And now we're seeing the kickoff goal credited to Portsmouth, and now they're being taken to overtime. It'll be interesting to see what can happen, but I don't think either team will be looking to keep the ball up too much here as the second game of the day goes into overtime.
This will be huge. If Portsmouth can come away with the win here, that puts them only 2 games away. But Lankers, you have to feel like they need this one a lot more. They've started off with the pressure this game, but Films with no boost isn't going to get the best 50. That's going to lead a counter-attack opportunity just starting for Portsmouth. And this next goal,
it middle there,
so
the
key for the series.
Right decision to make, the challenge coming through as well. Psycho looking to keep play alive. Esper, not the greatest touch, has popped it back. I don't think it was intentional, but Jordy there to follow. Esper looking to put it center. The bump coming through onto DMAC, and Psycho with an easy shot for Films to clear is going to be able to get the 100 boost as well. Tylacto with the miss. That's really not what you need on defense, especially from your main blocker there, and Esper just missing the ball. It's going to be taken over Psycho, and with one man on defense, Jordy has to get something good here, but the demo from Esper taking out a key player in that center field in DMAC. Psycho left to clear the balls, but a bump onto Esper is going to make it a little more difficult for Jordy than need be. DMAC getting a center, Esper looking for Jordy now, and this is where the team plays can come in. Jordy might look to leave it for Esper, does. Esper not making the contact, Films there to clear the way. Psycho needs to look for a pass here. DMAC following up a bit too prematurely, but is able to get it off onto the side, straight into the path of Jordy though, and this is a bit risky. We saw that happen from Tylacto last time, and it cost them a goal. Ooh. But Psycho can't find the target.
DMAC once again pushing a little bit too prematurely off his line. That might be an issue that could cost them majorly if that carries on in the series. But so far, minute and a half gone in this overtime, still 2-2. Next goal pretty much decides the pace of the upcoming series. But Films has control. He's going to dribble one. Might be able to get the flick. Tylacto's there in the middle though, goes for the bump, gets Psycho. Tylacto misses the shot. That was a surefire goal for Lankers. How has that not gone in?
Yeah, I really don't think at this point in time Tylacto is going to be feeling too happy with the way he started off this entire series, but a great pass coming through from Tylacto, and he just makes up for that error that he made a few seconds earlier. But DMAC with the booming shot.
Tylacto, DMAC knows it's coming. He pushes up the field and catches all three players from Portsmouth on the back rotation. When you're in that kind of situation, there is nothing you can do but lunge at the ball and hope just wasn't enough. Incredible play from the Lancaster boys.
Yeah, it was absolutely crucial. We saw that early goal being credited to Psycho, but obviously the kickoff goal just easy overall to deal with. Like, it should have been saved. I don't think there's any question in my mind there. But Psycho showing why he's 1887 in MMR, showing why he's among the top 50 players in the world at the moment, because he's able to do things like the way he's playing so far. The passing coming through, the shots coming through, everything is just pinpoint precision. But it doesn't matter when you've got a pass coming through from Tylacto, as we just had. Nobody stands a chance. It doesn't matter who's in goal there. DMAC's shot was absolutely perfect. Without a pre-jump, without some sort of read, you are not saving a shot like that. But still, going into the second match, still a lot more defensive mistakes than I think I'd like to see from two teams of this caliber. But both teams managing to hold their nerves when it mattered. We saw it in the first game. The equaliser scored very late on. We saw it in this game. The equaliser scored very late on. And we saw the opposition teams, the ones that started the game losing, ending up taking the victory out of the game. And that is something that separates the higher level players from the lower level players, because once you go down in a game, mentality normally drops. The morale of the team, everything, communication, it just breaks down. But this just hasn't been happening, and that's what's absolutely wonderful to see.
Yeah, and I mean, we're down to a best of 5 now. It's neck and neck. It's any teams at the moment. But Lankers, they're coming out with a second wind. That's the phrase I'm looking for. They come out strong so far this game. But
yeah, they really have.
We don't want to see either team falling into the habit of overcommitting. It's easy to feel like you're doing well in offense, so to commit everything towards offense. Want to keep at least somebody back and ready for these counterattacks.
100% as DMAC tries to find the shot on target. Jordy is there looking for the double touch, can't get it, uses all of the boost instead. Probably a bit of a waste because takes himself out of the play now. As Psycho looks to beat out Tylacto, but can't really do anything with it. 9 boost means possession really not in his favor there. DMAC putting it high onto the backboard. Psycho left to deal with it, and it's a great clear. And Films with the miss, leaving Tylacto on his own. Jordy with the 50, but Tylacto winning that one. Also beating Esper to the ball as Films just drops it to the side for DMAC. DMAC wasting possession a little bit there, it's got to be said, but a good challenge and commit onto Jordy just takes that pressure onto him, makes it a little more difficult. Good pass center. Esper's trying to get the pre-flip onto it, can't find any contact as Psycho gets it off of the backboard. We know he's capable of getting these kind of double touches, but instead passes it straight into the path of Films, and Esper's jumped far too early, but Geordie able to clear the line. Psycho just looking to take the pressure off of them a little bit here. They're struggling on this defense at the moment as Esper's going to be beaten out by Geordie. DMAC looking for the double touch. Tylacto following through, leaving it to Films, and with nobody on the defense, Tylacto might be beaten here, but the shot doesn't find the target. And like we say, Tylacto favoring the backboard, gets an easy clear from Psycho's shot.
Tylacto starting to step back into that more familiar role on the backboard, like you say. That's a great shot from Films, though. Catches out Esper. I think DMAC was going for the bump in net.
I think
That's all you can do in that situation is drive up the inside of the goal and hope you can get something off the top. Oh, he did get the bump. Lovely coordination from Lankers to open up the scoreline in this game.
Yeah, and that is another example of a type of team play that maybe we don't see too much of from Portsmouth. Portsmouth do go for the demos, but not usually when the ball is going on target. It's usually just at a time when it's needed. But as I'm talking, Tylacto, 2 goals now from a good pass from Films off onto the sidewall. Psycho can't deal with it very well. Tries to get a big clear. Instead, it's passed straight through to the centre for Tylacto, and Tylacto takes it 2 goals up, and Portsmouth are left chasing their biggest deficit of the day so far.
See our first 2-goal lead of the series, which just shows you how close these teams are in both skill and in coordination. But Portsmouth, we know they can play well from behind. We know that they've been in these kind of situations before, and there's plenty of time left on the clock for them to try and recover. But Lankers are looking stronger and stronger as each second ticks off the clock. So it just remains to be seen whether or not they can hold on to this 2-0 lead.
Yeah, Tylacto definitely looks like he's picked up the pace from the first game. DMAC is going to look for the double touch here. Almost finds it as well. But Psycho with the patience just waiting. And that is just one of those situations you can't afford to challenge too early as Psycho there. You have to just wait and hope the opposition doesn't get it down, because jumping too early and you can end up scoring in your own goal. Films with a big hit out, but shut down immediately as Psycho challenges midfield. Films looking to follow through, leaves it to Tylacto. Tylacto with a great flick off onto the sidewall, but Esper with an easy clear into his own corner. Psycho with the flick, trying to keep something alive there, but instead finds the Lankers defense. A poor shot from Psycho, a difficult angle to shoot from, nevertheless. But now it looks like Lankers really are in control of the game, even though it's currently on their defense. A weak bump coming through, but DMAC can't recover in time, and it doesn't matter how weak it is. The goal is scored and the deficit shortens.
With a shot coming in from that angle, you need to be facing the right way. DMAC didn't know what to do after he was turned away from that. I think a tiny bit of panic. He possibly could have gotten there if he'd stayed low, but that's exactly what Portsmouth need. They need a little bit of that aggressive play that Lankers have been dealing out to them all series. And they're back into this game. Minute and a half left.
Definitely, and you could almost feel the deliberation in DMAC's mind there. Do I go for the squishy save? Do I go off of the inside ceiling and try and save it? Or do I just stick to the ground? But the decision not made quick enough. And Geordie now looking to clear it off onto the corner. But Films gets the second touch and almost finds the flip reset shot as well. But now Tylacto left trying to defend on his own. Psycho looking for the second touch, but Geordie following him very quickly. Tylacto just opting, allowing himself to come back down, looking for the double touch. But it goes just over the crossbar, and Tylacto is able to clear the lines. And a counter-attack proving fruitful for Lankers as they take the deficit again to 2 goals.
And this has just been Portsmouth's folly all season. They feel so good on offense. They send all 3 players past the midfield, and all it takes is one big hit back towards the net, and that is their undoing. Now, with less than a minute left on the clock and a 2-goal deficit, almost looking like a third there after that kickoff, you have to feel like this is Lankers' game.
Yeah, Lankers are looking the stronger team as a good 50 from Tylacto comes through in the bumper again onto DMAC, and it's the second time it might cause
Psycho.
a goal, but Psycho can't get the flip, had 0 boost, wasn't able to turn his car, just had to hope that he was in the right position there, wasn't, and DMAC is fortunate to get away with another mistake on defense as Psycho's shot comes through. This will be a goal probably, but Tylacto, the defender arguably of the year so far, manages to hold off the game, and it's still 3 goals to 1, and with 15 seconds remaining, it really doesn't look like Portsmouth are going to be able to pull this back.
Oh, it's a good shot there from Films as well. Esper's on the corner, going to send that back to Psycho in the middle. 5 seconds left. It's not going to happen. Lankers will take game number 3 and the advantage so far in the series.
Yeah, and Lancasters really were the team. I think it's fair to say that we're just playing that little bit more consistently that game. Portsmouth, still credit to them. They're a great team and they're playing like a great team. But you cannot, in the third game, overcommit that badly. And that is what cost them a few of their goals there. You can't afford to allow a team that has the best defense in the league a free goal to shoot at from their own backfield. They have the best defense in the league because they stop goals going in. You don't need to commit all 3 players to try and score. You need to make plays. And Portsmouth were doing great at that in the first and second game. They were making those passing plays come out. They were attempting to play as a team. But in this third game, it almost feels like it's just broken down ever so slightly, with Portsmouth going for a few more flicks, a few more solo plays, things that just haven't really been working for them. But noticeable as well is the amount of aggression coming through from Lancers A to this Portsmouth defense. That wasn't something we saw in the first 2 games at all, and we're seeing it now.
Yeah, I think we mentioned in the first couple of games the defensive mistakes coming out from both teams. It looks like Lancers have really shored up theirs. They've just kept that third man a little bit more solid behind them, whereas Portsmouth, like you say, goals like that cannot be going in at this level. And in the one series where it matters the absolute most, they need to address that issue, and they need to address it now.
Yeah, and it is as simple as that. The game itself isn't difficult to play at any level, especially when you've been playing for as long as these guys have. The simple things to do should be exactly that. They should be simple. Defending shouldn't be hard for either team. But I think maybe even Lancers here, even I feel like they could do a little bit more on offense. I feel like they just need to push DMAC up a little bit further and just take him off of the defense a little bit, just because he's struggling ever so slightly. He's normally the person that the playmakers find to score the goals. And at this point in time, I see him left on defense quite a lot in situations that he doesn't look comfortable dealing with. But as I say, at Tylacto, 2 good blocks, DMAC up early. And this is where we said he's good at the play. Manages to get it off into the corner, but Psycho getting good control, backflip, just taking it over Tylacto. Films with the follow, looking to get the double touch, does. He's going to look to pop it over Geordie as well, but nobody from his team there to receive the pass across goal. And Tylacto with a huge hit and a big demo coming through, but it hits the side wall, and unfortunately they're not credited with the goal. Then Esper with 0 boost can't get the counter attack going either, but the good pass coming through, it goes off onto the backboard. Films Tylacto looking to follow, and they take the first goal just over a minute into game number 3.
Portsmouth just cannot breathe at the moment. There is unrelenting pressure coming out from Lancers. There's someone meeting every ball that even thinks about crossing the halfway line. And to maintain that for over a minute is outstanding coordination from the Lancers team. They were just gifted that goal as a result of their teamwork. It's wonderful Rocket League to watch this.
It is, and I think I'm just going to bring it back quickly to what we were saying at the end of the last game. We said that Portsmouth's problem was that they were trying to attack with all 3 players. Lancers just showed them why they don't need to attack with all 3, why 2 is more than enough. Because if you get good passes coming along, that first player who made the initial pass can turn into the goal scorer eventually, and that's exactly what they did. But a poor pass coming through again, almost leading to the counter-attack goal. Psycho wasn't even there, and the miss from Psycho, I don't think Tylacto expected it. The shot was poor, and I think that was because he was just expecting Psycho there to be able to get an easy hit onto it. But Psycho now is able to, blocked by Tylacto. He's going to drop down into the danger zone and not able to find a shot. Demo coming through has put onto his own side. Esper doesn't get the greatest clear, nor does Psycho. Straight back into a problematic area here for this to pile. They get the goal credit.
It's just fantastic to watch. But with 2 goals ahead at the moment, Portsmouth need to win this game, as otherwise they need to take the next 3 in a row in order to come away the victors here. And Lancers are once again back on the offense. They do not want to let up at all.
Yeah, it's definitely worth noting this is not normally the Lancers we see. The Lancers we see often likes to almost allow teams to take these shots, allow the pressure to come onto them, and then just counter-attack. But here, Lankers is just piling on the pressure to them. They don't want to wait. They're not waiting at all as Films goes up, tries to drop it down for Tylacto, and that's the team play you need to see from these guys in the finals. Great pass from DMAC. DMAC to Films. Films dropping it back to Tylacto, and Tylacto, perfect placement.
Films actually got the last touch as he was falling down there, so he gets the goal credit, but he should do with that pass. And that was all three players pushed up in offense, like we were chastising Portsmouth for, but just done properly. DMAC not putting himself out of position, was going into net and managed to force two players to jump in net. That left no keeper, and the drop down from Films was just perfect for Tylacto. And another amazing passing play. DMAC off the wall, beats out the last defender, and Films, it's just a simple clean-up op from there.
And DMAC doing to Esper what was done to them by Psycho. Psycho scoring the goal with that underflick, just managing to take over the last defender. This time it's DMAC getting the underflick onto Esper, managing to pass it perfectly to Films. No problem for them as they take this game 4-goal lead so far. And with 1:50 left, it really doesn't even look like they're challenging the game. And as I say that, a pass from Esper is not necessarily the most intentional of passes, looking to follow it up himself, but Geordie there rushing the ball, manages to squeeze it into the bottom corner, hit the top crossbar as well, and still finding the goal. 4-1, 1:45 remaining. Can they bring this back, Drumzels?
It's a big ask. A 3-goal lead at this stage in the game is, 95 times out of 100, you see that going in favor of the leading team, but it's not impossible. Even if there's 20 seconds left on the clock, it's not impossible. Portsmouth, what they need to do right now is they need to abandon that more defensive play style, and they need to send up a few more players, sort of get that duo going between Esper and Psycho, as we've seen so much this season.
100% Drums, but at the same time, they need to be making use of the possession they have. So far, every single time we see him going onto offense, they do nothing with it. And again, it's the flip reset goal from Films. No problem for him whatsoever. And for the people watching, you don't understand how crucial that flip reset was. That gave it just that little bit more power, that little bit more momentum to go for something like that in the finals and to score it. Lankers are in the zone mentally, physically. They are dominating this game.
Films 3. We were talking about him as kind of the third player for Lancaster last season, and how far he's come. That is an insanely technical shot to pull off in a game such as this, and he's looking amazing right now, his Films. This is next level play from Lancaster.
Shot coming through from Psycho. Esper looking to redirect that into the path of Geordie, and with 30 seconds left, this game is all but written. Tylacto, though, they want to keep this on. They want to score more goals. They might even be looking for the Brazil at this point. They know it's 5-1. They know that they're capable of doing it, but with the boost off coming through from Psycho, Geordie looking to put it onto the backboard, but DMAC is there early, able to read that one, uses his flip, doesn't need to use it well, because at this point, with 8 seconds left, Lankers take game number 4, and they are 1 game away from victory.
And they have dominated this game number 4. Portsmouth, they have to be feeling pretty demoralized right now, as that's a commanding victory from Lancaster. But it's important. Rocket League is such a mental game. It's important not to let it affect you, the current state of the series. What they need to do is, I think they need to just focus on breaking that offensive deadlock that Lancaster had them in for the majority of the game there. I think they need to focus on slightly bigger clears and maybe slightly wider rotations, catching some of these clears. It's risky, but they have no lives left, Portsmouth. It's do or die at this point.
It is, but we mentioned it before, and I'll mention it again. The reverse sweeps that have come out, this wouldn't even be a reverse sweep. This is just 3 games that they need to pull back in back-to-back succession, and that's doable. We saw the reverse sweep coming the way of Lancasters onto UWEC Stags. Arguably, they probably should have lost, I think it's fair to say. We saw Loughborough Lions reverse sweep in Salford Lions last year in the semi-finals. So this isn't something that they can't pull off. If they win this next game, this for Portsmouth will probably set them on the path to victory. They will suddenly become the favourites. They might still be a game trailing, But winning a game when you're 3-1 down in games, that does more for a team than just trading games, because that says, okay, Lancasters are rattled here and we need to punish that.
Oh yeah, it's all about this mentality and not letting any negative results affect your play style, as it is. But this is something that we haven't seen for a little bit, is the ball in the Lancaster half there. Portsmouth already having more of an impact at the beginning of this game than they did last game. But it just remains to be seen whether or not they can keep it up and whether or not they can get that all-important first goal.
Yeah, and obviously the thing we need to point out is the potential overcommit, but it isn't going to happen as Psycho, great pass to Geordie, and Geordie straight back onto that backboard. Great pass to Espen. Even with 2 players in defense, you just can't stop that. And as much as I love to see that play coming out from Portsmouth, they now need to step back a little bit and go a bit more defensive, because the one error that I was seeing in their play just there was a massive overcommit, which if they didn't score from that, that's straight goal. But straight away, they continue it and just shut me down completely. Psycho with a great little air dribble there, managing to put it into the path of Espen. Esper with the second goal, and less than 50 seconds gone, and Portsmouth are saying, we're coming for you, Lancers.
Like you say, that this is a statement they've just made. They want to say, we're not down and out. This series is only just ramping up. And Esper in particular, his speed has been outstanding for those first 2 goals here. And Lancaster almost getting caught on the counter-attack. Looks like they were doing the majority of this series so far. So now let's see how they can play. Well, 2 goals. My apologies, 3 goals on the back foot.
Yeah, and this, again, another great play from Portsmouth, but a poor pass out from DMAC. Looks to try for the bump on Geordie as well, and that is just a solo play from Geordie, just keeping that pressure alive. They didn't rotate all 3 players back onto defense. They kept one up. That is Lanca's tactic that they're using against them, and he just comes in and out-muscles DMAC completely. Good pass off onto the backboard from Tylacto, but straight into the path of Esper as Geordie looks to follow this again, looking for the double touch, gets it past 1, might be able to get it past the second, but Films there with the block, and now Tylacto forced to try and get some sort of pressure piling on, but Psycho's there early, and DMAC with the miss, and now it's going to be Films left by himself trying to clear this out. Doesn't read the bounce, Esper does, but Tylacto in goal to make the save.
Tylacto is the man that you want to have at the back. That oh-so-steady goalkeeper and defender. Well, one of the best defenders in the league. But it's notable the few times that we have seen Lancaster start to push up this game, they're being immediately pushed back by Portsmouth. They're applying some more of that counter-offensive strategies, and it is paying off for them in spades as Geordie Unknown puts a 4th into the net less than 2 minutes into this game.
And this again is from keeping just a man upfield and not rotating too early out of the play, knowing full well that you have the opportunity, you've got the boost, you've taken the potential for boost, you boost starved the other team well enough that you can continue with an aggressive play. Esper with the good pass to Geordie, and Geordie with a great shot as well. DMAC, doesn't matter where he's placed in that goal, we've said it before. If a good shot comes through, it's a good shot. You're not saving it, as simple as that. But DMAC now trying to keep the pressure on, same as what Geordie was doing earlier on Tylacto, looking to turn immediately in field. Isn't going to allow this ball to go anywhere near their defensive half. They know their capabilities have not been up to the standard that they're used to quite yet in this game. Tylacto looking to play high, might look for a pass into center, doesn't get the greatest touch, gets the pinch, but Films there, and the miscommunication coming out could lead to another goal, but DMAC with the patience managed to beat out Psycho, and that might be one of the first miscommunications we've seen, a massive one from Lancers any game after game 1 really.
And it's something that I hope we don't continue seeing. They almost got caught once again on the counter-attack, but Tylacto, that man at the back. And like you say, Lancers, this is the team that we expect composure from, that we expect sort of team solidarity. And the fact that we're starting to see some of these holes in the defense and some of these miscommunications is not a good sign. I hope that, well, with this game still remaining at 4-0 and with less than 2 minutes left on the clock, it's looking like they're just going to have to try and take some lessons from this and bring it into the next game at this point.
Yeah, I definitely think at this point, if you're Lancaster, you have to take a step back and say, right, we might actually need to accept the fact that we've lost this game. We need to reset mentally, because this is not good for team morale. This is not good for us at all. The plays they're making, the decisions they're taking, nothing is working for them at this point in time. The last game, they just looked so dominant in offense, and now no passes are connecting, no rotations are being made in the correct manner they're meant to. And Psycho looking for the double touch, maybe even the triple, gets the bump onto one, and a relatively open goal, but a slow follow-up from Jordy doesn't allow the goal to be scored. Films is looking to take this out. He's going to look to beat out Psycho, just bumps down straight into the midfield, and Psycho with the beat, and Esper with the beat out here. Psycho looking for the double, and the read can't get it, and Jordy can't squeeze it between the posts. And how the ball has stayed out there, I will never know. But this Lankers team are just struggling at the moment.
Regardless of whether it went in or not, it's good for Portsmouth. It's time off the clock that the ball is not spending pressuring their net. But that post, so unforgiving. That should have been a goal, I feel like. But yeah, 20 seconds left now. 4-0, still the scoreline. Portsmouth have held on to this, keeping the clean sheet so far wonderfully. And what lessons do you think Lankers need to take from this game with them into the next?
I will tell you after I analyze that goal, because Esper passing it off onto the backboard, it's the same play we've already seen today. Jordy just popping it over DMAC, and DMAC like a deer trapped in headlights. Nothing that he can do there. He's always going to just be waiting, sitting on the floor. You can't even pre-jump a shot like that, because when the ball is getting fired at you from that speed, you can just hope and pray. But they don't keep the clean sheet, at least the consolation goal coming through from Lankers. And believe it or not, that will do so much for the mentality of DMAC, especially after having been sat in goal for at least 2 of those goals being scored against him. That will do wonders. But this game has just been completely flipped on his head. We saw 5-1 to Lankers last game, and now 5-1 to Portsmouth Paladin. And this is Rocket League. You just can't predict these kind of scorelines.
Oh no, it's all about the starting pressure, how it affects the game going forward. Because however fast you start, that's going to force the other team to react to that, and it all kind of cascades from there. But Portsmouth, what a turnaround, though. They came out swinging from the end of last game. And yeah, back to my earlier question. What do you think Lankers need to take from this? And what do you think they will take from this?
I think one of the things they've got to take from this is they have an extremely strong team. The unit they possess is strong. But all 5 goals, it needs to be said, came off of practically leaving DMAC in that defensive position. Now, he is an amazing player, absolutely outstanding. But the one thing that maybe he lacks a little bit more than some of those other players is that defensive capability. Especially in a game like this, you just cannot leave him on his own in defense. That's not fair, because this team is just going to pull him down. If you're Lankers, you have to be taking a look at that game and saying, you know what, maybe we need to stop playing so aggressive, because that's not our play style. That's Portsmouth's play style. You don't need to try and combat fire with fire here. They need to continue to play like the water they normally do, the fluidity that they normally have as a team, that defensive stronghold. We said they are the best defensive team in the league. We said that as a stat at the start, and at the moment, they didn't show us any of that. Not in that game. They looked like one of what would be the worst defensive teams so far. The decisions they were making were poor. The challenges they were taking were poor. And this isn't a poor team. So this isn't the kind of thing you expect to see. And I don't think we'll see it going into this next game. I think we will see a lot more patience from them. But starting off early, we could see the goal from them instead. But Tylato can't find it underneath Esper there. And that was a great block, absolutely critical early on in this game.
Now, talking about how the beginning of a game affects the rest of it, that would have been absolutely enormous for Lancaster. So it all remains to be seen whether or not they can get this opening goal. Films 3 finds it. Huge shot into the net. And Lankers, the opening goal that they really, really desperately needed this game.
Yeah, and that was a misread from both Esper and Jordy there, but Films did not misread it. And Tylacto, we've got to give a slight nod to what he just did there. The turn on the spot and the immediate smash straight into the corner to try and make a pass completely took the Paladins by surprise there. They had no idea that kind of play was coming at that point in time, and none of them were ready to defend it, especially the 2 sat on that wall. But that is exactly the start they want as DMAC tries to take it out, picks up the 100 from the side, manages to get the block on as well, and Tylacto has picked up the 100 as well. Pass coming straight across goal, but Films, correct decision to be fair, not committing too early. You can't afford to push all 3 players up into that defensive third, especially when you don't have boost control too much. But DMAC looking to take it over one, takes it over another, will look to pick up that 100 boost, doesn't get it in time. Esper instead there to collect. Psycho forcing it out. Esper moving a little bit too far forward. I'm not sure he knows that Psycho had 0 boost there, and Geordie left as the last man back now, and this becomes a bit more of a struggle on defense. But Esper clear to Geordie, good pass over, and Films with the block gets it into the path of Esper, but Esper can't find the contact as an attempted flick comes over. Psycho there early to challenge it, and Tylacto up ridiculously early for that, taking a shot on target. Maybe the better play would have been to push it onto the crossbar. Nevertheless, the counter-attack doesn't come through anyway, and DMAC left as trailing man, that third man upfield, as we said we like to see him. Now on the back, but that's a misplay on defense as Phils pushes out too early. DMAC is not there, goes for the boost, and it's 1 apiece.
Oh, you have to feel robbed if you are Lancaster. That bounce is unforgiving. And Geordie, it was a good 50 challenging Tylacto that early, but that shouldn't have found its way into the net. And Portsmouth, they almost found their way back into the game. Geordie couldn't make the shot. Psycho with the double tap. He's always making that. Psycho just turns the game onto its head with a lovely, lovely double tap.
Yeah, and you hate to see it from Tylacto. The miss flick tries to get it off onto the side, and the minute the ball is gifted to Psycho in a position like that, you just know he's not missing. The double touch was so absolutely pinpoint perfect. There really wasn't anything he could do, but Tylacto trying to show that he can do it too. But Psycho getting the block as should have been done onto him. Films looking for the touch off onto the backboard. Psycho again with the clear, and now the defense from this Portsmouth team has picked up monumentally as Tylacto tries to find it underneath Geordie. Geordie with the block, Esper with the follow-up, but from only a 40 boost, not really going to look to push out anytime soon. Psycho picking up that mid boost, just trying to starve it from this Lancers team if they do need to make any kind of play out. Tylacto missing the ball, having to challenge with Psycho, and the double commit coming through from this Lancers team as Psycho tries to get the bump onto Film, stopping the ability to make the defensive play there. DMAC flicking it over one, isn't going to be able to get it past Psycho, and just opts to take the corner boost instead.
This is much better at the moment from Lancers, although that's a massive double commit. That's going to leave just Tylacto on the back rotation, but a mistouch from Geordie is going to relieve that attack before it happens. And Lancers, they're looking a lot better at the moment. Despite the 1-goal deficit, they're still looking confident. And this is a great chance, but Psycho, great read. Both teams, they're looking more like their stronger selves at the moment. And it would be impossible to call. What a pass, though! Esper straight down into the path of Geordie. Fantastic play from Portsmouth.
This almost looked like a very similar play we saw earlier. Films being the one to drop it down into the path of Tylacto, and this time the pass being credited from the Portsmouth team. Unbelievable pass back there, and the follow-up just so critical. But again, it's DMAC just being left in that defensive position, and we said you can't really just leave him by himself in there. He's the person you expect to be upfield, and that is exactly why DMAC, with the complete pressure onto this Portsmouth team, chases down Geordie, forces him to jump early, and it's not a great clear. And even with all 3 defenders in the same place trying to save it, and it's even the right side, Tylacto finds the goal, and with only 1 goal to try and get back from Lancers, anything is possible now.
It all started with a mistouch from Geordie Unknown at the back. Now DMAC takes it up the wall. He's going to get the big clear, but Psycho is waiting all the way at the back. And that's finding its way over Films. Psycho is going to be there. Again, Portsmouth find a goal that they maybe shouldn't have, as Films just finds air with the clear.
Yeah, that's definitely not something you want to see. Tylacto is obviously not back in time for that, and there would have been no reason for him to be. Films looked like he should have had that ball, but jumping a little bit too late, allowing too much time for the ball to get over him, and clearly communications not happening quickly enough to let his team know, actually, you know, I don't have the ball here, please get back. And the follow-up is just easy as Tylacto looks to clear it out, but Films with 0 boost isn't going to be able to make any sort of challenge. Jordy challenging it in center field, DMAT putting it straight back into that mid area, but Psycho, the one there earlier, as Esper challenges for the 50, is going to drop perfectly onto the side wall. The follow-up, though, not there. Psycho is going to look to take this off. Maybe a ceiling shot potentially from him. We know he's capable of doing it, is looking for it, gets it, almost has the car control to follow it up and take it over the 1, but the 50 in the corner from Jordy is going to allow Esper to take the drop pass into the midfield. Psycho challenging again, and now it's going to be Jordy looking to slow down play, might be able to get it over, flicks it into the left-hand side of the goal, but Tylacto gets the clear, doesn't even want to find his teammate there, just needs to take possession away from this Portsmouth team.
Because need to find a goal, but with the ball slowly rolling back to Tylacto in net, that's not looking like the best situation for it. And as the last 10 seconds of this game wind down, Portsmouth are going to keep the pressure on and kill sync. Portsmouth, we said they looked down and out. They've brought it back. We are going to game number 7.
Yeah, we're going the full distance, and this is exactly what we were expecting to see, to be honest. I don't think anybody, it's fair to say, is surprised that this has gone to the 7th game. Now, one of the things we've obviously got to point out is we said at 3-1 that if Portsmouth pull the next game back, they will have all the momentum even though they're a game behind. And that has proved completely true. And that is because the Lancers we saw in game number, I think it was game number 4, the one where they took it to 3-1 in the series, that was not a Lancers we're used to seeing. It doesn't matter if they won the game. If you win a game but you don't do it in the normal manner you win, you just completely throw off all of your momentum. You just throw off the way that you're playing. You throw off your play style. You even throw off your own team. And that is completely what has been happening. Where we normally see Tylacto as that final man back, we're seeing DMAC. And that is a very big difference in defensive capabilities. Arguably, I would say DMAC is the stronger offensive player. Tylacto being the more aggressive defensive player. Knows when to make those challenges. But flipping those roles is just really not something you can afford to be doing. These guys are so good, and I'm relatively happy to see that it's gone the 7th game. But if this doesn't go the way of Lancasters, we know exactly how they're going to be feeling. Being 3-1 up, potentially now going to lose 3 games back-to-back to take it potentially 4-3, that's going to be difficult to deal with.
And I mean, speaking of the words back-to-back, Portsmouth are now in prime position to do what no team has done before. No team has won back-to-back NSE championships. And that would solidify their place as the team of this year and possibly the team of the NSE so far.
Yeah, and I think it's obviously it's worth noting that Tylacto, for example, this is his final year. This is the last time Tylacto is going to be playing in this NSE. This would have been a great way to go out and say, you know, we're going to do it. We're going to take this. We're not going to lose against Portsmouth. We're not going to let them take back-to-back, because this Portsmouth team, this still has the potential to carry on. Like, it's worth noting. This still has the potential to win more. But this, for Lancaster, this was their legacy. This is what they were going to be leaving behind for the next team following them up. Now, I am of the opinion that Lancasters still have every opportunity to win this game, because Portsmouth, with this momentum now, it's now going to be them that is thrown into the challenge of, well, we've won 2, we've kind of got to win this 3rd now. This is like, it's been hours to take. We can't lose here, surely. But that being said, Lancers are now going to be coming out of the gate saying, right, everybody, stop. Go back to how we played in game number 3. Go back to how we played in game number 4. That mentality, that is what we need to take into this final game number 7. And if they can't do that, if they don't have the capability to do that, then I think it won't be a question of if Portsmouth win. It's going to be a question of how much they win by.
Yeah. But, I mean, you mentioned Portsmouth possibly falling into that mentality of we have everything to do. The one issue they've been plagued by, and I've said time and time again, is their overcommits up at offense. That is something that they cannot allow themselves to fall into, especially as we come down to this. the final game to decide your NSE Spring Split 2020 champions.
Yeah, and DMAC can't get the block on the sidewall. Psycho's going to follow this one up. Misses. Geordie left now, trying to find Psycho. Psycho's going to look infield for the shot, but can't get it on target. And DMAC this time with a great save, looking to take it out. Doesn't have to challenge Esper. Esper too early on the jump. Geordie with a miss hit there. And Psycho left trying to hit. And this is where Tylacto can follow this up with the double touch. And can't get it in the goal. And this is going to be a counter-attack. And the first goal is going to go the way of Portsmouth Paladins. Lanca's just made the same mistake Portsmouth have made. This is a great start to Game 7.
I can't believe that save from Psycho. Tylacto had an amazing double tap. It looked like nobody was close, but Psycho catches it perfectly off the post to get the bounce, and just the slow rolling ball into the open net puts Portsmouth in front. And Lancers, they have to be feeling terrible right now, but only for the instant as Films finds an open net of his own.
Yeah, and DMAC pushing off onto the side, and Psycho this time with a complete misplay looks to try and take control of it, but doesn't get his car angled in the right direction to follow that one up. And we see 1-1 in less than a minute gone in the game. And honestly, that's the response Lancasters needed there. As Esper makes a poor touch as well, and it's going to be 2-1, and Lancasters take the lead 6 seconds after they get the equaliser.
He's been playing out of his mind all series. Films 3 back-to-back goals to take Lancaster out of the deficit and into the lead. And this is just both teams slogging at each other at this point. Both teams want this, but they can't let that defense slip. Lancaster almost leaving themselves open to another counter-attack, but Esper being denied by DMAC on the back.
Yeah, and that was a great attempt at the Doomsy Dish, but like you say, absolutely shut down. DMAC this game is a different DMAC to the one we've seen this entire series so far. This is a hungry player right now as Films gets a great block onto Psycho. Geordie with a clear, but it's cleared straight into the path of a Lancaster's player. Tylacto with the fake, and this is where Psycho has the opportunity to take it, but Films putting it into his own corner. Correct decision there, and now DMAC needs to find Films with this. Is going to be able to do it, but Esper there early to cut out the passing play, but gone straight back into center. Psycho, not the greatest clear. Tylacto onto the backboard. Films is up early, and we could be seeing the goal with a miss coming through from him, and it's still 2-1, and Tylacto looking for that ceiling shot, needs to be able to get it, but can't get it past the first defender as Films looks to challenge out Esper and Geordie Unknown. Ball goes straight to Psycho on the opposite side of the field. Tylacto there to shut down play, and now DMAC clearing it out, and this is tense.
The respect that both teams are giving each other at the moment is just unparalleled. They both know what is at stake here, but neither team wants to make that first mistake that's going to lead to this all-important next goal. Psycho, he's up quickly for that. He might have the double tap. Oh, just misses it off the backboard. Psycho is the one player you'd expect to be scoring those consistently. Geordie Unknown is going to get the nice 50 onto Tylacto. Films gets it out of their half, but straight back to Psycho. He doesn't have any boost. Going to choose to leave that in favor of Esper. Then back down into the middle.
Tylacto there, looking to rotate out. Films has the opportunity to get this goal, instead looking to disrupt the defense as Tylacto comes through center field, and Esper now on the follow-up gets it high, and DMAC needs to get the save, gets it not into a great position, but with the follow-up is going to be able to take it out of harm's way. But Psycho there immediately following, and Geordie here is going to look to take it down, and this double commit could cost this Portsmouth team dramatically as Tylacto gets the recovery onto the sidewall, looks to find a center pass, but Psycho is there to cut it down, and Films now just slowed down the pace completely.
And I think that's so important. Lancaster, never been known as the fastest team, and Portsmouth at times have been. But that's a huge demo to the keeper. DMAC hides in the smoke and gets the clear away though. 1 minute 20 left on the clock, and Portsmouth still struggling for that one goal. Ball hovering in front of the net. They need to get an attack on the go right now.
Yeah, the defense is holding up from both teams, but for Portsmouth at the moment, that's not good as Films makes the first mistake. Tylacto needs to get the clear. It's going to bounce down straight in front of goal, but DMAC is there to clear it again. Geordie looking for the pass infield to Esper, but that is completely cut out as play clock ticks down from the minute mark, and Tylacto now left clearing the back forward and trailing by 1 goal. Portsmouth need to do everything they can. Psycho's going to look to steal both boosts. Doesn't get the second one. Credits Tylacto with that 100. That is not something you can afford to do. Is going to get challenged by DMAC and now left to clear lines. Tylacto, hits it high. Tylacto with the block onto Geordie. Geordie has the opportunity for the pre-flip. Instead, pre-flips into his own team's hit. And now a 2v1. Can't get the flick over. And this is your opportunity to get that equalising goal. And this dropped it down. We're seeing the 2-all game. Esper equalising the goal.
I didn't think he had it. I thought he hit it a bit too high, but stays with it wonderfully. And 2 defenders just left, scrabbling for Lankers. 24 seconds left in this last game. We are all tied up. If this goes to overtime, if this goes to golden goal, either team has fought so hard to get to this. Either team deserves the win at the moment, but we can only have one.
We can only have one. As Geordie tries to beat out Tylacto in the midfield. This is going dangerously off of the backboard. D-Mac with the miss. And Phil's coming through with the save, but it's taking him out.
What a
and
save.
the second save coming through. And on the final seconds of the game in standard time, they've held off the offence from Portsmouth. And we're seeing the overtime coming through.
I can't believe the sequences of saves we just saw from Lankers. Films, the player who has stepped up so much this series, almost finds another setup there for Tylacto. This overtime is tense. Both players have to be feeling this.
They really do have to be feeling this as Esper tries to find a player upfield. Psycho taking himself out of the play. You can't afford to do that, but Geordie with a big boomer sends it high, but sends it to DMAC, and Psycho with the clear off into the backboard. DMAC with 0 boost needs to try and keep a little bit of pressure on, and this could be perfect. The double commit coming through. Tylacto needs a big hit towards goal, and the miss coming through, and Lankers take the finals. They go the full distance and take the games 4-3 in the series. 3-2, the overtime goal coming through. It wasn't pretty, it wasn't beautiful, but it was pivotal. Congratulations to this Lankers team. They absolutely deserved everything they played for there. The better team at the end of the day, but Portsmouth looked like they could have taken it before it even reached that overtime marker. That was pressure, that was intense.
I just can't believe that's the goal that decided our champions. A slow roller into a net with 2 defenders that just never found the ball. But Lankers, like you say, they've been through a lot just in this series alone. They were looking shaky towards the start, but then they brought it back. They brought it back in style. And then Portsmouth, just when they looked like they were on the verge of taking the whole thing, it's both teams just improved and improved and improved. Commiserations to Portsmouth, and congratulations to our champions, Lankers A, Lancaster Uni.
Definitely commiserations, but I've got to give a mild shout out here to DMAC. DMAC picked up so unbelievably in that final match. Now, at some point, he'll take a look back on those games and he'll say, oh my, what was I doing in the kind of like the game before last and the game before that? Where was I? Like, why was I there? Why was I doing this? Why was I doing that? But in that last game, he outclassed everybody on that pitch. He was exactly where he needed to be 100% of the time. Never found out of position really, and never faltering. That you can't buy that amount of sturdiness, mental sturdiness, to be able to go down that much and then come back in the way they came back. Now, Portsmouth, on that 5 second left, they looked like they were going to take it. Films did not look like he would be able to save that off the line. That looked impossible to clear the defence there. That looked set for Portsmouth to take it before we even got to overtime. But yeah, overall, that last game, that was everything we'd built up for. That was the perfect finish for Lancasters, because after reverse sweeping in the semi-finals and then almost getting basically reverse swept, shall we say, in that game, that was nerve-wracking for them. You know full well, whatever was said to them between those matches, that has done absolute wonders for this team.
Yeah, if there's one thing that we can compliment above all from Lancaster, it is they don't let the situation get to them. They've had to play from behind so much, like you say, in that reverse sweep. And although they took that they took the 3-1 lead this series, they still had to hold on to it, and they almost went down to the 4-3. But they kept that composure, they kept that cool just enough to bring them to that victory in Game 7.
Yeah, and with that, I'm going to say a huge thank you for everybody who has tuned in to watch the Rocket League for the British University Esports Spring Championship. Congratulations to Lancaster, commiserations to Portsmouth. I've been Killsync. Thank you for joining me. Drumzors, you've been absolutely incredible. Obviously, don't go anywhere. Up next, we're going to be seeing the University of Staffordshire versus Lancaster Uni in the Rainbow Six Siege finals. Now, that is something you are definitely going to watch. Make sure to keep tuned because we've got some fantastic games coming up next.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of the ESL National Championships. Game, record, stream without compromise.
Nobody likes being left out. That's why Special Effect are helping people with physical disabilities to play video games. But this isn't just about having fun. The gaming setups we create are personalized, so people can play to the very best of their abilities. And that opens the door to inclusion and independence, confidence and creativity. Help us level the playing field and create more magical gaming moments. Because it's everyone's turn to play.
You don't mess around when it comes to your play. So don't play games with your hardware. Get serious with Intel. 4 out of 5 gamers on Steam play on an Intel-powered PC. Because Intel delivers you the power needed to game like the pros. And gives you elite gaming performance on your favorite titles. So you can be game ready at any level. Intel, don't play games.
Bring the drums in. Poetics, bring the drums in.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of the ESL National Championships. Game, record, stream without compromise.
Nobody likes being left out. That's why Special Effect are helping people with physical disabilities to play video games. But this isn't just about having fun. The gaming setups we create are personalized, so people can play to the very best of their abilities. And that opens the door to inclusion and independence, confidence and creativity. Help us level the playing field and create more magical gaming moments. Because it's everyone's turn to play.
You don't mess around when it comes to your play. So don't play games with your hardware. Get serious with Intel. 4 out of 5 gamers on Steam play on an Intel-powered PC. Because Intel delivers you the power needed to game like the pros. And gives you elite gaming performance on your favorite titles. So you can be game ready at any level. Intel. Don't play games.
Hello everyone and welcome to the NSC Rainbow Six Siege Spring Championship Grand Finals. I am Rook and I am joined by my boy Dino, and we certainly have a corker here for you.
That is absolutely right. Just for all of you at home, I wasn't able to get a webcam before we went into lockdown, so you're just going to be staring at this wonderful still of mine. But we do have Rock with a webcam, so you can see all of his wonderful expressions. And a corker ahead of us we do have today. We've got Staffs University going up against Lancaster in the Grand Finals. How do you see this game potentially lining up?
I mean, Lancaster are a very strong team. They came second in the last finals, only dropping to Coventry, where they kind of got blown out when it came to LAN. Unfortunately, we aren't at LAN anymore due to obvious situations, but Lancaster really coming back at it and hoping to prove that even when they're not on LAN, they are pretty solid. I'm excited to see how they're going to perform. They definitely have some really solid players, going 14-1 versus Derby in their previous match. So coming in with a bit of a hot streak. Staffs, however, a little less of a known quantity to me.
Staffs, we didn't really get to catch much of them on stream. We sort of wanted to focus on as many different teams as we could, and somehow Staffs managed to slip through the net. But they finished 8th. Well, they started off in 8th position in the championship bracket, and just throughout the season they managed to work themselves all the way up, eventually fighting for that number 1 seed against Coventry, who they beat to land themselves that nice, comfortable position in the finals without needing to go through the qualifiers. So they've had a little bit of a break between their last NSC game and today, whereas Lancaster, as you mentioned, has been on a hot streak, going on an absolute tear through every other university team that's been put in front of them, including, as you mentioned, going 14-1 against Derby, who are not a team to be sniffed at all. They can be real monsters when it comes to it.
They certainly can. So Lancaster coming in as the kind of ones that we know, we believe in, we really know that they have these really solid players and can work well as a team, whereas Staffs have shown us through games off stream that they are a force to be reckoned with. I'm very much excited to see what they're going to bring to us. Staffs have in the past, as you very much know yourself, fielded strong teams before. And I'm very excited to see whether they're going to be able to bring that back. And kind of it's the ghost of the Rainbow Six Siege championship past.
Like you say, the Staffs University team, the one that I was on for the longest time, we were able to secure 2 championships, losing out in the third, 3 finals in a row. So let's see if this Staffs team will be able to bring some of that dynasty back and potentially go for it again. Now, looking at the maps, it's a best of 3 today, and the maps, I really want to see these teams play Cafe. Lancaster played an absolutely wonderful game of it in the finals. It was so close, back and forth all the way through, an absolute slugfest between them and Coventry. So I want to see if we can get that same kind of fight coming out from then, and if Staffs can really step up to the plate.
Indeed, it'll be definitely interesting to see that, as we do have pick and bans coming up just now. I'm really interested to see if they're going to go to Cafe 2. Another one to keep an eye out for, in my opinion, which we've seen a couple of teams pick up recently, is that Consulate. A lot of teams kind of shying away from it, but I think it was Lancaster in specific that were trying to pick that map on up.
Consulate is a very diverse map. It requires a lot of coordination coming out from the teams, and teams at this level definitely are going to be showing us that kind of coordination. But I don't think that Staffs, with their IGL recently stepping away from the team, and they've got a new player in just for today. I say a new player. It's one of the OGs of the Staffs roster. It is the one, the only Razuko has stepped on in to help the guys out with today's game. So playing in that kind of highly coordinated environment of Consulate may not be the angle that they want to go for, and they might try and go for something a bit more frag heavy, potentially a coastline or a border, a clubhouse. Those are all maps that I expect to see today.
Indeed, and we are going to go into that pick and ban right now. I'm excited to see if they're going to look to hold those angles more than go for those strategic angle. And here we have them. We have Staffs banning away Consulate, then it is Villa. We have Clubhouse and then Coastline picked up. And going into these last couple of bans, I'm interested to see Staffs ban away this bank.
Bank again is very similar to Consulate. It's a large map. There's a lot that you need to try and deal with in each second of every round. You know, there's so many different ways that you can be flanked. So banning it out to help that with that coordination sort of helps make it a little bit easier. Lancaster banning out Border, you know, that would have been quite a fun one, a very frag-heavy map as well, but we are going to be going to Cafe if we get there for the decider game of the evening, so I really do hope that we wind up getting there, but Staffs do pick Clubhouse, which will be our first game. And how do you see that one playing out? It's become the more standard map for most teams, so...
I mean, to be fair, if we're looking at standard, Lancaster have actually been really proficient on standard. I love the way they've played Clubhouse in particular, so I'm surprised to see that it's actually Staffs who have picked this one. I think it's actually a fantastic map for Lancaster, and I really do have them favoured on that. Coastline, I haven't seen too much from Lancaster on, but what I have seen, I've not been the biggest fan of it, so I think that's a little bit iffy from them. I think they were happy with Clubhouse getting picked up, so they're not too worried about that second map. I think we will be making it full all the way to that 3. My upset pick is that I think Lancaster will drop map 2.
Think Lancaster will drop their own pick of Coastline. I mean, I didn't think that Coastline would be picked by Lancaster. As we're talking about, it's a frag-heavy map. It's something that plays right into the kind of strategy that we expect to see coming out from Staffs today. So for them to pick that shows to me that they've really got something going for it. And I think it would take Staffs, you know, they need to come out and hit hard on that first map of Clubhouse, because that's their pick. That shows that that's what they want to play today. And they really need to come out and step up and just prove to us what they can do.
And I actually think that's really good, because it's going to be Staffs attacking map 1. And I think taking that advantage early on is really important, showing us that they can execute onto the site and demonstrating that even though they've lost their main shot caller, they will be able to adapt and bring a good offense, because a good offense is obviously very reliant on your coordination. And I think this is really going to be the litmus test.
And Coastline even is additionally a very strong attacker-sided map, so if we see Staffs attack well on Clubhouse, that is really gonna, like you say, be a litmus test for what we expect to see from them moving forwards, and Clubhouse could wind up looking a bit more favourable for the side of Staffs once again. Now, Clubhouse, it's a map that everyone says is defender-sided, but I don't think it is. I think it really comes down to the operator bans that we see. You know, some of times the operator bans will throw it heavily into defender-sided, other times it will throw it towards the attackers. So what kind of operator bans do you expect to see as we go into this Clubhouse?
I mean, so Lancaster have really played around with what they've been banning. Towards the start of the season, we've seen a lot of Thatcher bans from basically every team, Lancaster themselves included. Now we're seeing more bans towards things like Habana and the Thermite, keeping the Maverick on board for Lancaster here. So I don't know, because I don't have enough information on Staffs, but I think that Lancaster will probably head towards something along the lines of kind of anti-hard breach. They're banning away the hard breach, or banning away things like Thatcher in order to deny the hard breach from ever being resolved.
And we are just about to get into those bans, so we'll see if you're all right there. Likewise, I predict that we'll see potentially a Thatcher or a Maverick get banned out. It's very, very common for that to be seen. Don't normally see a Thermite get banned out, which is the more typical hard breach that you want to bring, but Lancaster actually going to take away that IQ. That's a really surprising pick. I guess they're just really worried of maybe a Pulse or a Valkyrie being brought out by Staffordshire. I did not expect to see that, and Staffordshire likewise going to ban out the Maverick. Bit more of a traditional ban that we see there. I expect to see a Mirror and an Echo sort of coming out now. That's become everyone's sort of default defensive ban for the time being, but if Lancaster's going to ban out an IQ, who knows what they're going to bring to the table.
Yeah, I think banning away some of those more information gathering electronics could be on the table if you're taking away that Valkyrie being exactly it. I think potentially Lancaster looking to set themselves up with that IQ ban for a strong defensive side. And with the Thatcher being around, while you can still deal with the walls, everything else inside is going to be difficult to deal with. Specifically that Echo, I think that's really important to take to the table.
Getting rid of an Echo, very important to take off the table, but it does leave the Mirror available. And Mirror has been this divisive operator that just completely changes how teams play sites. She's not necessarily excessively overpowered, but what she does do is really force you to change how you want to play. It forces you to adjust your setups going into each and every site. And the first site we will see coming out from Lancaster is that Church and Arsenal Room defense. one of the more defender-sided sites on this map. Very sort of standard set of operators coming through, and we see Rez, normally known as a fragger, going onto that Thermite for the hard breach.
Looking to play that forward player for the team, being a little bit more supportive, and I think filling the roles which this team could potentially need. I mean, it's not to say that we haven't seen people frag out on Thermite before, but generally you have to play that more reserved, because if you don't get to use your exothermic charge, you are being more of a detriment to the team because you need to get that down.
And the whole reason you bring a Thermite isn't for the gun like you might bring, I don't know, an Ash or a Zofia. You bring a Thermite for that exothermic charge, and you need to make sure that it gets resolved successfully. Typical places we could see a Thermite charge would be on the dirt tunnel and probably the blue hatch, and then the Hibana would we use it to open up the other hatches, or we might actually see a church wall take where they just negate the other hatches and dirt entirely and just go for that kind of push. I'm really excited to see what we may see throughout this map and the strategies that Staffordshire are going to bring, because like we say, we've not seen them too much throughout the season.
Certainly haven't. Unfortunately, we've had a disconnect right off the bat. Hopefully not a sign of things to come. We'll see what happens with regards to rehosting or anything like that. But for right now, we're going to see this round get on going. Going to be actually looking towards dirt, and this isn't an approach I've seen as of late. Not many teams really opting towards it, but I do think, especially if you're bringing the Thermite, very effective to do so, because you can just break through the entire wall and push on through.
Going for that dirt take has become sort of less common in recent times because you need to get that kitchen control for it to really be worthwhile. And establishing that kitchen control and getting that kitchen hatch open is usually so dangerous. The amount of C4s and impact grenades that can come up from below really make it difficult. And that's a great angle coming up by the Legion. Anyone who walks into kitchen from freezer is going to get faced with a world of hurt right there. But it doesn't look like anyone's going to go for it for the time being. The most of this push looks like it's over towards the blue area of the map.
Majer are actually managing to sneak through. No one really contesting the ground floor right now from Lancaster. So it does mean they have a bit of control and a lot to work with. No one kind of playing in kitchen or around the back of these sites, playing towards blue stairs or anything like that.
And just realized that the player that disconnected was actually Staffordshire's Hibana. That's going to make everything so much more difficult. They're only going to be able to use the thermite charges, and it actually works effectively. Rez able to use this thermite charge to open up the kitchen hatch. The impact trick not working right there. And this is actually tilting the favor quite heavily in favor of Staffordshire for the time being.
Yeah, and this is exactly what you needed. Considering they got the bad luck with the DC right at the start, Rizuko being able to resolve this is going to be key. Bit of information gathering here on all sides as Jazian is still waiting at the end of the tunnel. They will get some information onto this B site, but still looking to poke around. A smoke canister used very early here. 2.
Using smokes in this position, you want to delay that push into dirt as much as possible because it can really cuts the site in half, but he's playing with his life at the moment, going for these peaks, and the shield gets destroyed down to half health. He backs off deeper into the dirt tunnel, but no, he's going to continue to aggress.
Gonna use one of those toxic babes, still holding that position very aggressively here. But Lancaster have a lot of time to work with. They also have that player advantage. There goes another smoke, and Jazian is looking to keep them back. The flashes come through and through. Jazian will be able to dodge out of that situation, and with the smokes on it, they will be able to hide him. He's very low, but not quite down. Now, looking to push through dirt. The shot is there already. Alexu finds the first frag of the match, and now it's even Stevens in terms of players. But with only 10 seconds, you need to hightail it onto site. Does get a spray, takes down that player towards the back, will manage to get rid of the Legion. Mahi, however, dealing with Majer, and they just don't have the time. They just about be able to get that diffuser down. They get the frags as Bogboy picks up 2, and Staffordshire with only 1 player remaining. And Artsy is not in a great position right now.
Artsy trapped inside of the kitchen upstairs. He knows one player is flanking. No one from the defending side is going for the diffuser. He lands so much damage onto Mahi, but Mahi using that TCSG-12 with the ACOG, able to land the headshot and get round number 1 in favor of Lancaster. And an unfortunate start for Staffs, but a strong finish for Lancaster right there.
Yeah, and actually Staffs made the most of it. They put themselves in a really good position. Sure, they were lacking a little bit of time. They still managed to get the diffuser down. Some great smokes, really split up the site, and they found that frag onto Jazian and towards the back of the site onto the Legion. Still some really solid play, but unfortunately, being down a player, having very little time left, that really forces you into a very difficult situation where things don't really play out as planned. We're going to seemingly have a rehost, and that will be that.
Sometimes it's the player can't rejoin the lobby, so you all need to leave and then restart from there. That will be going on just as we do it, and shouldn't be too long. Not really too much to break down in that round, other than the fact that Staffs in a 4 versus 5 were still able to get quite a lot of work done. They just left it far too late at the end, and then it was just a straight 5 versus 4 set of gunfights. They weren't able to isolate any of those players out beyond the smoke to give them that finish that they needed in the round.
Indeed, and time management is a key thing in both University, obviously, and in Rainbow Six Siege. But unfortunately, when you get down to the deadlines, it can be very difficult to really do the work that you need to do. They tried as they might, but you weren't even really expecting to win that site all too hard anyway. So it's not the end of the world.
Absolutely. That downstairs site and that CCTV cache room, those are the sites that as an attacker you expect to lose and a defender you expect to win. And it's the tertiary site that we see from most teams being that gym bedroom. That's almost where it starts to get really competitive, and the attackers need to be taking those rounds as best as they can. That's not to say that you can't win when you're attacking CCTV cache or downstairs, but it's just much more difficult.
Absolutely is. But it requires you to get a couple of frags early, catch them off guard, something like that. But unfortunately, with already a player disadvantage, your odds don't look too good if your staff's in that first round. But in this second round, I assume we'll be attacking cache. What kind of things are we looking for?
For a cache, it's how much denial can you get on the hard breach? Because if you're bringing the Thermite and the Hibana, you can open up the cache wall and potentially even the construction wall, as well as 3 nice holes into garage, giving you great lines of sight and ability to rotate. But it all comes down to how well the defenders are able to prevent that from happening.
And so far, we've seen that the defenders kind of struggled with that impact trucking, especially onto the Thermite early on there, and almost gave Razuko an opening to set them up for a round win on the attacker's side. But if we see anything like that again, it could easily lead to a lost round. If you're able to do that, pincer, move into garage at the same time, you can really start to close and tighten the grip on at least one of those sites, and then from there look for a plant.
That impact tricking isn't as reliable as lots of people think. It's very much 50-50, and trying to base a strategy around it isn't what you want to be doing. So it was a good recovery by them. They understood that once that kitchen hatch had been lost, they knew the positions that they need to take deeper inside of Arsenal and inside of Church, with all these nice long lines of sight being set up for them. And without the addition of that Hibana to be able to open up the additional hatches such as Blue and Church, it makes it so much more difficult. You know where they're going to come from because that's where they've invested all of their utility from in the round. So it was always a round that Staffs were going to lose as soon as they had that Hibana DC. If it had been a Zofia, it could have still gone either way, I feel, but Hibana is just such a pivotal operator in any attack that to lose her without anything happening is always a detriment.
Makes it difficult to take out those hatches, as you said. Talking about operators, will we expect to see that Hibana in the coming round, or will it be more focus on that Thermite?
I think for just every round this game, we should see both hard breaches, just because of the way that you're able to play so far away from site with reinforcements, or just stack up all your reinforcements around you on site. You need as much utility to get through that hard breach as you can, and with Maverick gone, you're gonna see that Thermite, that Hibana, and that Thatcher quite a lot consistently throughout, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see a lot more Capitao as well. Capitao, an operator usually banned out because of how effective his firebolts are at forcing players off from playing that main CCTV wall. Capitao generally banned, but now that he's on the table, anything's possible.
And it's actually a very obviously high skill and high coordination required operator, so I like that teams are bringing out here right at the very end of the tournament in this grand finals. It makes a lot of sense as well, because we've been seeing these teams really coordinate well with each other, that they bring this out as well. Using those asphyxiation bolts as well to force players out is going to be really important when we're looking at people sitting in those really standard positions, especially here on Cash, dealing with the player in Garage.
There's a lot of default spots that you'll see come out in Clubhouse. playing Cash especially, you're going to have a player on Garage Rafters, you're going to have a player over by the Breach, top red, towards Construction, or maybe inside Cash itself, and it's going to be where everything's set up. ADS is going to be very important to get rid of early on, potentially even using Thatcher EMPs if you know where they are to eliminate them. What I want to see is a roam coming out from Lancaster with a Mute Mozzie combo, being able to just occupy a lot of attention elsewhere on the map, potentially over towards that gym bedroom side of things with long angles opened up, and that could really give them the space they need in the round to distract staffs and force them away, because we know their coordination isn't going to be that good, because as we mentioned, this is the first time Rez has played with them in an official match. So Lancaster, they've been playing as a full unit since the start of the winter split, so they've had about 6 months of practice together. They need to rely on their coordination and use that to their advantage as much as possible.
Try and split up the Staffordshire side and really pick them off in a very similar manner, and that can sometimes be what happens. It's less down to the aim in a lot of these situations, more the setup from the team, where you can just kind of put someone in a situation and take them out easily. Definitely something to keep an eye on as well when we're talking about the asphyxiation mods, when we were talking about the Garage Rafters player, is that exactly that, using the coordination to remove these players who otherwise are basically impossible to remove. If it's just one person going up there, if you've got some ADSs down, it's basically impossible to remove them. So you need to coordinate properly, need to perform a pincer, maybe head towards the back of the site, break open the window, provide some line of sight, something along those lines.
Being able to disrupt those lines of sight, and as we were talking about, that Capital asphyxiating bot is probably the best way to force that player out of Garage, and sometimes the only way. If they've stacked up ADSs in there, the Capital Firebot is the only one that can work around that and force them away from their position. If you're very patient as a player, stack up a shield in front of you and just lie down with 3 ADSs at your feet. They're going to burn through a lot, and then if they've got frag grenades, they might be able to land one on you, but chances are they'll guess wrong, miss, and you'll have that opportunity to still survive within the round and impact further. And if you don't have Garage control, you don't have CCTV control. It means you don't have an opportunity to go for a plan. It's a really pivotal part of the strategy for both teams.
The other thing is we actually still, I believe we still have the Thatcher on the board, which is something really interesting to see, because I think Maverick got taken off in the bans, wasn't it? Maverick and IQ.
Yeah.
Yes. So you can actually use the Thatcher to break through that main wall on Cash, which is really interesting, because normally we see players with their IQ kind of go beneath, shoot it out, and you have to take kind of downstairs control before you can really contest, and also look towards those stairs. But this time we won't have any such thing, and that's why we see Majer come out with that Thatcher.
And I was going to say, if Angel sticks on that glass, that would be quite an interesting pick. Although the smoke grenades could be used to your advantage. We're not going to see a mirror come out from Lancaster. This is probably the best site that you could see a mirror come out from. Put one on top red and one looking into CCTV from Cash. Really default positions to have a mirror place, but not going to be used so far. We might actually go the whole game without seeing a mirror at all. Teams are just so used to not playing with her.
Yeah, don't have the practice on her. Not worth playing her if you don't have strategies based around her. Normally just stick with what you know. And definitely a good idea. You don't want to overextend and get caught out in terms of like what picks you're going for. Go with the tried and true. And right now, both teams obviously have made it this far on that. It would make sense to stick on it.
And it's sort of become... I don't know, it might actually become meta in the future to not ban Mirror, because no teams really know how to play Mirror, because everyone expects you to ban Mirror. So, I don't know, it does free up an additional ban, and I think moving forwards, just within Siege in general, they need to introduce an additional ban for both sides, for the attacker and the defender.
For sure. Definitely excited to see whether Artsy is going to be able to properly flush out that Garage player. No super surprising picks in terms of the operators, and it looks like pretty standard hold and setup as it is right now.
Yep, just a very default. As we've been talking about Lancaster, they need to work on, or they need to use their coordination, and keeping it simple is probably the best way to do that. You don't need to overextend into any areas. You can just play precisely how you want. But if we look at the denial coming out, we've got a mute and a bandit. They're really going to work hard to keep as many of these walls closed as they can. We're already seeing 2 mute jammers go down on the garage walls, which is going to force staffs to use an EMP to be able to open up those holes there. They normally open up Hibana holes. Mahi playing the bandit, going to try and bandit trick, which is again just going to burn away more and more EMPs. The utility game from staffs is going to really decide this round.
Whether they're going to be able to effectively use it or not really is going to be important. Majet moving over to this position already, going to drop that one on in. And they are setting up as expected as of right now.
Yeah, it's a very sort of default take. They look like they're just going to go and take that main CCTV wall. They spot out the Maestro inside of Garage. In a rather default position.
Mahi looking for an opportunity to try and bandit trick here. The Thatcher does manage to get rid of some of that utility early on, but Rizuko still waiting for the opportunity, expecting Mahi to go for this. Mahi is the plant going down, will be able to do it, but a lot of pressure going on towards them early on.
Zofia not using her stuns to force Mahi off the actual trick. You can fire your stuns through, which will disable or pause the animation for Mahi. Doesn't really work out there. That's one extra thermo charge is gone, but Angel just jumps on in, takes down Mahi on a rush, gets traded out immediately by Coach. But what kind of aggression was that? Coming from the Hibana, not using any of her utility and just going for it?
Hey, dude, just go straight for it. Take out that player trying to bandit trick. And now you don't have to deal with the problem. Does trade 1-for-1, so it's not the end of the world. Lacking the utility could be problematic, but good spray there from Plebsy. Takes down Artsy, and Plebsy is definitely a player to keep an eye on. We see him frag out in multiple matches, but in this position, it's going to be very hard to kick him out as well.
Plebsy, normally more of a supportive player, but that never stops him from showing up on the scoreboard. Zofia able to take below as the breach has now been consolidated for Staffordshire. It gives them a nice little foothold into the round, but without removing that Maestro, it's going to be so difficult. And with Artsy gone and off the board, that's going to make it even more so. There's a player on the blue stairs. Zofia's not aware of it. Boy swings around and lands the headshot onto Alexu. And it's now a 4 versus 2. Only the Thatcher and Thermite combo left up. I take that back. Only the Thatcher left. And that's it. Round number 2 gone for Lancaster. That was very impressive.
I mean, Lancaster just saw it was their time, went aggressively for it. Bogboy was waiting underneath, caught someone off guard, and Lancaster unable to get rid of Plebsy in Garage. That means you just can't make the move up through the normal position. You can easily get blindsided. You haven't cleaned anyone off the stairs. They were looking to put a player in that position, but Alexu got caught off guard. Bogboy's rotate from underneath was key to that hold.
Bogboy being able to be a nuisance downstairs, if he didn't take out that Zofia, probably would have been able to eliminate the Maestro in Garage, putting us into a 3 versus 3 with Garage control in favor of Staffordshire, and we're looking at an entirely different round. But no, Alexu gets caught out by the nice roam coming from Bogboy. He's a great Jaeger, he roams constantly, and it's always to great effect. I just want to go back to that aggression that we saw coming out from Angel. It's really not something that we expect to see just ever, to have anyone jump into that window that early on, let alone your Hibana with all 3 X-Kairos still left to go.
Yeah, you would have thought she would have used maybe some of the X-Kairos on that Garage wall, but even with the Thatcher trying to get rid of it, it doesn't actually manage to set that one on up. It's definitely a method of getting rid of the bandit, but you can't believe that will happen every time. Next time we go to Cash, someone will be watching. They won't be looking to get caught off guard by that. And I'd be surprised if they try and go for it again.
And that's really not a play you want to see them pull out twice. It might work once, and it didn't really work then. Now, this hold from Lancaster, when we see lots of teams defend a gym bedroom, we do see this extended hold over towards CCTV. Well, you don't normally see the reinforcements on the exterior wall of Cash, or the exterior wall of CCTV. That's quite strange, and it shows that they're using their utility in a different and more inventive way to what we typically see.
Looking to change things up. We've seen some pretty whack gym holds in our time, like, for example, no reinforcement on some of these roofs, but, I mean, reinforcing here is an interesting way of doing it. Also puts the fear of God into Staffordshire because they don't know where Lancaster are. And I think actually pushing up this position is really solid. The issue is if you get caught on the other side, things could go really badly for you.
And if you think about it, by reinforcing that CCTV wall, if they don't want to use their utility, it forces them to go through garage. And Coach, when he was sitting at the top of red stairs, is in the prime position to get anyone as they jump through that garage window. Now, we don't see Coach holding that position for too much longer. They are able to reclaim or claim CCTV control, but they're going to need to use another thermite charge to effectively force out the players inside the CCTV. That's going off at the moment. Alexu gets one onto Jason inside of CCTV, I think. We do have one player roaming downstairs, and Angel with the red dot suppressor takes down Coach, and now 5 versus 3, the best advantage we've seen for Staffordshire so far.
But instantaneously, Bugboy finds Artsy on the big roam. We'll have to rotate back towards site, but 3 players, make that 2 players, still on up for Lancaster. Now, with Angel finding those picks, they have a big advantage. They should be looking to move on in, but a lot of these players are still quite far back, looking to find information, because they have a lot of time left on the clock.
A lot of time left on the clock, and a lot of kills already gathered without too much ground really been taken. You're expecting to lose CCTV cash. You shouldn't be expecting to give up 3 bodies in the process. Now it's all left down to Plebsy and Mahi inside of the site. The 2 anchors, one with the Aldo, one with the TCSG-12. This is going to be a gunfight coming up close on the wall. Rez getting one, not aware of Mahi's position, able to shoot his feet and take him down. And now Mahi left up against the world. 1 versus 3. Shots coming in from the window. Alexi with a nice angle takes him down and gives Staffordshire their very first round of this finals.
Now, we were definitely expecting Staffordshire to be able to win here on Jim, but not quite in this fashion. That was such a strong round from them. They found a couple of those frags. Lancaster overextended, got caught out, and just looked very sloppy there. So really solid round from the side of Staffordshire. But next time, I want to see Lancaster play a little bit more passive.
Lancaster, not really sure what they were doing there, losing 3 players to that CCTV roam. I mean, I guess Bogboy was rotating off and managed to get caught off by Alexu. But even still, to have 3 players die there in that situation when there's still a minute up on the clock, you're placing so much stress on your anchors, and it was a done deal at that point.
Yeah, some really solid play, and able to pick off those players as they were trying to aggressively. Definitely looking towards Bugboy again to try and get these big flanks if you want to have a Hail Mary play on a site like Jim. But here on a basement, we should see a much more regimented hold from Lancaster, because it really worked out for them in round 1.
Yeah, playing that far more lockdown style, that turtle strategy inside of the site, really did work out for them in round number 1. But this time we do have to consider that Angel will be up with that Hibana X Kairos. It's going to be an entirely different round to what we saw last time, so I don't really want to say comfortably that this could work out twice in a row for Lancaster, this turtle strategy inside of the site.
Lancaster. A solid one last time. I'll be interested to see how Dirt Tunnel works this time. We saw a lot of utility invested early by Jazian, but this time it looks like Razuko and Majer looking to try and secure this kitchen control early on.
They've already opened up that dirt tunnel. Kitchen now being obtained slowly. Angel sticking with the red dot and the suppressor. Not entirely sure what the benefits of that are. Usually considered the worst combination in the game, but hey, I guess if he's making it work, he's already sitting on 3 kills. That's the highest fragger for his team. Who am I to judge?
It's all about style, you know. You got to do it with style. Otherwise, it doesn't really count, does it? But Staffordshire looking to pick up rounds here. Not too much obsessed with fashion, as they do manage to blow on through at least a little bit, as Angel Hanabi will be able to plop some more X-Kairos down.
For those of you who don't know, you'd need at least 4 X-Kairos pellets to detonate to be able to open up a hatch successfully now. And Jason once again being put into a world of hurt, throwing out his smoke canisters early, being a bit more conservative with them this time, only using 1 to the pressure coming in from Alexio on the Zofia. His shield and half of his HP is gone though, so this is going to be a much more difficult situation for him. Second canister out, and we've still got a minute 30 to go.
We do. Staffordshire doing a good job at pressuring Dirt Tunnel. And they got into a good position here on in Kitchen as well, so they should be able to pressure the site relatively easily. The rotates will come in thick and fast from Lancaster, however. will need to start retreating Jason into that position. He's looking to get aggressive and maybe even look for a peek hit. Tries to spray, doesn't find it, takes a lot of damage, and is now under so much pressure. Doesn't find the shot as the pre-fire comes in from Alexu here. And now this is an opportunity for Staffordshire to move on in. Still a minute on the clock, and they have dirt control.
Yeah, but Bogboy is going for a flank up through the CCTVs, up the blue stairs, and might be able to catch the players inside of Kitchen in the back. He gets one onto RT Coach. Oh, the trades just coming through. No, not even trades. It's all Lancaster in the scoreboard. Blue lighting up the kill feed. And now we're down to just Razuko. 75 health on the Thermite, but they're taken down to none as Bogboy lands their headshot. An explosive finish to the round. Just the push back from Lancaster.
Yeah. This is absolutely what we expect from Bugboy. Bugboy is one hell of a roamer, and when he finds these opportunities, he will take not an inch, but a whole mile. Finds a whole bundle of frags there, and backed up by the rest of his team from below, they were able to finish off basically the entirety of Staffordshire in one fell swoop. And it was all looking so good initially, wasn't it?
Yeah, that Kitchen dirt push, it looked perfectly set up, but there's a key part of that most teams seem to be forgetting nowadays, is that you need to control that blue. If you don't have any pressure in the form of a claymore or an air jab on that oil pit ladder in garage and that blue stairs, you're just going to get caught in the back, and Bogboy did that exceptionally.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many
Bogboy, master of the roams, definitely need to keep an eye on their sides. Maybe even see someone invest, especially on maps like Coastline that could be coming up. You need to invest into things like Nomad and a lot more Claymores to really catch him out, because otherwise he will just wreak havoc on your backline when you're not paying attention. So Staffordshire need to be careful in the upcoming not only rounds, but maps.
They did have 2 Claymores, so they could have used one on the oil pit and one on the stairs. It does mean that Rez would be distracted from that main push that he wants to achieve of opening up that dirt and kitchen hatch. So if time management is there for you, you can make it work.
I mean, to be fair, Staffordshire actually had so much time left. They had a minute left. They were set up to push already. They should have spared some time to really deal with those flanks, because, I mean, if you don't, we've seen what will happen.
Now, as we're looking to this 5th round, they've gone back up to CCTV cache. They weren't able to win it out quite effectively last time. Angel going for just a hyper-aggressive play to begin, only able to get 1 kill before being taken down. Let's see if they're going to be more effective at opening up this breach. That's what really stopped them and stunted their momentum last time.
Alexei trying to put themselves into position, but with that wall door still open, Mahi is able to put themselves into the right one. Majed will see that we will have those bandit boxes put right back down, but the Thatcher will only deal with one of them, as it does go a little bit too far. Alexei is trying to deal with the problem, but Mahi is still looking to get it down, will deal with the exothermic charge, and Razuko unable to find any success here.
Once again, Mahi with the successful bandit tricking, getting rid of one of those exothermic charges before anything's really able to happen. And once again, the Maestro is sitting up inside of the rafters. Rez going for the aggressive peek without any assistance from his team in the form of, flashbangs, firebolts, or anything. The Maestro's going to be able to sit there very, very comfortably. Artsy not in a position to help with the removal. Oh.
This is definitely something, and I mean, this time Angel Hanabi not rushing on through and does allow Mahi to get that bandit tricking off, but instead looking for a bit of a wacky push here. Good play there by Alexei to move into his position, now to try and deny the bandit. This will mean the exothermic charge does go down, but with 1 minute 20 on the clock, Lancaster have done a lot to try and deny the Staffordshire push. Staffordshire, however, Angel Hanabi finds a Bogboy on a little bit of an adventure of her own.
That unorthodox flank that we saw coming in just there, outflanking the flanker, taking down Bogboy, one of the star players so far for Lancaster. This breach successfully resolved. Capital with a very dangerous rotation across the front of the breach, and it forces the Maestro out. That firebolt positioned perfectly. Plebsy gets taken down. Garage control now in the favor of Staffordshire.
And that is the golden era of Razuko we know. Finding the pick through onto Garage. Really solid play there from Razuko. Angel Hanabi on a bit of a flank themselves. Does find the frag onto Mahi, and now pincering on the rest of the team. Majer will go down, but it doesn't really matter too much. Another Artsy will fall. Jazian holding well. Coach under a lot of pressure here, but will finish off Razuko 2 versus 2 after what seemed like a drastic start for them. Now, Jazian under the pressure, but understands where Angel Hanabi is now. Coach is still sitting right back, gets the spray, takes down Alexu. It is 2 versus 1 now, but Hanabi is going to run on in. Coach rotates on through, and Lancaster secure round 5.
It was a 2 versus 5, and they just fed themselves one by one to the gun of Coach. Jason picking up 1 as well, or potentially even 2. You can't give yourselves over to a team like that. Coach will take those kills every single day of the week. Look at him already sitting on 7 frags, 4 of them coming in that one round.
Indeed, that was stellar from Coach. Shows up when it's necessary. I believe, if I remember correctly, he is that shot caller for the team. So, I mean, when he doesn't have to, when it's just him and another player, they can just go to town, and go to town they did. As that looked so bad. Angel Hanabi with a really big brain flank.
Hibana able to do so much work coming in through that bedroom, taking down Mahi in just a straight one-on-one gunfight where Mahi is holding the angle. That was a great shot from them. But you need to follow it up. They weren't able to force out the player inside of Cash, and then everyone else from Staffordshire just lined up. You need to use the Capitao smokes if you've got them left. If not, throw flashbangs and rush as a unit. Coach can't kill all of you at once. You're giving him the opportunity to fire shots, take down one of you, sit back, reload, regroup, and peek from a different angle.
Did you? Rookie mistakes from Staffordshire. They should know that working together is always the most efficient strategy, and looking to try and make it similar to what they did last time. And Lancaster opting for a very similar hold as well.
It was effective. It did kind of slow Staffordshire down to begin with, but then the kills just started flooding on in for them, and then the round just immediately fell away. We do see a little bit of a role swap coming up. Artsy now going onto the Thermite, and Rez being switched onto the Buck. I've seen him play this quite well in other leagues and tournaments, so hopefully he's going to be able to use it to great effectiveness here as well.
Oh, that is unfortunate. He's going to have to spray on through to deal with that, but didn't initially find that entry. Ancient Hanabi using their own Excaris to set them up for these big flanks, and is now moving into position alongside Razuko, looking to get aggressive up these stairs. There is someone waiting for him. Whether he's going to be able to find it onto Coach, it's a different matter.
They both seem to be aware of each other's position, neither wanting to give an inch. First, it's going to need to be Coach that blinks, because Rez on this kind of angle is going to have the advantage. The Gumines might... Yeah, the Gumine giveaways his position, and Coach able to land their headshot. Oh, he didn't need to get aggressive there, and it just gives them an opening kill to start the round off.
Yeah, really solid play there by Coach, using the information in order to fuel that frag. Angel Hanabi is already in position, though, to push on up those stairs as well. You have to be careful. Angel Hanabi is known for those dynamic plays, and with the backup of the rest of their team as they are moving on in now, I need to see Lancaster rotate out of Cash. They do not want to get caught out like this. They got caught last time, they all went down, and from there, the entire round fell apart. But they're making mistakes. They're getting caught out here again. Coach goes down finally. Bugboy, sure, finds Angel Hanabi, but now Jazian is trapped in this position. Bugboy finds a big frag, though, however, and will keep things even as Jazian also finds their own. It is 1 versus 3, and that's all down to a Bugboy and Jazian's stronghold in this position.
We were talking about how much we wanted them to move, but if you're able to sit still and not get caught out, the frags coming through, the assistance from Bugboy as well, and that round, that harder hold over towards that CCTV cache works out for them this time, and that has been a very successful defensive half by Lancaster, going 5-1.
Indeed it has. I mean, that's really solid from them. Picking up a gem round puts them in a very, very good position, and now we're going to have to see a pretty stellar defense from Staffordshire. And I know they have it in them. They have some pretty solid players, and they definitely have the aim to really hold this, but I've seen some pretty insane executes from the Lancaster side, and it gives me a little bit of worry for Staffordshire right now.
Lancaster remind me of sort of old Vitality in a way, in the fact that they will take every single inch of control that they can get on the map, then stack themselves up for an execute, and even if that's in the last 15 seconds of the round, they will then en masse, all 5 of them, rush into sight, smoke nades coming out, flashbangs, grenades, whatever, and then go for that diffuser plant right at the last second, and it can be so distracting for a team that's trying to defend a site.
Finally seeing that Mozzie picked up by Alexi, and that's something we like to see. No mute to back it up, but it is still a fantastic operator for really denying some of that information while garnering your own. Staffordshire picking that up, and I mean,
Must locate and defuse a bomb.
alongside things like the Kaid still being able to deny some of those hatches, I actually really like this.
And they've got Alexu in a position upstairs to maybe not roam. You might want to rotate off as you don't have any support or any reinforcements up there. But those Mozzie pests are going to delay a lot of time. They're going to have to drone it out upstairs just to make sure that it's clear, because there could always be someone on the flank who's able to rotate safely back down to site, and those Mozzie pests will delay time.
Oh, wow.
If Lancaster elect to go for a proper execute, a little bit of a group meeting inside of blue close to that E-box position. But the execute, again, looking like it's going to be that dirt and kitchen take.
I definitely expect to see some potential cheeky picks from players like Razuka or maybe Angel Hanabi, who was doing some interesting flanks for Staffordshire earlier. But playing down in here in blue makes a lot of sense. They're playing very forward, looking to get aggressive where they can.
And this is what we were talking about. They haven't cleared out top floor properly. They haven't secured their rotations above, and Rez is now inside of cash and could deal a lot of damage to these players who are going to be aggressing onto the site very shortly.
Well, Mahi moving it into position to back up Jay-Z in here, as they now are going to be able to open these hatches and start to pressure onto the site. 1 minute 30 left on the clock, and Plebsy finds a frag onto Majer, using that buck effectively. Now has control of dirt. This is a big opportunity for Lancaster to start pressuring and pushing on in, but here's Razuko. He's on the flank, doesn't quite catch the body, but did see the leg, knows the presence, and he's gonna get the spray down here. It unzooms, but we'll still be able to flick back on in just in time. Bogboy goes down, and Lancaster now even Stevens. Staffordshire pick up that frag.
And he's able to get away safely as well. Mahi now needing to look at the upstairs because they don't know where he got away from. Did he go down? Did he go up? We do still see someone from Staffs. It might be Razuka again at the top of the blue stairs. Nades from Plebsy going to be thrown towards the back box. And Plebsy gets taken down to about 1 HP. The nade not able to work. Artsy finishes off Plebsy, pushing it out with the PCSG, and just drops coming in. Angel and Rez picking up 1 apiece, and now it's all left up to Jason in a 1 versus 4, a sight that we have seen so often, but usually the other way around. Staff's normally on the reverse end of this. Jason stuck between a rock and a hard place, to say the least.
Yeah, this is not looking good for them. Most likely a lost round, but really strong hold there from Staffordshire, finding those crossfires, finishing the players as soon as they tried to push it on in, and some solid defensive play from them early on here. It's their first round of the defensive round of the grand finals, which bodes well.
And just finishing it off very nicely there, Rez with the prone angle and checking that his C key works at the end. And that was, like you say, a very good hold. They were able to bring it back, coordinate themselves, and it's a good start for their defense. First round we've seen on defense. Lancaster might need a little bit of time to figure out how Staffordshire are going to defend this, but it does bode well, and we might wind up seeing overtime if Staffs are able to keep this momentum going.
Indeed they are, but it's a good site to start off on. It is solid. The defenders should be winning that one, and Staff's picking that up. It's good, but it doesn't quite soothe my troubles right now. I need to see something a little bit more, potentially some more interesting play. I assume Angel is going to be the one going towards Garage here. And we do have the Bandit to back him up. Sorry. The Jaeger.
Need to locate and defuse as
The
many
Jaeger ADSs will assist. And we've got the Bandit and the Kaid. They're really going to try and hold onto these walls. Might see the Bandit charges actually get used on lower Garage. Or, what you can do is use the Kaid Electric Claws on the Garage rafters. And it's very, very difficult to EMP them out. You have to try and balance them on top of those lips to successfully get rid of the Kaid Electric Claws. It's much better than using a mute, so Artsy might throw both of them down there and then go and hold elsewhere on the site.
That would make a lot of sense. It looks like it's what they're doing, as Artsy has thrown at least one down right now. I like the fact that Plebsy's bringing out this Buck again. While they still have the Thatcher, they have the backup of that Buck and a Zofia from Bugboy to really pressure onto that eastern wall.
And as we see before, as we were seeing before, that eastern wall, that CCTV wall, is going to be the defining factor in this round. If they're able to deny a lot of utility and keep that wall closed for as long as possible, if Marjorie's bandit tricking is as successful as Mahi's was, this could be another Staffordshire round on the board.
It will be. Coach waiting in position. Thatcher looking like it's gonna. Sorry, the EMP looking like it's gonna come in just a sec. They're waiting and prepping for it. Bugboy is in position to try and Gashmot, well, not Gashmot, I guess just concussion nade Majer out of the position.
Majer waiting patiently. The whole setup is all poised around this one moment, waiting for the action to kick off now. Long angle being held by Jason. Might actually be able to see towards the red door from this, and that's a very safe angle to hold instead of being close up on that B window. Drone spotting out the bandit's position. And they elect to go for it now. And he's able to do it successfully. No. The thermite gets the successfully.
Yeah, really nice play there from Lancaster. They find the opportunity. Bugboy in position already. Takes down Angel Hanabi in that garage. And now this is a big opportunity. 1 minute, 35 seconds on the clock for Lancaster. This is the moment. It's their time to shine as they're looking to set up this execute. Moving those drones into position. Finding the information which they need to make this play. Jezian is waiting in position. It's just a matter of time before they move on in here. And they have a player advantage as well. Plebsy drops on down. I'm not sure if he knows that this player is back here, but has a backup from Bugboy at the very least.
He knows. He's waiting for when he opens that up. He wants someone there ready to shoot at the angle.
Yeah.
And Marjorie able to get away safely. Now, they forced the dock out of garage, but they've not elected to take garage control. Rez still playing around there. They try and go for a rotate later on. That could be a real nuisance for them.
It could be. Still looking to push on through. Artsy waiting on A. And this is something we've seen from Lancaster a couple of times where they push from the A site rather than the really standard technique of moving on to B. Got a lot of utility and a lot of players waiting on up here. 35 seconds. Bugboy finds another frag. And yet again, Bugboy has been so pivotal for this Lancaster side. You have Razuko waiting at the back and a spray is attempted. Majer doesn't find the shot. But 25 seconds on the clock, Lancaster, time is ticking away. And while you do have that advantage, you need to push it. Otherwise, you're going to get nothing. You don't have a lot of time to work with. There is an exothermic charge breaking on through, setting them up for that position. But behind a lot of these boxes, a lot of these positions, is Artsy trying to use that TCSG, but does get taken down finally. One player remaining, 5 seconds on the clock, looking for that diffuser point, pushes aggressively. Majer will find it, but unfortunately, cornered by Bugboy. And Lancaster will win out round 8.
It was a really scary round for Lancaster as well. They had Mahi set up on the balcony on the rappel, a very strong position to hold it, prevents any rotations that could potentially go on as the rest of your team pushes in from construction. But he's the Thatcher, and there was an electrical on top of that construction wall, and it really slowed down the push. If they hadn't been able to deal with that, if another ADS had been close by and they weren't able to get rid of it, then that round would have been entirely different. Look at Bugboy, though, sitting on 11-3. This man is having an absolute wonderful game.
Yeah, he is that key fragger for the Lancaster side. And, I mean, words don't do him justice. He does enough justice himself as he doles out punishment all over the place. Staying in cash, understandably, from Staffordshire, but now have to be so worried as they are on match point. They need to get this working. And they're going to pick up another TCSG, presumably, as they pick up the Goyo for Alexi.
They're electing to use the Vector. I guess it's just personal preference. TCSG is, in my mind, the best gun in the game, at least on the defending side of things. And I think the change that I really want to see, though, this Goyo being brought is a really interesting thing that we've not seen before in this matchup. But I want to see Angel survive inside of Garage. They had no need to peek onto that CCTV breach. They just exposed themselves, got killed. Garage control basically forfeited at that point. Rez is put in a very difficult situation to try and hold everything down just by himself.
Yeah, you need that Garage player to be patient, to not try and show any signs of weakness, not go aggressively for anything. And I think Angel Hanabi is a very aggressive player, and that could be a potential downfall of Staffordshire's defense here on Cash side. You need Angel Hanabi to just wait and do their role rather than trying to do anything extra. Because if you do anything extra, you can get caught out, and as you said, the entire defense falls apart.
It just makes everyone's life so much more difficult if you don't have that anchor on the top of the rafters. It means that Rez can't do precisely what he's doing now and go for a little bit of an extended roam to cut off any additional rotations that we might see coming up from Lancaster. Now, drone work has been remarkably effective. They've been able to clear out so much inside of the site and understand people's locations, realizing it's a very similar setup to last time. They are setting up very similarly themselves, with Jason getting off the rappel now, but there's someone close by, maybe going for a little run out strip, and the breach gets resolved immediately. No contestation from Marjorie.
Yeah, this is really unfortunate. They do have some defense to try and hold back here. Rizuko finds Jazian as well, so this is actually a big play for Staffordshire. Even though they've lost control of that wall, they still have control of the site because of the way they're using these Volcans.
And that was a little run out from Strip, catching Jason after he picked up his drone, expecting no one to be flanking him. And all the timing, the Doc going for that peek on the Zofia just as she moves away. Bogboy potentially losing out on his 12th kill in that situation.
Here he is. Rizuko, maybe looking for a run out here, is waiting just above blue stairs. Looking to peek on someone, but no one's pushing the position as of yet. Angel Hanabi is still holding that position themselves, but Lancaster looking for something else to really execute on.
Once again, they've decided to ignore the garage control that they've already established, and they're going to go for this bedroom taken. Oh no, Marjorie gets spotted out by the drone from Bogboy. Plebsy not aware of it though, doesn't look that way. Marjorie gets the kill, and that's going to completely change up this push. 2 players down for Lancaster, 3 players down as Marjorie lands a brilliant headshot onto Bogboy as he's dropping, and he's still able to continue this roam. 5 versus 2 now. Coach and Mahi left up against the Thermite Thatcher duo. Everyone's favorite pairing, but can they get it done with less than 40 seconds to go?
It's going to be so darn difficult. Sure, they have the wall open, but the positions that they have on site are very strong. Coach, however, just going to deal with Artsy straight away here. Marjorie is waiting back here in logistics office, gets to spray through, does deal a bit of damage, doesn't quite find the fragment of Coach's. Coach is now given the opportunity to move on in, checking those angles, but 2 players on stairs are going to make it very difficult for them to really have the same impact. Mahi finds a frag, 10 seconds on the clock. Unfortunately, Mahi falls, and it's 1 versus 2 now. Coach is fragging out, has the diffuser, wants to look for a plant, does have time to do so, but unfortunately, Rizuko will find that frag, and Coach will fall. Staffordshire will pick up round 9, and we're still on match point.
Staffordshire had a great start to that round, but it got really scary in those last 40 seconds as Lancaster just came on in 2 versus 5, taking down 3 people. That is insane. Oh, judging from what Plebs is saying in the chat, I guess Bogboy didn't quite spot out the bandit inside of the bathroom stalls. It's very unfortunate, and that's why you need to be a lot more careful with your droning, kids.
Indeed you do. And Lancaster are actually a team who I would feel are normally the poster boys of droning well. It's something I've already been impressed with by them, how thoroughly they do it. So a mistake here, maybe the nerves are really getting to them.
I mean, at that point in the round, you don't normally expect someone to have rotated out all the way into the bathroom, especially not a bandit. You would have thought that they'd be playing a much safer position inside the site. But that assumption is what led to that round going in favor of Staffordshire, I believe, because you've made that assumption. Marjorie's able to sit there and pick up, what, 3 kills at the end?
Yeah, that was really big from Marjorie. Really nice play. I mean, that's something you probably don't get caught out by again, though. Again, this is something that we saw earlier where Staffordshire got the drop on them using Angel Hanabi's kind of explosive push into CCTV on the offense. This is a very similar situation where you go, right, they're probably going to try for a run out. We need to be aware of it. Don't get caught.
And we saw a lot of strats in that round, like you say, from Staffordshire, that bathroom position, that run out, that they're things that you only ever see once in a matchup. You may see them every matchup, but you will only see it once between those 2 teams on one play day. So Staffordshire are going to need to get creative in different ways if they want to keep in the runnings. As you mentioned before, Lancaster still on match point. All they need to do is win this round. We're moving on to our second map of the evening already. It feels like this game has flown by.
Indeed it has. Time flies when you're having fun, and Lancaster have definitely been having all the fun they possibly could already on 6 rounds, and pretty solidly so. Really nice defense. Found a good round win on attack onto Cash, but now they're pushed back down towards fighting over this basement site, and that could definitely be a problem for them.
And talking of fighting on the basement side, Angel, the buckshot coming in from above takes him away from going from that impact trick, and he's just ready to peek anyone who wants to walk in through that door. His impact tricking will be needed now, though, as the Hibana tries to resolve that kitchen hatch. Oh, he might be a little too late going for it. And no, it works out successfully for him. Staffordshire able to keep that hatch closed, denying more utility and slowing down the push from Lancaster.
Yeah. Smokes used early on here by Major. Going to try and keep them back, and is deciding to continue to get aggressive. And this is something we've seen from these Smokes, wanting to play forward, and not wanting to give up this position, as Dirt can be so key in the way you push on in. While they might be able to wrest Dirt control, the issue is they don't have that kitchen control as of yet.
We did see how effective Plebsy was at eliminating Marjorie from this Dirt position last time, but not being so effective now. The shotgun out in close quarters. Buck does have a shotgun of his own if they want to go 1-for-1 on it. But no, it's going to be Mahi swinging on out, and they're able to get the kill. Angel, meanwhile, getting one onto Coach. Still 4 versus 4. Favor still slightly in the defenders as the time is slipping away quickly.
45 seconds on the clock. Lancaster, though, looking for an opportunity to push. A bit of damage here, but it's 2 quick frags for Staffordshire. Make that 3, as now it's 1 versus 4. And Lancaster, they do find a couple. Hamahi takes down Artsy and will be looking for a little bit more, but solo pushing from Dirt, that's not conducive to a good strategy.
Especially not with the diffuser upstairs, and he's not even going to be able to take down the Mozzie. Alexu finishing it off, giving Staffordshire round number 10, bringing us to a 6-4 scoreline. Now, they're going to go back upstairs, probably to defend CCTV Cash. We saw them win it once, we saw them lose it once. How do you think it's going to go this time?
I mean, I think so. It's not the end of the world as well, first of all, for Lancaster if they lose this round. They don't get taken to Juice. They will be able to still look towards Jim, and I think that's the most important thing we need to keep clear. Lancaster are in a really good position, because if they, we're just going straight to Jim, they're skipping even going anywhere near the previous one.
No, they can't because of the 3-round rotation.
Sorry.
Yeah,
I'm being silly. Yeah, I mean, this is the issue right now. Having to win on Jim, that puts Lancaster in a really good position.
The Angel are going to be sticking the alibi. Not an operator you usually see too much. I guess the most you do see alibi is probably on Clubhouse. There's so many windows to shoot through and lots of rotations that can be made with the impacts and the bailiff, but I don't know if it's really the operator or the strategy that they need to use right now.
Indeed. I mean, I like bringing out the Goyo in general. I really like that, especially for bringing the TCSG, but I don't know if they have, whether they're sticking to the Vector. The Vector is obviously very good for dealing with, for using that high rate of fire to kind of spray through people and just rip through the body. I still feel like it's not the best thing. You could be going for something, maybe like the mute to deny some information, pick up the Mozzie as well. That's something which I think people have been underusing so far in this match.
The mute Mozzie combo, we've not seen it once. We've seen a little bit of Mozzie coming out from Staffs and a little bit of mute coming out from Lancaster, but not seen the pair of them up together. And this strategy that we see over towards the cash room now is more typical of what we see normally. That CCTV wall left soft. They do have punch holes in it and an alibi behind it, maybe to try and catch someone out early on and make them overthink what's happening, but no one's going to be contesting them initially, and no one's going to be contesting them inside of CCTV cache. They've just put down all of that utility and all those reinforcements very early on to give it up immediately.
Seems a bit strange, but will be a bit of investment here from Mahi with that EMP to set up Coach for this opportunity. They're looking through the drone hole, checking to see if anyone's really going to be sat up there, but Majer still holding this position. And this is a really important position to hold, as it means you can kind of stop them from really pushing on into the actual gym. Of course, if Majer gets pushed out of it, he can fall back towards those stairs.
The stairs could be... it's a difficult position to hold because you just can get caught off from so many different angles. Mahi not using his EMPs at the moment. He's already used one, but he's still got 2 left in the pocket. Wall hasn't been destroyed yet. They've got the castle barricades to work through, and they're still concerned about CCTV cache. Alexu has been able to reclaim cache, so some concern is warranted. The breach is resolved, and that really opens up the push now for Lancaster with 1:15 still to go.
Certainly does. It does set them up for a nice push, but they need to try and find these early frags where they can, so they can actually start to push on in. Because if you're sitting in bathroom, you can hold relatively well. Jayceon opening up cache here, so they can push on in. But waiting around the corner is Alexu. Has a couple of friends in the alibi, using those Prisma to try and portray there being a couple more than there really are. Jayceon still continuing to try and spray through, but Lancaster right now stuck at a little bit of deadlock, and Rizuko, he's looking to put to an end to this. As he finishes off Jayceon, Mahi short will find Artsy, but Rizuko continuing to try and play this angle aggressively. This is a good flank.
Yeah, a great flank coming out from Rez, but the plant is going down. Coach is inside of the site, pushing through the gym breach. Marjorie able to trade him out. Gets a second as well. Bogboy taken down, a 3K for Marjorie at the end to win the round for Staffordshire on a gym bedroom defense. Oh my God.
That is huge. That is fantastic for Staffordshire, taking us all the way to round 12. And now they're back on cash. Things are really starting to heat up as Lancaster are going to have to pull out all the stops to win on this site again.
And if we look at the scores, Bogboy hasn't had a kill in about 2 or 3 rounds at this point, and that's been 2 rounds that have gone, or 3 rounds even, that have now gone in the favor of Staffordshire in a row. Staff's in a prime position to force overtime at the moment, and if it goes to overtime now, it's going to really get into the heads of Lancaster.
It certainly is. And Lancaster, they had such a grasp on this game. They were in a commanding position, but Staffordshire putting together 4 rounds in a row. Lancaster feeling a little bit shook potentially here.
Considering that they were up 5-1 and they got, it was 6-2 at one point, or 6-3. They've now lost 3 rounds in a row. It's really not looking good for them at the moment. The wind's been taken out of their sails most definitely, and I want to see if they can actually bring it back in this moment in time. It's very surprising.
10 seconds left before insertion.
That it certainly is, and I've been a little bit kind of down on Staffordshire. I didn't think they were going to be able to win this map because I do generally consider Lancaster to be the best university-level team at Clubhouse here. But Staffordshire really giving them a run for their money right now with some pretty interesting plays and setups, as well as some clutch decisions, as well as sprays.
Like you say, Lancaster generally considered by most teams and most players to be the best university team at the moment, including some members from Staffordshire. So they came into this feeling like they were probably going to lose, but wanted to come in as happy, carefree, and loose as possible. And it's actually started to work out for them for the moment. Black Fang's going on in to try and burn the ADS at the top of the stairs. Alexu saving his Goyo shield before it detonates. And once again, that old game, the bandit trick on the CCTV wall, is going to be played out. Peek from the pool table window deals a lot of damage onto Jason, but not able to finish him off. And Rez going to run for the hills.
Yeah. That was a really nice strategy there from Staffordshire, that they managed to think up a way to deny Jayceon from playing from that position. And solid play on the whole. The EMP will go on through, but the concussion is going to force Majet all the way back here, and he's not even trying. There is going to be an exothermic charge resolving on the CCTV wall. However, Majet is looking for a big flank now. Keep an eye on this player.
Majet used up all of his bandit batteries trying to deny that breach. Thatcher out tricking him in that situation with Bogboy. Wanted to get rid of the Goyo shields inside of the site. The reinforcement protecting the player on the top of Garage. And now we see the usual Lancaster rotation. They've opened up this wall, and now they're going to go for that construction push. We've seen it 3 times already. Our Staffordshire are going to be able to read into it and make the adjustments needed to prevent this from happening.
Rizuka and Majorie pushing now beneath. You need to be so careful if you're Lancaster that you don't get caught out by this rotation. They don't have control of Garage either right now. Staffordshire still very much, even though CCTV wall is open, playing around the place. They don't have any pressure on them. There are no strings on them. They're looking to make everything happen. As Pubsy utilizing that HE, the frag grenade, to try and take out Artsy. But Artsy wisened up to that situation and just backs on off.
We see 3 players now down inside of Lounge.
Wow.
2 C4s potentially available. Pubsy takes down Rez and a second onto Alexu, cracking this round wide open. Marjorie, the last player remaining in this downstairs lounge area, might be able to catch Pubsy, but no, the pre-fire comes on through, not able to land any shots. Pubsy dealing damage back. The Buck shotgun comes on out, and Marjorie finishes it off with the pistol. A chaotic fight downstairs. But now there's only 20 seconds left. Lancaster need to find a way on into the site. Both of the, well, 2 of the 3 players from Staffordshire on low HP.
Artsy with a big frag, taking down Bogboy here. Coach still has the diffuser. 10 seconds left on the clock. Jazian will go down. This is a big play from Angel Hanabi, playing from this garage. They never cleared them out, and this is looking like it's it. Staffordshire taking us all the way to 6-6, and we are in overtime on map 1.
What an insane comeback from Staffordshire, being down 5-1 at the end of the first half to then do the same back to Lancaster, going 5-1 on their own defensive half. That's just an immense comeback and a great achievement. And I want to, they've definitely got all the momentum going for them now, and they're starting off on defense. I want to see them bring this forward. And I just want to highlight something as well, real quick. Both Coach and Bogboy were 8-2 at the half. They are now 12-7 and 11-7, respectively.
Yeah, and this is really sad to see. This is Lancaster, yet again, in a finals, and not able to perform to what we know from them. They're not finding the frags ever since they got their numbers taken by Staffordshire, and things are falling apart already in map 1. This is not what you want to see from Lancaster.
Absolutely not, but this is Staffordshire's map pick. They must have had some level of confidence going into it, especially with a stand-in. So, I don't know. Lancaster, if we do, well, we will get to the second map, which will be Coastline. I don't really see much changing at the moment, because this loose and fluid way that Staffordshire have been playing has been working out to their advantage on the defensive half. Coastline just perfectly facilitates that whole playstyle. But we do have at least 2 more rounds before we get there. Who do you see taking it now?
5 seconds to go.
I mean, you know what? I'm gonna throw my my hat in the ring. I'm still gonna say Lancaster. I genuinely do. I think they are the best team, solidly. I think this is the best map for them. If they lose it, I'll be a little bit sad, but going into a pick they are more comfortable on, most likely than Staffordshire, and freeing up Bogboy by moving to Coastline, that could be the big kind of kick that they need to win out this finals and finally secure their first one.
You say Lancaster are going to take this map?
Yeah, this map and the series, I think.
Okay. I mean, I've got to respect my boys from my old university, Staffordshire. I still think that they're going to potentially, win out this map. The momentum is definitely going for them, and they've been playing exceptionally throughout this second half, and they do have the defensive advantage in overtime. The full top-down clear coming out this time, finally from Lancaster, after being caught out so many times from the flanks from upstairs. This is a nice adjustment coming out from them.
And nice adjustments have been all the rage for Staffordshire right now. The adjustments to what Jazian was doing, adjustments to the kind of way in which Lancaster were holding the defense, in having Angel Hanabi play aggressively, opening up that wall for the team. I actually have really been liking the way that they've adapted to a lot of what's been thrown at them, and it shows the hallmarks of a good team.
Some adjustments coming out. We are seeing Jason on the Buck opening up a lot more angles, and Bogboy getting the opening kill onto Rez. That's a player going for the flank, taking out early. Rez been playing so well on this defensive half, sticking on that Jaeger. Not going to have any more impact in this first round of overtime. Hibana charges on the kitchen hatch do get taken down by the impact nade. That's been working out exceptionally well for Staffordshire and not quite so much for Lancaster all series long. Second set not taken out, misses the impact, so they do have that kitchen and dirt control, I believe. So this is looking, oh no, Marjorie's still deep inside of dirt. The same pressure not coming out this time.
Oh, nice play there from Alexu, takes down Bogboy. Bogboy attempts to push on in. and still keeps control of blue. Staffordshire in a good position. They've lost a player, but have managed to dole that back out onto the opposite side. Coach will be able to deal with the Evil Eye, however. Now their position is given away. We need to find a way on into this site, and with 35 seconds, they've still got a lot of time to work with. But definitely, they need a fire lit up underneath their asses as they need to get into gear. The Thatcher will come on in, disabling the Evil Eye, and that means Artsy will have to push it on forward. Does deny the diffuser, and Lancaster not paying enough attention. They've lost their diffuser multiple times. Great TCSG play from Artsy to put this position so direly for Lancaster. Mahi looking to try and get that diffuser down. Jazian is going to drop on in, and these players back in blue are unable to push aggressively. The diffuser goes down by Mahi. Mahi might just be able to slip on out with the flanks being held by Jazian. This is so big for Lancaster. Mahi is in fact going to go above. Jazian gets taken down. You have to be careful now. Mahi can hear. He knows that it's happening. The Claymore takes down Alexu. You need to check the floor here. Big mistakes from the Staffordshire side. The drop comes on in. Knows that diffusing. Mahi gets the spray, and Lancaster with a stellar round here on round 30.
What a clutch coming in by Mahi. The Claymore not being spotted out by the Mozzie in that situation. Just a great outplay coming from him, but how do you let that round go, Staffordshire? You had so much control. Great play from the Cade with the TCSG-12 inside of the site, taking down 2 kills when realistically he shouldn't even have gotten 1, especially the kill onto the planter behind the bar by swinging all the way up close to it. They had so much going for them at the end, but it just slips away. Lancaster able to regroup, and in those last-second pressure situations that I was talking about earlier, Lancaster do have a tendency to make it really competitive and win, as we see here in the first round of overtime.
They certainly do, and that's the Lancaster we know and love. They really can pull it out when it comes to the clutch. Mahi, a player who's been around for a long time, and that veteran status really shining through there, has kept their cool, played exactly to know what they know they need to do. That Claymore, though, was a bit cheap.
I mean, you see it sometimes, players will, if they've got the opportunity, plant a Claymore right on top of the diffuser, especially if the diffuser's tucked in a corner. Someone might go swinging around and get caught out by it. But for that to happen in a grand final, when it's a 1 versus 2 situation as well, Mahi, it works out for him in ways that it can never do for other players. There's something special about that man.
It certainly is something special. He's a university Rainbow Six Siege treasure. Certainly is. And I'm glad to have him here in these finals and hopefully able to pick up that first win for themselves. As Lancaster, I would argue, long overdue, honestly.
I mean, Swansea won the spring split last year, and then there was sort of a bit of a... there was a league played over the summer, but I don't feel as many teams take it seriously. And then it sort of felt like Lancaster has been the #1 team since then. Coventry putting up a good fight all the way along the winter split, able to finish it out as well at the end. But Lancaster consistently showing week in, week out that they can perform to a high standard.
And we're starting to see some of that high standard here in this finals, and Staffordshire really stepping up to the plate and doing it along with them. A nice impact nade there, but doesn't quite stop all of them. Enough to make sure that we don't see the entire thing taken out. But now that's another impact nade put down by Coach here. And Hanabi gonna look for this opportunity to break the hatch on open, and no one is going to contest that. That is going to resolve. And now they've got control of Kitchen.
Kitchen control has been established. They can start opening up some angles through the floor. Rez on this buck, electing to hold the rotations for the time being, but we should see that change very shortly. Jazian has lost about 50 points of health. That's been very consistent from this push coming in from Alexu inside of Dirt. Rez not going to go for the Kitchen destruction. And this push, we might see a similar push to the one that we just saw from Lancaster, with a bit of a rotation towards the church arsenal room. Or the church area.
Aggressive pushes from Jazian. Still doesn't have any toxic babes, and this is 1 minute 20 into the round. Sorry, left on the round. Used them early, but is still looking to play aggressively with the shotgun. Deals with the drone and looking to move up a little bit too as well. Those concussion nades coming on through, so much damage. The nade comes on through, that will finish them on off, and Staffordshire picking up a good frag to start off this round. And with a minute on the clock, they're moving into position as they have control of both Dirt and Kitchen.
But all Buck Frag Nades gone, and I think all of the charges from Zofia gone as well. That's a lot of utility wasted just to get rid of a smoke. You've only got 50 seconds to go, and your push needs to start now. They have the angles open up that they want, but they don't have any cover. This drop will get lit up from the players inside of Church, and this angle being held onto the dirt door. Plebsy gets one onto a dropping player. EMP comes on through to try and force the Legion out of position, but it's not going to work. 30 seconds still to go in the round, and this is for Lancaster to walk away with map number 1 in the series. Pre-fire coming through from the Legion of Coach towards the dirt. Artsy's somehow managed to find his way into the site and is going for a plant. That's the Thatcher. Impact nades coming through, not going to be able to take him down, and the plant is successfully resolved. The swing onto the main stairs. Angel takes down one, goes to the pre-fire at the end of the hallway, but it's traded out by Coach. Coach immediately dropped by Artsy. Now 2 versus 3, favor of the attackers of Staffordshire. And it's all down to Bogboy and Plebsy. They've been playing so well. Plebsy landing a headshot, but it's traded out immediately by Rez, who gets taken down by Bogboy upstairs. Now 1 versus 1 situation. And there's one player inside of the dirt for Staffordshire. It's Alexu on the Zofia, and he lands the shot. What a pixel angle coming out from him. Takes down the head of Bogboy, and we are going to overtime. Match point for both teams on map number 1.
I mean, I believed in Bogboy. Bogboy, he makes the miracles happen here, but unfortunately, I mean, Staffordshire managing to find that at the very last, Alexi with a good angle hold at dirt. I mean, it's so hard to find a frag onto the player in that position. Bugboy trying to stand us, but really solid play. Knowing to have the patience, really have to give it to Alexi right there.
Attackers taking both of these rounds on overtime when it was heavily defender-sided all through regulation. Staff's going to go back downstairs, and this is for it. It was so close both of the times in overtime defending this downstairs site. Do you have any predictions? You said Lancaster were going to win it before. Have you been swayed by these last two rounds?
I ain't changing. I ain't changing, man.
Lancaster.
That was down to the last. Lancaster picked up the first round pretty solidly. It went down pretty squarely. The same kind of thing happened with Staffordshire. It is down to who is going to really show up in this clutch. And I mean, if you ask me, we've got some more of this veteran presence on Lancaster, and that's what really sways it for me.
Yeah, you can't deny that the players on Lancaster have definitely been playing for a lot longer within the University Siege scene, and generally at a much higher level than some of the players that we would have seen on Staffordshire. Something I do want to note, though, is Marjorie has switched onto the castle. We normally saw them playing the smoke inside of dirt, a very pivotal part of this downstairs defense, especially when you know that that kitchen dirt pressure is coming in every single round. I wonder how that's going to affect the way that they're going to be able to hold this site. Does that swing it more towards a Lancaster push?
I argue it does, because they still have Bogboy on this Sophia, which means they can easily bust open those castle barricades. I am not worried at all for Lancaster in their ability to do this. Touch wood, now that I've said that, there's going to be a problem related to castle barricades where they can't quite break through in time. But, I mean, Staffordshire right now have been really, really solid in their usage of smoke, so I'm surprised they've swapped that over. However, Staffordshire do have the defensive side, which definitely favours them.
It did favour them all throughout regulation. Overtime has been a very different story. Some setups still going on inside the site. Now, the push, while they did initially begin with that church, that Arsenal kitchen dirt kind of take, eventually rotated around to a church moto push. They were successfully able to get the diffuser down. And what's the Plebsy using the castle barricade cover to be able to get all the way down, taking out that Mozzie pest, and they're going to continue to drone on into the site.
Solo play that, knowing that no one's really going to contest that. It's not worth fighting over the pest for that position. It's could just go so badly if you're not careful. Major, by bringing this castle, does also bring the shorty, so should be able to make some of these murder holes. Angel Hanabi continuing to hold this position, looking for that impact trick. Will find it. I don't think there are any X-Karos left on that from the way it looks yet. None left. Solid play there, and that's been working so well for Staffordshire, as you said earlier. Mahi eating. Ooh, lit up completely. Doesn't quite go down, and this time they will be able to blow through that hatch. That is very important.
I was worried that the impact nade coming up would actually do some splash damage onto Mahi. Now, no, not quite going to happen. The castle shot's not landing either, and he's playing directly underneath the hatch. It's never going to work out for you. Jazian taking them out, and they actually have church control for the time being, or moto control at the very least. Players dropping down through the bar hatch. Artsy going to finish off Mahi. He was only on 1 HP, so not too surprising there, but the push once again coming over towards this church side, and oh no, Fogboy getting the kill onto Artsy on the rotation.
Yeah, it goes for a greedy cross there, not respecting the fact that Lancaster were already in position, and this has been it. The offense has been so favored in these final rounds. Staffordshire right now have to be so careful. They're holding angles, like 30 seconds on the clock. Razuka goes down, but Angel Hanabi finds the spray, gets taken down by Jazian though, and the defuser is going down to Coach. Alexu looking for an opportunity, gets the spray, but doesn't quite land the shots. Lancaster pick up round 15, and that is the map to Lancaster, picking up 1. Setting themselves up as they go into their own map.
Great turnaround in overtime for Lancaster. With the amount of momentum that Stas had going for them in the second half of overtime, I really felt like that alone would give them the leg up to go on and win the game. But no, Lancaster able to do a complete mental reset. Bogboy eventually turning up in overtime, finishing off with 15 kills. Mahi somehow winding up at the top of the scoreboard, going 10-3-10. I want to get some pointers on how he was able to do that. But all in all, just a great game coming out, especially right at the end there from Lancaster.
Yeah, a fantastic start, and hopefully a thrilling beginning to what could be a 3-game series. Look, I'm not holding my breath. I do believe Lancaster are the better team, but I want to go all the way to that 3rd game because, I mean, we're definitely getting our money's worth here as we did go all the way into overtime for that very last point.
Yeah, and if we do manage to get all the way through to the 3rd map, it's Cafe, and that I definitely have going in favor of Lancaster, but we will have to get through Coastline first, and with the way that these two teams are playing, especially towards the end with that more offensive, heavy, aggressive takes, it's going to be an absolute frag fest, that's for sure. Some highlights coming on through now on your screen, and just so many great plays coming up from both of these teams all throughout the game.
Indeed, Staffordshire are going to have to run the gauntlet, but they've shown that they are up to the task. They just need to find those couple more frags, couple more rounds to really set them apart from Lancaster. And now they cannot afford to drop a single map, as we do see some fantastic plays across the board. Lancaster took control in this early half of the map.
The defense for both teams was so dominant to begin with. It really can't be overstated. Going 5-1 on both of your defending halves on Clubhouse. Normally you see a 4-2, but both of them able to successfully win out a gym bedroom hold. Hopefully we'll see as many interesting strategies and variations, because Lancaster did show us some things that we've not seen before, especially in their aggressive play. And Coastline is the perfect environment to see a lot more of that.
It certainly is. I'm very excited to see that, and the freeing up of Bogboy to really go for those rounds. And I think the story is going to be that Staffordshire need to shut him down.
Bogboy, as well as Coach, they are just great fraggers, and they will show up every single time you give them room to breathe. So they need to find some way to shut them down and take them out of the running.
They certainly do, and I think bringing things like the Nomad and potentially a Jackal, which I expect the Jackal to see getting banned by Lancaster, that will be the key in really locking them down and securing themselves a victory on that 2nd map, which, I mean, Staffordshire also need, obviously, to keep themselves in this best-of-3 series.
Yeah, they absolutely do. They need to be the first uni ever to win one of each of the 3 splits, you know. I was able to get 2 of them for my team, but we need the boys to finish this one out right now for us. But that is the end of map number 1. Map number 2 is still to come. We're going to go to a quick little break now. We'll be with you very, very shortly. Don't go anywhere. The action is only just beginning.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of the ESL National Championships. Game, record, stream without compromise.
Nobody likes being left out. That's why Special Effect are helping people with physical disabilities to play video games. But this isn't just about having fun. The gaming setups we create are personalized, so people can play to the very best of their abilities. And that opens the door to inclusion and independence, confidence and creativity. Help us level the playing field and create more magical gaming moments. Because it's everyone's turn to play.
You don't mess around when it comes to your play. So don't play games with your hardware. Get serious with Intel. 4 out of 5 gamers on Steam play on an Intel-powered PC. Because Intel delivers you the power needed to game like the pros. And gives you elite gaming performance on your favorite titles. So you can be game ready at any level. Intel, don't play games.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the NSE Rainbow Six Siege Spring Championship Grand Finals. I am Rook, joined by Dean Zero, and we have Lancaster versus Staffordshire, and Lancaster picking up map 1.
It's just Dino, mate. It's not Dean Zero, it's just Dino.
I know,
But
I know.
yeah, as you say, Lancaster picking up map 1, and what a thriller it was, going 8-7 right at the end. Staffordshire on a great comeback from being down 5-1, gave us a nail-biting finish. But map number 1, as we say, is in the books. Moving on into map number 2, it's going to be Coastline. How do you see this one playing out?
Well, the last map was supposed to be, obviously, Staffordshire's. It was their own pick. Lancaster won that one out. I mean, it was a hell of a butt clencher. It was very, very close. But this one is Lancaster's pick themselves. And, I mean, when it comes to roaming teams, Lancaster are very much up there. You need to be careful around them. You want to be able to try and take either a Jackal or a Nomad in there to try and mitigate some of that. I think this is going to be one hell of a Lancaster favored map. It's really going to have to be something special from Staffordshire if they're going to take this one, take us to that third game in the series over on Cafe.
Lancaster in general are, a very good roaming team, but especially Bogboy. Bogboy, he played so well to begin with, did slow down towards the second half, but eventually was able to pull it back in overtime, and it's going to be how well Bogboy and coach are able to perform. People like Plebsy and Jazian, they do what they need to do each and every single round, and Mahi, well, let's just say Mahi does Mahi things, and hey, it manages to work. But you need the two driving forces from Lancaster in coach and Bogboy to really stand out consistently. Now, we are going to see Lancaster starting out on defense on what is arguably the only attacker-sided map in the game. Do you see that playing against them?
I mean, I obviously feel like it will play against them. I don't think it'll matter in the grand scheme of things. I think getting a taste of what their defense is like is nice, because I think that will really set the tone, because otherwise you head on to the awkward side in the second half, and actually we can see Staffs already step it up, get 6-0 half. I mean, 6-0 half, very loosely, I don't think that'll actually happen, but Staffs could really step it up, and like they did in the previous map. I think starting off on the weaker half could be good for Lancaster, honestly.
If you're able to go 3-3 defending on Coastline, you are definitely in such a strong position for when you switch over to your attacking half. It might work out well for Lancaster, but Staffordshire, they came so close in that comeback. Obviously, their mentality is going to be strained just by the way that they lost it. Do you really see that playing against them too much as we get into this map?
I mean, okay, right. Staffordshire came in. Some of the players not even thinking they're the best team in the tournament. They knew that Lancaster were going to be a hard ask when it came to opponents. They're ready for this. They're happy. They're here to play in the finals, have a good time. And you know what? If you're having a good time, that sets you up the best to win, in my opinion. And I think Staffordshire, that is their best opportunity. I think Lancaster are actually really worried right now. They've been in this position before. They've been anxious and nervous before. Staffordshire, they're here to chillax and have a good time.
Maybe we'll see Lancaster become the team that can make it to the finals consistently but can never quite secure it. There's going to be an absolutely massive uphill climb, though, from Staffordshire to be able to do that. Into the operator bans, we do see the first ban coming out from Lancaster. They're going to be getting rid of the Blackbeard. Staffordshire getting rid of Capital. Not bans that you usually see just in general, and very atypical as well for Coastline.
I mean, I see the Blackbeard. I understand it. I kind of get what the point of it is. I actually think it's a good idea. If you're Lancaster. So that makes a lot of sense there, because it means that you can kind of let the roamers go free for the most part. You can kind of let the roamers go free because they don't have to deal with players playing windows very aggressively. And I kind of like it. I would have preferred something like Jackal or Nomad getting banned, but Lancaster want to have some of that kind of buffer themselves.
And being able to prevent that Staffordshire roam as well, which has worked out so effectively, especially Razuko able to do great work on Jaeger in the last map. Keeping that Nomad and that Gridlock and that Jackal up on the board could work out well for Lancaster as well when we see them get onto their attacking half. Now, we've not seen a Thatcher or a Thermite or a Hibana ban, because this is basically the only map in the game where you don't need to bring any hard breach at all to still be effective. Look at this lineup that we see from Staffordshire to begin with. Not a hard breacher in sight, but so much soft destruction in Ash, Zofia, and Buck. Nomad, as we were talking about, to stop the rotations, and an IQ being brought out because they know the Echo is up on the board and likely to be used.
Yeah, I like the IQ. I'm sad that we don't see a Jackal anywhere, but the Nomad kind of fulfills a very similar function. I think the IQ is a really clever pick, honestly, by Staffordshire, and it will pay dividends later on into these rounds if they make it towards those sites.
And an interesting combo coming out from Lancaster. Normally, you only see one of them being able to be played, but two, in fact, both of the 3 armor site defenders in the Echo and the Maestro being brought up by Mahi and Coach. Echo and Maestro both left up. That's going to make clearing the site right at the end so much more difficult, because you've got to spend the time looking for them, and if you don't, that's free plant now.
Indeed it is, and I mean, Staffordshire are very aware of that. That's why they brought this IQ. That's why they've got the Sophia to try and deal with some of those problematic things alongside the Ash, picked up by Angel Hanabi. We do see Bog Boy on their pretty signature pick, honestly, at this point, in the Jaeger. And Plebsy picking up that Goyo. I like the Goyo in this position because it does allow you to kind of cut off a lot of angles with those big shields.
And it burns a lot of utility as well. Like,
literally.
Staffs have a lot of soft destruction and a lot of utility to bring, but that with the Goyo shields, they've got the Jaeger ADSs, they've got mute jammers, they've got Maestro cams and Echo drones. They're very unlikely to be able to take down all of it. Alexu, though, able to take up a very aggressive position early on, and it's looking like a complete west side take coming out from Staffordshire.
Indeed it is. It's a nice setup for them, and I mean, trying to go for this is, in my honest opinion, unless you're bringing something like the Monty, far, far better than an attempted kind of north side push. Or anything like that. So I like what they're trying to bring, an east side push, or anything like that. This is really aggressive though, and I mean, very characteristic of Staffordshire. Just moving on in. It isn't Angel Hanabi who leads the charge this time, but a good spray from JC and that finds yet another, and this is chaos incarnate. 3 versus 1 now as Jason and Plebsy really pop off. Artsy will find another, looking for that little bit more with the AK, but Artsy versus 2 doesn't know where they are, and they're still playing above. This is going to be problematic to even try and get the plant down, as there is still the evil eyes online for Coach here, and I mean, it's just a Nomad. They're trying to make the peak, but unfortunately, doesn't look to his right. Coach will take him down, and Lancaster with a very quick round 1.
That was so close to being a Staffordshire round though. If Rez hits that second shot onto the Echo, it's a whole nother story. Jason doing great work with the SMG-11, eliminating the push, but I think that might be a sign of things to come. That Alexu, I think getting a team kill there, sitting on minus 90 points, definitely not going to help out with the push if you're hitting shots like that. But it was still a much closer round than I feel like it should have been when you just go for that sort of no-holds-barred rush strategy.
Yeah, and I mean, they definitely got a lot of frags and very much caught Lancaster off guard. I think Lancaster are very much awake now. They were going to the map and like, everyone's kind of chill. You've done your setup phase. You're in the monotony of the start of the game. And then instantly, you just hear like 5 operators stampeding through, rushing on towards site. And, well, Lancaster, they do manage to get the flicks, but Staffordshire, as you say, did almost have that one.
A jarring introduction, to say the least, to how this map is more than likely going to be played. We are moving over to the second most favourite site, Hooker, Bar, and Billiards. What we normally see coming up from the attackers is an Aqua take. So, judging by the explosive and unorthodox take that we saw coming out from Staffordshire to begin with, I want to see if they're going to go for that same kind of strategy again. Are they just going to rush up through the Sunrise Bar and up the blue stairs and try and make this happen? Because see the amount of utility that's being dedicated towards the Aqua side of Billiards. 2 shields, mute jammers, evil eyes, barbed wire, ADS galore. It's going to be so difficult if Staffs go for a head-on push there.
I mean, they won't go for a rush twice, right? I say that with kind of like bated breath because I do expect Staffordshire to try it again at least somewhere in the round. I think going for it straight away is a little bit silly, but they don't do it. That's a really nice play from Angel Hanabi, finds the fragment of Jazian and opens up for the rest of the team. And Lancaster now on the back foot right at the start of the round.
Enough to mute on the C4 taken down immediately. Won't be able to impact the round with that later on. The push starting to look a lot slower than it did last time. The opening kill not being immediately capitalized on with more aggression. Plebsy, though, going down to just a sliver of HP. Not entirely sure where he took all that damage from, but I do not want to be him at the current situation. bullets flying in from all angles.
It is Pubsy very low there, but Artsy is going to pick off Bug Boy rather than him, and this is a good start to the round for Staffordshire, taking off some key members in Bug Boy and JC, normally lock down some of those sites with some rotates and some solid holds. Lancaster right now, very worried as well because there's been little to no time elapsed on this clock, and already Majet pushing into these positions, opening up the floor, and you have to be so careful, as if a single one of you goes down, this is easily going to fall to any kind of push.
And that utility of the Goyo shield isn't going to be as important because they've already gained all this ground so early on. Coach going to take down the Buck. Huge operating on that down to control has now been relinquished. A possible flank maybe coming on through. Maestro trapped behind the Buck. Doesn't really want to get onto his cams in this situation as he could get caught out quite quickly. Goyo shield being burnt up in the fire, preventing the push from Staffordshire.
Yeah, the flashes coming on through as they are trying to look for a way to push on in, but as you say, Goyo Shield buying a lot of time here for Lancaster, and time is what they need. Looking for the plant right here, but Artie taking a bit of damage from those toxic babes. Coach goes down. Lancaster have only one player remaining as Angel Hanabi takes down yet another 1 versus 4, and Staffordshire with a really solid round here. In a good attempt there, but unfortunately paints a picture around Rizuko rather than actually finding the front.
SMG-11 recoil not as easy as it once was, and I don't think Rez was too happy with his aim in that situation either. And that was a great take by Staffordshire, able to get that initial opening pick, potentially catching the mute out of position inside of Hookah, trying to go through his setup early on. Ash rushing up to the window, getting a free kill there. And then from there, it just sort of snowballed. Players from Lancaster getting caught out of position, Plebsy getting taken down to 1 HP as well. It was a very Staffordshire-sided round from very, very early on.
And I mean, this has been Staffordshire so far in this half. Get it done quickly, whether you win or lose. That rush in round 1 didn't pay too much for them, but they definitely made Lancaster pay as they opened up with some brilliant frags. And Angel Hanabi being the one to really make those plays, and some solid playmaking is exactly what Staffordshire really need to keep them ahead in this map, because the attacker's side, you really need to pick up as many rounds as possible.
Being able to get 3 or 4 rounds on your attacking side is going to be absolutely massive for Staffordshire. And when we say rushing, it's not just your mindless kind of ranked rush that we see normally. It's a much more controlled form of aggression. They're looking and they're realizing where the space is, and then they're all exploding in a coordinated manner onto the site and just in unison getting kills. And it's working at exceptionally well for the time being.
Indeed it is, and I mean, it's been some solid coordination from Staffordshire, considering they did lose to their IGL early on in this tournament, and I've been very impressed by it. Mizuko coming in, filling a couple of the holes. Don't know how much IGLing any of these players are now doing, but they've been performing well as a group and as a unit. So Staffordshire definitely keeping communication going, and that is important and necessary for a top team like this.
Rez is definitely a very experienced player, playing it as part of an Enclave, a ESL Prem team, and they didn't have the best. Oh, Rez, as I'm talking about it, able to get a kill onto Bog Boy, very influential player for Lancaster, taking down and Plebsy once again being caught in a lot of crossfires and down to very, well, losing his HP and might lose a lot more as all of these pushes coming on in. Rez from behind, able to finish him off, and that's the second kill in the round already, with only 1 minute of time expired.
As soon as we start to highlight him, Rizuko pops off, finds 2 frags, sets Staffordshire's pace for the round. And I mean, again, Staffordshire finding these opening frags very early on. From there, it's just playing the standard way. They execute on the site, they set up all for it, and then what can Lancaster really do when they're already down 2 players going into this?
And you know that they're not going to go for the flanks anymore. They need to try and hold the fight. As soon as one person goes for a flank from the Lancaster side, it's going to open up so much for Staffordshire to be able to take. So you know that all 3 are going to be on site. You just need to work your angles and wait your time carefully. Rez trying to spray on through, get another kill on the round, does a little bit of damage onto Coach, who's sitting behind this bar. That bar is actually destructible. The upside down rappel, very difficult to counter if you're on the receiving end of it.
Patience is the key from Lancaster. That's not, oh, sorry, from Staffordshire. That's not often something you say when you're on the attacking side, but they have the advantage. They just need to push it. Good play there from Maja, taking it down. Jazzian, sorry. Big opportunity for them as well, as they're just going to be able to get down that plant. And I mean, there's nothing you can do really here if you're coach. You can't push forward. You are a 3 armor operator. You don't have that movement speed. Sure, the diffuser was denied for a little bit, but it's still going to go down right now. And now it's all over. It's just coach. Mahi's down. Lancaster unable to pick up this round as Staffordshire close it out flawlessly.
And that's twice they've been able to successfully win the hooker billiards area, and it looked very confident both times. That's normally teams' either first sight or secondary sight. And if that's going to be a consistent pattern, what we're seeing from Lancaster, unable to hold that upstairs area, this doesn't bode well for them at all on their own map pick as well.
Yeah, they might be trading off their own maps to each other. But, I mean, honestly, right now, I'm really worried for Lancaster because the only it could potentially be true that the only reason they won this kitchen and service entrance is because of the rush that came out from Staffordshire. And if that's true, they could really be staring down the barrel of a 5-1 half.
That is very likely. If that is the case. Now, the rush that we saw come out from them, they didn't actually have, or the defenders didn't have anything really set up over towards that backside of kitchen. They maybe had one piece of barbed wire and an echo deep over by the wine bottles area. And that's not really enough to prevent a push coming in. Just 2 punches of the barbed wire and you're already in the site. Enough of you can overwhelm one player. And it looks like the drones are being set up by staffs to go for a similar sort of execute. What I'd quite like to see this time, though, is to gain some top 4 control before they do it, so those rotations through courtyard aren't going to affect them as much.
And what I want to see from Lancaster is to play more passively themselves, like Staffordshire have been doing in the late rounds. Lancaster need to not get caught out, because right now, the reason they lost the last 2 rounds is basically because someone from Staffordshire found a frag early on, turned it into 2, and then from there, you're already at disadvantage. Winning the round is so difficult. If Lancaster are able to not hemorrhage players, I feel like their chances to genuinely win a defensive side is so much higher.
If you're able to keep people alive, you're going to do a lot better later on in the round. Drones checking everything. The mute jammers are going to slow them down quite a bit, and these holes opened up in the quad wall of the kitchen gives the players who are upstairs a nice long angle towards anyone that actually runs into kitchen if they play inside of the luggage hallway. We don't see anyone there for the time being, the closest being Bogboy on the Jaeger, so the rotation could come through very, very swiftly if they so choose to. But this push is a lot more tempered, is at a much slower pace than we've seen from them before. Even on the last 2 rounds where they have played slower than that initial rush, there's been that explosiveness in, trying to find that opening kill.
Indeed. And if you can douse the fire of the Staffordshire squad right now, I think Lancaster are in for a very good setup. This could be exactly what they need, but they have to be careful. Bazooka already holding this angle, and with the spotting coming on in, they're able to push them on out. Bugboy not able to have so much of an impact like we really wanted to see from him on this map. And without Bugboy, you're losing the fire that Lancaster have themselves.
Rez trying to play that careful angle within the security, checking to see if anyone rotates through main lobby. And this push is being very much split up at the moment by Staffordshire. They're not fully committing one way or the other. Now, we do see Bogboy playing inside of that luggage hallway. He will be able to affect anyone that runs on into the kitchen, but that's not what's happening at the moment. Stairs take is just coming in full force. Nade gets caught by an ADS position perfectly to do just that. And again, this push, it kind of slowed down way too much for the time being. They're not going for a coordinated take at the time being. And Alexu landing the headshot onto Mahi. That's the Echo taking down the side of the site, playing an awfully aggressive angle for an anchor.
Yeah, but this time it's not with 2 minutes left on the clock. It's with 40 seconds. And that could be the deciding factor here for Lancaster. Lancaster still with a stronghold, not too much utility gone on through. Finally, some stun grenades coming through from Angel Hanabi as they try and sneak on in. But Jeff finds Plebsy and Lancaster down 2 players. They've been caught in this situation before. Coach, however, finds Hanabi trying to even on up the squad. Jazian turns back towards the diffuser. He's trying to go down. Artsy will take down Jazian. Majev falls, but the diffuser is not contested. And now in this position, it's going to be so hard. 2 versus 3. Alexu has got this down. They're going to retreat back out of positions. They have top floor control. They have someone outside. What do you do if you're Lancaster here?
Post-plant positions definitely in favor of Staffordshire. The retake needs to come on in. Rez going to deny that before it even really gets underway. Taking down Bogboy with a nice headshot. The peak's coming through, but no, looks the wrong way. Classic Siege timing, going to take Coach out of the game, and that is the 3rd round in a row for Staffordshire, being able to win out Kitchen, the only site that Lancaster has won so far.
This does not bode well for Lancaster, as, I mean, losing on that site that they thought they would be so comfortable on, not able to pick anything up on their second choice site at all. In fact, losing twice on it. That has to be brutal right now. You need to step up if you're Lancaster. You cannot be anxious. You cannot be nervous. You cannot be afraid.
And this Blue Bar Sunrise hold that we're going to see coming out, it's a hold that requires a lot of coordination, a lot of confidence, and a lot of faith in your teammates to know exactly what they're doing and to execute it at the right time. We've not seen that from Lancaster in the rounds where they've been looking competitive, and their mindset at the moment might not make this one even, remotely competitive. They might just get completely whitewashed out of it.
They certainly might. I mean, with the way Staffordshire have been playing right now, it's definitely a real option. Do keep in mind, this is an attacker-sided map, so Lancaster heading onto that attacker side could find the footing that they really need after the half switch, but right now, momentum very much in favour of Staffordshire.
Momentum definitely very much in Staffordshire favour. Lancaster, I feel they need to win at least one more round here just to give themselves any chance when the half switch over. Although we did see a very dominant defender-sided clubhouse on for both teams, so we might see a very dominant coastline attacker side for both teams. These teams are showing us just incredible things that we've not seen before, and just the aggression coming out from both sides is really something to behold.
Yeah, we did see 5-1 on both halves in the previous map, so it wouldn't be super surprising to see these teams trade back and forth on the favoured sides of the map. Nothing super special in terms of operators. I like that Mahi is bringing out this Mozzie yet again. Going to try and deny some of those drones, but down here in this position, it's going to be definitely strange to see them picking up here. I mean, to be fair, with the loss of the prior site, it makes a lot of sense that they're not playing below units.
You don't want to keep going to the same site if you can't give them a different look. Now, Angel is already in such an aggressive position side of the billiard, forcing the players off of blue stairs, meaning that top floor has already been taken away from Lancaster, and that's going to give the Buck so much opportunity to affect the site with still just under 2 minutes to go. We see 3 players inside of Kitchen. This is going to be a very heavy retake if it's going to work out for Lancaster. The other 2 anchors actually sitting inside of the Sunrise bar, shotguns in hand to try and make something work. C4 comes out prematurely, not able to land a single point of damage, but instead fire coming in return, taking Chomzian down, all the way down, as Rez able to get the first kill in this round.
Indeed, using that breach charge as well to break through. Plebsy can't push up too far. Utility is in the way. They can't get on through. The Claymore does such a fantastic job. The flank cannot come through from Bogboy, cannot come through from Plebsy, and now Lancaster need to rotate back to site. But with all these players moving on in, they're down 1. A minute left on the clock. What are Lancaster gonna do?
Lancaster really need to get something going for them at the moment, but Staffs are opening up a lot of angles, but they haven't actually made inroads into the site itself, and that's the most difficult part, actually being able to make the cross over to a position where you're able to get a decent plant down. Angel sitting in a nice little boosted position by the flower pot to look over into the courtyard to prevent any rotations through the main lobby back on towards the site, and it looks like we are going to see a Sunrise take coming on in. Artsy with a diffuser outside the Sunrise sauna door. Rez there to support support, and Marjorie taking down Bog Boy. The Buck winning out this time. Plebsy, though, immediate trade onto Angel, who dropped into Courtyard.
Indeed, Coach playing in this position out in hallway, looking to contest upstairs, but it's going to be the push from Alexei, which means now they do not have control of Sunrise. The diffuser is going to get planted. You're going to get a heck out of there, and now Staffordshire in such a good position again. I don't know how Coach managed to get that. Marjorie looking in completely the wrong direction, but it's still going to be so difficult to win out on this round. You saw him, Plebsy, but unfortunately did not click on the head. Alexei will take him down, and now it's going to be so difficult. It's 1 versus 1. Coach has the position, and with a strong gun as well. Gonna go bait the defuse. This is an opportunity. Razuko looking to push on in. There's only 10 seconds left. Coach needs to make it happen. Looks the wrong way. Needs to check his crossings as Razuko will finish it off, and Staffordshire 4-1.
Staffordshire started off that round doing their best to win it, then almost did their best to lose it. The clutch from Rez really shouldn't have been needed in that situation. They were in a 3 versus 2. You know, the Zofia didn't need to cross from her position. Just lie down outside that window. Anyone tries to contest you, they're not going to expect you to be right at their feet. The Buck, I assume they thought they had some form of flank watch over by those blue stairs. If not, that's a massive oversight coming out from Staffs, as Coach is just able to get all the way up and take him out. But great play by Rez, able to bait out Coach on the Maestro and then force him all the way outside. You know, they're not going to have enough time to get back in and disable the diffuser if you don't give them the kill immediately, and Rez played that to perfection.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Indeed he did. I mean, that was some really nice play from Rez, showing us why they are on one of the ZSL Prem teams. But you know, the thing which really stands out as a sore thumb to me right now for Lancaster, Bog Boy is on 1 kill. That is not the recipe for a successful Lancaster game. Bog Boy needs to have a much better performance. Mahi doesn't have any. I mean, you know what? Mahi, we can let have 0 kills. Mahi has Mahi things going on. Sometimes he'll just pop off in a specific situation. But the fact that Bog Boy, who's normally a consistent fragger for Lancaster, is on 1 frag, I mean, that's just alarm bells right there, right?
And I think in part that is down to just how Staffordshire is playing. It's not that Bog Boy is playing badly, it's just that Staffordshire being able to coordinate as a team and play around him. He's not being able to influence these rounds because the flank watch has been there, or he's been caught out from 2 different players at the same time. We are going to see, as this round gets underway, though, a similar sort of setup coming out from both teams to begin with.
Indeed we are. Let's go for some aggressive peeks. Caught by a little bit of damage there. Doesn't quite go down, so that's decent for Lancaster. Still holding the position. Plebsy trying to spray with the Vector, but doesn't find anything, at least initially here. This is an interesting position to be holding. I mean, I think you need to move Plebsy out into a more static position with this Vector right now.
They're trying to hold the upstairs just by using 2 Goyo shields to delay it as much as possible. Realistically, you want to get some form of reinforcement up there and to have someone playing around it, because now all of this top floor control has immediately been conceded. Angel Hanabi might be able to land the shots, but no, not going to go for the peek, the shotgun, keeping him at bay. Coach, though, going to get taken down and eventually finished off by Razuko using the holes in the floor to great effect, and that's man count once again in favor of Staffordshire very early on in the round.
And Coach has been the big fragger for Lancaster in this game, so Staffordshire taking those deadly players off early. Mahi picking up his first kill of the match, and this could be the Mahi round for Lancaster. Exactly what they need to put themselves back into the position that they really need to be winning this.
Time slowly starting to slip away now. Staffordshire got that early control, but they've lost one of their primary entries on into the site. Impact Nade going to be used to take down the Claymore, but the push isn't going to follow up afterwards. Jasian now down to about 10 points of health, trying to hold these blue stairs with that shotgun. Marjorie, meanwhile, down to about 1 HP. And Artsy landing the kill. Somehow that happens, shooting open the barricade as the player is going to go for the cross. That is very unfortunate.
That's the second team kill of this match as well for Staffordshire. And I mean, it was in the last one they had was in the round that they lost. 30 seconds, and they haven't made any progress onto site as of yet. They're starting to take control of stairways, but they've been trying at this for a long time. The shotgun is still waiting at the bottom. Plebsy comes on in, takes down one. Bogboy will finish off Artsy, and Lancaster with a solid defensive round, able to pick up one, putting it 4-2 after what looked like a disastrous defending half for them.
I'm going to throw a little statistic out at you. Every other round Mahi gets a kill, Lancaster win.
Quick stats.
So, if Mahi is able to continue to get kills, then there is a chance that Lancaster might be able to bring this back. They are going to move on to their attacking side, so that does give them an advantage moving forward, but the pressure is now on Lancaster to try and finish out this series by just coming out with an absolute stonker of a half.
Yeah, and they bought themselves a little bit of breathing room by picking up that final round, really showing form where they needed to, because things were looking dire. But now they're back on the right side. They're happy. They picked up a round. They've thwarted a little bit of Staffordshire's momentum, and they need to take that and run with it.
Going back to that last round and talking about momentum, it was always in the favor of Lancaster. Rez did get the lead off kill, but it didn't really feel like anything was going to come from it then, and absolutely nothing did come from it. Now, as we see them going to this hooker billiard site, we saw how well they were at being able to dismantle the hold from Lancaster, and that usually is an indicator that they know how to defend it themselves. I want to see if they can bring that sort of same aggressiveness that we saw from them attacking onto their defense to deny this take coming in from Lancaster.
I like the plethora of operators that have really been bought here. I like the cheeky peek from Rizuko, looking for something, but not going to find anything, at least initially. Sees the player, but doesn't find the shots. They are well too wary of the sort of trickery that Staffordshire is trying to bring to the table.
Yeah, and smartly not going to re-peek that from the attacking side. I believe that was Jajin going to take a different line of aggression onto the building. It's one of the more common form peaks that everyone's a bit wary of these days, but it can work out very effectively if you get the timing just right. And Alexu might have got the timing just right there, not being spotted by the drone. Meanwhile, Rez taking down Plebsy. That's the IQ gone and off the board very early on. Bogboy going to trade out onto Angel, though. Losing an IQ for a Jaeger, that is definitely in the advantage of Staffordshire.
Yeah, the lack of ability to be able to pick out those out those evil eyes, but a good frag from Bogboy makes more than up for it, meaning that now they are up a player. Lancaster starting off strong on this attacking side, and it's exactly what they need. They cannot afford to drop many rounds.
Lancaster now up a player, and Staffordshire down a C4 and 2 guns. It's gonna be an absolute mountain to try and climb back up to win this round. Rez wants to take the fight onto Bogboy, but Bogboy not gonna give him that angle. Just gonna hold very passively, waiting for the cross and for someone to try and retake. This indicates that the push is gonna come into Aqua, and we see just that. Nades coming through from Coach to try and burn some of this utility and force people out of angles, but the smoke still playing behind that hookah bar. Do a lot of damage onto the players trying to go for the plant. Artsy wanting to take the peak, but Coach is already getting the diffuser down. The smoke canisters come out too late. Does deal a little bit of damage onto Coach. And actually, as he runs into Aqua, also takes damage from there. Jajan now the one with the diffuser in a 3 versus 3 minutes still to go. They've got a lot of time to work with. They can bait out these plants, but the Maestro is still someone that they need to remove from this round.
Yeah, Jazian is going to be able to look for this plant. The smoke comes on in, but Jazian is able to get out of there. Diffuser's still not down there, looking to bait out these smoke canisters, and there are none left now for Majer. You have to be so careful. Rizuko is going to try and give them some backup. But now with the diffuser going down, they need to look to the peak. They hear the sound. Will they be able to get anything? Artsy takes down Jazian, stops the diffuser from going on down, and Lancaster are unable to find a thing from this position. They're going to try and relocate, look for a different angle, but right now, things are falling apart from them. What started oh so strongly, now with 15 seconds on the clock, they don't have the diffuser. They only have one player, and Staffordshire have destroyed this round from them, taken it away from them. Bogboy needs to find an ace to finish this off, and while it would be Bogboy if it were in anyone, Staffordshire win round 7 and keep themselves in good stead.
And the player on big window either not getting the timing right there, I believe that was Mahi on the big window, might have just mistimed where they were looking, but allowing Jason to die in that situation as they're going for a plant that you desperately need to go down, it doesn't bode well. It really shows that maybe Lancaster are out of their depth of playing against Staffordshire on this map.
I mean, it feels a little bit strange to say because obviously it is Lancaster's map choice. And I mean, they're getting kind of rolled on it, honestly.
Well, I mean, back when I was on the Staffordshire, back in the day, back in the day, in the golden age of Staff Esports, I don't believe we lost coastline once.
All right.
About a year. So maybe some of that good old Staff's pride is showing through here, and we'll see them pick up some pride. Just wanted to get that little fact in there for all you kids at home who, missed out on the good old.
I mean, Staffordshire looking to kind of continue that, honestly. This has been a really good map for them, and even winning out their first defense round. Lancaster are really going to have to step up. They can only lose one more round, and even then that would take them to overtime. And while we have already been to overtime, I think it would really play on Lancaster's nerves if they had to go to it yet again. Staffordshire right now have really put Lancaster to the test and shown why they are in that first seed. Even though they came in at 8th seed into the championship bracket, they tore it all up and have really taken us the whole way.
Yeah, Staffordshire were able to beat out Coventry, the team that beat out Lancaster last time at the finals. So they've definitely got something going for them there. And they're definitely not a team to sort of just expect to lose or to fall over at the slightest bit of aggression or pushing coming out from you. Now, the site is kitchen, and we will see a more typical take coming in from Lancaster. We didn't see this come from Staffordshire at all. They went for aggressive pushing, but this very much a typical take of the top floor, that penthouse area. You want to force the players away from there, so you can open the floor above into service and kitchen itself, so then you can go for a slightly easier take onto the site. And it looks like they've already been able to force out the players up above.
A fantastic start for Lancaster as they do manage to get some of that positioning early on. Skeleton Key doing a great job right now for Coach. He sets up that position. The spray comes in from Angel to try and follow things up, but doesn't find any bullets into any members of Lancaster. And now, Staffordshire setting themselves up for a good position, but Coach is going to burst on through, continuing to deal damage to some of the members of Staffordshire. And 1 minute 30 on the clock, starting to move into position now.
Less than a minute 30 to go, as you say, and a lot of damage has been dealt to some of the players on Staffordshire, but managing to get across on into the bathroom could play very well for the members of Staffordshire. And it looks like they're just going to go for a standard service entrance push, but they don't really have any supposed to deal with it. Coach as well getting taken down, and oh my, look at this. 2 Goyo shields set up precisely for this push that Lancaster are going to go for. All the aggression, all the pressure outside of this main service entrance door and upstairs into the penthouse itself. This is just going to be an absolute gauntlet of fire, quite literally, for Lancaster if they want to overcome this round.
Here they are. Staffordshire with some really solid defense right now. Lancaster looking so lacking. There is the opportunity. Angel finds one, almost finds a second, but 30 seconds left on the clock. What are you going to do if you're Lancaster right now? You know that Angel's here, but what are you doing about it? Majer does get taken down, and the flashes are all the rage for Lancaster right now, but Staffordshire finally lose their front member as Angel does go on down. The Nomad stops that rotate, at least in piece, in part. Nice spray from Bogboy to try and stop the aggression. Gets the flick, takes down Razuko. The Fuser goes down, but the members of Staffordshire are doing such a great job. It's Bogboy versus the world right now. Is going to have to drop one down, get that pre-fire, but doesn't get it. It's going to be Staffordshire taking themselves to match point here. And wow, Staffordshire looking so strong here on Consular, and Lancaster just can't find their footing.
And I believe that entire retake was basically down to Artsy just hitting 2 headshots on the players going for the plant. And at that point, Zofia wins the gunfight upstairs, but you can't really action off of it. From where they plant, you can't see that from up above. You need to go outside the service entrance door. Obviously, the players on Staffordshire realize this, and in a 2 versus 1 situation, the Mozzie able to just swing on out and take down the Zofia to secure match point for Staffordshire. One more round will take us all the way through to a map number 3.
Map number 3. And a one that you were very excited to see, Cafe. Definitely a fun map to watch Lancaster play on. And I mean, you said that they were favoured. Do you change your opinion at all after seeing the dominance that Staffordshire are displaying?
I still think that Lancaster will win it out on Cafe. It doesn't look likely that they'll win here unless we see an absolutely insane comeback from them 4 rounds in a row, taking us to overtime. But unfortunately, that doesn't seem likely. Cafe, however, is an entirely different beast. It's a map that we know Lancaster are very well versed on. I don't think we've seen Lancaster play Coastline much, if at all, this season, whereas Cafe is definitely one of their favoured maps.
Yeah, and that's why I thought it was a little bit strange to see them picking it. But, I mean, it makes sense. It should be within their wheelhouse. But clearly, Staffordshire have a better grasp of it as a whole. And I mean, we were saying at the start, Lancaster really set up to win basically all of this, honestly. We were going map 1, and I was like, I'm pretty sure that this is the best map for them. Map 2, we were looking at and going, wow. And in that map 1, sorry, they were taken all the way to overtime match point. But here in map 2, I was again looking at it and going, this is their map choice. They should be winning it. But right now, getting demolished. Map 3 could be very different. Getting caught out like that does not bode well when you're on match point, Lancaster.
It really doesn't. That's, again, quite a common spawn peak. And to fall for that, and that's your Nomad gone. Those flanks and rotations are going to be made so much easier for Staffordshire. I do want to go back a little bit to... I was speaking to Mahi before today's games, and I was asking him what kind of maps they wanted to play on, and I just want to quote what he said to show how confident Lancaster were going into this. Hopefully any map they chuck at us. That is a direct quote, but Plebsy going to take down Angel. Ash beating out Jaeger in this instance. Confidence starting to seep all the way through into the rest of the Lancaster players. As Bogboy as well gets one onto Marjorie.
Yeah, that's what we were expecting. Bogboy finding the double kill, finding his stride. 8-1 after being pretty quiet in that first half, and now starting to show on up, making up for some of their teammates' earlier mistakes. They could look for an opportunity to move on site here. This definitely is a position that they can control. They might be able to... sorry, wait, that's Alexu. I'm completely crazy. Staffordshire still having control of site. And, I mean, Lancaster have that numbers advantage.
Have control of the blue bar site, but they don't have control of Sunrise. Could see Coach just run on in very quickly and go for this plant behind the bomb with the cover coming in from the stairs and up above. C4 not going to deal any damage. Does activate a Goyo shield, which might slow the rest of this takedown, but 3 versus 2, both players outside the site with no real angle to contest this plant that's going to go down right now. There's still a minute on the clock.
There's a Yokai drone. I don't know exactly where it is, but it is going to be there. It is going to deny the plant, at least for now, but you could just run it out. It's going to be a good hold as there is crossfires to try and back them on up. The Yokai drone is doing enough as of yet, but Mahi finding the shot, taking down Alexu, being oh so key. Artsy tries to make his move, but it just isn't enough.
Echo drones, they only get 2 charges before you need to, 2 stuns before you need to recharge it, and that can take quite a while. So with the amount of time that they had left on the clock, I think it was 55 seconds when Coach started going for that first plant take, you have so much time to try and play around with there that it was very much a favourable round for Lancaster to win.
Yeah, they had a lot of time to work with, and that's not the situation where the Echo can really excel. You need to wear down the clock before then, and they just weren't able to. Bogboy really popping off there, having a little bit of a resurgence here, and maybe bringing life back to their team. We might go to overtime. We saw it happen before. It's not out of the realms of possibility by even a long shot.
Yeah, but it was Staffordshire who were able to mount that comeback to success. And Lancaster, they've not really been in this situation where they've needed to go for a huge comeback. Like we say, they went 14-1 against Derby, one of the better teams that this league has seen just throughout its history. I don't know if they've really got that sort of mental fortitude to come back from being this far down.
And I mean, that's something we saw last season, where they got behind Coventry, and they were never really able to come back. And that could be the Achilles heel of Lancaster, that when they're behind, they really struggle. Luckily for them, they're a very good team and never tend to be behind, but against Staffordshire here, their endurance seems to be waning.
5 seconds left.
Just as you say, I mean, part of you, if you're Lancaster, might go, right, we've won map 1, we know we're strong on Cafe, we could just write this off, play hard but not play serious, if that makes sense, and just play the rounds out but not be too worried if you win or lose, and then go at them in 10th gear when you get yourselves onto Cafe.
Absolutely. They might be taking a little bit of a breather, but I mean, this really should be Lancaster's opportunity to really win this out, and this map is theirs. They are good on it, from what I've heard, at least from stories, from scrims, but it's really gonna have to be solid play, like we've seen from them before, but things like that, that's exactly what the kind of thing we need.
Completely cooknade from Coach, doesn't give Alexio any time to rotate out of his position, and that's downstairs control established most definitely for Lancaster. Now the Buck going to be able to use his buckshot to great effect and force the players on side of sight out of their positions. Rez going for that 3 armor flank might potentially catch Mahi off if the timing is there, but no, the timing does not favor Staffordshire for now.
Yep, Coach using that skeleton key to open up avenues of attack to try and force out potential smoke player Majir from that position, which was such a thorn in the backside for them prior in this half. I mean, a nice attempt there by Rizuko, but the air jab does more than enough to deny that push.
It's gonna force Rez away, but what it's also going to do is it's going to force the Lancaster to check that it's forced Rez away, because if they don't check that out, he could still be there and still able to be a nuisance. Oh, the little angle onto the feet, not able to land any damage, but they are aware that the push is going to come wholeheartedly in from the Aqua side of the map.
Indeed they are, and with 1 minute left on the clock, you have to be careful, because the smoke is still up, the evil eye is still up. There's a lot of ways that they can deny this plant. Dogboy moving into position, finds the spray, doesn't quite finish off Angel Hanabi, but has a lot of priority here over them. Finishes them off there, and now, with the man advantage, looking for that plant, but the smoke will force them off. It does not matter. Now Majez is dead, Rizuko's the only one, and he is plodding along very loudly on this 3 armor dock, looking to make a play. The diffuser is going down by Coach. He's not going to make it in time, and now he still has to deal with 4 players. What looks like a flawless round coming out from here from Lancaster. Staffordshire might be able to find a frag, but I think hope of winning this one is all but lost.
And this is looking like a Lancaster round for sure. And what you might like to see coming out from Staffs now is just a chance to talk and sit there and think, right, why did we lose this round? We're gonna need to secure 1 more. I still have the advantage for now, and they just need to talk and decide and come up with something tangible for them in their decision making for what they want to do moving on forwards to help secure this game.
Indeed they do. Rizuko going for a bit of the gunfight here, trying to find something. Does take down Plebsy, but with the diffuser going off, the round will end Lancaster sided. So, Lancaster bringing it 4-6. They found a couple of rounds now. Have they found their footing? That's the question we're asking here. Is they are still on match point, but things look a lot more steady.
The momentum shifting towards Lancaster, definitely in that situation. And we have said that we've not seen them need to come from behind before, but it's starting to work out. And Bog Boy, oh my, on 10 kills, 4 ahead of the next highest player on his team. But Rizuko leading the way for Staffordshire, going 11-4. I mean, he did save his KD in that last round, but yeah, it's still a great performance showing how well he's been playing throughout the rest of the map.
Obviously, a stellar player coming in to sub in for this team. And a very welcome sub as losing the IGL does normally hurt a team so severely, but has actually helped propel the Staffordshire side to greater heights and staring down a barrel of taking themselves to 1-1 in this grand finals. Staffordshire, as you said before, need only one. But one might prove a tall order, as Lancaster seem to be stepping up to the plate.
One was a tall order indeed for Lancaster on Clubhouse, and 2 rounds in a row with Staffs on match point that they have lost. Lancaster slowly eking and ebbing their way back into this, and it could just change up on us faster than we think, and we might wind up seeing a second overtime. Now, they are defending Kitchen. They were very successful at defending this site last time. The Goyo shields working out to great effect, with Angel able to stick himself in a bit of a cheeky position up close on the door. They didn't clear him out, wasted so much time, landed a kill, and then by that time Lancaster was so torn apart from their positions. Oh, a spawn peek deals a lot more damage onto Bogboy than it does onto Rez, but no kill is found.
And when you're not down, you're not out. And I think that's okay for Lancaster. Lancaster aren't all too worried about this. This is an aggressive impact from Razuko, maybe even looking for that play, but decides against it. And I think that's probably the better judgment call here for this position, as they're starting to pinch it in on that position in Hall of Fame already.
Aggression is most definitely the name of the game normally on Coastline. We've seen things be a little bit more tempered as Plebsy gets the lead-off kill onto Angel, who was trying to play behind one of those shields from what it looks like, and Goya working against his own team in that situation. Now, once again, top floor control has been established within a minute for Lancaster. We saw this happen last time, and it didn't really work out for them then, but both of the Goyo shields have been taken down nice and early now, and Goyo's position has been located. Coach finishing him off from above using that Buck Skeleton Key to great effect, and now 5 versus 3 with just under 2 minutes to go. Make that 5 versus 2. Plebsy walks on in, takes down Rez. And now the last 2 defenders for Staffordshire up against it all. Artie losing so much health on the straight through the wall, looking the wrong way. And Plebsy takes down one. Coach using his nades once again, and that's a flawless round for Lancaster, almost 2 in a row. And that's been some aggressive and impressive play coming out from that.
Fantastic vertical play has been the hallmark of this series. We are staring down the barrel of overtime yet again, as Lancaster and Staffordshire going at it. So darn close. They can taste it. Lancaster do not want to give up map 2. We could be heading for one of the longest possible series if we head to overtime in that third one, but that requires Staffordshire to really clean it out, clean up shop. As right now they're overextending a little bit, getting caught out, not responding to the vertical play well enough, and it is difficult for sure on this defensive side, but if they're going to win out this match, they definitely need to take that.
How do you see the rest of this game, well, this match in particular, this map, playing out?
I think we're going to hit overtime, regardless of the outcome of the game. We're hitting overtime here, right? And then when we head back into overtime, I think Staffordshire have a real chance of clutching this out, because they've proved that they can actually adapt between different sides quite well. I've been impressed with their adaptation as a whole, and I think adaptation is key when it comes to overtime, because you're throwing basically everything you have left in the playbook at them.
Unfortunately, I do think that Lancaster, again, momentum...
Oh, we've swapped sides.
Lancaster, they do have the momentum and the mentality going in. You know, they've just won 3 rounds in a row with Staffs on map point. It worked a similar way last time, but Lancaster were able to overcome that momentum from Staffordshire to win out the map. So we might see the same again, but I don't think Lancaster are really... If they can do that momentum switch themselves, I don't think that we're going to see them struggle in this one.
That's true, that's true. And they have definitely been getting the ball rolling in this second half, as we see 2 flawless rounds there, pretty much. I mean, pseudo-flawless. Obviously, a couple of frags went one way or the other, but on the whole, some really stellar play from Lancaster, and very characteristic of what we know from them from the regular season. So I'm excited to see them do this, and I think they definitely have it in them, but getting it out of them, that has been the hard part when it comes to Lancaster in these finals.
Adaptation from Staffs now, though, playing inside of the Sunrise Bar, we know that that's been a pivotal point for Bogboy to take very early on in these rounds. To see Razuko playing downstairs, if he's able to hold this, he does have the shotgun and the C4 to affect when the plant does go down. And he's wasting a lot of time. Usually by now, Bogboy would have a kill and basically the entirety of downstairs control. With the holes that have been opened up by Staff, so it means that they can't be as comfortable in their positioning downstairs. They can't actuate that buck onto the ceiling or the floor below the Staff's players. So it's a nice change by Staffs, and I don't know if it'll make too much of a difference now if Rez is going to keep playing aggressive angles like that, and it looks like he wants to go for a run out through the Sunrise door.
Indeed he does. He knows he's been pressured from so many angles. Mahi is already moving up in this position, but Plebsy will take down Alexu. Majer, though, will finish off Plebsy in response. A good refrag opportunity. And Razuko continuing to play so aggressive. Bogboy doesn't actually check for, is playing around that position so carefree. Doesn't know that Razuko's in that position, sees him, catches sight, but doesn't flick back in time. A minute on the clock, and Razuko is doing such a fantastic job. The run out comes out, but it doesn't quite land to anything. Right now, the game is so close. We're reaching the climax. Mahi finds Razuko. The smokes will come down. They continue to try and hold here in Billiards. Gonna put down another smoke. But they're running out rapidly. Coach looking for an opportunity to move into position, but knows the smokes will deny him that. There is a C4 on the opposition. That's such a nice spray there. I think that was from Artsy. Mahi will go down as well to Hanabi. Majet will finish off Coach. Oh, this is looking so close for Lancaster, but they just can't quite get in. Bugboy moves in position, takes one down, looking for that little bit more. Doesn't have diffuser. 10 seconds left on the clock. Jazian is just gonna go for it. Majer will have to go for the push. They don't have that much time. The C4 is still in the hands of the defenders. Jazian is gonna go for the bomb plant, diffuser plant. There's one still left there. The headshot comes out from Bugboy, and we are on match point.
What a recovery by Lancaster there. They had no business winning that round. So much time was wasted by Staffordshire. And then Bugboy able to sneak on in through the hookah door when everyone else is focused towards the plant going down in Aqua. Great play, able to pick up a 3K at the end, or I think it was a 3K at the end. And wow, that has got to be so demoralizing if you're on the side of Staffordshire, as we are now going into our second overtime with Lancaster remaining on the attacking side where they have been so brutally effective.
And what a rush for Lancaster right now. 2 seasons worth of work culminating at this very point. They are so close they can taste it. They just need to pick up 2 more rounds. That's all they need to beat out Staffordshire here and take home the trophy of the NSC Spring Championship, Rainbow Six Siege Spring Championship here. 6-6 here on Consulate, 1-0 up. It all comes down to this.
The pressure on Staffordshire to try and finish out this map, to take us to a map 3, to just give them the possibility of being able to win. If they are able to win it here, though, it will be Cathay, as we've mentioned, and that is a very formidable map if you're on the side of Lancaster. So, how do you see this one playing out? Obviously, Lancaster have been so efficient and just effective at winning these rounds and have done so consistently all throughout their attacking half. Do you see Staffordshire being able to make the adjustments needed? Do you see it going to a final, match point overtime round again?
I don't think Staffordshire will be able to adapt quick enough in specifically the situation. I want to go to the third map. I believe they can do it, but I think it's unlikely. Angel Hanabi and Razuko, with their explosive plays, are going to be the key here. They need to make something happen. It's not adaptation, but it is wildcard. And that is certainly exactly what they needed. Taking down Bogboy early on here, while Lancaster start off on this attacking side, that is pivotal for Staffordshire.
Yeah, and I'm not entirely sure how Bogboy, why he was in so far. Was the drone just not calling it out? Razuko getting Jason as well. The droning not up to par for Lancaster for the time being. And this might be what we needed to see from Staffordshire. This more aggressive play that we've been lacking from them on the defending half. Now, 5 versus 3 in favor of the defenders. We do still have Plebsy and Coach who have been playing consistently well throughout this series. Alexu trapped kind of behind the bar at the moment. I don't know if they know that you can shoot through the bar to try and force him out of his position, but he's waiting on detonating that Goyo shield to prevent any push coming on in as the flashbangs get burnt on out. C4 still in hand, could get a kill from it if he chooses to throw it out at the right angle.
Indeed he will. In a very precarious position right now. Mahi doesn't catch the player rotating to try and catch him. Lexi is so low right now. They tried to get him from below, but it wasn't quite enough. Lancaster lose another player. Rizuko and Angel Hanabi being such key players in this overtime. The C4 hits Coach. 1 versus 5. Plebsy. He's going to struggle to get this. Doesn't even get one. And Staffordshire, 8 flawless defensive round. Didn't think I'd be saying that here on Consular. But Staffordshire, when it comes to the very last, their clutch is impressive. That was one hell of a shot.
A nice flick coming out from the Goya there. And we've seen a lot of flawless rounds from Lancaster. So for Staffordshire to get one of their own, good little momentum shift there. And now we're going to see Lancaster defend. They didn't do a great job of it going 4-2 on their half. I mean, they both defended, only were able to defend successfully twice during regulation, but you know, we did see the absolute shift in momentum on Clubhouse. We might see it again here with the attack losing out in overtime.
Echo from Mahi. Choosing to move over to the Legion. I mean, it makes sense on kitchen service entrance, but still feel like a lacking Echo could potentially hurt them here. Lancaster, I mean, this is the Hail Mary play for them. They need to win out on this one. Then they go back to attackers, and they're in a very good position again. The issue is winning this is going to be so difficult. As you said, only won 2 of their defensive rounds, and only one on this specific site. They lost the other one. It was a little bit awkward for them. They need to be more careful towards this northern window in kitchen, as that was where the plant went down, and from there it was almost impossible to win. Not also get caught out by some solid vertical play from Staffordshire, as we've seen it from both sides, but Staffordshire on that attacking side really put it to good use, especially Rizuko being particularly important for that.
And I don't mind this switch up by Mahi moving on to the Legion. If you think about it, we see that Rez has been bringing that IQ consistently. We haven't seen it on screen yet, but he's probably done a decent job of getting rid of those echo cams, meaning that bringing an echo isn't as useful. And as well, with the aggressiveness and that explosive just pushing onto the site that we've seen repeatedly from Staffordshire, a Legion is the best way to counter that if you're defending. So it's a nice adjustment, but has it come in just too late?
Too little, too late could be the story of this game. Angel Hanabi, really key in that prior round, finding that first frag and setting up for Rizuko to kind of clean up house. But Staffordshire,
Bomb located by attackers.
they want to go to the stud map. They believe they can take it all the way. They were doubting at the start, but they've really shown their hand and demonstrated that they really can hang with the big boys. That's why they are the first seed coming into this, and why Lancaster have struggled so much to eke out a victory in game 1 and take them so close in game 2.
But yeah, definitely not coming in as a team that we expected to win this. Bogboy, though, winning that gunfight only just down to about 10 points of health, and he tries to escape. The rotation coming on in. One player there for the refrag, but misses him playing around this little bar. Angel getting plebs the upstairs. Goyo looking the wrong direction. Rez, the one inside of security now, and able to finish off Bogboy as he pushes out aggressively. Not entirely sure why. Potentially, oh no, it looks like he was just trying to rotate back onto site. Man count in favor of the attackers, and that is Staffordshire, and that could mean the beginning of the end for Lancaster on the map number 2. Minute 10 still left on the clock. Anchors still available in the site, but holes being opened up above by the Buck is going to make things really difficult for them, and their angles of places to hold are going to disappear quickly.
Indeed they are, Lancaster. They lose this round, they lose the map, and losing Mahi definitely doesn't bode well. They're getting sprayed through the wall. A double kill for Angel Hanabi, the final play of Staffordshire fall. Sorry, Lancaster falls and Staffordshire pick up map 2. Fantastic play by them as the scores are evened up 1-1. And we're going all the way to Cafe, baby.
Being able to bring it all the way back, Staffordshire doing a great job on Coastline, each team winning each other's map pick. We didn't see it be quite as close on Coastline as it was on Clubhouse, but still at a very exciting game. Razuko getting 15 kills, Bogboy getting 13, leading the way for their teams. Absolutely great gunplay coming through. We did say that this was going to be the Fraggers map, and it was a lot of frags back and forth.
It certainly was. Razuko really stepping up to play. Artsy having a fantastic one. Hanabi showing us that explosiveness, and that is why Staffordshire are still a threat and someone to be reckoned with. As you see right now, Artsy finding those shots. And I mean, honestly, Staffordshire, they lost the first round, but continued with some really strong play over the entirety of the rest of the game. I mean, Lancaster tried to bring it back. They got very, very close, in fact, as we went into overtime. But Staffordshire still with some strong defense, much stronger than what Lancaster was showing us.
And take Staffordshire to Coastline. That's just all I want to say on that. It's just on that, you know. But no, great play by everyone. We really did count out Staffordshire a lot more than what they've shown us throughout this game. Just the way that they've been able to play and actually being able to take a map off Lancaster, the team that even they regard as being the #1 team in the country in University Siege at the moment. So it's just exceptional play coming out from them, given the circumstances, especially seeing as they don't have their normal or full 5. They do have a standard in Razuko, who has been playing exceptionally well, as we've mentioned repeatedly. It's just been an absolute pleasure to watch Staffordshire exceed all expectations and bring us to this point.
It certainly has been, and I'm very happy to go to the third game here in the grand finals, going the full distance. Overtime. Are we looking down a third overtime, Dino?
We've not seen how Staffordshire play on Cafe, but we do know how Lancaster play on Cafe, and that could mean one of two things. One, Staffs don't play on Cafe at all, so they've got very little strategies going on into the map. Two, Lancaster have shown basically everything that they've got to offer, and so Staffs can just outstrat, counterstrat, look into all the VODs that there have been of Lancaster playing on it, and it gives Staffordshire the leg up. So it could go one of two ways. I'm reluctant to call it either way now, but how do you see this one playing out?
I mean, the questions I have right now that remain to be answered are Lancaster struggling with the high pressure environment? Will they be able to clutch it out? Cafe is a real problem from them in the previous finals, and will it be their fall yet again? Don't go anywhere, as we are going to be coming back for that third map on Cafe just after this break.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of the ESL National Championships. Game, record, stream without compromise.
Nobody likes being left out. That's why Special Effect are helping people with physical disabilities to play video games. But this isn't just about having fun. The gaming setups we create are personalized, so people can play to the very best of their abilities. And that opens the door to inclusion and independence, confidence and creativity. Help us level the playing field and create more magical gaming moments. Because it's everyone's turn to play.
You don't mess around when it comes to your play. So don't play games with your hardware. Get serious with Intel. 4 out of 5 gamers on Steam play on an Intel-powered PC. Because Intel delivers you the power needed to game like the pros. And gives you elite gaming performance on your favorite titles. So you can be game ready at any level. Intel, don't play games.
Indeed. And we hope we're game ready as well. We are going into Game 3 of the NSC Rainbow Six Siege Spring Championship Grand Finals. Lancaster versus Staffs, 1-1 apiece. And I am Rook, joined by Dino. Wow, what a series we've had so far.
2 overtime games on on Clubhouse and Coastline, each winning each other's map pick respectively. And it's been an absolutely barn burner of a game so far, and we're moving on to Cafe, a map that we've seen a lot from Lancaster, and so I have it penned in for them to be the favorite on it. But, the way that Staffordshire has been playing throughout this series, anything is possible. How do you feel this one going down?
We've been saying Lancaster favored, Lancaster favored, Lancaster favored every single game so far of this match. Well, at least I have, but every single time, Staffs take them to the very last. And for example, on Coastline, even win it. I think betting against Staffs feels very awkward right now because they've shown us that they are a top tier team. They deserve to be in the first place slot, and they really do have the big guns, the big firepower to really contest with Lancaster side, who we thought would completely demolish the competition. But I do still stick with my agree with you. Cafe should be Lancaster's, but I wouldn't count out Staffordshire for a second. They are the dark horses, which is weird to say for the team in first place, but we've just seen so much from Lancaster that it's hard to be swayed otherwise, honestly.
Coming out at the end of last season, it did definitely feel like we'd just see Coventry, Lancaster, and, those two teams would wind up in the finals again. They look so dominant all throughout. You might see a team like Swansea or Derby play well and potentially challenge them for the position, but I don't think anyone in NSC thought that Staffordshire would be the ones slugging it out against Lancaster. And moving into this third map, we do see Lancaster starting out on defense, and I know some of their strategies for this map can be absolutely crazy. And I'm just so excited to see what they can bring, and they are going to bring out a Thatcher band to begin with, probably their most normal attacking band so far. They're not going to go for an IQ or a Blackbeard this time around.
No. Alexu, as excited as we are, and hopefully you are at home. That Japan, yeah, makes a lot of sense here, yeah, meaning that the defender side is a little more favoured. The Capital getting banned away by Staffordshire, Lancaster have been putting that to great use, and also it's very strong here on Cafe. Lancaster historically using it heavily here when it's not that.
Capital, very strong operator. The smoke bolts able to just control so much of the map, and we have seen in many games Lancaster using them to great effect to be able to push on into the site. Mirror getting banned out. You know, we didn't see a mirror ban in the first map, but it's been a lot more consistent since then. Mirror being taken out both times now. And where do you see this last ban from Lancaster coming from? They have shown us a couple of different looks these times, so we might see something a bit wild. Nope, just going to go for the classic old Maestro.
Just when you think they're going to go crazy, it's exactly when they stay sane. Lancaster going with the same old for the most part here. But, I mean, as you said, their strategies, not quite so.
Sometimes what really... I've seen them on attack multiple times. When they're attacking top floor, they will open up that freezer wall, and then Mahi or someone else will just walk in. No flashbangs, no smoke nades, no distraction or anything.
They'll never see it coming.
They will just walk straight in and they'll get a double kill, and it will happen consistently. And when it gets around to the attack, I expect that we'll probably see something very similar again. But starting off with Staffordshire on the attacking side, going to see a relatively normal lineup, but they don't have a Maverick. Normally see a Maverick when a Thatcher gets banned out, because you just need to use him to get rid of mute jammers and Kaid Electroclaws that get positioned around that freezer area, which prevent you from pushing on in.
It is. Culmination of the season here on Cafe for both Lancaster and Staffordshire. Duking it out. 1-1 apiece. This is the final map in the NSE Rainbow Six Siege Spring Championship. And we're just in prep phase. The Echo being brought out for coach here, obviously going to have a lot of impact. But we do see the IQ, not banned away this time, picked up by Rezuko. The Gridlock, an operator that I've seen a lot of on this map, I'm excited to see returning to the field.
Gridlock, this is basically a map designed for her. You know, you've got 3 sets of track stingers, and there are 3 sets of staircases. So whichever site they go, you can put down a track stinger on the staircase if it's needed. Generally, you won't need it when you're attacking top floor. Only 1 over towards the red stairs, potentially 2 over towards the red stairs, and the 1 preventing a rotate deeper on into the site when you decide to go for the plant. And she also has smoke nades. I'm amazed she's not played more. Smoke nades, shotgun, great gun, and track stingers. What more do you really want out of a Roma denier?
Absolutely, and I've seen a couple of the players in this tournament really pick her up and go quite far with her, so definitely looking towards that to happen again.
Rez getting very aggressive inside of mining, pushing on into trains. Going to check to see if there's anyone roaming around downstairs with a C4 that could affect the round later on. And as well, maybe being able to take out some echo drones or other gadgets through the floor, using his gadget to great effect, potentially in a moment. Now, we are seeing a very standard take come out from Staffordshire so far. They are just going to go for that classic red stairs piano hold. There's not really much else you can do on Cafe, unfortunately, because trying to gain control from the white stair is just a death trap.
Indeed it is. It can be so difficult to push up that position, and you see Alexu dropping on in already. Rizuko, also from the position, most likely going to try and deal with those claws from Kaid. We do see them currently sitting on those freezer wall. They will open up from Cigar into the A-bomb, into the B-bomb site. It's going to be hard.
Angle getting opened up is a good one when you're trying to go for a plant, but what they've not done is successfully forced anyone out of that bathroom or freezer area. There is Mahi, I believe, sitting close with the shotgun inside a bathroom, and he can deal a lot of damage from that position. SMG-11, shotgun, and C4 all to hand, as well as mute jammers to deny his location being revealed. Jajin inside a freezer with a TCS-G12, trying to cross immediately into the site and go for the plant is going to be difficult. There is an angle you can get from inside of the humidor that could eliminate Jajin's position, but it's not being picked up just yet. Fragnates coming through. Force Mahi out of his spot.
No!
Angels rotate around under the new hatch and take him out during his rotation, and now the top floor site being opened up a little bit more as Marjorie on the thermite gets a kill onto Coach. And this is starting to look bad for Lancaster immediately.
What looked like a bad round from them as they didn't have enough time and hadn't found any frags instantaneously turned into a success due to the plays from Angel Hanabi, who was so instrumental in setting this one up. Dropped down, found the frag, and found 3 whole more, setting up Staffordshire to pick up that first round, and that is not what you're expecting here on Cafe.
A 3K from Angel right there is just great play coming out from them. And something that Lancaster are kind of notorious for not doing is they don't invest any utility towards defending that piano area. They will sort of ride and die on how well they're able to hold that freezer bathroom spot. Usually it's quite effective, but didn't pan out well there. One nade that doesn't even deal any damage onto Mahi, enough to force him out into the waiting arms of the Zofia. And that's it. The top floor just completely opened up for Staffordshire to push on in.
Yeah, that was a huge mistake, honestly. Mahi, I hate to be the bearer of blame, but the big mistakes from Mahi led to just the entire loss of that round. Needed to hold their position, needed to hold strong, and from there just continue to hold and be that pivotal point of that entire defense.
Yeah, but it is a good start for Staffordshire. Yeah, we've been saying consistently how much Lancaster have been favoured on this. I've said multiple times that if we get through to this last map, it's going to be a Lancaster win, and I thought it'd be quite an easy one. Now, just one round, but the fact that it was a flawless round, and they just dismantled it so quickly and so effectively, and that was quite surprising to me.
It is. I mean, honestly, Staffordshire have been nothing but surprising, really, here, showing us that just what you see on the normal broadcast isn't quite everything, as we didn't really catch all too much of Staffordshire in the regular season, and they have been a sleeper hit as right now really taking it to Lancaster in these finals, and well, they really have been shown up. This time, hopefully, Mahi doesn't get caught out by the drop from Hanabi, but sets themselves up instead for a very strong and rigid hold.
Similar sort of take coming in from Staffordshire as well. Rez already deep inside of that mining area. We saw this happen earlier, but it wasn't, or in the last round, but it wasn't quite as quick. Now, gadgets being used to try and detect anything that can be seen from the defenders, and in fact, everything can be seen. All of those gadgets from the defenders can be detected by IQ. Rez could deal a lot of damage from down here. The normal push over towards the red stairs being set up, and okay, yes, Rez isn't going to use his IQ scanner at all, and just assist his team in making the push on into Piano.
Piano control completely in Staffordshire's hands. Lancaster not wanting to contest out at all, as you said earlier. It is a key to their strategy and the way they've been holding this map, this site as a unit. Bob Boy continuing to hold from a white position. Continue to back up onto Mahi, who is going to be that key player. This time, if they don't go down, you're in for a much better position if you are Lancaster.
Yeah, this does sort of center around this bathroom defense, and it worked out well for them when they were playing against Coventry at the last finals, but it's not done so to much effect here. Plebsy, though, going to get the lead-off kill, taking down the Zofia, who was on top of the skylight. And that's going to be huge. That's Zofia gone. She was the one who got 3 kills in the last round, and then they're eliminated immediately. Rez going to trade that out straight away, though. Plebsy gone, C4 off the board, but Valcam's still up and in use.
We'll see Rizuko trying to deal with those as they currently are, but we'll be able to take out one here. The exothermic charge from Majer is going to be able to go down, but we do know that freezer is still in control of Lancaster. Rizuko looking to try and back on up. The diffuser in the hands of Majer, looking for an opportunity to try and get that plant. The smokes are going to come on in potentially from Artsy, but they have to be careful because of the toilets player. And this is going to be key. He is going to be the most important player in holding this. Majer pushing way too aggressively here. Smokes come on in. 9 seconds left on the clock. The diffuser is going down. Coach will get the frag onto Alexu, but right at the back, Artsy is still there. They can't see them. The spray comes from Coach as he pushes on through. Lancaster with a strong round here, evening the scores on up 1-1.
The missed timing from the Thermite rushing on in with the diffuser in hand. Just Staffordshire can't recover from that. They need to try and push on in, but the smoke canister is going down late. Everyone's confused, looking in different directions, and the plant at the end, normally that box is completely shot on open, so it can be taken out from a much safer distance, but Coach, not even needing it to be opened up, will just shoot him through it instead. And Rez, nothing you can do in that situation, 1 versus 3, you were the flank watch inside of Piano, and that is the Lancaster that we expected to see from the get-go, a much more controlled start, and getting that lead-off kill from Plebsy really impacts the round.
It certainly does, and I mean, Plebsy a very key player to this team, often providing the kind of supportive role, but also managing to bring frags, and basically everyone on Lancaster can find those frags. It's just dependent on when and where. I say that, but 3 of them, yeah. I say that, but 3 players of Lancaster don't have a single kill 2 rounds into the game. But you know, I mean, I still stand by what I said.
I mean, the first round was flawless for Staffordshire, so there's only already 1 round to focus kills off of, and of course it's Coach doing very well. Bugboy not able to actually into that round, but I think lead-off kills, that opening kill, is gonna be the deciding factor for quite a lot of these rounds, as it is.
Absolutely.
You know, just in basically every game of Siege, if you're able to get that opening frag, you put yourself in such a good position to win that round. Because to try and come back from just even a 1-man deficit is so difficult in a game like Siege.
Indeed it is, especially when you've got fantastic teamwork like some of these teams do. It's going to be nigh upon impossible. But we've seen it occasionally, and it definitely comes down to players that can bring those big numbers, like Hanabi, like Rizuko for the Staffordshire side, or Bugboy and Coach. Coach being the rock, honestly, for this Lancaster team, as the IGL, also fragging on basically every single map that we've seen so far. Definitely such a key player, and just instrumental in basically everything Lancaster do. Definitely the highlight player. And MVP, even though Bugboy does generally sit at the top of those kill charts.
And I just want to highlight something. Coach, he's been in USL for quite a while, and I remember a time where he was very iffy. You know, 1 game he could get you 10, 12, 13 kills, and the next game he'd struggle to get you 2. And the adjustments that he's made in how he plays has been, you know, really astounding to see, and he is actually playing a lot better and much more consistently as well. Been consistently one of the top players on the scoreboard for his team throughout the last 2 seasons. It's been a great journey to witness.
Certainly, that's a delight, in fact. And I mean, it's just great to see these players grow, honestly, from season to season. And we have a lot of names that we've seen all around the place. Of course, Rizuko being on a Premiership team and really showing up here as well. It's fantastic. And I mean, going all the way here really is a great way to finish things off. I'm very excited to see who will win this out. I still do have my money on Lancaster, but Staffordshire are not making it an easy bet.
They're definitely not putting all their heart and soul into each of these rounds. Now, the hatch above Freezer has been opened up using 1 thermite charge. There's still 1 left available, but it kind of indicates that the push is going to come in from Freezer. They don't have much to work around this. Angel is holding the angle from Kitchen, could potentially catch someone as they're going for a rotate. And another thing to note, Jasion's already used his C4, and that's a huge bit of utility gone very early on. And yeah, the Freezer's going to get opened up as well. Bogboy and Jasion now trapped in the backside of Kitchen servers.
Here they are. Jasion. Holding tight, doesn't want to peek out. Neither does Bogboy, but Bogboy is kind of trapped. Nice play there from Mahi to pick up Angel Hanabi. And now, a good opportunity for players to kind of rotate out. Bogboy no longer trapped in that position. It's only Jason who is holding that one. The drones come on in. We'll find out where Bogboy has gotten off to, but the push is right on there. Really nice play from Jason. Majer thought there was no one left remaining, but Rizuko rocks on up, finds 2 frags, even things on up, but 8 seconds left on the clock. He's going to have quite his work cut out for him. The diffuser is going down by Artsy, but if you drop that now from Artsy, the round is over. You're sitting in a smoke, and players are already covering your position. Mahi will finish it off with a triple kill, and Mahi does Mahi things, and Lancaster move up to 2-1.
Mahi doing Mahi things, it's a broad statement for an individual with a broad range of skills. One day, Mahi will be, the player that you need to lead the team, emotionally and morally. And other days, he'll come out with a shotgun and play in all these tight little close corners that you don't expect him to, and to pop off and get you a triple kill and your second round on the board in the third map of a best of 3 grand finals. It's great play coming out from him there, able to secure the round. It was really unfortunate. Rez just pushing on in, getting 2 kills, but too many defenders left up standing, and he couldn't flick onto all of them at once. Artsy did a great job of focusing on getting that diffuser down, giving himself the best chance possible to win the round, but Mahi Things just wins the day.
It does. And I mean, the scoreboards we just saw, our boy Bog Boy at the bottom. Not normally a usual sight for Lancaster, but it bodes well for Lancaster. If Bog Boy can have days like this where he isn't fragging to the same kind of level as we expect from him, and Lancaster is still able to put up some good numbers.
Lancaster just across
Sorry,
the
not
board.
Lancaster. Yeah, oh wait, no, I did say the right team.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Lancaster across the board. Bog Boy's, like you say, not had much of had no impact so far in this map in terms of kills, but the rest of the team stepping up. Mahi Things, coach consistently doing what needs to be done. Jason and Plebsy, of course, they very consistent pillars of this team. If Lancaster want to go all the way and win this out, Bog Boy does need to show up a little bit more, but for the time being, it's working for Lancaster.
I love Lancaster's hold of this site and the method which they use to do it. It's really fun to watch and catches some teams off guard. Presumably, Staffordshire have done their research, however, and should be relatively prepared for this.
Absolutely. This is a very iconic hold coming out from Lancaster. It's what they do consistently, and it works to great effect, being able to play such an open strategy on the downstairs site with so many holes and rotations opened up. It's something very atypical of most teams. They want to have something to rotate back to and anchor upon, but Lancaster make it work time and time again.
That they do. Looking to clear out this top floor early on is Rizuko, trying to make sure no one's pushing him and clear out at least the portions which, Lancaster have deigned to give them early on into this into this round. But, I mean, Angel Hanapi already moving on to this floor where the bomb sites are actually located. But they need the rest of their team to move into the right positions. Otherwise, it's going to be very difficult to actually contest and get the plant there.
Angel, very good at getting themselves into these positions, and sometimes they're able to make it work, sometimes they're not. Now, the key thing is that top floor control needs to be established for his position to become effective, and that's going to be a difficult challenge. White Stairs control still very definitely in the favor of Lancaster. That's going to be a track stinger basically wasted, as that's going to be taken out immediately with no one caught out. The Buck is in a position to potentially get caught out from an angle down below, but the pressure coming on in towards the player behind Cocktail. The thermite charge gets resolved. Peaks going back and forth. No one gets taken out just yet, and there's only one player left up top. Everyone else for Lancaster successfully rotated down out of the top floor.
Indeed, but they are slightly trapped, very much cornered. Need to be careful. There's the C4 from Jazian. However, Mahi will go down. Things explode onto the scene. 50 seconds on the clock. Now, Staffordshire, even Stevens, but they've lost Rizuko, one of those big fraggers and one of the kind of leaders of the team in terms of strategy, from what I can tell. They have one player on this floor. Going to be trying to peek on through. Angel Hanabi is so darn low. You have to be very careful here. Bog Boy is still alive, looking to try and pick some frags to their name. Right now, hasn't been able to make a splash in this map. But the rest of Lancaster still holding strong. 20 seconds on the clock. Looking for an opportunity here. Jazian holding from below. Can hear all of the utility being expended, trying to open up these walls. Plebsy finds a frag with the C4, finds Angel Hanabi for free as well. Bog Boy, sure, will go down, but the rest of his team is still up and healthy. Artsy can't say the same for them. Can't say the same for Plebsy either, but Alexu has the diffuser, is looking for the plant, baits out the plant. Jazian is waiting around this corner. You can't let go of that. Jazian executes Alexu to pick up Lancaster round 4.
Lancaster with the timings and the C4s perfectly placed, able to get 2 kills in the round with them. And that's just the story right there. The C4s are gutting out the attack before it's able to build up any momentum. Just gives Lancaster so much space to work with as the round continues. Plebsy doing a great job running out and securing the location of the diffuser, giving the information to his team as well, knowing that they have to push through that final thermite charge right at the end. And that was just... This is why that strategy is so effective. They can play around so much being open. They were able to waste a lot of time upstairs with only losing one player, and then the C4s started coming through for them.
Certainly did. Really nice C4s from the side of Lancaster. Staffordshire weren't able to really keep up, and the explosiveness of that hold caught them off guard somewhat and weren't able to effectively deal with it. Now, back on to this top floor hold. This is Lancaster in a good position, arguably for them.
Yeah, it is the one site that Staffordshire has been able to win, but I think that was just because they got caught out by the aggressiveness from Angel. Once again, we are seeing a little bit of a role switch up this time. Rez, who was playing the Buck in the last round, is now onto the Zofia Buck. Elected over to Alexiu, and Angel, who's been playing the Zofia so well throughout this map, is now onto the IQ. And the Maverick being brought in place of a Thermite. This is needed as it takes so much pressure off of your IQ. There's less reliance on her to do all the heavy lifting downstairs.
And Angel Hanabi can be a very finicky player. They have single-handedly won and also put their team into very precarious positions by over-aggressing. I mean, that wildcard isn't often needed, though, and you saw that in that first round that Staffordshire were able to pick up. That was all down to Angel Hanabi rushing into position, catching Mahi off guard, and then from there, the entire thing fell apart. And it's like a house of cards. But Lancaster, right now, have been able to prove that their house of cards can stand up to the winds that Staffordshire are blowing onto it, at least in these past 3 rounds. Staffordshire going to look to channel the lightning in a bottle that happened in round 1 and pick up yet another looking into the second half.
Lancaster have been able to win all 3 of their defensive sites at least once now, so they do have a bit of an advantage at the moment. Now, this is a defender-favoured map. That is not to be overstated at all. Lancaster are definitely on the favourable side for the time being. But if they build up enough of a lead, and we know how proficient their attacks are consistently across all maps, and the amount of time that they've spent playing on Cafe, you can only imagine that it's going to be the same. Staffordshire are going to have a real uphill struggle on their defense, more so than we've seen from them so far in this series. Plebsy going to get the lead-off kill as well, though, onto Rizuko, and frag grenades being wasted into an ADS. Mahi going to be able to hold his position for just a little bit longer.
He is. Track Stingers will give away his position if he moves any more aggressively. Going to move into this position. He is just waiting around the corner, maybe even looking for an opportunity if Alexiu gets aggressive. Alexiu instead is prone and just waiting for an opportunity. But Majer, I don't know how you're going to be able to get through this position. Jazian does go down as Artsy will find a frag on the backside here, so that's a good position to be in. Even takes down Bug Boy. Right now, Majer being the all-important player for this team. A nice pre-fire from Alexiu. Mahi will go on down. Lancaster down to 2 players. That's not a great start for them, and they might just lose, again, what is considered a pretty darn defender-sided site to Staffordshire again.
And the Echo is still up on the board, but it's not going to stop the plant from going down. Majer able to successfully consolidate that diffuser, and Alexiu consolidating Coach's life. Now, 1 versus 4, not going to happen. Swings on round, can't even win the first gunfight. Oh no, it's a trade, actually. Both of the 2 players are landing headshots right at the end. But that doesn't matter. Staffordshire going to win their second round, and again, it's on a top floor attack. Now, are we going to see Lancaster try and battle it out on the top floor to get that 4-2 finish, or will we see them go back down to Kitchen where they had a lot more success?
The sensible decision, I feel, would be staying in, so going down to Kitchen. But for their honour, they might go to choose to go to the top. It looks like it's going to be Kitchen from Lancaster. Makes a lot of sense here. I think what we need to see here, if Lancaster are going to win this, is Bug Boy to really step up, because right now he's 0-3, but 5 rounds in, and this is Bug Boy. Like, he is the fragger for this team. He is the big player and the one who makes the big plays. And right now he's just been lackluster. He's been quiet, and you can't have a Lancaster with that. That's going to win a grand finals. You need to have him show up.
The scary thing is that they're doing a good job of winning it without him. You know, they do have the round advantage for the time being. And he's He's done a little bit of damage onto 3 players in the gunfights he's been in, but he's been basically a non-factor throughout. ADSs and barbed wire can only give your team so much, and the rest of Lancaster are actually making it work for the time being. Great plays coming out individually from Mahi and Coach, basically winning 2 rounds to their teams off the back of that alone. And Plebsy leading the lobby in terms of kills at the moment, sitting on 6. Really exploded. I do believe they had 0 kills for the first 2 rounds, and then just exploded in this last 4.
Certainly have. And I mean, that's some really impressive stuff from Plebsy to really step up here and pick up the slack that Bugboy's really leading. But yeah. Lancaster, I mean, I feel that it's necessary for them to win this round. They have to go into the second half 4-2. Otherwise, Staffordshire looking like they might just put an end to this here. We might not even go to overtime, but we've seen that teams have really made big comebacks after losing in their first half.
These 2 teams have been neck and neck the entire way through regulation in both of the 2 maps. Whatever one team has done, the other team has mirrored. So even if Lancaster don't win this round, we might wind up seeing another overtime just by the nature of how close these 2 teams have been throughout the entire series so far. We are seeing a kitchen push, and we are seeing an entirely different take than what we saw from them last time. They are electing to go through bakery instead of through freezer.
And it doesn't pay off, at least initially here, as Plebsy finds a frag on the Majet. Will finally get finished off as Angel Hanabi on this IQ takes them down as well. Some solid play with that pistol.
I have a feeling that was accidental. I think it might have been trying to shoot out a bandit wire.
As they say, better lucky than good. And Angel Hanabi has been very much using these catch you off guard plays to the maximum.
Now, the push, they don't have their one hard breacher anymore. They've elected to bring the Maverick the last 2 rounds as opposed to a Thermite. And as soon as they've lost that Maverick, they've got no rotations on into the site. And it's all up to the remaining 4 players. Now in a 4 versus 4, they can still make this happen. They don't have an easy avenue into the site. They're going to be forced into these chokeholds set up by the defenders through these narrow doorways with barbed wire placed and guns trained.
Indeed, it's going to be hard to get through these chokes. If anyone can do it, it'll be Staffordshire. They have been the foil to Lancaster so far in this series, and right now putting a lot of pressure on from above. They see the IQ rotated away with no more hard breach. There's no need for them to be in that position. And, well, Hanabi sees it as an opportunity to take themselves off the board. Lancaster now with an advantage in terms of players and still having site control. 25 seconds left on the clock. What do you do here if you're Staffordshire? The peak there from Bugboy was terrifying, but doesn't quite get domed by Artsy in this position at the very least. Artsy heading back towards that diffuser. The concussion coming on in from Rizuko. Alexu finds Mahi early on. It's 3 versus 3. 8, 7, 6, 5. Alexu finds Bugboy. Coach is down already. It's 1 versus 3. It's down to Jazian. The diffuser is going to go down from Artsy. But Jazian has to make the play now. We see Rizuko trying to move back on in. Good position to hold, but those track stingers doing such a fantastic job. But C4 comes on in, finds one, doesn't quite find the other. He's 2, you're right! He doesn't get it! Staffordshire take round 6, and it is 3-3.
How that C4 didn't take out Artsy there, I have no idea, but it works out spectacularly, able to finish off the kill and taking us to a 3-3 scoreline off Lancaster's defending half of what is probably their most infamous map in the entire pool. Now, I don't know, that was such a strong round from Staffordshire, able to pull it back right at the end despite the inroads that Lancaster made into their attacking strategy. This could, again, wind up being an overtime, but it is, at the moment, set up for Staffordshire to walk away with the victory.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that is... I'd be mad if I was Lancaster there. I'm not going to lie to you. That C4 absolutely should have finished off that final player. But, I mean, I guess this happens sometimes. And they do lose that round because of it. Going to the second half, I'm excited by the spicy pick of the Monty Jason. Though, honestly, with the way he's been playing right now, maybe they should put Bugboy on that Monty.
I know sometimes all it takes is a half switch to change your whole mentality and get your gun firing to full effect. So with the Monty being played, we're either going to see a harder push down White Stairs than what we saw from Staffordshire on their half, or we're going to see a more secure plant going down, potentially even by that cocktail bar doorway, or the B doorway close to Cigar, or maybe a more default plant. It's quite difficult to tell. There's a lot of angles you can push with a Monty, but the difficulty is ensuring that you're not going to get taken out from below. The entirety of the site here is destructible, and there are a lot of C4s on the board. Well, there's 2 C4s on the board coming out from Staffordshire in the form of Artsy and Rizuko. They can put an end to this Monty's day, as well as the Legion, who is one of the main counters to a Montagna in general.
Yeah, they have picked it up for Alexi, so that bodes pretty well. I like that they've got the Mozzie for Artsy yet again. I've been seeing a surprising amount of Alibi, not an operator that I thought I'd see here in the Spring Finals, but it looks like Majer does really like that. This is such a greedy C4 for Rizuko. Doesn't find anyone, doesn't even find any damage, as they are fully aware of what's going on, and Staffordshire still trying to go for those very wild card plays, catching Lancaster off guard, keeping them guessing. I think that guessing is going to be really important in wearing down the clock, because that's so important here on Cafe.
Rez definitely loves that early aggressive C4. Sometimes you can catch the player on the rappel if you've opened up the hatch in advance. That wasn't done, so he had to try and play off of where the hatch got opened up from. And again, this piano control, neither team seeming to want to hold it, gonna let it be given up almost for free. Gumine's coming through, and Bogboy landing the flick. Alexu taken down as he goes to follow up on that Gumine, and that's your Legion gone. So we've already lost the C4. There are no more Gumines to be placed than the ones that are already currently down. It is basically up to Artsy at the moment to get this Monty off the board, and Monty is just standing there looking down this White Stairs hallway, going to apply so much pressure. Coach, meanwhile, opening up Freezer. The defenders being forced out of their positions deep into the back side of Cocktail. There is a little bit of a roam. Angel is on the White Stairs, and Mozzie is down below the piano area. Could potentially go for a C4 when the plant starts to come down, but there's a minute still to go. Lancaster have so much time to work with, but doesn't matter. Rizuko going to take the head off Coach. No more thermite, no more exothermic charges, but it's not really needed now. The pressure being applied onto the site itself.
Majer. Sitting back here, but Angel in such an aggressive position, trying to catch them on that off angle, but dealing with this Monty could prove exceedingly problematic. 40 seconds on the clock, and still, they're looking for this opportunity to move on in. Shots ring out from the back of sights, but Mahi holds on to the nade for a little bit too long there, gets caught out, and also hurts some of his teammates in the setup. This is an opportunity. Jazian is going to move on in, and has Bogboy covered with this Monty, but that's the C4. Jazian and Bogboy will go right on down. It's Plebsy, the only remaining player, versus 4, will get finished off, and Staffordshire start off their defensive round solidly.
And that's exactly what we were talking about. The C4 is one of the key factors in being able to stop this stop this push coming in. Mahi congratulating himself with a nice shot. It wasn't a shot, Mahi, that was a frag nade. Hate to break it to you, but the C4 by Artsy downstairs, biding his time patiently. You saw how long he was waiting to see if he was going to get flanked, and the call coming through that they were inside of Freezer, able to take down the Monty and another player. And what little chance they had at a push in that situation was just completely gutted out, all left up to Plebsy on the IQ. Wasn't able to get anything at the end there. And that's a very strong defense from Staffordshire. It could see a lot more of that moving forward.
Absolutely could. I mean, Staffordshire have been able to really find these rounds where I feel like they should, but also finding those rounds where they feel they shouldn't. Going back to the attacking side, where they found 2 rounds attacking the very same site that we just saw. Lancaster really needs to step up the game. They don't have much longer left. 3 rounds left for Staffordshire to pick up this match, pick up this series, and pick up the championship, spring championship. It's well within their grasp.
And that is definitely not something that we thought we would be saying at the start of this stream. Lancaster, they just seem a bit uncoordinated, a bit lost with what they want to do and how they want to do it. They're getting caught out quite a lot of times just by the freeness with which Staffordshire are rotating around the map, and the fact that they are going for the gunfights. Normally, Lancaster, generally seen as one of the more aggressive teams, they will find you, hunt you down, and then peek you until you die. And Staffordshire, they're not letting you do that find you and hunt you down phase. They're taking the fight right to you consistently. That might be what's throwing Lancaster off their game.
Absolutely. Staffordshire's ability to keep them guessing, this kind of very flexible and adaptive style, has been so key to their success so far in this entire tournament, and especially here in these finals. The aggressive peak from Rizuko, as we've kind of come to know, it wouldn't be the same without it, but continuing the push on these positions. Lancaster need a really strong offense here if they're going to bring this back.
The key thing about that punch, though, is that it alerts Lancaster that there's someone on the top floor, and that might encourage them to go for a clear, but no, it doesn't look like it. They're putting all their chips on just going for this front side push in through Bakery. It's not normally what you want to see. Cafe is a map where you clear down from the top floor every single time. Otherwise, you're just going to get caught out consistently by roams coming in from the defense. But Coach going to catch out Madry. The Fragnade working to great effect, and that's the Bandit gone. No more C4 if they did have it available. Rez, though, on the roam, taking down Plebsy. That's the IQ gone. Some of these gadgets inside the site still going to work to great effect. And that was actually from above. I don't know if Plebsy was up there to contest. No. See, they haven't cleared out upstairs, and these angles are going to start to work against them. The breach that has been opened up by Lancaster can be watched in relative safety from upstairs by Rizuko.
Yeah, and this is going to be oh so key. Normally, Lancaster, they're a very cognizant team of what's happening above them. This is why this map is normally just so good for them. They clear out, they use their time effectively, they do it fast, they have efficient droning. And right now, we're seeing none of that. Artsy picks up Mahi, and Lancaster looking extremely lackluster right now. They're getting zoned off in so many different ways. Alexu is waiting in the wings to try and pick up a couple more players. Bugboy does take down Rizuko, so that above player is now gone. But with 40 seconds on the clock, it's going to make Lancaster struggle to move on in here.
40 seconds on the clock, and there is still the opportunity for a player to rotate up the white.
Fragnade.
There's Fragnade going on in, not able to land anything, potentially picked up by an ADS there. C4 in the hands of Angel, waiting to be thrown through the breach the second he says he hears someone coming on in. Alexu may have an impact nade in position to open up through the wall, but no, he's just going to get a double kill. Doesn't even need the impact to create the angle. Takes down two players, and it's all left up to Coach. He's played so well throughout this series, but it's just one hurdle too far. Angel able to finish him off with the Vector, and Staffordshire winning their second round in a row on defense in dominant fashion.
Indeed they do, and this is Staffordshire taking control right now. They are 5-3, staring down the barrel of match point. What are you going to do, Lancaster? You need to step up. You need to have your players on the same page. You need to be clearing out properly. You need to have an effective attack, and you've been struggling to do that right now.
Moving into this third site for Staffordshire, though, they're going to be defending Reading Room and Fireplace. It's become most teams' tertiary site. We saw how well Lancaster were able to defend it. Staffordshire, we've not seen them defend it at all. The strategies that they could be bringing out, we never have seen before. And I'm really excited for that, but I'm kind of worried because are we going to see Lancaster able to get a foothold back into this game? We saw that they were able to come back from a deficit on Coastline. Will they be able to do the same here, or is this starting to look more and more like a Staffordshire-sided map?
Staffordshire throwing everything out the window right now. Lancaster's hearts must be sinking. They need to rally together. They need to take a couple more rounds, put themselves back within a fighting chance of that overtime, and put themselves back on the map. Right now, Staffordshire have just taken control.
5 seconds remaining.
Absolutely, and the castle being used, we've not seen castle played too much by Lancaster throughout the whole series, but Staffordshire using it, understanding the importance, it denies angles, lines of sight, requires a lot of utility to be burnt before you can actually aggress onto players. It's a good little adjustment, and it's really helping with this teamwork that we've actually seen a lot more of coming up from Staffordshire than I thought we would. We did discuss previously how they've just basically formed in a sense. You know, two of these players are on a team elsewhere, and the other two, or the other three, do have a lot of experience in game, but this is the first real time in a competitive environment where we're seeing all 5 of these players together. And the coordination that's coming out from this sort of innate ability to work together effectively has really taken me aback.
It certainly has. Staffordshire, despite all the setbacks, despite all the naysayers, despite the fact that they came in at that 8th place in the championship bracket, they have gone on to be so darn close from winning the entire thing. I'm honestly speechless. They are popping off right now.
And a lot of time in this round has been wasted with not a lot of ground gain for Lancaster. They've only just fully established that piano control, and that would be fine if this was a top floor take with piano presence, but no, this is a middle floor sight hold. Mahi losing about 25 points of health to a cheeky peek from Alexu. Just going to keep those attackers at bay, and oh, this is a great angle from Angel. That player over by the new balcony stands up. That's Mahi as well. Mahi stands up. That's going to be a sledge gun. That's going to be nades gone. And yep, just like that,
no.
Mahi taken down, and the kill going to be secured momentarily. Artsy finishing off Plebsy as Plebsy takes down Angel. Trades coming back and forth. Mahi still down on the floor. Man count favor of Staffordshire.
It is, and I think sensibly Razuko decides, I'm going to back off here. I don't want to contest this. They have the better rifles. Let's not try this. Right now, Lancaster's heart's wrenching. They need to pick up this round. It is so hard for them right now.
Well, still being contested by Staffordshire, though.
Yeah, it's insane, honestly. Bogboy goes down. Alexu does get traded out as they kill each other, but I mean, with 30 seconds on the clock, Lancaster need to hurry the heck up as they don't have that much time. It's 3 versus 3. Mahi is going to break open those floors and going to drop down themselves, but still so many angles being held. Doesn't check to the right. Artsy peeks on into his peripheral and finishes off Mahi as he was already a little bit low. This is going to be Lancaster looking for an opportunity to move on in with 10 seconds left. Drops on in. Artsy finishes off Coach, and it is 1 left. Razuko finishes that one off, and Staffordshire are now on match point. Spring finals could be theirs in just 1 round.
Oh, beautiful flick coming up by Rez at the end, and that was all down to the ability of Artsy to hold that pillar's position. Now, twice we have seen teams on match point with a sizable lead, and twice we have seen it go all the way to overtime. This game could go the same, but I must admit, Staffordshire looking like the far more dominant force throughout this game so far. Artsy going 9-3 at the moment. Players on this team having 9 and 8 kills as well, but just the survivability of that man really impacting each and every single one of these rounds so far.
Absolutely. Artsy been so fantastic in this final round. It's going to be chasing and picking back up that Monty. They're looking for this push onto Bar again, and it failed last time. Will it fail again? That's the big question on Lancaster's lips. Staffordshire with some fantastic defense so far.
And the last round, it was down to Artsy being able to remain hidden downstairs with the C4, eliminating the Monty right at the end, and one other player, I believe it was Bugboy on the Zofia inside of the freezer. You know, there was great work done before, and a lot of time was wasted, but not only do we see the Monty, we see Angel playing that Clash. The direct counterpart going to be in a staring competition for quite a lot of this round, I can imagine, over towards that white stairs position. The wall hasn't been reinforced, though.
That is certainly strange. Maybe they'll try and do that a little bit later on into the round, but a little bit weird to see. They have a lot of time to still do it, so we'll find out when we head back up there, when Lancaster have moved up a little bit more.
And this push, it's looking very similar to how we've seen it before. Lancaster, sort of a Team Empire fashion, they have their strategy. They will do the same thing over and over and over again until they beat you with it. But it doesn't look like they're going to be beating Lancaster with it for Staffordshire with it for the time being. Piano control on the windows being obtained by Lancaster, and now they're getting red stairs control. A very normal setup indeed, but Rez gonna get a double kill running out, taking down Coach and Bogboy. The Thermite and Zofia gone, 2 of the key players for Lancaster, eliminated before the round even begins. Still 2 minutes to go. Plebsy does get a trade, taking down the Jaeger of Alexu. Lancaster aren't out this round, but they are certainly not making it easy for themselves. Frag Grenade going on forward, gets caught by the ADS Clash, able to maintain its position, staring down this Lancaster push. Monty's at the cigar door. Actually, no, pushed on all the way into Freezer. Could get caught out by himself if he's not careful. His teammates aren't there to support him. Second nade going on. Any damage either. There is still a player downstairs from Staffordshire who could ruin the days of Lancaster as the time is slipping away. Mahi, though, going to take down Rez. Got those 2 early kills, but won't be able to do anything else in this round. Angel looking at the 2 players from Lancaster who don't have a shield. Jazian ADSs as Monty takes down Marjorie. And it's all left down to the Clash and Artsy on that Mozzie. He's coming, rotating up the red stairs. They're going to be aware of his position, but they don't have the diffuser.
This is so key right now. Lancaster in a terrible position. They don't have the diffuser. There is a minute still left. Artsy goes down. That will rectify the position. Lancaster looking to pick this one up, which could have been the end. The knife comes on through. They finish off Angel Hanabi, and Lancaster keep themselves in it for now.
The Clash left on an island at the end. They didn't realize that the diffuser had never been recovered. That's a round that you look back on the VOD and you go, oh, we were so close to winning that. If only we'd known. But no way, they could have known. And once again, Staffordshire on map point, but they are going to switch it up. They're not going to continue with that cocktail bar. They're going to go down to kitchen service. How do you think this one's going to play out? They did do it so effectively last time, although it did come down to some cheeky play by the Vigil at the end.
Indeed it did, but they still had such a lockdown. You need to clear out Rizuka this time. Bringing the Monty, I'm still not sure about it. I don't really like it from JC in here, but I mean, Rizuko playing from above was the key part of that defense. If they spend time to clear him out, the entire game changes. The entire round changes. We'll have to see how Staffordshire adapt to that situation. And I think if you're betting on Staffordshire adapting, your money's in the right place.
Staffs have definitely given us different looks based upon what we've seen coming out from Lancaster. Jason been doing a good job on the Monty. We saw just how effective he was in the last round, able to walk down all of the players on side of the site. You don't really have the same kind of avenue to do it here. You could go through that sort of side entrance when we see the Goyo shield and the bandit wire setup. But pushing on in past that is quite difficult as you have a lot of angles to consider. Now, the roam is coming out Rez, of course, taking his position upstairs, at least to begin with. And like you say, this is going to come down to if they choose to clear Rez out early on in the round.
Mm-hmm. And it looks like there's going to be a bit of a push towards that. Jezian this time going to be leading the charge on the other side of the point. Bogboy looking to pincer on the north side, as Jason will just rock on in, playing the Monty and being that solid part for their team.
And he's applying so much pressure onto this Legion, who is by himself inside of VIP. Legion could potentially rotate out of the situation, but there are 3 players now staring at him, waiting for him to make a misstep. There's no way he's going to escape from this, but his teammates aren't coming to his help either to...
Oh, but he gets... no! A nightmare. You lose a player in that situation. How does that happen?
I'm speechless. Somehow he's able to eliminate Plebsy, and this push from the Monty is coming in from the backside towards the Freezer. We didn't expect to see this coming out from them, and Rez may not have the holes opened up to be able to influence this situation. There is a player on the upper white stairs. He's waiting for the rotation, knowing that there could be someone on the roam. It's Mahi. The drone goes out. He spots Rez. Shots coming through, but none landing for either side. Now, while that was going on, the thermite charge, I believe, was resolved on the freezer wall, so they will be able to push on in when the time comes for it. But the push for the moment is starting to slow down.
Rizuka pushing in through reading, looking to try and get a different angle on the situation. They have pushed away Mahi at least a little bit, but Bogboy is now holding the stairs. He's on Anhold shooting. He turns away potentially at a most crucial moment. Mahi gets spotted out on the cams, and he will also rotate away Rizuko. No eyes are on him at the current moment. A minute on the clock. And even Stevens, in terms of players, this could be match point. Staffordshire have nothing to lose right now. Lancaster have so much. Artsy already low, but doesn't really matter as long as he can find those shots. Jazian setting up before the situation, has the smoke. Trying to spray on through, but hasn't taken any damage in and of himself. Bogboy finds the fragment of Rizuko, who tries to find that flank, and now looking for the plant is Coach. Struggling to get it down, at least initially. Mahi is watching the angle. Good spray there, doesn't quite find the frag, but waiting in the wings is Artsy with the super shorty, looking to put a super dent into that player. Will find it, but the diffuser is planted. Now it's down to Staffordshire to find this big retake, and Johannaby will finish off Jazian, but Mahi will take down Artsy on the back. The flank is coming in from Majer. They don't know exactly where he is. He's going to look for that. The diffuser is baited. Mahi finds a frag though, and it's 3 versus 1. Lancaster so close to taking us all the way to overtime in the 3rd and final game of this grand final.
Neither of these teams able to hold a lead for the moment. It just keeps slipping away from them. Staffordshire putting themselves in these great positions, as well as Lancaster had done in prior maps, but it just keeps slipping away from them. And now, looking down at potentially a 3rd overtime in this series, it's all up to Staffordshire. Are they going to be able to bring it back? They're going back down to kitchen service, and that Monty of Jason is being shown once again. They're not bringing in Legion again to deal with it. Instead, Marjorie's going to be moved onto the smoke. I quite like that adjustment. It will help with the plant situation if he's able to stay alive. I do believe he's died quite early on in the last couple rounds, however. An adjustment in playstyle could be what's needed by this key operator to help secure Staffordshire's win.
Indeed it could be, and swapping things up, adapting, changing, ever shifting, that is Staffordshire in its current form, never resting, and I'm loving it right now. Staffordshire bringing that kind of chimera beast of a team to bear upon Lancaster. Lancaster just 1 point away from that overtime, but it's attacking a site, which they have struggled with. Sure, they won in the previous round, but again, Staffordshire will be more prepared. They weren't exactly expecting the Monty to come into this round.
The Monty had only been shown previously on the top floor push, but the fact that they're consistently bringing it, it's not something that I think has been seen all too often by Lancaster when playing on Cafe. We might have seen a look of it every now and then, but definitely not to the amount that they're bringing it out here. All the stops being removed for this final couple of rounds of the final map of the grand finals for this spring split of NSE. I was about to say NSG, NSE Siege. I just don't even know what is going to happen.
It will be, regardless of what happens, a wonderful conclusion here in the spring finals. I mean,
the ground that they've got already.
Yeah.
Jason up by the main entrance, close to pushing on into Kochek, Plebsy, and Bogboy taking that VIP dining area already. Coach might be able to go in and open up that wall very, very quickly if the utility is there for the rest of the team. And there's been no pushback from Staffordshire. They're giving
Alexi,
up
however, has
all
got
of
the
this
bandit.
space.
There is no Thatcher. They have to deal with these bandit boxes properly. Otherwise, they won't be able to open up the wall properly.
There's no top floor control being held out by Staffordshire for the time being. It could be quite an easy resolution. Bandit not going for the trick. Oh no, they've opened up above. They might be able to remove the bandits now. Mahi playing that kind of passive spot, but he needs to be aware of the flank. It has caught them out so many times before, and he doesn't want to let it happen again.
He certainly doesn't. Rizuko eats a bit of damage, but is able to actually retreat all the way to site. With that wall taken down, this bodes well for Lancaster. Might be going all the way here, but losing a player. Well, that's the exact opposite. Plebsy goes down, and Artsy will knock their scorecard up one more. Jazian looking for an opportunity to move on, and Coach waiting in the wings, doesn't want to get shot, so playing very passively here. Doesn't want the flank to be an all-important play. Looking for an opportunity here. He will take down that Volcan. Alexi. looking for that little bit more. This could be such a big opportunity. Lancaster have to be so careful. They're not overextending. They don't want to get caught out. They know that this is everything. The C4 coming on through from Angel. Hanabi finds a double kill. Bugboy is going to have to rock on in. Does manage to pick up the diffuser. Moving towards the back right of this site now. Bugboy looking for anything he can find. Takes down Alexu. Has the diffuser. Has 15 seconds to their name. Staffordshire, no. They just have to play passive. Mahi and Bugboy, the ones looking to finish this one off. Artsy is holding the angle, but doesn't win it. Bugboy finds the frag. Mahi goes down. 1 versus 3. 4 seconds left on the clock. Bugboy has to do something here. Has to stick the plant. Doesn't have enough time and can't find the shot. Staffordshire win round 12, win the spring finals, and set the record straight.
Staffordshire being the dark horse all season long, as we mentioned, coming in 8th seed in the championship bracket, the lowest seed you can be in the championship bracket, working all the way through, finishing at the number 1 seed, coming into the finals. Everyone thought that Lancaster, currently the best team in University Siege Esports, would win. But no, they're just taken out by the old guard, the old Titans, coming back once again to reclaim their rightful throne. Staffordshire, just being able to win that is incredible.
I bet this puts a smile on your face, but yeah, defying the doubters, ourselves included. I would like to point out we did not think they had it in them, even though they were first seed, even though all of these things, it was more than enough in this last game. Staffordshire, I mean, Lancaster tried, and they tried, and they tried, but it was not enough. They had so many close calls. They got 5 to 6, but in that very final round, that C4 was so key from Angel Hanabi. You can see here that Lancaster started off with a strong start. Sure, they dropped this site in the round 1, but on the whole, the defense was good up until this one, where they just couldn't quite get it.
Lancaster going 3-3 on their defensive side, it kind of sealed their fate right there. They played so well coming back. The Monty doing great work, but the C4s of Staffordshire, they had so many moments where they would get a double kill or just a huge impactful kill at precisely the right moment. Kept Lancaster at bay, and it did get really scary at the end. Lancaster bringing it all the way back to within 1 round of a 3rd overtime, but Angel Hanabi, as you say, clutch C4 right at the end there, not blowing it too early, waiting for the perfect opportunity after Lancaster had wasted almost the entire round to finish it off and to get the 3rd championship in total for Staffordshire. Just an amazing comeback from them. There's just nothing to say. We thought that they wouldn't do it, and they did.
Indeed they did. And what a spectacular series. Best of 3, went all 3 games, overtime in 2, and darn well close to overtime in that 3rd. But as you say, Staffordshire managing to clutch it out, and as a result, winning themselves the NSC Rainbow Six Siege Spring Championship Grand Finals, and making them the NSC Rainbow Six Siege Spring Champions. Stellar performance from them, and I mean, my heart goes out, honestly, to the Lancaster side. They have been at the top of University Rainbow Six Siege for such a long period of time, but just haven't been able to win that match. I mean, honestly, fantastic games as a whole, as we have obviously seen all of the NS finals, 30 hours over 3 days, lots of nail biters, very similar to this one, many going the whole way. Thank you all, in fact, to all the production, to everyone who's worked on it, to everyone at home for tuning in to this entire finals segment for the NSE. We couldn't have done it without your help. I hope you all have a wonderful evening as we wrap up the entirety of the NSE finals.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of the ESL National Championships. Game, record, stream without compromise.
Nobody likes being left out. That's why Special Effect are helping people with physical disabilities to play video games. But this isn't just about having fun. The gaming setups we create are personalized, so people can play to the very best of their abilities. And that opens the door to inclusion and independence, confidence and creativity. Help us level the playing field and create more magical gaming moments. Because it's everyone's turn to play.
You don't mess around when it comes to your play. So don't play games with your hardware. Get serious with Intel. 4 out of 5 gamers on Steam play on an Intel-powered PC. Because Intel delivers you the power needed to game like the pros and gives you elite gaming performance on your favorite titles, so you can be game ready at any level. Intel, don't play games.
Present.